break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome into the RES Unchained day one here of the European qualifiers to figure out who in the world is going to qualify in for Blast Slam 5. My name is Beowulf. I got Rojo right over there. And Rojo, this is a matchup that's been happening a couple times in the region. It's one win. It's Navi. They played a banger of a 5-game series in a qualifier earlier on. And now, Rojo, this is the series we are so lucky to get started with.
Yeah, Navi's been on kind of a tear. They seem to kind of just beat every team that isn't kind of a directly tier 1 team. So them facing up against Navi here, I'm sure they are not unfamiliar with that. Or facing up against one win, of course. I don't know if I expect it necessarily to be as close as the game 5 that they have. Maybe one of these teams has taken a little bit more out of this. But of course, we're looking at the full bracket here. We have more than this game coming up. At OG Enigma Galaxy, Aurora Gaming, Runa Team, Mouse, and Team Yandex. So a lot of really good Dota across all of these qualifiers here. Of course, it's going to be coming up next, the OG Enigma Galaxy game. We've got the rest to be determined here, but I mean, that's a really, really good series coming up as well. So we just have back-to-back bangers here. Again, you know, this one I am expecting, of course, you said they went to a 5-game, very, very close series. So we're expecting this one, you know, I'm maybe not as close as that was, I would maybe expect, but these teams are clearly very equally matched. I think one win has kind of been on the up. I think Navi has been super on the up, you know, ever since they were in TI. I feel like everyone's been like, wow, this roster really is not a joke. They have some really, really, really strong potential. So I don't know. I'm just, you know, I'm very excited to see how this one plays out because as well, Bayo, these are the kind of teams that are not afraid to bring out some really weird stuff in the drafts.
Yeah, I know you're saying hopefully it's not as close as game number 5 was. And really, I think what you're saying here, Rojo, is hopefully it's not as disgusting as game number 5 was in that PGO qualifier earlier on, because that was a game where Navi said, okay, we're going to 18 pick the Huskar. And you thought that was bad because, you know, generally you're going to see Huskar 23-24 pick. You thought that was bad. And then they go and they pull in a Got the Juice Broodmother as well. It's all sorts of awkward. The game's over in like 18 minutes. It's disgusting. So if I'm one win, I'm making sure that, we're not going to let them get as much of their cheese in. But other than that, it was a very close game number 4. And I'm with you when we talk about this setup here at Navi. They were my dark horse to make playoffs when I was looking at the TI roster. Obviously, they didn't quite make it, but they especially got the juice. They are a legit team. And the other cool thing about them is, you know, they were Navi Junior up until July of last year. They are a really good example of this team developing talent for a while, having this academy team going, and getting them up to that tier or, you know, just below tier 1 level and having that academy system like full sail work out.
You know, it's really nice, you know, and I think one win are kind of looking to do obviously a very similar thing with their roster. They're not quite landing there, but they also have been winning a lot of the qualifiers that have been going on, or at least getting very, very far in them. Beating most of the teams that are just kind of not directly tier 1, tier 1.5. So a very, very strong stack. I think the meta is pretty decent for them. They seem to have, you know, we had that patch Bayo, which I don't know how much, you know, people watching in have really paid attention to, but it didn't change the heroes too much. We had more of the item changes were pretty important. So I don't expect to see drafts maybe be entirely different. But for one win, they've really been liking kind of their own style. I know a lot of Squad X's heroes. He really loves the Leshrac, these co-ops. I've been playing a ton of Slardar lately. I think the support pool is generally quite good for them. as they've really been enjoying kind of Kasane's Warlock, his Disruptor. I think those are some of his best heroes. So I think for any time for them to bring it to Na'Vi, this is certainly one of them.
Yeah, and you talk about these item changes. I think the big one is now Helm of the Dominator has a 50 mana cost. If you do damage, or if there's hero damage done to the Helm Dom creep within 3 seconds, you can't go and make another one. So you're guaranteed to get the money as long as you can go and maintain damage on a Helm Dom creep over time. How much has that couple of changes impacted the relative strength of this item? And then that relative strength, like how much is that impacting the hero choices that we're going to see, do you think?
I think Helmdom is still perfectly fine. I really think the biggest change, I think, truly was the Ghost Scepter one was really massive.
Yeah.
Which is, for a long time, people kind of thought it was a bug at first, which you could use Ghost Scepter during BKB for full effect. Basically be immune to kind of any damage that could come to you, which is a very, very strong interaction. They changed it. You can no longer do that. It doesn't even work on heroes like Necrophos with built-in kind of ethereal. I think Muerta. Yeah, it does work on Muerta. She's a little bit different. But I suppose for her, she already could hit through ethereal, so she probably doesn't care that much. But it definitely affects heroes. I think, like, say, Sand King. We saw a lot of Sand King from Falcons. I think that was a hero that loved buying that kind of Ghost Scepter BKB almost every game. That way you could be really safe and secure when you go in. Kind of similar with maybe Leshrac. You can't use the Ags quite as effectively, the Ghost Scepter. Those heroes, I think, are down a slight peg. And I actually do think that I'm very curious to see what we see the value of Juggernaut be this series. Because I know Liquid, I believe, earlier in a different qualifier I was watching, was first phase banning it. They didn't want to play against it at all. Because Juggernaut already, as we know, had a very good win rate in pubs. In Pro, it was a little bit more finicky, but it still looked, I think, perfectly serviceable. But now there's no Outworld staff to stop the Omni Slash, and there's no Ghost Scepters while you're BKB'd. So that hero was kind of, I think, taken up a pretty decent notch by those changes and wasn't touched by the relevant hero changes. Similarly, Disruptor was touched very slightly. I think the slow is just a little bit shorter on the fast that most people were taking, but still a very, very strong hero. I was definitely expecting this one to be super contested, but Abaddon is an interesting one. This hero did get relatively nerfed, just a longer cooldown on the borrowed time, but it still is perfectly fine. It is nice for getting rid of that, getting rid of the Q from Disruptor there so that you can't get guns afterwards, but I don't consider this like a one-on-one counter. I guess Na'Vi just values having this hero overall.
And it's nice as well. You get Static Stormed. You don't really care. You're not going to die. You do have borrowed time. Now, if there's a break and then all of a sudden you're silenced and you're broken, and that can be a little bit more problematic later on. I don't know if that's enough to warrant banning a Hoodwink in the second phase. But, inoffensive. It's funny, you said that he was nerfed a little bit in the last patch. Rojo, when was the last time that a Abaddon was not nerfed in a patch?
10 seconds
remaining. I actually couldn't tell you, but I do think that some of them are, even this one is it's like kind of whatever. It's been a lot of whatever nerfs to him over time where people are like, oh no, they nerfed him.
Oh no.
Anyway,
we're still first phasing.
And he just
fine.
Yeah. I think this is specific a little bit to Na'Vi. I don't know if every team would take this response immediately. Something that I maybe prefer would be something like a Beastmaster off that pick, but I do think that obviously they appreciate having the flex here. I think that Na'Vi is not a team that it's like impossible that they would throw this on to support, because again, they play some pretty niche things. You can see one win. They're banning out pretty weird heroes. I don't think you'd expect this lineup to, like, the ban lineups that they have on one win, which obviously they've done a ton of research, I think, coming into this match and just playing against Na'Vi probably constantly across swims and qualifiers. They know all the weird stuff they play. They do bring out the Hoodwink themselves, so didn't end up banning it, but they do deny pick it, which I think makes sense. This hero is quite nice into Disruptor in lane. Overall, just a hero with not too much armor, so you can generally kind of get that, and then obviously having the burst potential is always nice. Very decent duo here for Na'Vi. I'm curious if one would pick up any big kind of cores here. Again, there is quite a few of the strong offlaners still left in the pool. Centaur, Beastmaster, these heroes still are building Helmdom, even though it did get nerfed. So they're maybe slightly down a small peg, but I think perfectly serviceable. These two heroes, Hoodwink and Abaddon, lack some stuns, so maybe you could make an argument for an early Storm here. something like that. Maybe you could. I don't think you can go the Slardar that Triple S loves. I think obviously can't really do that much into the Abaddon, but he has been valuing that hero a lot. So maybe that's partially why they picked up the Abaddon early as well.
You know, speaking of the 739E and the changes that we saw, I mean, we talked about the Helm Dom, we talked about other hero and item changes, but I think the most glaring one is the fact that Kez is now in CM. We've seen mid one play it to some really fantastic success on occasion. Don't know that I've seen any other teams really playing it all that much. How much do you think that's going to start factoring into these drafts going forward?
I think it's definitely something to watch out for. I think overall, Kez is kind of weak, but I think when piloted correctly, it has a ton of potential. I don't know if any hero has as consistent of bursts onto supports with as much mobility, as much utility. If you can really, really pilot the hero, I think it can be kind of a nightmare for supports. So this is the kind of game where one win team could bring it out. I don't think we'll probably see the Kez coming up in these drafts. This one is a little bit interesting. ResCircuit notably was one of the heroes that got more hero changes than the rest of the roster, but it's kind of, again, an oh no, he's still pretty good. He's still, I don't believe they changed the threshold too much to where he doesn't one-shot waves anymore. Maybe you need that Kaya now to do it, but you still get to that point where you can just do it from afar. You can still Echo Slam stacks. They're worth slightly less, I believe, what was a small 20%. Change, but it is overall it's perfectly kind of the same hero. It's just down a small peg from where it was. And they go straight away with the gyro. I was wondering, I do think like a tanky core here kind of looks nice. Now the question, of course, is does Navi have their own kind of response to this? Because currently I'm looking at Jug and I think Ursa and throwing this Abaddon somewhere else into the pool. Because I do think that those two could be particularly effective against the gyro and the Earthshaker. So we'll have to see if they go towards kind of that heavy damage option. If they just decide to keep Abaddon, forgot the juice. Yeah, big choice here in the draft.
And they got a lot of time to do it. I want to point out that one win team, they've spent a lot of their reserve time up until this point. They only got 22 seconds left. So
yeah, they have
a lot of time figuring out. They want to take that shaker, I guess, exactly who they're going to ban. But I'm with you. I think a Juggernaut in this game, you get the free BKB, although you have to be careful. Static Storm can be a problem because you can't spin once you're in the storm. That can always...
You can Manta spin, actually. That is an interesting... It's like a kind of specific timing, but you can consistently Manta and then spin while you're in the Disruptor ulti, which is really, really weird. I don't know if it's just how it's been for quite some time. But if you're consistent with the timing, which is a little bit specific, you can get it pretty consistently.
Oh.
So I think it's pretty decent against Disruptor overall. When you kind of factor that in, you don't have to worry. Like, obviously, Jug doesn't typically like getting BKB, but if you're, pretty comfortable on doing that kind of Manta style play, then you can generally be fine with it. I do think the Earthshaker is nice for bursting down heroes like that. I think the biggest weakness we've seen of Juggernaut in general, and part of the reason that it can sometimes fail in pro, is just it takes a lot of damage. The hero still has a low HP pool, all things relative. We've seen a lot of Jugs go pretty heavily into stats over favor of some other skill points. Usually that helps, but Earthshaker, Gyro, Disruptor, still a lot of magical damage coming in. They could keep the flex open with the Abaddon with picking a mid here, and they do. So go ahead and pick an Ember. Ember's perfectly fine here. I think typically Disruptor kind of hates playing against Ember. Obviously, if you can get the static on him, it's really nice, but Ember will itemize typically for an early BKB. It's a great BKB game so far. Even Mage Slayer, I think, could be okay if you want to go that route. But it's just a hero that it jumps around the fights. It jumps onto you. He can dodge glimpse pretty consistently. Just an annoying hero to rotate onto. Great damage into your kind of low armor hero. All these heroes hate being Searing Chained so far. It's a good matchup into Earthshaker. So now the question is, do you bring out something like the Huskar for one win? Do you try to cheese this Ember? They don't have much time to think on it, so it's kind of difficult to make a quick call like that, especially into something like Hoodwink. But they just go for Light Stealer, which is fine. It's shifting this Gyro into support then.
Yeah, how do you feel about this support Gyro, Rojo? It at times, and it feels like very much a one-win thing from looking at their drafts over time, but at times it's been popular, at times it's looked like just about the worst idea in Dota. How do you feel about it this game?
This game, I think it's fine. I generally am I generally lean towards it being kind of bad. I'm not a huge fan of gyro. I think it's very easy to fall behind on the hero, and then it becomes very hard to find impact. I think the two supports are pretty good at outranging you, Jakiro, Hoodwink. The two cores are decent at running away from you or keeping you in place. So I don't think it necessarily has that much value. I think they're more thinking that it's just a really good lifestealer game, which they'd be correct. And they do have to be careful about what heroes they let through for Got the Juice now that they have picked this lifestealer, but they've got a few bans. I guess they also, you could kind of get cheese from the offlane. That's why they ban out the Beastmaster. It would have been a pretty sick game for that. But I mean, I like the lifestealer. I don't know if I like the lifestealer so much that I would have personally shifted this gyro. It's a little bit weird. Now they also have this 23 pick where they have very little time to decide where they want to throw this Earthshaker, and then Navi, of course, has the the glaring response of, if it's an offlaner, who do we throw against it for Got the Juice? Do we keep on the Abaddon? They can go ahead and do whatever variation they want if they see a different mid laner. So we'll have to see how they respond here, because this 23 pick is super crucial for one, because their draft, it's lacking a little bit, I think, especially if this draft gets behind on one win. I think it looks disastrous.
Oh yeah,
so far. So I'm hoping that they find some way to kind of remedy that, because currently it's kind of just win the early game or bust. And I think having a little bit of insurance would be nice. Maybe there still is things like Dawnbreaker or Centaur in the pool. Maybe it's worth it to just keep Earthshaker mid and pick up something a little bit more beefy. I could certainly see that. I think that could give some more credence to their early game power. Maybe something that's just good at initiating. Something that doesn't put so much pressure on Earthshaker. Because as we've seen, I think Earthshaker is much better as like a second initiation. But they do have the opportunity to cheese the Ember still. So I guess we'll see if they value doing so.
Okay.
So not really a cheese, but fine matchup.
Yeah, so it's going to be Shaker offlane, which I think makes you actually have a lot of kill threat. Shaker gyro, right? A good Fissure, you can't run away. A Rocket Barrage is a problem. Okay. So how does this lane go? Lycan and what is it? Lycan Hoodwink versus Lifestealer and the Disruptor. Is that obviously in the game? It's pretty nice. You just kind of run at the Disruptor, but how is this lane going to go?
It should be quite good for the Lycan, I would think. The Lifestealer is not great at killing the creeps. Disruptor is obviously quite poor at doing it too. So I would say the PMA, he should have a good damage advantage early on. Maybe you have to be scared of getting glimpsed back every once in a while, but Lycan Hoodwink is also, I think, a very potent combo in the early game. That the Howl plus the Acorn Shot is no joke. Howl is a very large amount of kind of minus armor in the early game. These are two heroes with pretty low armor. So I think it's a nice pairing. I like this Lycan pick overall. I think it's a fine game for Got the Juice on the Abaddon, so they didn't really need to pick him, that Jug or that Ursa, to kind of supplement. They were scared of the Beastmaster as an Aura hero or a Zoo hero. Now PMA's the Lycan. So I like this overall. I think that coming into the game, I would put slight favor towards Navi. I think I like the draft a little bit more. And again, the premise of one when getting behind, it looks really scary, Bayo. The Quap didn't do, I think, that much to remedy this, because we've seen Quaps get behind, and that hero can definitely struggle to do things. I think even in some ways it's been brought down a peg. It was slightly nerfed a few times. Its items were nerfed a few times. So I'm a little bit skeptical of the one-win draft. But if they get even out of lanes, Bayo, if they kind of win out of lanes, then I think they have some great map play. But I'm quite scared of that not happening to the extent that they want.
Yeah, and on top of that, just going back to this Quap Ember matchup for a second, it's not a winning. You can win the matchup, certainly, but it's not a winning matchup for the Queen of Pain. You can dodge the dagger. Chains make Queen of Pain very upset as the game goes into the mid-game. So yeah, again, I'm with you. It's like, okay, so both supports here. Kasane on his Disruptor, Sweet and Strong on this Gyrocopter. They don't do a lot from behind, so you got to win lanes. You have a Shaker, maybe not the strongest laning partner, although Fissure could be interesting. And it's going to have to be full on, old school Eastern European Divide DOTA. And yeah, we're going to have to see if it works. It's really the long and short of it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just like this is a full just kind of ego draft of just we're just gonna play better
and we will win.
Yeah, we're just going to press all of our buttons better than you. And it's certainly possible. I think One Win is a team that is very, very mechanically skilled. So I think it has the potential to do this. But this mid lane, again, it is super skill-based.
The battle
Who
begins.
wins is typically just kind of up to a toss. Do you dodge a few daggers? Niku with a cheeky little attempt to get the extra bounty rune there. Nothing too odd in the facets here, except it is double impact for Niku. So going for a little bit more of lane presence. Almost always we see the chain gang because it's much nicer to play with. I don't really love the decision to go for the double impact, to be honest. Me personally, I would not do this, but I do think if he's really looking to kind of bring it to Squad X, then this could certainly help. It's a good game for Sleight of Fist, granted. There's quite a few low armor heroes. You do have the Howl coming in, potentially some early minus armor coming out from Zayats. If he gets onto the Blightstone. So I don't hate it, but it's maybe not what I would have done in this game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this game as just the chains setup. So nice damage to Mokushi early on. The chain setup you get from the Ember Spirit onto the Quap, onto anyone really, this feels incredibly valuable. So I'm with you. I very much expected to see Chain Gang, but we're gonna have to see how much damage he's gonna be able to get done. Is for now he's having a great early lane here. 5 for 0, dodge actually fails to dodge the dagger, unfortunately. Yeah. So never mind. I belay that thought. Ember, if you dodge the dagger, you're having a great lane. If you're not dodging the dagger, it really doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mind game. Squad X just straight away throws the dagger. Doesn't really. Sometimes that's how you can get around it as Quap, is you just throw the dagger out right away, because at this pro level, you're expecting people to kind of hold it and wait for the right moment. You can catch your Quap a little bit. For the lanes, as you said, going relatively even. Top lane, Riddies and Sweden Strong are kind of fighting. I do think Jakiro was one of these heroes that was brought up a decent bit. I think we've seen this more, as it did get a change in the patch. It was just a buff, a straight buff with more than longer and Riddies. Funny enough, I had to take on A, but Sweden Strong almost goes down to that buff, actually. So trade for supports across the lanes, but it does mean that Zayat's got the first blood there, which, as far as support heroes getting first bloods, Bayo go, I'm pretty happy with the Hoodwink having one.
Oh, no, you love to go and make sure this hero gets off to a good start. More levels, of course, are fantastic. It does a lot with items. Anything you can do to get yourself up to your Aghanim shard kind of as quickly as possible. 25% damage amp is significant, especially when you're playing with like this Ember Spirit, this Lycan that wants to go on top of someone. Gonna be very interesting. But, you know, even just like looking back at that other kill on the top side, there was that Fissure Rocket Barrage combo that we were talking about, is a little bit more pressure on Sweden Strong, but there's not a lot that you can do. Yes, you do have the Abaddon with the Aphotic Shield, and you can try to shield off whoever's been getting gone on, but with that good Fissure angle, there's really nothing that prevents Sweden Strong from getting these kills. Again, given the good Fissure.
Yeah, the Fissure has to be pretty on point, which it thankfully was from Triple S. So eking out a kill in this top lane, I think, is definitely less expected than the one in bot lane. So they're probably pretty happy with that early one. Again, Gyro needs to have a good early game. Want to get into those early stacks. Want to be able... Ooh, Squad X did actually get hit by a pretty good amount of damage in the mid lane, but both kind of just trading back and forth as to be expected here. But yeah, Sweden Strong, yeah, he needs the help that he can get, because if you do get the nice Fissure, if you're straight on top of the Jakiro, it can be nice, but Riddies, he kind of outranges you. And again, this hero, it was brought up, I think, a decent bit by this buff to the Liquid Frost, because this hero's damage output was already very good. Now it's just kind of that extra tier above. Squad X really would have liked to get this rune. Just a ton of mid presence here, and are they just going to kill Sweden Strong?
They're going to try. Blood Grenade goes down. Can be the chain. We can, and that is a dead Gyrocopter into the coffers of Niku. You're fast if you are fast. It's like the long and short of it, right? If you have Afterburner procs and you're not controlled, yeah, you're going to get out of there. But Blood Grenade, Dual Breath, Chains, Gyrocopter is not the tankiest hero. Support Gyrocopter. This stage of the game is not the tankiest hero, and now, not only did they get the Gyrocopter, not only did Niku get the top water rune, he's got the bottom one too.
Yeah, thankfully for SquadX, he's boasting a decent XP lead here, so he's not too upset necessarily, but it's going to be annoying. Once level 5 comes out for Niku, that's really when the double impact is going to start feeling actually impactful, no pun intended. That's when you can certainly start really bringing it to the Quap. For the moment being, taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, so for now, we are just waiting for that timing, waiting to see if anything else is going to happen. It's really nice lane positioning for Triple S. Rotation comes in mid. They do get the Ember. Riddies tries
Before
to
even
rotate
Sonic.
over. Yeah, this is a... I didn't really expect to ever see this Ember go down, but he's not level 6 just yet. So if things go awkward, you don't really have that get out of jail free card.
Yeah, SquadX has just been doing very well. I mean, that rotation cost a little bit in terms of XP, and bot lane Zayat's getting chased by Mankushi.
Yeah, but
We're not quite fast enough.
yeah, he's in the trees. He's going to be able to get on out of here. Now, of course, as we move forward in this broadcast, we'd be remiss to not point out our sponsor for this thing. If you go to 1xBet right now and check out the odds, of course, but if you go to 1xBet right now, use promo code RESD2, you can get double your initial deposit bonus to make sure that you just take advantage of everything that's happening. So make sure you go do that. As Zyx is going to try to go secure the haste rune. Not really going to do all that much. And now it's
on the PMA.
on top of PMA, yeah. And the dual breath, but not quite enough to tick him down. But now, I know of... amp damage is probably the answer, but I know a few scarier things in Dota than an Ember Spirit with a haste rune this early on, Rojo.
Yeah, it could be quite annoying. Thankfully, one when they're coming out of their lanes pretty good so far. Kind of better than I would have expected, but this haste rune can certainly cause a lot of damage on the map. With double impact, you are stronger rotating in this early stage, and you're really strong at rotating with Riddies on this Jakiro. This combo here is really devastating. The Juice has no fear in his heart.
None at all.
He needs to.
Yeah, he's very confident here, especially with the damage from this haste rune Ember getting on top of Triple S. That's two dead on the side of one win. And SquadX tries to rotate over, but it's just too little, way too late. So they're going to get the Wisdom Shrine. Luckily, Mankushi on the other side, he was able to identify what's happening, saw that there were 4 heroes on his Wisdom Shrine. He counter-engages, and it's not going to be a 2 for 0.
Yeah, that is very, very crucial. PMA not having necessarily the best start here, probably not the start that you would have maybe wanted. Coming out of the Lycan, Mankushi having a pretty good lifestealer game. He got into these early phase boots, so not really under very much threat of the Lycan anymore once he did finally get to that item. So he's in a really great state. Just got a quick little replay here of watching this top fight break out. It was a decent gold injection here. Got the Juice having so far a great game. And I think particularly Brady's having as good of a game as he's on the Jakiro is very important. He is going to be a huge impact throughout this game. His damage is super, super necessary. Mid-runes are coming out. Niku. He's a little bit fortunate, and oh my goodness.
Amp damage. Do we have enough for... we do have Flame Remnants ready to go. So SquadX is going to continue just to run away. And he's in the river. He's got a blink coming up soon, but...
They're taking stacks, too, in the triangle here. Got the Juice. I was going to say they're not the best at contesting stacks, but got the Juice, and they just took the tower so fast that they kind of are. They pushed SquadX away, so he couldn't rotate into this. Again, Riddies is just having a great game on this Jakiro, and nowadays these Jakiros are typically tending to just full-on max Liquid Fire, Liquid Frost. So they're great at doing the tower push. They're great at dealing kind of that early damage. Maybe they can look onto Niku. Not going to necessarily get the mid tower, but really great pressure coming out from the two supports here. And taking away that hard camp stack is really, really big here, Bayo, because that means that that threshold to Echo slam the creeps is a lot higher. You're missing a huge amount of creep count.
Oh, yeah.
To actually kill off that Ancients there.
No,
it's going to delay things quite a bit.
It's got to be an 8 stack. It's got to be 4 and 4. Otherwise, you're just not killing the creeps nearly as effectively. You need a friend. So losing that big camp, you're right. It means that this Shaker is, I'm not going to say it's not worth echoing, but it's not nearly as efficient. And, we're seeing Triple S here. He's level 7. Generally, like that level 6, level 7 mark is when you would go to echo the stacks. Pretty much the earliest possible opportunity, getting yourself that blink up and ready to go. But because he lost the stacks, it's not nearly as much of an option. as just a little bit of shenanigans in the mid lane. Couple heroes here waiting to see, but you're not really jumping this hoodwink right now. So he's going to really reap the advantages. Who is top? It's Ember Spirit and Jakiro looking to make a bit of a wraparound on top of this Queen of Pain, but she's playing down on the bottom side rune here. Nico, not afraid. No level 6 on this Disruptor. Doesn't really have to worry about anything, but SquadX will get this invisibility rune. Not the best rune, of course, but denying any rune from Niku is always going to feel really good.
Yeah, and they're bringing over Got the Juice. So not only, Zane has to be careful, but should be fine. Really nice bushwhack. Maybe the second, just barely getting that on the edge there. Really nicely done by Niku and Zayas. I did not think that bushwhack was going to land. It's just perfectly on the edge. And now with the catapult over, this Abaddon Jakiro lane, I mean, doesn't necessarily offer particularly much in the game of like, you know, CC lockdown. You know, they kind of lack that in general, but map presence has been really good. When this lane gets ahead, Got the Juice, he doesn't have to play with any fear at all. He's been rotating onto objectives. Curse of Avernus plus the Liquid Fire. Maybe not necessarily something you'd think of immediately as kind of a combo, but they've been utilizing it pretty well. And man, I think you're doing some pretty good damage onto SquadX. He's definitely upset that the rune that he got was the Invis, I'm sure.
Like, come on, guys.
Helping him very much in that engagement.
You gotta have expected it, right? I mean, it's been a haste rune, it's been an amp damage rune. Those are removed
that means it could be
rotation.
Arcane.
True.
Could be Arcane regen. So definitely a slight low roll. Even the illusion is actually quite decent for SquadX into Ember, but all in all, it's not too bad for one win. It's only a 1k lead. Mankushi, he's been having a similar game to Got the Juice. It's just that Got the Juice has gotten those assists, and he's also gotten those stacks that he took initially. Just a bit of a faster former as well, kind of before either of them get the Radiance. So it's perfectly fine as well. Triple S, he did end up getting the Echo Slam onto the stacks. He's working towards his shard. He does have his blink. He's in a pretty decent position, all things granted, as a Shaker. Hasn't actually been punished too much. He died that one time, but he did get a kill. So they're in an okay position in one win, and even going to go on to Zayas.
Yeah, let's see.
Nice glimpse.
They're going to be able to get from him. Sonic Wave does go down. He's on the top side. Got the Juice. He does have his ultimate ready to go, and Borrowed Time is going to get him right on out of there. But it does force a cooldown, level 1 Borrowed Time. It is 90 seconds where this Abaddon can't quite play as freely as he has been up until this point, and they do get Zayat. You know, we talked about how important it is to get this Hoodwink, really that shard as quickly as possible. So that's a nice kill as Ember coming top side here. Sweet and Strong and Triple S. Fisher goes down for the stun. Are you able to do anything more than that? Probably not. Yeah, but the damage from Reedy's, Sweet and Strong is just going to get taken down, but Niku once more. Blink Dagger is done, though, for Triple S, and it looks like he's going to be able to get on out of here. So they get the support, the rotation moves in, but I mean, Niku, no regard for human life here. Behind the tier 2, really wants to find Triple S, but nah, he's just going to back on out of there, and it's a good decision. Kasane has 6. You really don't want to be fighting into the Static Storm from a hidden angle this early on.
Yeah, getting the 6 is really important here. Kasane now is like a real threat. I think he was lacking really any presence in the game. Up outside of that kind of like 1 or 2 glimpses, but as Disruptor, before you get that ulti, it can feel really awkward. So super important that he got that. Niku can still play quite aggressive with this shield rune, and I'm curious to see if Niku actually does commit here to this, as he does have an Orchid queued up, not the Mage Slayer. He can obviously just switch into it since they build out of the same Oblivion staff, so he can decide based on the game what he wants to go, but it is an interesting idea. It's a pretty good Orchid game. I think maybe Orchid is kind of underwhelming nowadays as an item, but either way, he does have those options. Smoked up behind SquadX. They can kill Niku through a shield rune, I think.
Just dodged the Echo Slam. Cooldown is going to go down as well. That's not really all that great. And now the Static Storm is just... You do have a homing missile. It's going to hold him in there a little bit, but that's not a kill either. 2 big cooldowns used by one win for just no gain. And now Niku, well... It's kind of unfettered. Not a lot that he's got to worry about going forward.
Yeah, that is really frustrating. The Echo Slam, I really like the concept. I really like just going straight away, but that was also a 4-tier smoke, and they're going to take this time to just go ahead and annoy Mankushi. Not much more to be done, but definitely annoying him. They should get this tier 1 for free as well now that all these cooldowns are away for one win. means that they're also probably not going to be able to take this top tower, which actually, Bayo, looking at this 1-win team, they're pretty bad at taking objectives, period. This lineup is not good at hitting creeps too much. Thankfully, Mankushi, he's got the Ancient Ice Shaman to help out with things in the top side, but it is, they're not even going to get this tier 1.
It does seem like the good people at home agree with you, saying that it's about favoring, I guess, Na'Vi and the 1x bet odds here as we get
Niku
right across that 15-minute mark. It's Niku. Oh, he's going to trigger it. Now Zayats has to get away, but damage is solid. And with the dual breath on top of this gyrocopter, here comes John the Juice. Nowhere for him to go. Niku, he pops everything on that one. They try to kill him up. It doesn't happen. And even that tower pressure we were talking about is Niku's going to go find the mid lane as well, trying to go take down Squad X. But the Blade Mail is kind of scary. That is a decent amount of damage as he pops the Flame Remnant.
He has chains.
Yeah, secondary chains moving in. There's the Dragon.
Flex.
Goodbye. There's Queen of Pain. And man.
Okay.
Okay. Triple S.
Cleans things up. Cleans things up nicely.
That wasn't even Echo, so he's got that in 10 seconds. Now Zayats is going to try to find him here. Homing missile on top of Zayats, though, so we've got to be a little careful. Good bushwhack. Echo Slam in 5. Okay, it's not going to be worth spending. Not at all, even with the call down. So you do get the kill on the Ember Spirit here, Rojo, but you trade your Shaker for it.
Yeah, and you also trade, again, your stacks in the triangle. You're trading up a lot of map presence to Got the Juice, and Abaddon is... As a carry hero, there's a lot of times where I haven't loved Abaddon, as they do look on Iridius here, but just a little bit too far on anybody else to connect. But Abaddon that gets into its items is undeniably quite strong, and Got the Juice is super far ahead of everybody else here, about 2,000 ahead of where Mankushi is, who also has that Radiance. Not going to be able to... I just don't think Mankushi is going to be able to, supplement the damage here. And is not a particularly very good matchup either into the Abaddon. Just, maybe if he's far ahead, he's good at going face-to-face, but... And Got the Juice. So once you get into your items as Abaddon, you are very, very strong. I think Blink especially is when I think this hero becomes just a complete monster, as you are able to use that kind of a lot more efficiently than other heroes. The Manta, of course, you have on a kind of lower cooldown because of the quickening. This hero just does so much with items, and sometimes you struggle to get them, but not this game. And so Na'Vi, yeah. As, of course, 1xBet odds did agree here. They're in a very good position to win this game, and they're looking towards Mankushi. They don't know quite that he's here, and it is probably the hardest kill to get.
Yeah, so Niku's showing in wave. Okay, hello, Zayats, and they're going to have to back out for now. Not the easiest kill, but they will be able to go find Kasani, try to take him down. Static Storm not dropped in time, and now Mankushi, he's just going to have to get on out of here, and the pressure continues. Tier 2 on the menu. You have this Jakiro. Heavy points in Liquid Fire. You have the Ancient Granite Golem. You have this Lycan ready to push. Without some actual substantive rotations, this is just a dead tier 2.
Yeah, looks, they're being a little bit hesitant about it. Maybe a bit scared of what Triple S is doing on the map. Of course, we know that he is over towards mid. So they won't actually commit onto this tier 2. Maybe a mistake, if you have all vision. Niku, however, he did finish up this Orchid, so he went fully into it. He is relatively quite poor on the Ember, but it's a very good one item to have. Is this Orchid. They have no response to it for the time being, and it's going to be a little while before they ever get one. Mankushi, no way to dispel it. Kasane, no way to dispel it. Just none across the board. These are all heroes that hate being silenced.
Quap about 1,500 gold away from the BKB, so she will have an answer, but if you go, even if you force the BKB early with an Orchid, that seems pretty valuable into these fights. So we're going to have to see how that one works out. Everyone from the side of Na'Vi, they're on the bottom side of the map right now. Abaddon just rotating in behind, just trying to scare everyone off the wave. I know they backed up briefly on this tier 2 bottom push. They, maybe not sure where the Shaker was, but it seems like they're, I say a little bit more committed, but of course they're kind of rotating off from it now.
Yeah, probably they should have it now. I think the position
Echo Slam,
enough. They do get on the
Storm
Niku
on top of Niku, and he's just dead.
Yeah.
Without something. Without a BKB, there's really the thing we were talking about. There's nothing that keeps you alive once the static storm goes down. Maybe an aphotic shield, but the range or the size of the static storm makes it hard for even that to happen. So, yeah, pressure tier 2 bottom now that the Echo Slam is done, but one win, they will be able to get Ember, and they will trade the mid tier 1 for it.
Yeah, I think perfectly nice for one win. You definitely want to delay this Orchid from really doing anything, so taking that off the map for the time being is really nice. Sweden Strong, notably as well. Bayo did get into that shard, and Triple S has this shard. So these two heroes definitely get pumped up a lot by having that. Gyro just before having the shard and after is a completely different hero. Of course, free shard is coming up, and the Tormentor should be Navi's by right here, and they will get it pretty much uncontested. Pretty good shards across the board. Pretties is nice to have, just that extra damage to pump in is really, really nice, but Zayat's even better.
Oh, yeah.
This was nerfed in the recent patch, but only by a 5% difference for the spell amp, so it's still a very, very strong spell. Great for clearing waves, great for amping the damage of all the magic that they have. These two supports can easily solo kill a hero if they find them in the right position. And they're gonna smoke up.
Yeah, let's see what they find. Roaming onto the bottom side, you'd love to go get a core here. Even if you don't, not the end of the world. But nearby, Shaker is kind of this dangling target. So let's see if Zygus can go and get the right initiation on him. Triple S is here. Right on the edge of the smoke.
Ooh,
Ember Spirit. Yeah, they're going to run right into him.
No.
Ember Spirit's got to be careful. Sonic Wave goes down.
Died.
Barely doesn't get out. Yeah, sure, Flame Remnant's not out of there, but the dagger is a problem now on top of Waste or Triple S. There's going to be the Boomerang, and with PMA, he's going to get held back a little bit by the kinetic field. Doesn't quite matter. There's going to be the Ice Path as well. Kasane, yeah, you do have a kinetic field to cage the wolf, but once the cage goes down, not a lot stops this wolf from just running at you.
Yeah, or running at the Roshan. This is a lineup that is also great at doing Roshan, notably one-win team. Not great at contesting Rosh, without, of course, having their two big AoE spells, and not good at taking the Rosh either, so this first Rosh is certainly to the hands of Na'Vi. I don't know if they're going to even give this to Got the Juice. I suppose they will. Maybe it'd be preferable to have it on Niku, but can't really hurt, I guess, for Got the Juice. Once he has that blink, he can just play completely psycho, no regard for human life. Of course, he will have two of those. Quad X, by the way, did get into that BKB, so at a pretty comfortable timing for the Quap. I would say that he's doing, I mean, you know, net worth-wise, he isn't necessarily doing the best on one win, but for Quap, this is pretty good. Again, we can see where Niku is sitting, and it is not super high. This Orchid hasn't really paid dividends yet for Niku. He just kind of died twice before he got to use it, and Zayat's really nice jump back.
Nice sharpshooter.
Has a Lotus, has an Essence Ring.
He's going to be able to get on out of here. And there's going to be this Abaddon coming in. Squadic goes in on the backside. Sonic Wave.
Does he live?
Still not going to find the kill. And he's just going to have to get on out of there. Got the Juice. Aphotic Shield keeps his support alive. Well, actually, his support's about 900 gold behind the Ember Spirit. So he keeps his fourth core alive as the Zayats is just going to get on it. This squirrel is so annoying, man. He's got like 1,000 HP. He shouldn't be this hard to kill.
And a pause. A little bit of a quick stretch there from Science, as he has some packet loss. But yeah, no, the secret power of Hoodwink is not having this long range stun or being able to evade, being able to go through trees. It's rage baiting the enemy team. That's the secret power of Hoodwink. Because I don't think there's a single player who plays a decent amount of Dota who hasn't at once gone too far to try and kill the squirrel and gotten punished for it. It's inevitable. Every game there's a Hoodwink. I think at some point you're going to get a little bit frustrated against this here, especially Zayats has been piloting it so well this game.
I thought the secret power was clicking on the banner below the stream and using promo code RESD2 on 1xbet. I thought that was the secret power, Rojo.
Well, hopefully not for the Hoodwink in this game, but you should be for the Hoodwink because he's been having an incredible performance. Kasane, they do see him.
That big smoke on
the hidden power of Lycan.
Yeah.
His vision is Kasane. I hate playing this matchup. Disruptor into Lycan it's so miserable, Bayo. There is the whole game, you know, you're completely contingent on being in the back line. You're this low armor hero. Ideally, you want to get into some early kind of blink. You want to play just completely off positioning and vision. I mean, there's no other hero that kind of just is the antithesis to that than Lycan. And Reddy's too. He is on the Jakiro. He's had really big impact. I think these buffs to the Jakiro were very significant coming out in this patch. They seem small just onto the Liquid Frost, but I think this hero was already slightly underrated, and Squad X, he's gotta be careful. He does have BKB, but you would obviously not want to expend it.
Yep, there's gonna be. Yep, he's just gonna have to get on out of here. Pops the BKB, pops the blade mail, and yep, you just gotta get out. You really gotta make sure that you TP out before the BKB timer's over, because otherwise you're just dead. Is now, well, got the juice, absolutely unfettered. His blink is ready to go, and almost looked like he wanted to go blink after the shaker there. He's not going to, but what? No one's building a break. Maybe Munkushi way late in this game builds a Silver Edge, but not for a long time. There is no one else is likely to build some sort of break in this game, so you really have no way to kill the Abaddon before burrow time gets off. Ever.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, there's not even really that much burst to go through. You'd have to be very, very kind of frame perfect on the magic damage. And even then, I don't know if there's it's high enough.
It's all because like Sonic Wave is multiple instances of damage. It's not just the single burst. It's, oh, sweet and strong. Here comes an angry wolf running at you, and Zai's got a squirrel behind. So, you know, we talked about no regard for human life on the side of Na'Vi with this Abaddon, but luckily Na'Vi, tons of regard for animal life. You know, they're opening up their own zoo. It's a wolf, it's a squirrel. We are missing a bear. A bear would, I think, add a lot to this type of game.
I think a dragon's pretty cool in a zoo. And Munkushi, he has a BKB. He's probably not quite forced to use it. So nice discipline there. We'll be able to get without having to commit it.
Yeah, gets the rage off, runs back into Kasane, and gets out of here. But even still, we're seeing just the damage that Na'Vi can pump into this Lifestealer. You know, one of the things that we haven't really talked about in this Abaddon versus Lifestealer matchup is Abaddon's innate Withering Mists, right? It's a 35% healing reduction. That is a squirrel. That is a lot of anger for this squirrel. You know what? It's fine. The rage bait's over for the next 41 seconds. Zayat's maybe not quite as farmed as the Ember Spirit anymore, but you're slowing down the progression into that hex, and that always feels good.
Yeah. Zayat's, he got caught. He got caught trolling in the enemy jungle, so go ahead and punish him quick. It is nice, I think, always to take a support off the map. Just going to delay Na'Vi a little bit. They didn't necessarily, of course, I think, need to get on the high ground during this Aegis. That second one will be kind of the ideal timing, because God the Juice is, well, I mean, living up to his name. He has certainly got the juice this game. He is massive, and they do now have 2 Orchids, and what's really annoying for one win is they don't have any meaningful dispels still. They went for BKBs. Munkushi, he has Sanjin Yasha BKB, not this Mantis style. So between these 2 Orchids, they're going to have to be popping the BKBs pretty liberally. They don't really have any other option. They can't, for the moment on any of their heroes, get rid of it outside of doing so. I think Sweet and Strong is working towards a Solar Crest into that Lotus, but it's a long ways away. And Triple S doesn't even have the BKB yet, so he could really get messed up in these fights by the Orchid. Big thing to watch out for is to see how these 2 Orchids are used, because kind of weirdly, I think 2 Orchids is, even though I think Orchid is somewhat underwhelming at times, 2 Orchids is definitely better than 1 just being able to necessarily get it off the second time. You know, having 2 to easily force BKBs, can use them on different targets pretty liberally. Should be really, really nice for Got the Juice, and eventually he'll get into that kind of Bloodthorn Abyssal territory, which is where you can just literally one-shot heroes from full. So far, again, still a great game for Na'Vi, and they make a smoke up 1 win towards kind of the top side, hoping for something, and they will get Miku.
Echo Static Storm as well. Can we get the BKB off in time? Absolutely. Not quite enough chain control, and that's Echo down. Static Storm on cooldown as well, and
yeah,
they don't get anything. In fact, Niku, he's going to be the victor here. Yeah, it's BKB on cooldown now, but gets himself an Invis rune, bottles up pretty much up to full, and he's just running, beelining onto the top side where Munkushi's been left alone as the product of this smoke. Everyone wants to find him, and it seems like he's aware of this, so he's going to TP on out of here and find somewhere else to farm. But even still, those are 2 big, I guess the cooldown on Static Storm is not that big, but Echo Slam on cooldown, Static Storm on cooldown, these big team fight spells not available means that there's not really a lot that holds Na'Vi back at all.
Almost died on the gyro there, but did get the missile off in time to PMA. He does have now a BKB, so this Lycan is extremely scary. Unkushi, oh, he's actually going to be forced to BKB here.
Well, yeah, but he's going to try. There is the BKB.
Triple S doesn't
first
have one.
damage, and Triple
Oh,
S
he does.
Oh, BKB arrives right as they go on top of him. That's a 9-second reveal, and Got the Juice continues to run forward, tries to take him down.
No.
Absolutely, thank you. Niku's going to get the kill, and now pressuring up onto the high ground. No Aegis, but it doesn't matter because the hero has an Aegis with borrowed time ready to go, and with the tower hitting power of this Abaddon, and the Lycan's not even there, but the Lycan eventually, and the Curse of Avernus, this is just a dead tier 3. They're not going to pop Fortification for it. They don't have a Fortification for it. And now this is just a set of racks. And actually, not just that, Got the Juice goes in, takes down the Gyrocopter as well. Way too far. Squadix would love to push them back, but short of a Static Store or short of a Sonic Wave, that's not going to work. And now with the Gyrocopter, it's not just one set of racks, Rojo. It's going to be 2.
Top tower is under attack.
And Niku, he does get glimpsed. He gets quite low, but should be able to come back with the TP if he wants. Maybe they'll back up for now, I guess. They have a pretty good reason to go check out where the Roche is. There's an amplified damage that I believe they'll actually just barely see with the Courier there. And there's a Tormentor that they want to get right up spawn. A lot of objectives to play for. So they don't quite get the 2 racks, but they get everything they want. And these BKBs, again, you know, they only have BKBs to stop these engagements from happening, and they're getting lower very, very quickly. Squad X is down to his 7 seconds, so 1 more usage be at minimum. They did give him a gem, and he will pick up an amplified damage for himself. If the Roche was up, they would love to maybe try and burst it. I don't think they quite could, but they're going to posture around this Roche. Still think that they're quite significantly weaker in this fight. PMA is going to be a monster.
Have all
this BKB online and got the juice, and he just does not care. And
Nice Manta dodge there. Now trying to fight on top of Monkushi. It's a good start. If they can pop out borrowed time before this fight gets started, that's really nice. Here comes Queen of Pain, Sonic Wave on top of Reese on the backline. But there's the Ice Path. Echo Slam a little bit more. PMA on the backside. Pops his BKB in time, though, and that's going to force this Queen of Pain out of there. And it's a dead Disruptor as well. So here comes Niku looking for the secondary engagement. Squadix, he's got a Life Stealer inside him. Can they do anything with this? Shapeshift is going to be done soon, Rojo, and a lot of these cooldowns. Okay, there we go. That
BKB
did not BKB. Fissure buys a little bit more space, and even as Niku, a little bit more damage. Can we kill off this Ember? Not quite, but tries to get on.
Oh, got him.
Yeah,
Acorn shot.
Got him at the end, but Squadix dies to Zayats on the backside, so both these mid laners will fall. It is delaying this Roshan. That's very valuable. Sweet Strong's doing a lot of damage here. Makushi's trying to hit into this Lycan. Can kill him off? No Basher, so no way to stop the TP. And now got the juice.
Mankushi?
Can we take him down? Just right on top there. It's going to be that Static Storm as well.
Has the borrowed time.
Yep, borrowed time back up, ready to go once again. They're aware of this cooldown. They're going to pop it once again here. Not really going to get a lot of healing back off this, but it's just time to run. All your cooldowns are gone. All of your spells expended, and it was a good fight for 1 win, but the Roche is still going to go Navi's way.
Yeah, it was honestly very well played by 1 win. I don't think they could have eked very much out there if they tried, but they'll actually be in a decent position to contest this Roche again. I don't think they can head into it on Navi until they have that borrowed time. Not necessarily the biggest deal. Again, 1 win. They suck at doing objectives. Maybe Roche less than towers for sure, but it does take them quite a while to get through. So there's no way they'll be able to sneak the Roche, barring something really, really crazy here. But that fight showed a little bit of promise. I think if they play things kind of ideally, if they kite out these timings, and of course, without borrowed time, Got the Juice is not the same hero at all. But the smoke not landing onto anything. They would definitely take anything here, even Zayats, because notably Bayo, this Squirrel has a Hex now. So if there was ever a time to actually commit everything onto Zayats, I think now is the time. No buyback and a Sheepstick on deck. I mean, Orchid is scary enough, but this is not something that you can just BKB away.
That just makes sense. You know, we have squirrels, we have wolves, we have dragons, and now we have sheep on the field as they're just holding the high ground here. Smoke coming in from Na'Vi. As the smoke's going to
see that. Oh, got the juice.
On top of got the juice. There's going to be the static
has the
storm.
hex.
It's not all that useful, right? Not with the borrowed time here ready to go. So Makushi will be able to get out for now as got the juice backs up for the time being. But now here comes Niku on that Ember Spear. You really don't want to have to pop the BK, but he will. Nico's so low. The Sonic Wave not going to hit. They will get Zayats on the backside. A little bit of damage there, but not enough to kill. And now the BKBs are over. The Ravening Wolf gets on top of the Shaker. Should be able to go take him down.
Takes a lot of damage.
Gets out of there for now. And now Makushi, as he's allowed to free hit, doing a little bit more, but trapped inside the Ice Path, has to pop the BKB. Borrowed time. They're ready to go. But now that's a cooldown. Can they find him? He's gonna be glimmered up for now. Should be able to get on out of here. Echo Slam was used in that. Pretty much everything was used in that fight. No big cooldowns for the next 45 seconds, but they still want to fight. Moving forward, Squad Ace getting on top. Diab dead. They're going to take him down on top of PMA as well. He's locked in the cage, and this Wolf has nowhere to go. They're going to try. No stuns. Not going to get the Jakiro, but now that's 2 dead. No buyback. And the one saving grace for Na'Vi is that it's 35 minutes. So the Roshan has about 15, 20 seconds where they can't really engage. And that probably buys the time for Hoodwink to come back up.
Yeah, but I still don't know if they'll be able to fight this. This might just be a Roche to 1-win. They're managing their cooldowns very well. I'm just eking out these fights. By all means, they should be kind of losing, but they've been doing a great job of keeping that one hero that they jump alive. And Na'Vi, they know the Roche is happening, but they are going to end up giving it away. And Mankushi is finally at the point where you can see that as long as he has this BKB or gets the rage off in a meaningful time, he's very comfortable to fight Got the Juice. And I'm a little bit surprised even by Got the Juice's item build here, as he is going straight into the Overwhelming Blink, not finishing the Abyssal. I think it's fine, but I feel like that Abyssal could really help to get that singular kill that they're just aiming for every fight. Niku, ooh, might have to BKB.
Do we have any vision? Not quite. By the way, you talk about itemization, and we said, Lifestealer, probably not going to go and buy the Silver Edge. It's just not a Lifestealer item. He just pretty much bought. Well, it's funny. He didn't buy the Shadow Blade. He bought the Shadow Amulet, the Bliss Knuckles, and then the recipe for a Silver Edge. So no actual real item, but he's going there. And Static Storm, if you get a break on top of Got the Juice in the Static Storm, especially once this Axe comes out for our Disruptor, it's just going to be a guaranteed kill on this Sabat.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game, it's super worth it. I think it is definitely a good purchase when you've gotten to this point. I mean, it's even good for just finding these supports, finding some way to get on top of PMA and the likes. We will at some point, Bayo, this is something that we also have to talk about. So we're going to have another Wolf onto the field and going to drop the Echo for Readies. I think that's perfectly worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Going to take a lot of damage. Actually has the BKB on Triple S and may have to on Squad X as well.
Oh, there's the bash. Barely gets on out of there. Doesn't matter, though. The double impact just does so much damage. And not only is that a dead Squad X, not ideal, obviously, but it's a gem on the deck. Lifestealer slotted, had to pass it on over to Squad X. So now it's a Squirrel with a Hex and a gem. And now this vision, it's not like there's a ton of vision on the side of 1-win at the time being, but map control going the way of Na'Vi, even in this Aegis timing.
Yeah, definitely nice to have it as well. If you can keep this on Zayats, you're going to eliminate a decent bit of that threat of the potential Silver Edge coming out and scouting you.
Oh, wait, this was...
before these fights start.
This was Radius's gym that he bought and lost and
I see.
Gotten back to
Na'Vi. It's been
past
past hands, yeah. And that means... Swan, are they holding on to gem at all? I guess they only got that one from Radius, so not going to have it quite. In terms of extra items coming up for 1-win, it's really, I mean, there's Shiva's coming out, which will be quite nice for Squad X. He had hit level 20 for the Sonic Wave cooldown. That's a really, really nice timing for him. Kasane, of course, biggest item in the game that is going to be coming up is going to be that Ags onto the Disruptor. The Ags onto the Lycan is really big, is what I was kind of getting into before. Got that kill on the Squad X and got the juice. Nothing to do on it's really strong.
Nope. He's slowed, he's bashed, he's dead. Again, doesn't matter. Afterburner is nice. Not in this game, though. There's just way too much control to properly get you on out of there. So
he also has secondary strikes.
Oh, well, he Yeah, well, I made assumptions because that's what I'm used to seeing out of support players and never actually clicked on the gyrocopter. So, egg on my face is now there's going to be a Hex onto this Disruptor. Blinks in, and he's just dead. He does have buyback. Does not want to spend it, though. He's very close now to this Ags that is oh so very important. So, Munkushi, he's allowed to stand in front.
Jump.
But yeah, there's going to be a man on a horse that's also a wolf getting on top of this tier 3. Ember Spirit with the Remnants forward, just buying the space, and this is just gonna be that second set of racks. Gyrocopter's up for another second. You do have 30 seconds. Disruptor can buy back, but again, you really don't want to spend it when you're this close to the Ags.
Yeah, you have to play around that timing. And this wolf is pretty scary. It alleviates a lot of Abaddon's weaknesses. Of course, just being able to get on top of heroes after that play, or stay on top of them necessarily, and you also have that Curse of Avernus attack speed for Got the Juice. Some good neutral items coming out. Riddies, he also got the Ags on the way, or by the way, on the Shakiro. So he is having a pretty tasty time. It's a great game for it, of course. There's itemized so heavily into the BKBs. And interestingly as well for one win is they did itemize for 2 different Shivas, Bayo, which isn't necessarily a horrible thing. It's a pretty good Shivas game. But it's a little bit awkward that they overlap. For Triple S, not having that kind of refresher at this timing could be pretty crucial. Just that singular BKB might not be enough. And now Got the Juice has the Abyssal, so as a wolf, he can certainly kill, I think, a target before they get their BKB off. With any helping stun, very, very reliably, he can do so.
Seems like the people at home agree with you, as now it's 4-1 odds on the side of 1 win. So, they do definitely have room. It's now just
10 seconds on
the lifesteal here, and with the Hex and the Bushwhack, a little bit more. There's, he takes so much damage. But he will be able to get out for now. It's always awkward. Like, you're playing the summon hero into a lifesteal. You're like, I'm going to kill him. It's fine. But he has a guaranteed infest target to get on out of there. And he will now. He's an invisible wolf. Now, that probably is not going to give him an initiation. But, in a better game, it could.
Discount Silver Edge, helping a Lycan Wolf. He's pretty fast, but won't be able to accomplish anything off of it. Smoke up from Navi.
He's trying to CS on the bottom side with his tiny little wolf. He's like, don't worry, guys. It's fine. I'm not a life stealer. I'm just, we have a Lycan now too. It's okay.
Not going to find anything, it looks like, for Navi on the smoke. Being a little bit too patient, but they have a lot of reach.
Yep, got the Juice into wolf form. Thinks about moving forward. And there's a smoke on the bottom side. Got the Juice just breaks it on top. There's going to be the Stack Storm. There's going to be the Ags. And well, does he have the damage? Got the Juice is going to get taken down. 100 seconds on the deck. And now Niku BKB is popped, trying to get on top of the backside. Kasane's dead, but he's done his job in this fight. He's killed off the Abaddon, as we will lose the Gyrocopter as well. Can we get any of these other heroes from Navi? And the answer does seem to be no. These BKBs just a little too strong. That's the problem with this Lifestealer build. You kill off who's ever in the Static Storm, but with no Basher, there's no really good secondary lockdown. At least not through the BKB.
As he is man on the run. Munkushi, just a singular hit. Not quite, and Niku's in.
Yeah, very deep there. He's gonna have to get on out of here, and he's just dead. Okay, back on live. More really valuable kills coming out of 1 win. The sharpshooter not quite gonna land. So now, 2 dead, 2 big cores dead on the side of Navi, as this net worth chart just goes kind of right the other way. Decent trade overall, and as we can see, Munkushi, he's just about level 25. He's going to go and have that additional rage duration, which is just into this lineup. Incredible. It buys you so much time. So you're looking at, a 7-second rage cooldown, 6-second BKB. You can not quite chain it up, but that's going to be like a 10-second between, it's 14 seconds in Magic Community, which is, that's a lot of time to play against Navi.
Yeah, it's going to be quite nice for Munkushi. Very quality of life here to keep him into these fights. And It is a little bit scary that there's going to be a secondary hex coming out from Niku, I think, relatively soon here. He's been eyeing that, and
he's got it.
Particularly, once Got the Juice does have the... he's still about 12.
Oh, sorry, never mind.
Niku, but once Got the Juice as well, once he has this BKB, notably, this is going to be 9 seconds. So obviously, you can't use it if he gets the Ags onto him. But in that last fight, if he was initiating, he would have just pressed it. He wouldn't have gotten hit by the Static Storm because he would have hit that BKB right as he initiated. Or presumably, that's the idea. Because BKB is still strong against Disruptor, granted, when he has the Ags. You just have to be very liberal with pressing it, which sometimes it's the issue, you know, if it's only 6 seconds. But once it's a 9-second BKB with the Wolf, Got the Juice is going to be incredibly scary. And another great counter, notably Bayo, to the Ags on Disruptor is an Aegis. Better than BKB. This is going to mean that they have to kill him once, well, really, like, twice with the borrow time. I'm assuming they don't break him on the first life before they can actually get that Static Storm onto him. So it's a really, really nice timing for them. Ags out for Squad X is a big damage increase for the Quap.
Yep. Refresher, though, or Refresher Shard on this Lycan, so I know they passed it over. Never mind. Who'd they give
on
it?
to Niku.
Okay, that makes it work.
Which makes sense, a lot of sense. So once Niku gets into this, he does sell his bottle, buys the Sheep Stick out. So now he has 2 Sheep Sticks, 2 BKBs. He's got 10 Remnants if he starts with a full 5. Even more maybe if he gets with a Shard. And they're going to look to break this Aegis, but is the break going to be long enough?
Big commitment. They will be able to go get the Aegis and just run on out of here.
Can they get out?
The hell on out of here as the BKB has to get popped. Nico on the backside. Echo Slam, but into 2 BKB targets is just no damage whatsoever. Now, there's the bash on top of this Life Stealer. Sonic Wave buys some level of space, but even still, he's getting solo. Pops Rage, gets into this life, or gets into the Shaker. Gets out for now, but Got the Juice. Big, scary Wolf on the backside will kill off this Disruptor. He's got no buyback. So now it's 50 seconds on the deck, no Disruptor, 34 on the Gyrocopter, 1 center action away for Megas, gets on top of Triple S as well. Got the Juice getting low doesn't really seem to matter. They have no way to kill him. And the borrowed time, I think, the borrowed time was popped, so he's going to be fine there. Squad X goes in, and with the shard, he does have a silence. Does force the BKB out. There's going to be more chain stunts, but he's very tanky with this Scotty. Until the Orchid Bird happens, and then he just dies. And now, no buyback got him either. 86 seconds on the deck. Monkushi cannot solo this. He's going to try, but he's got no basher. All right, he has no ability to stay on this target all that easily. Fissure is too long of a cooldown to make that happen. And now, it's Megas looking down the barrel for 1 win as they try to find some way to stabilize this game.
Yeah, it definitely gotten harder. It was nice that they took away the BKB, or the Aegis initially, but it meant that they kind of dropped everything they had, and then there was still that borrowed time. So it just did not play out for 1 win the way they would have liked to. And it is very difficult for Monkushi to stay on top of heroes this game. Zayats does have a BKB on the Hoodwink, which I think is quite hilarious. Got the Juice will be finishing whatever his next item is, very likely the BKB.
Oh, Rojo, you know,
we've seen.
I'm looking at this Quap's death summary. You know why it was 40% of their HP to death? It was double soul.
It was
Bloodthorn and Orchid applied on top.
Yeah, with the it was also with the Hoodwink.
Yeah.
The boomerang was applied there. So that extra spell amp was really coming in. So just really nicely played by Navi. And these long fights are quite difficult for 1 win. Again, their BKBs are very low. Unfortunately, that Echo Slam, it did go into 2 BKB targets. And Triple S doesn't have this Refresher. I think he's probably biting himself a little bit on the Earthshaker for having this Shivas. Because as nice as I think it probably has felt to be tanky in that way, even have the vision is nice on the Zayats. Has a BKB, but not going to use it.
He's dead immediately, actually. And now, Static Storm on top of Niku, but he got his BKB off in time. And here comes this Lycan once again. Echo Slam is okay, but it's primarily on Got the Juice, who legitimately does not care. And now Monkushi trying to fight into Got the Juice. No Infest ready to go. Nothing for that. Now they're going to try to fight on top of him, but just they can't get through this madman on a horse. He's going to run forward a little bit. They actually glimpse him back in. No borrowed time ready to go, and they will actually be able to go take this Abaddon down. That's a big kill, buying them some time and some space. But even if they get these kills, and even with no buyback on the Hoodwink, there's only one tier 2 tower dead. So if you want to come back from megas in this game, Rojo, you got to get tier 2s down. You got to get tier 3s down. It's a lot. You need a lot of these fights to go well.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's a pretty tall climb up that mountain for sure. By no means does getting that kill onto Got the Juice swing things, but it is quite nice. Mancucci doesn't have the Abyssal still. He opted to go for a Daedalus, but his damage is now much, much better with his item, and we can see he is very tanky at this point in the game, standing up toe-to-toe with Mancucci, or Got the Juice. If he's ever broken on the Abaddon as well, he's losing a ton of damage from that Curse of Awareness not being available. So overall, I mean, Wanwen holding into it. Of course, as I was talking about, the Shiba is maybe not feeling the best. He gets immediate use out of it on the catching the Hoodwink. So that was, I mean, you know, that ended up nicely, and it does mean that Triple S did get into the refresher, so now he'll be level 20 or 25 as well soon. Has that full refresher onto Triple S. He can be a little bit more liberal with these Echo Slams. Kasane's eyeing a refresher himself. They do still have some great late game heroes on the side of Wanwen, so they're not out of it by any means. The game is still definitely very difficult. Getting onto these objectives is very difficult. Even if you get a team fight, as you said, there's a decent chance you can't even end the game. But they do have quite a lot of items that are going to be really impactful.
And you know, Rojo, I'm a bit of an Earthshaker player. I mean, who hasn't been in the post-TI patch, although it was nerfed a little bit. And, you know, in these losing games, there's Megas coming up against you. My favorite bit of cope is that, oh, great, Megas are against me. Now I have more units to Echo Slam. I get more damage out of my Echoes than kind of the average expected value. So you do have that, right? You do have that level of cope going for this Earthshaker when 3 lanes of Megas are pushing up against you. That's just more Echo Slam damage. Wanwen have Na'Vi exactly where they want them.
True. He let the Rax die in the top lane to give him that false set of confidence. Very, very smart play here by Triple S. I mean, it's like somewhat cope, but it does actually become somewhat relevant when you have this timeless Whisper of the Dread. Triple S's damage is incredible. He has pretty much as much as you could possibly aim for. Even that amp coming out from the Shivas now will be on top of it. So he can very meaningfully burst people. Got the Juice again, we've seen, is not immortal. He does have the BKB, is now a refresher for Niku. So again, you know, these late game items, they do go both ways, but we'll have to see who it truly does favor. Having Niku's refresher is pretty big, but again, Agastatic Storm is the great equalizer. It's a good chance that whatever item you do buy just can't even be utilized onto Na'Vi and have to maybe hold on to those buybacks for Niku. For the time being, he doesn't have buyback. He did buy out for the refresher, and it's a decent first kill.
Yeah, I was about to talk about how nice it is that this gyrocopter has a Lotus in terms of the multiple orchids that exist and just kind of the ability to form some disengage. Well, that doesn't matter if he's dead for 70. It's always, when you're against this mega setup, it's always awkward to be a support because someone has to go and kind of put their body out there a little bit, and it is this gyrocopter who will die. So now that's 50 seconds. Now, good news is that Roche cannot possibly spawn for 30 and probably won't spawn for any longer than that. So it's net worth, but it's not going to be that impactful of a kill.
Yeah, it's definitely not. I think they would have preferred, of course, on Na'Vi to get a little bit more in. Granted, again, Niku, I think, as well, is he really does want to get that buyback. Buyback is quite strong for the Ember in this game, because if you do get ever caught in that static storm, which, oh my god, Niku is so aggressive. Well, he's making me nervous. If he ever does get static storm,
bottom side, we'll get Abyssal. There's the Hex as well.
The Hex.
That's a big kill. No buyback, 100 seconds, but they will get on top of this Ember Spirit. He dies in the static storm. No buyback for him. No buyback for the Ember Spirit either. You talked about that as a cooldown. Well, he just does not have it.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess that's just a relative trade. A little bit more gold for the ways of Wanwen, but yeah, that was a little bit too overzealous by Niku. Again, he really wants this buyback so he can be able to come back off the back of that shard. For the time being, I think that was a little bit too greedy to not use the BKB, but it's to be expected sometimes into this
well, he was
disruptor.
I think he was, yeah, he was, and I think he was bashed into Hex. He really did not. No, he did have a little time.
He should be pressing it before he jumps if he's.
Yeah.
being aggressive. Certainly without buyback as well, but it didn't really matter. Of course, they got the quap. So
yeah. Oh no, sorry. I thought you were talking about the quap, not BBK being off. And I'm like, no, he was bashered, he was abyssaled, he was hacked, he was ice bathed. There was not a lot that he could do realistically.
No, that was good execution.
Yeah.
Navi there. And it is a slow one here, 54 minutes. Of course, waiting for this next Roshan to spawn, which is also being rather slow. It's going to be just about the maximum spawn here, actually. So taking its sweet time to go into the hands of Navi. They would like to get this, of course. It's much better than having the BKB forgot the juice, as we've seen. Are inching closer towards this refresher for Kasane. This is the biggest, if Ags was the biggest item coming up for, in the game total for Kasane, the refresher is the second biggest one. Of course, it's nice to have all these extra BKBs and refreshers on the side of Navi. But, again, sometimes you just won't get your items off into this Ag Static Storm. It is very quick to jump. Even Triple S can throw in a lot of chaos there. So the fights, despite being 18k net worth, Mega's down, they're relatively even in the fights for the time being.
I mean, we're just getting ourselves solidly into late game Dota where net worth does matter, of course, but it matters less as a fraction of total, the leads as a fraction of total net worth matters less, but also everyone, your cores are 5 or 6 slotted. They have the items that they need. You have plenty of control, and it really is a lot more on who has the map control, which, of course, when you have Megas, is going to be in Navi's favor. Who has map control, who gets the first jump. So now, with Roshan ready to go, top side of the map here, they will be able to get the outpost as Wolves. They're going to find Munkushi, but they're going to get taken down, and that's one vision tool off the table. Problem is, you got to go now or you got to go back home because Megas are pushing.
They're going to see Munkushi.
Not an easy thing to do. Yeah, they see Munkushi.
Not anymore.
And now runs down a little bit, breaks the smoke on top of Zayat, says, got the juice, blinks forward, but not on top of a hero as they're just holding the high ground. They really do want one win, or they want Navi to run into them, but with the Wolves, the vision is there. Emberspirit on the back line, gonna try to find Kasane. Immediately pops the Static Storm, but he gets bounced down. Oh no, 2 dead immediately. No buyback spent for the time being. Now 3 dead. Is this life stealer evaporates? You gotta buy back. Where are there's 4 dead. Megas are on the clock. They're gonna kill your tier 4s unless you buy back. There are 3 buybacks, 4 buybacks in the tank right now. Glimpse goes in, trying to kill off PMA. They're not gonna find him. That Static Storm barely did not land. A BKB gets off, and then it's just unmitigated disaster.
Yeah, I'm a little bit kind of confused on why they're so antsy to get into this kind of Roche fight for one win. I don't think, as we've seen, the Aegis is not incredibly impactful for Got the Juice. He can still die that one time. It's a very annoying, granted, but giving away 4 buybacks and then they're still going for this fight.
And Hoodwink on the backside pops his BKB. Can they get Got the Juice? Spots the borrowed time. Munkushi very happy to get hit into him for now, but now the stun's moved in. He's dead! You can't do this! Once you're out of range, BKB, Macropire is a problem. It was even with the BKB, the pure damage is there, but they're going to be forced to tap out. Just Rojo, they proved multiple times in this game that high ground that they can provide into Navi, very difficult for Navi to deal with. And instead they get antsy. They try to go contest this Roshan, and it just does not work for them. They feed 10 lives. I don't even know if they got a single kill. They feed 10 lives away, and the game just kind of ends.
Yeah, that was very, very odd by one win. I mean, late game Dota, it does get crazy, but yeah, that decision to contest, I think initially was confusing, and then the time of contesting the second time, I do not think the Aegis was worth giving the game away there. So one win, they did bring it to Navi for a good while, considering how the early game went. But yeah, that last little engagement, I'm sure they're kicking themselves for. That was probably an unnecessary way to lose that game 1 there.
And of course, was it a good situation? No, you're up against Megas. You have this Abaddon that you need to layer everything perfectly into to kill. It's not an easy kill. But even still, I mean, that high ground, we were getting closer and closer to the refresher you were talking about. Unfortunately, no greedy enchantment available. He did have to go get his tier 4 for the, whatever it's called, for the additional cast range.
Monocle.
Yeah, for the monocle, thank you. So he did feel that was necessary. No greedy, not that fast, but you were getting closer and closer to double static storm. It's a lot easier to effectively just sit in the fountain and then blink in and try to get the static storm down, and then you don't get dove by the ember. As it stands, game 1 will go the way of Na'Vi. I think this is the expected outcome, given the draft that we were talking about, but be just kind of where we see relative power levels. But luckily, Rojo, this is a best of 3. You get more than one crack at a team to figure out if you're going to move on to the next round. So for now, we're going to go to a bit of a break. And when we're back, it's going to be game number 2, one-win team versus Na'Vi. And one-win team send us to game number 3.
new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back to the RES Unchained Blast Slam 5 qualifiers, the European region. Again, my name is Balemouth. We got Rojo over there as game one. Rojo went the way of Na'Vi. We liked the draft. We liked the way the game went. Although, as that game got later and later, we did start to see some ideas about how one win could make it work.
Yeah, they were pretty close to doing so. I mean, obviously, as we talked about towards the end, they were still in a pretty dire position, pretty likely to lose, I think, the game. But they did get a little bit antsy, kind of went for this one-off play onto the Roche. Did not work for them at all. Ended up just kind of die-backing, and then game was over from that point. But Na'Vi just played the game nicely. Again, I do think their draft made quite a bit of sense. They itemized very well. And we do expect them to have a slight edge again over one win in these kind of games, but really only a slight again, because as we saw a lot of the team fights, one win, despite being down so much at some points in the game, was kind of clutching out a lot of fights and really bringing things together. But it kind of felt like they just needed a little bit too much. There's slightly too many issues to itemize against, and just unfortunately weren't able to kind of fully solve all of those. So hopefully in the second game, they managed to maybe get out of, I think especially just getting out of lanes slightly better. I think in this game would have been a completely different story.
Yeah, just the execution cost, right? To kill a Abaddon, you have to break the Abaddon. You have to lock him down in the Static Storm. You have to hope there are no saves. You have to hope that you're not getting hexed. You got to pop all your BKBs. You have to pop so many spells. You kill the Abaddon off, assuming you kill the Abaddon off. And we were seeing them somewhat consistently able to pull that off in the late game. And then Amber Spirit's on your back line. Lycan's on your back line. You're getting hexed by the Hoodwink. You're getting ruined by everyone. It's like, great, you killed the Abaddon, but the rest of the team is there to clean it up. It just, the ease of execution was there, definitely there on the side of Na'Vi in a way that it was just a little bit more complicated for the side of one win. Is, Rojo, bad news, I guess, minor bits of bad news if you are a one-win fan, but one win won the coin flip in game number one. They chose first pick. I assume, they chose first pick, which means that now Na'Vi, with a game in their pocket, they get first pick in game number two. So already the draft was great for Na'Vi, and they have that, what I think most pros would say is a pretty significant first pick advantage as we get ready for the second game.
Yeah, definitely. First pick is just very nice to play. That 18 pick is always really kind of brutal coming out. You have to just draft a lot more diligently on that second pick there to make sure the second phase goes as good as you want it to. So we'll have to see how Na'Vi changes up the draft there. Because again, we did like their draft coming into the first game. Maybe one win, again, kind of had all their eggs in the basket of not losing lanes very much, of getting kind of ahead on these supports. And it didn't really happen. So then they had to rely on the late game plan of their heroes. But as we saw, it just wasn't comparable to the sum total of what Na'Vi had built and all the items that they were able to kind of get to deal with these threats that were coming through. I think the switch from Gyro to make it into support wasn't my favorite, maybe. We'll have to see if they go with a similar kind of idea in the second game.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Gyrocopter versus Lifesteal is not the best carry-to-carry matchup. That doesn't feel all that great, so you do have that you got to worry with. Anyway, lobby happening. You have to worry about it a little bit, but yeah, I support Gyro and support Disruptor. These are two heroes that if you can get kills in the lane, you can snowball, it can be fantastic. But if you don't, what exactly are you supposed to do? You buy a Lotus 35, 40 minutes into the game. It's a good Lotus game, but you buy that and it's like, that's not really doing all that much for you. It's an awkward, I understand it was a flex because you're not super happy with the Gyro core matchup, but there's not a lot for this Gyrocopter to do.
Yeah, it was a tough game. I mean, obviously you kind of expected that. Switching the hero onto support, going for something that you thought was better for the game. Kind of expected it, but I do feel like it kind of sucks to throw Sweet and Strong into that kind of position. Much rather have him on something I think that he can be a little bit more confident of an engager, maybe find some kind of pickoffs, make something meaningful happen across the map. Because Gyro was just not quite doing it.
Yeah, not really. I'm very happy, by the way. I know you and I have been talking about this a bit. Gyrocopter, or not Gyrocopter, Naga has been banned out. I believe it was banned out the first game as well. Just very glad to see that out of the pool. But what is interesting is I'm going to have to go back and take a look at the bans from game number 1. But I don't know. Was Marcy banned first phase in the first game as well?
I believe it was.
Okay, yeah, that's not news then.
Hero is still a very, very strong for sure. One taking a little bit more time to get their bans out here. It is difficult. Playing into that first pick again does mean that there's a lot of potential heroes open that you could snag for Na'Vi. Gonna of course, get rid of some of the classics, the Zayats, the Riddies. Heroes here, the Dazzle. Of course, they don't want to play in too many teams you would not ban that against, but Na'Vi is certainly one of them. Just are a little bit too proficient on that hero.
Yep.
But
the interesting thing, Rojo, is that we're not seeing those more idiosyncratic bans. So game 1 win, they first phase banned the Bristleback, they banned the Monkey King. Again, these heroes that, but if you're against Paravision, you ban the Monkey King of 9 class. But otherwise, not necessarily this first phase ban as much. So, they let they have to ban the Chen because they are last pick. That's not all that great. And it does mean that if this is something where Na'Vi really does value that Bristleback, and they know something, first phase Bristle.
Yeah, why not? They banned out some of the decent heroes against it. I mean, Naga, Timber, Abaddon, all quite decent into the Bristleback. So they certainly set themselves up for it. PMA has looked absolutely disgusting on this. Got the juice, is very capable of flexing it. And the response will be Hoodwink, which I think I like quite a bit. Obviously, is good against the Bristleback. Having the break is decent against it in lane, just having that range. Quite annoying for the hero most of the game on that Hoodwink. And again, it does also mean that Sweet and Strong is very likely to be playing this. And I think this is one of his best heroes by far. You take it away from Zayats, it's just a really, really feels good pick, I think, on that second phase, actually, to get that Hoodwink. And probably, arguably, the second, or one of the strongest parts of second pick, actually, is getting this 13 pick here out of this ban phase. So we'll see what they do manage to pick up here. Probably, you might still want to get rid of that Disruptor if you're playing the Bristleback here for Kasane. Maybe you think about just Kasane heroes in general. Get rid of the Sand King. Guess I could see it. Maybe there's another kind of Bristleback hero that they worry about. Maybe something like a Sven could be annoying, but I don't think there's maybe too many heroes in that carry pool to be banning out.
Yeah, I like the Sand King does open up avenues. If heroes not, like, obviously Bristleback doesn't really care about the Sand King. Most of the game, you're pretty tanky. You build tanky items, but say if you have a couple squishy heroes on your team, a Sand King feasts. He gets the Aghanim Scepter, he just dives on the back line, supports die. It's not a good time. So by banning that Sand King out, that does open up some avenues. If you want to go pick the Disruptor, if you want to go get, I was going to say Hoodwink, of course, on the side of one team, but one of these other kind of like squishier supports that, more aggressive supports that doesn't have necessarily a good save for themselves, but they're going to ban that Disruptor out anyways. Of course, you talked about that versus the Bristleback. Just the inability to spam spells is really annoying. But now that we're looking at this a little bit more, Rojo, no Disruptor, no Sand King. What is left in like the high priority pool for these for Na'Vi and 1-win?
Snapfire is still quite decent. I would say Triple S is maybe not unlikely to go back to the Earthshaker or to maybe a Slardar as well. Beastmaster still in the pool, which I think is a perfectly serviceable hero still. So we'll have to see if they go for any of those kind of ones. Those are what I'm looking at. I don't think you want to go for something like the Dawnbreaker. I know some teams value Dawnbreaker. I don't think either of these teams are particularly ones to do so. I think that hero, a lot of people think it's a little bit, or was overrated. Now it's kind of just mediocre. Maybe you, I mean, I probably think for one win, I feel like generally they like getting their supports out early. I think Kasane is a very, very strong player, but he is a little bit hero pooled, I would say, compared to some supports. He can play a lot of things, but I think that his proficiency on the kind of select fews is really, really high, and maybe not as comparable to the rest of them. Something like his Bane, his Warlock, I think that he just generally really likes playing. Maybe there's something that's annoying for Bristle. Could be even something, maybe Silencer's not the best. Obviously, the Arcane Curse is annoying, but do get that kind of early Lotus on Bristle anyway. And they are running the time on one win, 16 seconds left to ban out Adusa, which is a pretty expected hero to come out. And interesting, Dragonite is fine. I think this hero is maybe underrated, and it obviously has some pretty good utility into the Bristle on either role that it can go into.
Yeah, One Win did this in game number 1 as well, where maybe not this bad, but very early on, I think it was like through the ban phase, they had like 30 seconds left in their reserve time. I don't know whether this is just they like to spend a lot of time talking about the drafts. There's going to be the Bane you were talking about. I don't know if this is them just like liking to spend some time talking about the draft. I don't know if this is them being very uncertain about Na'Vi, but giving yourself 16 seconds of reserve time, especially as we get into these more impactful picks later on, this last pick, these bans to go solve the 23 pick, everything like that, it does constrain the amount of time that you have to think about these impactful late phase picks.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit
okay.
Yeah, a little bit concerning. And they pick up 2 heroes that I think Kasane is quite likely to play again, talking about the Bane, the Warlock. I think Warlock is generally just Kasane's best hero. He just always looks so good in this hero. So taking it away, I think, is nice. It's already decent. You have 2 BKB piercing stuns into the Dragonite. Potentially that can kind of throw away. Some heroes are obviously, I think, going to be worse into this. Maybe you want something like Ember or Storm to jump these kind of heroes, but Silencer, I think, does make sense now. Granted, it should be perfectly fine into whatever the bot lane is going to be if it's Bristle Bane. There will be an early Lotus from Bristle, but you're able to cancel the grip consistently. Warlock is not going to get into Dispel for a pretty significant amount of time. And they don't need the time as they go straight into the Undying in the off lane here, presumably for Triple S, which is interesting. I was kind of wondering if they would just go for the Slardar. To me, it seemed like it would be a quite good game to pick that up, which they have really kind of preferred, but going for the Undying instead. I'm not exactly sure I see it, but the damage on Na'Vi is considerably low, I would say, between these 3 heroes, if especially they get behind in the game, kind of similar to the 1-win draft in game 1. So maybe this Undying can get to a point where you're a bit too big to fail. Now the question for Na'Vi, well, not much of a question. They go into Brood. So
Yeah.
I was maybe wondering if a cheese hero would come out here, as I think the Huskar did look kind of decent. Maybe not the best in the Hoodwink, but the Broodmother is, I think, even better. This hero gives you all the damage that you need. Notably, Silencer, Hoodwink kind of just hate playing against this hero. Being able to find them through anything. Has a decent supporting cast behind it. Versus back to amp the damage. 2 heroes that have BKB piercing stuns. Doesn't care about the silence. Doesn't care about Undying much in lane. Doesn't care about the Tombstone too much. So it's a nice pick for Got the Juice. I mean, sure, 1-win are having a little bit of arachnophobia, a little bit of PTSD from the last time these 2 teams met, because it was the Broodmother forgot the juice in a very, very brutal set of events there.
And remember, I know you were saying that it could be a good Huskar game. Nothing's stopping them from last phasing the Huskar. Okay, you could ban it out, but other than that, nothing is stopping them from going this Huskar Brood thing that they just. The last time they did this, and I'm sure this is something that 1-win team have in the back of their minds after what happened in Game 5 of the Grand Finals of the PGO qualifiers. They got run over in 20 minutes. Now, I don't know necessarily if that's what's going to happen here as much, but it does still seem like a decent Huskar game. Any sort of stuff that gets applied, you can cauterize it off. I guess you're maybe a little bit worried about whatever they would pick in the mid lane, but no, I mean, I don't see a lot of reasons to not pick the Huskar.
It'd probably just safest to not let them have it. I think Yeah, it would have been a pretty nice game for the Huskar. Granted, the break is annoying, but that's just about it. Now they'll have to pick something else up here for Niku on the mid lane. I do think that the Invoker would have been a nice pickup there. I'm trying to think of heroes. Kind of drafting mid heroes into Silencer is generally quite annoying. There's not a lot of mid heroes that like playing into that hero. I mean, in some ways you have like the double edge matchups where it's like Ember, Storm. If you get on top of the Silencer, it's really good. If you don't, having the silence is really annoying. So I'm a little bit curious to see what he'll go for. I do think having something that's kind of beefy would be really nice for Na'Vi. Almost, I mean, I would think that kind of DK would round out their lineup very nicely, obviously, if it wasn't on OneWin's team. So I wonder if there's anything kind of akin that they could pick up here for Niku, or if they're just going to go straight away into something like, I think Pango could be perfectly serviceable. I think the Quap is still in the pool, which is fine. I think it's a perfectly good Quap game. Even if those heroes don't necessarily fully serve that purpose. Even Earthshaker, I think, is still okay in the pool. Maybe annoying against Silencer for a decent while, but they do have a pretty significant amount of heroes to choose from, and I don't know if OneWin... I'm not seeing like a 24 pick here for OneWin that I think is really outstanding. Maybe the Earthshaker for themselves could be nice into this Brood. But other than that...
How do you feel like a mid Beastmaster?
I don't love it. I think it's going to be a pretty early Lotus from Bristle, which I think is something to keep mind of. And having BKB... for
Na'Vi. Yeah, for Na'Vi.
It's okay. I think the Pangolier makes a lot of sense. These two supports hate playing against Pangolier. The Undying is generally not a fan of it. Just a low armor hero with not very much mana to work with. I like Pangolier quite a bit. I think this hero is overall quite strong. I think you can pick it earlier in the draft if you have a few players to flex it between. So I think they're very happy to get it on this phase. And now the question for OneWin, is it just something like the Ursa? I'm not seeing a 24 pick here that's really incredible. And they do go for Puck, but it's fine. It's Quadex. He's a very, very serviceable Puck player. It's generally quite decent into the Pango. He can be good at catching the Brood early in the game. There's not a lot of CC, so it's a pretty good Puck game. I'm sure that OneWin is pretty happy about that. I'm a little bit scared, again, for their damage if they do get behind. I think that could be a bit of a worry, but overall, I'd put these drafts quite a bit closer than the first one. I do think this is a good chance for Squadex to really pop off on this Puck here.
I'm just a little worried about this. Once we start to ball up, once we get the Broodmother, Bristleback kind of fighting together, all the minus armor from the Nasal Goo, and honestly, from the Pangolier as well, let's be real. You got all of that minus armor, and then you have these Feeding Frenzy Broodlings just running at people, and you're going to be in the minus armor, most likely. No one... DK, but the rest of OneWin team, they don't have a lot of armor. You can itemize for it, but they don't really have a lot of armor to start, and you're going to have all these very heavy damage Broodlings into these heroes that are in minus armor, and we're just going to see some people explode.
Yeah, I mean, again, I do think this draft is pretty close. And Niku's game, I think, is going to be... I mean, this mid matchup is going to be absolutely massive to see whoever does get onto that advantage there. I think there's going to be a lot of kind of movements around mid. Niku's game is super, super important, and getting that coil is super, super important for Squadex. And it is just a nice Pango game, period. These two supports hate playing against Pangolier. I think it's one of Silencer's worst matchups, I think, in the whole game. Sometimes it's nice that you can, if he has the Ags, you can dispel him, or you can silence him while he's rolling, but even then he'll generally kill you. You're just so low armor, so low HP. Obviously, Hoodwink is quite similar. Low armor, low HP. You kind of rely on like that evasion and running through the trees. Neither of those are meaningful into Pango. Refusal has a lot of impact in this game against these low mana pool strength heroes. So Niku, he's going to have a pretty hefty kind of responsibility in this game. But I think that with the right set of circumstances, he can fill those shoes pretty easily.
Yeah, other thing to talk about is, we talk about how it's a decent Puck matchup. You do have this, again, we have this Broodmother that Broodmothers in current year, they're just going the Orchid build. They go in straight Bloodthorn. So this is a puck that is going to have to get a BKB or a Yules or something like that. And ideally, you look at these puck players. First of all, it's an ego pick. You are good enough that you do not want to have to buy any sort of defensive items. But also, puck is very much a hero that it has a very limited amount of damage early. You need to get that Witchblade on time. You want to get the Parasma. And anything that slows you down is a problem. As Na'Vi rotating forward, there's going to be the Sleepwalk on top of this Undying. But already, the curse onto the Bristleback. He doesn't really want to fight. And, well, we're just going to try to take Zayats down. First blood will go the way of this puck. That Rojo, you were talking about how important it is to make sure that this puck has a good game. And first blood on the puck to start is very much, it means you're getting your bottle faster. It's very, very nice. But now, as we get started in this lanes, it is still going to be a bit of a skill matchup in the mid. Does seem, though, we were talking about how this draft felt a lot more even than it did in game number 1. Well, it seems like the bettors at home, people at home, don't really seem to think so, as it's 5-1, 5.6-1 in favor of Na'Vi on the 1x bet odds. They took a look at game number 1 and they said, yeah, no, this is very Na'Vi favored regardless, which I'm not sure I believe. I think there are definitely ways that you can go and need to play, although Sweet and Strong taking a lot of damage here from the Shadow Word Riddies early on. He's just going to try to body block, prevent the lanes from connecting as long as possible, and won't really be able to stop it. You can't really make that happen with a Warlock, but as it stands, you get some damage done, and anything you can do to just make the chain pull difficult, Rojo, it's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it in the long run.
Yeah, Riddy should have a pretty decent lane down here. Had really good impact in his last game on the Jakiro, so I'm expecting him to do quite well. He's generally just, I think, a very solid part of Na'Vi. Never really seems to do anything too offensive. Plays some very consistent supports and should be a good lane for them. I do think kind of it's annoying on Got the Juice to lose the strength on the Broodmother. You're already pretty low HP in that regard, but that just gives you more effective regen. And in the top lane, PMA takes a lot of damage.
It's always so awkward playing this Bristleback into the Silencer. Your lane is supposed to be, I want to spam Quills. That feels really good. Yeah, you get Arcane Cursed, and then you can't spam your Quills because then it resets the cooldown to the Arcane Curse, and you end up taking quite a bit of damage. Kasane is going to be fine. Looked like he was out of position for a second, but he's going to be okay. And yeah, with the Arcane Curse and the Last Word, with this Suffer and Silence facet, Silencer does a surprising amount of damage in the lane.
Yeah, there's a reason that I think some teams are valuing it still quite highly, even if you lost the second global, which is definitely why mostly teams are picking it up. Does take a lot of damage in the mid lane on Niku.
Oh, he's getting
Bonex looking for a kill.
With the orb, Waning Rift.
Ooh.
Just not
So
quite gonna get him, but no bottle charges, only one Dango.
second.
He's still very low. Here's gonna get
He's dead. Oh.
that. Yeah, we we talked about this puck and how good of a game the puck was gonna have. Getting first blood, very nice. Solo killing your enemy mid, even better.
Yeah, that first blood helps a lot getting to that point. Really unfortunate for Niku, and I'll play again.
Yeah, PMA is going to try to go on top of Kasane here. He's a lot of damage. Last Word is going to silence him up for now, but that's still the Quills are going to be there. Yeah, that was a lot of resets though. The Arcane Curse, although I guess we'll calm down after all.
It's only level 1.
Yeah, okay, it's not too bad.
Level 2 is when it gets scary, for sure. The level 2 damage takes up quite a bit, and I've been kind of looking onto Mankushi. I did not know that this was the damage. Zayat's level 3. I did not know that this... is this supposed to work this way? It looks like he's quill spraying through the Nightmare. I would assume that would have broken it. But he's been doing it this whole laning phase, and I don't think it's been breaking the Nightmare.
It should. Sleeping units are awakened while damaged. If you read the Nightmare, that's what it's supposed to do. So If it's not, I'm going to be picking Bristleback in my games, and I'm going to be telling my supports to pick Bane because that is very, very strong. Just this ability to get those quill stacks ready to go for that. Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to be how that works, but apparently it is.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like an intended interaction there. And I mean, maybe I could have seen it wrong, but it really did seem like he was getting hit by quills, and he's been pressing them while they've been nightmared. It seems like it hasn't been ending, so. I mean, a really nice little combo that they figured out, if that is true. Certainly in much, much, much stronger lane than it already would be, regardless, which of course it would be quite strong. Kasane does get the level 3 for the Arcane Curse, so his damage is quite decent. Doesn't actually get that extra damage onto PMA in the top side. But man, this mid lane is really starting to get brutal. Bayo, I mean, Niku is doing his best to kind of cope it up, but 2 kills onto SquadX. He's already level 6 at 5 minutes, and DQ, I think he's gonna have to queue up these raindrops soon because SquadX he's gonna win this regen war pretty handedly.
All right, so here's my question.
For a good while.
Yeah, this is just a Pango that's gonna have to be active and maybe make some rotations happen because you cannot fight into this. But Pangolier has. Never mind. He still got it. Pangolier has PMA queued up as PMA getting very, very low Arcane Curse. He turns his back to the silencer, so should be fine, but getting very low. But yeah, Rojo. Okay, Undying's gonna die bottom. Got the juice.
Yeah.
Oh, and the tombstone. That's very nice. But Pangolier, we're gonna get there eventually. It queued up phase boots, which is not really what we said. It's 99 times out of 100, it's power treads. Why phase boots this game?
We'll just have to see if he commits to it. I wouldn't really know why. I mean, it is flat damage and armor, so it's not like the stats are lost on the hero. But generally just kind of seen as worse than treads for a decent reason. But SquadX in the top lane, he should pretty easily kill PMA here.
Yep, he's
gonna have to commit the coil.
He's gonna go down eventually. Pops the stick, but will fall. And now we got 30 seconds until this Wisdom Shrine. So it seems like SquadX is he gonna stay around? Looks like he is, as the Bane looks to posture. SquadX doing a pretty good job just staying out of vision for the time being. We'll show on the wave now. And as he cuts in,
Kushi.
Yep, that's Zayat's just gonna have to run on out of here. SquadX taking farm for. It's just the pub experience.
They're bringing.
Yeah, they're bringing a lot. They're going to try to go for the retake on this. PMA is here. Niku is here.
Oh, no. The coil.
Rolling Thunder is ready to go, but the Dream Coil is there. He's going to have to try to buy some time. Now he's silenced. There's the stun. Shield is good, but not good. Well, actually, no, he's going to be able to get out of here for now. There's the Rolling Thunder looking for the re-engage on top of Munkushi. The ideal target if you can take him down. Secondary stun. They take this Dragon Knight down, and now Sweden Strong into the Ancients. He's going to try to run away. Kasane still worth a lot of damage here, but the Shadow Word is going to be able to keep this Pangolier alive for now, as the Swash actually doesn't land on top of the silencer, but they will get 2, and they get the Shrine of Wisdom as well. So nice retake coming in from Na'Vi.
Yeah, very, very nice. And notably, of course, Bayo, these aren't just, random kills and assists. Obviously, they're very helpful, but it's getting Zayats extremely quickly into his 6, which is going to be super impactful. He's level 5.5 at 8 minutes, but it's also meaning that Riddy's got 3 stacks so far on the Grimoire for himself. So I believe an extra 2 there from that engagement. He'll have the 6 pretty early as well on these supports, and that's going to be extremely impactful. These 2 heroes getting it, especially before the silencer is going to get into that silence very presumably, then just very likely to have huge impact coming out of this Bane. Looks like SquadX. Ooh.
Dream Coil up once again. Is going to find this Pangolier deep in the jungle, and there's Silencer behind him as well. There is nothing.
And Riddy's too.
That he can do. He's going to try to find him. Riddy's will, mega kill streak. Now, the good news is that every single kill in the game is that they're going to try to chase God the Juice here, but he is there's going to be the Dragon Tail stun, but with no Dream Coil, he's just going to play around the trees as long as possible. Unfortunately, the trees are where Hoodwink would like him to be. Triple kill across the map here for this Puck. And by the way, I guess the downside is that Puck is the only one getting the kills. He's 6 for 6. Other side is that this is a Witchblade that's going to be at like the 11-minute mark.
Yeah.
And
Definitely not a down. Definitely not.
yeah, you know.
Yeah. That's a pretty good downside. I'll take that one for sure. It means that also they get very confidently into the spot side. I really like that move from Anakushi, who has kind of an interesting build going straight into the Maelstrom, but doesn't mean that he gets his bot tower, takes away some space from Got the Juice, who notably actually is not having that great of a game onto the Brood. Just got the 6, so it'll definitely accelerate a lot. But yeah, man, Squad X is... You give him, an inch and he'll go a couple kilometers with that way, and yeah, he is really, really, really farmed on this puck. Curious to see what else he can do across this game, but there's really nothing stopping him again. Once Zayats does have the 6, that's probably your biggest threat, and actually even maybe the Nightmare into rolling. Well, but Niku...
I don't like showing there. That's very scary. Dream Coil ready to go. He moves forward. There's just the Dream Coil on the shield was only on 1, so it's not all that big. Now there will be the Golem going down. Can we get this puck? No level 6, no Fiend's Grip available on Zayats. And I mean, PMA continues to run forward. Very much lacking mana though. So Squad X, they commit the Golem. It doesn't get any. It will get the mid-tier 1. Got the Juices rotated it over as well. That's going to be fairly nice, but it's not going to be much more than that. And, we talked about this scary timing where you get the Orchid on Got the Juice and how impactful that can be. He's got the Orchid queued up, but it's going to be after this Mantis. So by the time this Orchid shows up, you're going to have total room to get a defensive item. There's not going to be this early Orchid puck shutdown timing that sometimes can happen.
No, not at all. Definitely Squad X is going to be very comfortable with his itemization. Even, looks like Triple S, he's got the Vanguard queued up, so he'll probably get into Crimson at some point. Very good Crimson game for the likes of this Undying. Does not work into the Pango Swashbuckle or anything, so that doesn't necessarily... impact that hero as much, but still just having that extra HP, it's a very good into Brood. Obviously not able to use the Spiderlings to full effect. Won't be able to use the Manta for that extra damage. So it will be a very nice item for Triple S when he does decide to go for it. And Zayats has the grip, but Squad X
into the jungle. Dream Coil up once again as he rotates in from the backside. Illusory Orb will show.
Early global.
Early global, but it's because Niku's dead. He's going to get... You feel bad for Pangolier this game, as Zayats will be able to dodge the Illusory Orb damage. Here comes God the Juice trying to go kill off this Silencer.
Sister Shroud?
Woo! Not going to be enough right there. Benefit actually, I'm not... Sister Shroud is every single... hit, right? So theoretically, the Spiders should just remove Sister Shroud pretty much immediately, right?
Yes.
Or is it
in
hero
theory,
attacks?
although I think in theory, I don't know if it actually does work that way or not. Sister Shroud is just a weird item, so it always seems like it gives a lot more effective HP. But in theory, yes, that is exactly how that should work. If intended game mechanics are working as intended.
Well,
as we've seen, maybe not this game.
Turns out you can quill through a Nightmare and still not break Nightmare. So who knows what's happening in this game?
Yeah, exactly.
At the very least, they do get a trade kill, but Silencer for Pangolier, not really that great of a trade.
Yeah, but they got the Tombstone and they got the Silence as well. So I honestly think this rotation by them is really nice. They can get into Triple S. Now, this is very deep, but he walks up just far enough.
He does. Fiend's Grip ready to go. Golem's going to get popped. And, a bit of overlapping on the spells, but you want to pop the Golem to take the tier 1 anyways. Probably just didn't need to cast the Fiend's Grip on it. Not that big of a deal. And now, tier 1 tower bottom is going to get taken down by Got the Juice. He's farming his way right back up. Big TP's coming in, though. Good bushwhack as well. There's getting me the break. There's the stun. Shadow Ward keeps him away alive for now. Nightmare's going to be fairly good, but the Dream Coil... no, he's just dead. So much hate. And that's the downside of dropping the Golem and the Fiend's Grip at the same time on this Undying. He comes right back up. He's got the Ceaseless Dirge, and there's nothing to hold back the 5-man rotation coming in from one win. They do get the tower, but it's not worth the cost.
No, not at all. That was very nicely played by One Win. Just going straight away into that rotation there, bringing every hero. Notably, it has opened up PMA quite a bit, which I'm a little bit worried about. He's getting really big on this Bristleback KO and taking away a decent bit of space as well from One Win. in their own jungle. But now he's got this full Lotus Orb, 14 minutes Lotus Orb finish. It's a very, very good Lotus Orb game. This removes Kasane's impact at all into the Bristle, and any hero that he decides to get that Lotus on can remove a lot of the damage that Puck has as well, or at least the utility in the silence. Unfortunately for Niku, that doesn't necessarily help him too much because he's just been getting coiled into death pretty much every fight or global. He does end up finishing the phase boots, interestingly enough.
Can you?
But it was after his defuse.
Can you purge this? I know you can't purge Dream Coil, but can you purge the Dream Coil stun? Puck's gonna go and get on top. A good bushwhack. There's gonna be the sharpshooter. I don't know that they have the damage here. Not with the Shadow Word. Now Squadix has to be very careful. We'll be able to get on out of here.
Well, maybe we could have gotten him.
Yeah, but no Fiend's Grip. Not quite ready. Now got the juice bottom side. Undying's gonna TPN. Not that big of a deal. And you know, you talked about this Bristleback having some space on the map. I got the juice. Same deal. He's really started to go take over this top side of the map. Start to farm quite a bit. And he's not top net worth yet, but he's pretty much eclipsing this Puck, or he's going to do it soon. His game's going well. This Bristleback game's going well. And despite how strong this Puck has been in the early game, the rest of One Win not quite rising to the same occasion.
Yeah, and notably, I mean, this is a really good Bristleback game as well. And trade on to Kasane, he just does not care on PMA. Can't Sister try to do anything.
Nope.
Doesn't feel like it. Yeah, I mean, this hero's great into Puck. That's the other.
Wait, how did he end up on the high ground? Was there a force stance?
It's a sleepwalk.
There we go.
I believe, with a nightmare. Just play. They're just gonna keep him there. He doesn't TP's on the courier. Still 20 seconds. Kind of annoying. He does have this Crimson now on Triple S, so he's decently impactful actually on the Undying. But yeah, putting him on the cliff meant that they could secure this top tier too. So Na'Vi, even though it seemed like, I mean, Squadix has gotten so much, they've eked out a lot.
Here's my question. Is it worth, TP is on cooldown for 5 seconds. You're going to put a ward up there, obviously. There's going to be the Tombstone. Is it worth just spending the Golem to make sure he can't TP home? I mean, a kill is nice, but locking him up there for 70 seconds. Ooh, well, they're going to rotate over, and that's a bit of a problem. Dream Coil, and there's the break on this Bristleback. Golem's going to get dropped, but it's not going to be enough here. Dead Bristleback. They will kill off the Undying and the supports. They got the juice, gets on top of this Hoodwink on the backside, and all this theory crafting about whether it's worth it just to lock the Undying on the high ground for 70 seconds. They kill him off, but One Win, they rotate a lot. They understand how important it was to force a fight to make sure this Undying is not just locked on the high ground for the next over a minute.
Yeah, they're pretty strong still on One Win. That was a fight that did go in their favor, and Mankushi having this blink is really, really crucial. And
Zayats.
They just barely catch that. What is Zayats? He's trying to set up, but they don't expect all these heroes to be here. And maybe Mankushi, but no, it does not seem like it. Triple S is so strong into Got the Juice. This Crimson is going to be a really big thorn in his side for a pretty long time. Doesn't have any way to deal with it. Eventually, he'll want to get into that Nullifier. I think that will be perfectly fine for him, but it's quite a ways away. Again, he does want to get into this Orchid. You kind of need that mana regen from the item to begin with. So getting some decent ground back on One Win. Again, they had kind of, it's like a weird little power spike of Squadix gets, you know, all these kills. He's 7, 0, and 5, but he's not necessarily the best against, say, a hero like this Bristle, and then Na'Vi overextends. So now for the time being, they're fairly happy. Although PMA, he is working on a pipe, and that's going to be a very significant item coming out. Definitely going to be akin to roughly the Crimson Guard that Triple S has. It's mostly magic damage for One Win, and the hero that is typically doing mostly physical damage, which will still be a lot from Mankushi, but he does have a Maelstrom, so he's also kind of mixed damage here on top of the Dragonite. So it's going to be a very nice game to get the pipe here. Curious to see what Nico itemizes towards. He did get a Brigand's Blade, which for a lot of heroes is maybe nice, but not notable. For Pango, very, very notable. Looking on PMA, they have a break. They're going to kill him.
There's going to be the stun, the Dream Coil, the Bushwhack, everything. Wow. He goes on top of this Bristleback. And that was pretty much right before the pipe was done. I don't know where he was before that, but he's like 450 gold away from it now. And anything you can do to slow that timing down is going to be very, very nice. Now, notably, this Puck, he's got this Yule's Healed up, which, we talk, it really is the Parasma, or maybe the Octarine, depending on how you want to play it, that when those items come up, where this puck starts to do really significant damage, so by having to go and spend significant gold on this Yule Scepter, by having to delay your Parasma by 2,600 gold it is going to slow the damage of this puck down by quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't think it's too significant. I mean, you have to. I mean, maybe Squad X could have gone. Maybe he could have gone like Parasma into BKB, perhaps. But the Yules is quite nice this game. It'll be nice even for getting rid of kind of some kiting purposes. Maybe keeping Kasane alive for a little bit longer in these fights, because he is certainly going to be going down. But it is a Roshan for the side of Na'Vi. Of course, their team is quite good at doing it. Again, one win, maybe not the best at doing objectives in comparison to Na'Vi. One thing there's drafts so it's kind of lacked. Obviously, Dragonite can supplement it pretty well this game, especially with how farmed he is. And they're smoking just about 400 gold from Munkushi's BKB. I think that this might catch Na'Vi off, so it might work, but it is kind of a scary prospect.
It is. So they got the juice. They're going to find him at the very beginning.
Detection.
And yeah, Radius just has to run. He drops the Golem, though, off just in time. Triple S destined to fall now. He's dead, but he did get the Crimson Guard off. So at the very least, it's difficult to kill this Dragonite, but there's just so much damage even still.
Not that difficult.
Not that hard at all. 2 kills on the side of Na'Vi. And you know what? They're going to try to chase down Squad X. He is very fast. He does have this illusory orb, and Yules is done, so he's not really going to be that much of a target, but this was right off that Roche, so even if they'd killed off Got the Juice the once, it would have just been the Aegis, and now most importantly, Rojo, you talk about it, this BKB, it was, I think, 400 gold away. Now it's 600 gold away. DK is off the map. You have this Broodmother that's allowed to continue farming. Just this gap between carries continues to grow.
Yeah, that was a really odd timing to go for that. I mean, I liked the concept that it was kind of an off timing, so I think maybe that could have worked there. But for Kasane, he was holding the global for the Fiend's Grip there, which is probably maybe the correct play. I didn't see actually who the Fiend's Grip landed onto, but I mean, holding that meant that Radius just barely ended up getting that Golem off, which was super crucial there. They could have maybe gotten that first kill. Maybe they could have changed it into more. Probably not, granted the way the fight was playing out, but the concept was there. But now, unfortunately, it looks like Got the Juice is going to take the Tormentor as well here. Broodmother very good at soloing it. Here, we'll give the shard over to Zayats, which is fine. It's not a max brain sap, so it's not going to be necessarily the way the tool you were looking for. But both these support shards are relatively fine. Inoffensive or Na'Vi.
Meanwhile, our producers are effectively telling us that this game is going the way last game did. As we take a look at just how game number 1 ended. And it's kind of going the different draft, certainly, but it is Na'Vi. Game number 2, just as in game number 1, clawing out this 5,000 net worth lead at 20 minutes in, looking very good on their comfort picks. And Got the Juice Brood is a very strong comfort pick. So now, bit of a smoke. They're gonna be a fine, sweet, and strong. Nope, he's a squirrel. He's a very squirrely boy, and he's gonna try to get out of here. Niku Squashbuckle doesn't quite land, and now secondary scurry. He's gonna get on out of here. No, you're chasing into a puck who goes on top of Niku. Dream Coil's ready to go. Pipe is there, of course, but you still have the boomerang. And Niku, though, even still somehow, not quite sure he got Rolling Thunder up while Dream Coiled, but
he has the roll up.
Oh,
okay. Very good itemization, actually, by him to go into that early shard. I was wondering what he would do about the Dream Coil. I know some Pangos like to just buy BKB, but getting that roll-up was really nice. Got the Juice. He's going to lose his first life. A little bit overzealous here. So not maybe the ideal usage of the Aegis, but doesn't actually give anything too meaningful away.
Not that big of a deal, certainly. And yeah, they did get the silencer, but before Global Silence went off. So now Global Silence is ready to go. You do have this Flesh Golem, if you consider it. Really, it's the Tombstone is available. Dream Coil's up in 30. And it's a 4-man smoke from the side of one winner. They try to reestablish some level of presence on the map. Zayas, though, he's going to be the one that breaks the smoke.
Ooh, good
Shadowlord on top of him. Great Lotus as well. And now with a Golem dropped here, they're trying to go and take down this Undying. They can't kill Zayas. Sure, the Crimson Guard is annoying, but doesn't really keep the Tombstone safe all that well. And Kasane is going to get jumped on top of by God the Juice. He's dead. And Niku looking for maybe a little bit more. There's the slow on the defusal. Rolling Thunder, roll up. Triple S with no Crimson Guard ready to go. He's dead. And this was the smoke from one when this was them trying to make something happen. But that Lotus you talked about from the Bristleback, it broke everything.
Yeah, that was really, really nicely done. And Mankushi getting a little bit punished for holding that BKB. Really grouped up for Riddies and starting to see the damage issues for the side of one win. It's a pipe, it's the Lotus, it's the Glimmer Cape coming out. Riddies has the heal, Zayas has a save. He was even holding on, by the way, to the big Lotus.
Look at those courier kills as well. That's the Parasma for Ix. That, well, I know it wasn't.
Well, it was the rest.
Okay, I thought that was the recipe going out at the shop. I'm like, oh, that was the Parasma, but still about 1,400 gold away, so it's not as bad.
And got the Juice. I mean, obviously on top of all the magic damage reduction they already have, he has this BKB. PMA has the Sanjanyasha. He's not dying anymore.
Yep, I mean, he is going to be broken, leashed up here, but nope, absolutely not. Now he's big,
Niku's here.
Scary.
No BKB for 7.
No, not at all. He's just getting chained up, going to go get taken down. That's dead Mankushi, and they're going to try to find Triple S as well. He has no Seal Surge available for another like 5 minutes. So he's going to die as well, and it's a real death this time. As Kasane, he's going to get out of here, but, you know, given the balance of things, that's 2 cores down on the side of one win as this draft is, or this game, rapidly falling apart on the side of one win.
Yeah, really unfortunate for them. I mean, SquadX still hasn't even died in this game, but his again, he's a Puck. Solo carrying a game as Puck is typically quite difficult. I mean, you can solo carry in the sense of casting your spells really, really effectively, but in terms of damage, this hero is not kind of the hero that can do that into pipes, into Lotuses. Ooh, and he has the Yules. Can't actually Beans Grip because there is the global, so.
Yeah, just coming right off cooldown, and even still damage on the tier 3 tower, 26 minutes in now. You know, we're not matching the pace of the last time that Na'Vi pulled out their Broodmother against one win. I think the game was over by this point, for about 4 or 5 minutes, but the pace that they're able to set with this Broodmother and the Warlock as well is just really, it's, once you fall behind against a lineup like this, it feels very difficult to find a comeback avenue. You have that pipe you were talking about with the Puck. You have this Broodmother that eats the entire map, Bristleback the same way, and a lot of the standard comeback tools, oh, we're going to go farm the edges. Oh, we're going to go and we're going to find pickoffs. Very, not really accessible to this draft in this game.
Yeah, and you know, one win again. If they got behind, I was a little bit worried for their damage, and they certainly have. And particularly, I mean, a lot of these supports are just rather tanky. The Essence Rings coming out for Zayas and for Riddies have been actually doing some meaningful work. It's an Ether Lens Force Staff for Zayas. That's a lot of utility on a support to have at this point in the game. They're both very rich. Bayo, even Riddies, he's eyeing towards getting a Lotus Orb for himself here, which you've seen how effective that's been for PMA on his own. Gonna have to use the Crimson just to defend their buildings, and on the top side of the map, they're not getting anything meaningful in return, so they're gonna have to come back. But yeah, executing onto PMA, I mean, it's not really possible. You have to get Zayas, or you have to at least use the Silence. I don't think you can even burst him, as we saw with the break. Maybe if you get him low enough with the strength, maybe you have a chance then, but I doubt it. And it doesn't seem like one would think they really do.
I mean, they're going to try. This is a Bristleback lacking 20 strength, so that is something. But, well, you know what? If you just dive on top of Triple S, that's a bit of a different story. So we got the Juice. We'll be able to go take down the Setarax right there. We can see just how much damage these insatiable hunger spiders do as SquadX not going to be able to go get the Shrine. So now that's double Shrine as well. Pressure into the mid lane. Got the Juice, he gets jumped on top of, but there is going to be the Chaotic Offering to buy the space necessary. And Well, Radius will lose the Golem, which is not ideal necessarily. They got the juice out. Squattix the backside. There's going to be the stun chain. He's just, barely is going to try to survive. There's the phase shift goes onto the low ground, but he's not fine at all. He's going to get taken down, and now got the juice on top of Sweet Strong. Explodes this squirrel, and Triple S just has to run. He's tanky, but that's about all that he is, and even still, he's not going to be tanky enough against Got the Juice. So now, pressure in the mid lane, and not only do you have Insatiable Hunger on the Spiders, Rojo, you have this Upheaval, level 15, attack speed in the Upheaval. These Spiders, they take towers, they take center racks very, very fast.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping them, and this really is Navi's bread and butter. I feel like this is maybe one of the most Navi drafts you could get in recent times. With Got the Juice's Brood being... Yeah, maybe out of Huskar there, but Niku as well, very comfortable in the Pango. Very tough early game into Squattix, but has managed to get all of his levels, has managed to get his Ags, even holding onto the gem, and yeah, putting together a fight here is really a tall order. Even the Blink on Mankushi got canceled by a random Quill Spray. So not gonna quite be able to get an initiation yet. They're smoked up because they have to be. It's 21k deficit at 30 minutes here, Bayo. Can they find anything?
Nope, Squattix gonna lead the charge. He's gonna get nightmared up, ready to go. Stun? Not gonna land there on top of Zai. It's great Lotus, and now you're just stuck here as Mankushi. Nothing to do.
No damage.
And here comes the Rolling Thunder straight through. There is gonna be the Fiend's Grip because Rolling Thunder, or because Global Silence is done, and this game is long gone. Just the pressure that Na'Vi were able to find through the mid game evaporate one win, and now, Rojo, that means that Na'Vi, they get to move on to the next round of these qualifiers in the upper bracket. Now, if you are one win, don't be too upset. Be a little upset, but there is a lower bracket that they're going to be allowed to play through. But in this series, Na'Vi, they just look incredible, Rojo.
Oh, yeah, they brought it to one-win team bad. And I do think one win maybe should go a bit onto the chopping block for some of their drafting, maybe a little bit, but mostly I think their draft was perfectly fine, but mostly in terms of what they let Na'Vi have this game is, and they have a lot of heroes granted, so it is hard to not give them something of what they want, but man, yeah, all 5 of these heroes are just stock standard, perfect for what they like to play, and just fit very nicely into this game, and yeah, we saw them at TI, maybe necessarily didn't get as far as some people wanted them to, but they still looked great. I mean, this team has, every time you watch them, I think you can tell that they are visibly improving. They are getting closer to being in that really actual tier 1 place because, man, they're a force to reckon with.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you let them get their comfort picks. This Huskar, or not even Huskar, this Brood Mother. Yeah, I know you said this was like the big Na'Vi draft. I really like PMA on like his hyper carries as well. He looks fantastic on a Faceless Void quite often, even if sometimes his Got the Juice, not PMA, but you let him get that. Even if sometimes Divinization is a little interesting, it fits the game very well generally. This Bristleback on PMA that has been first banned, first picked. Clearly, they have a style of Dota that works for them, and that just means that I am very excited to see what's going to happen when they run into the winner of Aurora Gaming and Runa Team later on. By the way, Runa Team, a team I think you and I have both been very excited about, considering how good they've been looking in qualifiers, and I think you and I are just a big fan of Queasy in particular. So that's going to be fun. But for now, we got a bit of a longer break as we wait to see what's going to happen, or as we wait for our next series to get started. It's going to be OG versus Nigma Galaxy, which we have this OG squad that's been, looking like one of the better renditions of OG recently, with Shad, Stoikov, Mixa, Daze, and Lelis, but going up against a Nigma Galaxy side that has, they hit top 8 at TI, top 6 at TI. They look better than we've seen them look in quite a while now.
Yeah, it's a really exciting series. So make sure to come back here and tune in when that series does come back, because we're going to head you guys into a short break here.
break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back to RES Unchained Europe, a qualifier for Blast Slam 5 in Chengdu later this year. My name is Behemoth. We got Rojo over there, and Rojo, this next series we got ready for us, it's a storied one. It's a classic one. It's OG, it's Nigma Galaxy. It's two squads that at times have been very down, at times have been very up. And most recently, Nigma Galaxy, top 6 at TI, invites to pretty much all the major lands that are happening for the next couple months against an OG squad that is, maybe not quite as successful right now.
Yeah, OG are still finding themselves. They've been finding themselves with this roster for quite a while. Of course, we do have to talk about finding yourselves for Nigma Galaxies, and they do have Toby now standing in for the time being instead of a GH there, of course. So that's a pretty big change up there. GH is a huge part of Nigma Galaxy's success. He's a huge reason why they did so well at TI. He's always been on the team. He's always been a huge staple there. So it's interesting to see, but Toby, as we know, he tends to do just very well on all these European teams. Every time we've seen him stand in, he's looked incredible. I don't think people are ever really down about his sort of performance. So and coming into this roster, I think he does have some things to add. GH, of course, had very much his own style, but Toby, I think, is going to be bringing something new and fresh, and maybe that'll be good for Nigma Galaxy, because a lot of times their results outside of this most recent TI can be kind of mishmashed. They can be a little bit awkward, maybe less than where they want to be. Sometimes they do very, very well at, in like a group stage of something, and then as they go on, they just kind of bomb out in the playoffs. So we've seen plenty of, again, as you said, ups and downs with Nigma Galaxy. But I'm hoping that for them, from TI, it is up from here. I think most people hope that we can see Nigma Galaxy really get something kind of going for themselves. And, notably as well, Bayo, this is an OG roster that has been going through this qualifier gauntlet. They are not, they certainly did not place top 6 at TI like Nigma Galaxy. So they have not been invited to all these events. They have to work and grind the hard way to get into them. And so this is going to be a Nigma Galaxy coming out with relatively little information about them. I'm sure they've been playing tons of scrims and pubs and etc. But they are definitely outclassed there by OG in terms of just qualifier games played.
Yeah, and I think notably as well, not only outclassed in terms of qualifier games played, they haven't qualified. That is the story. OG moving here, trying to go and do very well in these Blast Slam qualifiers. They have not qualified for a LAN post-TI just yet. They're, of course, they're playing in Fissure Universe, but they fell out in 14th place there. And everything else, 4th place in the Wallachia Season 6 qualifier, 4th place in the Western European qualifier, 5th and 6th in the Blast Slam 4 qualifier that just happened, 7th and 8th in the Dream League qualifier. This is a squad that has, again, I think this is one of the better versions of OG we've seen recently. This kind of the Lelis, Shad, Mixa idea. But it's still a squad that is yet to find whatever is really successful for them, whether it's the hero picks, whether it's the rotations, whatever it is, but something is just not quite there yet for OG.
Yeah, again, really just, trying to find their form as much as they can. It's always a very hard task to do well. You have so many games that are being played. Also playing up in skill, presumably up into Nigma Galaxy. You can't, it's not necessarily, let's, try this game. You kind of have to stick to what you know. And that's kind of just, the qualifiers for Europe are absolutely brutal. We've seen, obviously, there's a lot of very tier 1 teams in most of these qualifiers, the likes of Aurora, etc. But there's also a lot of these teams coming through, that we've been watching a lot of. Call Me Chada, Runa Team, Zero Tenacity. Like these kind of teams are a serious threat. And especially to a team like OG that is struggling to find their identity. Those kind of up and coming teams can catch you off guard, and now you're facing up against, of course, the big dogs here, and we'll have to see how they actually do pair up against them.
You know, I know we're about to get into the draft for game number 1 of OG Enigma, but again, I want to give a brief shout out to Runa team. They were up like 20,000 net worth to Aurora before they lost in the late game in game number 1, and they took Aurora down in game number 2. And look, I know we talked about this, and I know we need to talk about Enigma and OG, but thanks, we get a little bit longer. We've got to get the lobby crash out the first time. I know we're talking about that, but man, Runa team is got to be my dark horse for this year, man. They have looked so good since adding Nesphere that I'm just pretty hyped for them. I hope they go far in the tournament so we get to cast them tomorrow. That would be really nice. But man, dude, these up and comers, it's so fun to see a tier 2, tier 3 squad starting. Like Aurora, we would say is a tier 1 team, maybe tier 1.5. You know, just starting to see really this new team starting to punch up and put things together in a way that, unfortunately, OG has not been able to do just yet.
Yeah, and even, I mean, call me Chada as well. I believe they did actually, one of the few games Enigma Galaxy has played, I believe they did take a game off them. So they are fallible, this Enigma Galaxy squad. And again, we do know at times that Enigma Galaxy has a bit of a wavering form. They aren't necessarily a perfect team. And so, you know, if this is an OG in their best form and Enigma Galaxy in kind of their most questionable form, I think we could have a pretty even set of games here. And I don't think that's extremely unlikely, granted. But obviously, I think expecting the fans, expecting 1xBet and etc. to generally favor Enigma Galaxy, as this is still a very talented squad. And that top 6 at TI, I think, really showed people that they do have that kind of potential there lying within them.
It's also important to point out here that we talk about maybe Enigma a little bit shaky post TI, trying to figure out exactly where Toby fits in. Again, this is like one of the few qualifiers they have to play, and everything else, they got a bunch of different fights, which means that a lot of these games that they're playing in these smaller tournaments, it's a good time to experiment to see whether that mid Helm Dom Huerta was a thing that would they just got lucky with and it worked well, or that's something that really should go in there. If there's another hero, another idea that they should be playing with, and what we're just gonna have to see is for now the picks and bans are getting started. Jakiro removed early on, which, you know, with that Liquid Frost buff, Rojo, we're seeing it be more and more impactful.
Yeah, and I do know that OG generally loves playing it. I think Lelis is a huge Jakiro player. I'm sure that Daze can play it as well. So actually a pretty nice snipe by Enigma Galaxy, I think, on that ban. I think it was pretty likely to come out for OG. I think your bans against Enigma Galaxy are probably pretty set, at least, especially these first two. The Marcy, the Chen, you're never letting Ghost have the Marcy. You're never letting Toby have the Chen. So I think that is very normal and expected. One thing that is interesting that I don't know if it's noteworthy to Enigma Galaxy, but in their last series for OG, I believe it was all 3 games, they picked up their mid laner in the first phase, or I believe like on the 13 pick, so within like the relative first phase. So Stoikov, he's just been going just out there. I would not be surprised for him to pick 9 Storm Spirit, as he has been doing in multiple of these games. I think he's been picking up the Ember very early as well. Just any mid hero that he can get his hands on, it seems like he's been perfectly happy to play it. So I'm curious to see if they'll stick with that strategy. It didn't necessarily work for them the last time that they did it, but it is an interesting switch up to a lot of what we do typically see in drafting.
5 seconds.
Hear me out here. First pick, Void Spirit. OG loves it. Okay, that might be a little bit of an older meme. As interesting, you know, we talk about these bans. They are very heavily respecting the Sameo Muerta.
I mean, it is also an Omar Muerta, to be fair. I mean, and Toby, I think, can play it. So it is like an annoying flex that they can go for early. They drop the Lycan immediately, which I think makes sense. Noob is a great Lycan. I think this is one of his better heroes. And we've seen what the Lycan can do. Super annoying across the map in terms of the vision that it provides. As we saw in the previous game, eventually the Ag's Wolf Bite can be really potent with certain carries. Just a very, very nice hero to play with. I'm curious to see if OG respond at all with their own kind of, you know, firepower to this. Do they go for the gyro right away to deal with it in lane? Do they go for something like a Beastmaster to match what the hero wants to do? Do they go straight into the Storm Spirit like maybe expected for them? Because Storm is fine against Lycan. Couple of options here. I think this is going to set a pretty big tone for the rest of the series, and none of the above. They are going to surprise us with an Underlord, which I don't hate. Underlord is pretty good against Lycan for very obvious reasons. You know, you can trap him in the pit, get a little mosh pit going for the wolves. Very annoying to maneuver around for that hero. And then obviously the atrophy aura is great into Lycan. You can go into Crimson rather early. So I don't mind this at all. I think that this is also probably something that OG can flex. I believe I've seen Shad. He does like some of these like unconventional carries. So keep it as a potential open flex is decently nice for them. It does mean Stoikov is going to lose his Storm. So not going to have that one available at his hands. But I believe that recently he has been playing a decent bit of the Quap and the Ember as well. So he's probably not too upset.
Yeah, certainly some heroes still in the pool. And I don't think you want to dedicate your entire second banning phase to banning out Stoikov. I don't think his hero pool is that narrow where that would be like a really good thing to do. Just remove the Storm Spirit. That can be a very problematic and significantly pinch your hero pool, especially if you're looking at, you know, the silencers, the disruptors, things like that. Of course, those are not the heroes that OG can pick. The Lycan's going to run at them, going to get taken out. Don't do that. But they're taking a lot of time here, Rojo, on this final ban of the phase.
Yeah,
I
think that's smart. I think this is probably the most important ban in the whole game. They do go for the Pango, which I don't mind. This is it's pretty nice against the Lycan. It can be flexed as well, which is annoying to deal with. Is another Stoikov hero. I don't maybe actually know if it was the best possible ban there because I'm a little bit scared of Gyro coming out for Shad. Maybe they think that it's not that big of a deal, but I generally like having just the safety and the security of giving the Lycan a pretty decent lane.
Yeah, makes sense. I'll buy that one. And Pangolier with the Underlord could also be scary. It's like, yes, there's a pit. I'm rolling through the pit. Good luck. You're just going to get chained disabled into forever. So I can see where they're going for it. Is Ursa's going to be the ban out, just really protecting this Underlord lane. Ursa also probably, I don't know. Is it fair to say that Ursa's the strongest carry right now, even with the nerfs?
I believe that the nerf time I think was very small, so I don't think it affected him very much. He is incredibly strong. I'd say generally the top three that we're looking at for what I feel is like Jug, Ursa, Troll. But there's some pretty good kind of caveats to that. We've seen the Lifestealer, I think, has looked decent at times. Gyro, I think, has plenty of merit. I think Medusa is something that we could potentially see in the series. Do bring out the Hoodwink for the likes of OG. It makes perfect sense. Daze and Lelis both love playing this hero. No reason not to go into it. Is fine against the Lycan, all things considered. It does mean Snapfire is open. This potential Quap is open for Enigma Galaxy. Just to see what they actually value here. I believe maybe they'll want to play some form of Tusk. Tusk's not great into these heroes. Because I know they were playing a decent bit of Tusk for a time, but...
Yeah, but that was primarily, I think, the GH Tusk that they were playing it. And GH is on his competitive break right now. So I don't know that... Toby can play Tusk, but I don't know that he's as much of a Tusk aficionado as GH is.
Yeah, Omar can play it, but it's probably not the best for him. I think he's probably eyeing... Omar, I think he is a little bit better at kind of the magic damage, like supports. So yeah, eyeing something like the Snapfire is obvious. I think he also used to enjoy quite a bit playing the Willow. I think are both decent here. Having something to threaten this Underlord if he does go for like straight away a Crimson is nice. So maybe you could pick up another decent magic damage dealing hero. Disruptor not known for the damage, but I suppose it makes sense. I was wondering if either team would put priority to ban this hero, but obviously Enigma Galaxy having the Lycan doesn't really have to worry about Disruptor, so they just pick it up for themselves. Which is quite nice. It's even quite annoying for Underlord most of the game. Obviously, you're a big, fat, stupid Underlord walking around the map, so getting glimpsed is really annoying. Just you can't really get into fights easily if you are glimpsed away. But obviously, it's also a very, very good counter to the gate just off the bat. If you try to go in with that at all, you generally will get glimpsed away. So it's pretty nice, I think. These three heroes for Enigma Galaxy, they're kind of low on damage for the time being into the Underlord, which scares me. So I'm maybe expecting OG to pick something up that is likely to capitalize on that. Could be a decent Ember game so far as well. I think that pairs nicely with the Hoodwink. Quite good into Disruptor. So I'll have to see what Stoikov wants. I would be pretty surprised if they left his pick past this phase.
Yeah. For the side of Enigma, I'm kind of looking. I know you're saying damage. I'm looking at like Monkey King or something. But it is really nice to talk about this Disruptor. Hoodwink Underlord is not. It can be strong in certain lane matchups, and Hoodwink, of course, is fantastic support. But it's not really going to threaten Disruptor all that well. So that does kind of allow you to have a little bit more of a stable lane. Again, we're going back into this reserve time. I'm with you. I think the Ember is probably the best bet. It's going to be Shadow Fiend. And
yeah,
okay.
I know. I don't think this is Stoikov's hero. I know Shad is a huge Shadow Fiend player. It was typically getting first phase banned against them for quite a while there. Hero was brought down, I think, slightly in power. Just due to a couple of nerfs, but overall still very strong, and it is quite nice and delightful to have that minus armor. These are pretty low armor heroes on Enigma Galaxy, period. It's really nice for them, but they're actually just going to keep it open, which does make sense. Stoikov can play the Shadow Fiend. So far, there's no BKB piercing stun to really deal with him, and the next assassin is very interesting. I think that out of all teams to bring it out, OG is maybe not the most surprising one to do so, but it's a very classic counter to Snapfire. It can kind of, it's similar to like Wolf in terms of vision, obviously annoying for Disruptor. So if there was a game for Nyx Assassin, which I'm not confident that there fully is, this is definitely one of the better ones.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like the way that the reason that people are generally picking Nyx at all right now is it's a fantastic Dawnbreaker counter. Obviously, Dawn is not in this game, but yeah, it does. It does pretty much remove a significant portion of the Mortimer's Kisses damage, which is damage that I would assume that, Nigma, look at the draft right now, they're relying on, but there's that Ghost Lone Druid. Of course, when we talk about Lone Druid, we'd be remiss to not talk about the game versus, I want to say it was BB Team at TI, or do you just have this Lone Druid running across the map, jump scaring Pugna all over the place? The hero is pretty vulnerable to a Nyx jump, though.
Yeah, it's generally kind of. It does really good once it gets the ulti off into magic damage. You do get a significant boost to your magic resistance, but obviously, most of the time that Lone Druid dies is kind of when you're outside of that form, and getting bursted is pretty scary from this OG lineup. And to me, this actually signals that it could pretty reasonably be Stoikov's Shadow Fiend. To see very, very definitely picking up a Samael hero here, barring some crazy Snapfire mid, but definitely don't want to play that into Nyx Assassin. I like the Lone Druid, but I'm a little bit scared, first of all, I'm scared that they're giving this Underlord a little bit too much value. That Atrophy Aura is going to be, double value against the Lone Druid. As well, Lone Druid Bear is a hero creep with a lot of HP, so that Firestorm does take pretty heavy damage into the bear. So I'm a little bit surprised they picked it up here. I do think the lane will probably still be pretty annoying for Underlord just having so much damage coming at you. They do have a very fast lineup between Disruptor, Lycan, Snapfire, all the vision that can provide. But I am seeing a lot of holes in Enigma Galaxy's draft where things could go wrong. And particularly it's in getting magic bursted, which I think they are very vulnerable to. And especially if Stoikov is going to go for this Magic Shadow Fiend, which, again, there's no BKB piercing stun in this game. So that signals to me that this could be a really, really strong game for the Magic Shadow Fiend. As once you do get that BKB, you're completely uncontested. And it's a great game for that BKB. Enigma Galaxy, how do they round this out with Samael? Fortunately, the Nyx Assassin is quite annoying into a good amount of the mid pool. Say a Puck here would be something that you would typically maybe the damage is low on that hero, but obviously not great into Nyx Assassin, and they do still go it. So I suppose they don't care enough, but Nyx Assassin is a typical counter to Puck, and a pretty potent one.
On a scale, as we're waiting for this last pick of OG, on a scale from 0, which is no ego at all, you're zen, you're in the mountains, you're one with the world, to 100 to 10, which is I am who's the most egotistical person you can think of. I don't know. 0 to 10 on the ego draft. Where are we on the side of Nigma? Because this feels like a 9 on the ego draft scale.
No, it's pretty high. Yeah, I would give this a pretty decent rating on that scale. As in, they kind of just picked heroes that are like, if we get ahead, we'll win the game. We have just a draft that is going to do overall quite well in DU, and very interesting for OG. They pick up the Bristle. We quite literally just cast a game of Puck versus Bristleback, and eventually it did kind of seem like the Bristleback was just going to win the game. And notably as well as a hero that does not care too much about Lone Druid, does not, can itemize quite potently for this game, can go for a Crimson himself, can go for this early Lotus Orb, which will also be impactful. I really like this OG draft.
Oh, yeah.
I would give it a pretty significant advantage. That being said, if Nigma Galaxy comes out of the lanes winning, which I think is definitely not improbable, then they have some really, really strong tempo to set, but it's a very technical draft from Nigma Galaxy, and that's kind of what I think we're equating the ego to here, is that just a single slip up and the game can completely fall out of your hands for Nigma Galaxy, so that's why overall for draft, I would give it to OG, but we'll have to see if Nigma Galaxy still has that spark that carried them all the way to top 6 at TI. Ghost Lone Druid was certainly a huge part of that. Always a chance for this hero to just get too big to fail, but yeah, this OG draft looks really, really scary.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I want to point this out because I was looking at this last pick Bristleback and saying, yes, this is the carry Bristle. It's going to be off. No, it's going to be carry Underlord coming out of Shad. So that is interesting. Taking a page out of Crystalis's book. It's a fantastic matchup and like in the lane as well. So you make sure you get that lane matchup. Bristleback not too upset about laning into the Lone Druid either. And yeah, if these were two evenly matched teams, I'd be saying like 65-35, maybe more on the side of OG. But as we talked about before this draft got started, Rojo, these are not, we assume, not two evenly matched teams. OG has been struggling. Nigma has been looking fairly good. But there's only, sometimes draft beats skill in the same way that skill can beat draft. So we're going to have to see how this one's going to work. I am very worried about the life of this Lone Druid, though. He's going to get found out. He's going to get hoodwinked and nixed and blink requiemed, and he's not going to get his true form off. And feels like this is going to have to be one of those like crazy Ags second item on the Lone Druids. Just put the bear wherever the hero isn't and win the game that way.
Yeah, very certainly this is kind of the quintessential disruptor draft, as in you're going to be, if you come out of your lane strongly and you win in the early game, you are going to be a very potent lineup that can push tempo super hard. And if any mistakes are made, you kind of have to just fall back onto that Ags timing really, really late in the game for Toby. So it's a scary draft to execute for Enigma Galaxy, and OG just has so many kind of, not necessarily simple, but so many ways to kind of throw a wrench into that plan. As particularly, again, definitely watch Stoikov. If he can get into a decent start, if he can get into Blink, BKB, plus his Kayayasha, there's nothing contesting him. There's absolutely nothing contesting him. So barring Ghost having just some obscene amount of farm with some kind of basher early, Stoikov will always get this Requiem off, and he should always be able to get into the middle of these fights and probably kill off 1 to 2 heroes and mix it. He'll break the smoke. Again, we did see just this last game that we casted, the Bristleback versus Puck. It did look really, really good. Your draft with kind of low damage. We'll have to see if this Lone Druid Disruptor poses a significant threat to its life in the laning phase, but I like this Bristleback pick quite a bit, and I'm sure he's happy to pick it up, even in a game where it's not too great, but this one, it is certainly looking good.
Yeah, once Bristleback gets himself up to a couple items, I'm not sure how you kill him. And if you look at where he's building, he's like, yep, I'm going to get a Bracer, and then I'm going to go and get myself a Vanguard. Even before I get any sort of mono regen, I am just not going to take damage in this lane. Early levels might be a little complicated. It's always a little annoying for the Bristleback, as the Impale from Daze is trading for. Oh yeah, they're not going to get Toby, but it is the one downside. Nyx is not the strongest laning support at all. You have an Impale, and that's just about it. But I guess the good news is that Disruptor's also not that great of a laning support. So you trade, and no one really does too much.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Nyx Assassin, one of the better ones into particularly the Disruptor. Again, don't care very much what he's got going on. And that glimpse damage is very easily spiked Carapace. Notably, Daze did take the mana burn facet for that Mind Flare mana burn. I think this is the one Nyxes generally prefer, but I've seen it be kind of a mixed bag. And Toby, that's a blood grenade in the top side.
Yeah, they're going to try to chase him down as Toby runs, and there's just no impale. you have a long cooldown there, Mr. Nyx. You're just going to have to go chase him down. And yes, you are marginally faster, and it's going to be an impale in 3 seconds. Not going to kill Toby, though, as he's going to find his way under tower. There's the Thunder Strike for a little bit more slow, and Toby, he not only does he run back all the way back to tower, he brings a creep with him, which might allow them to reset some of the creep equilibrium just slightly. Okay, they're more creeps there. Not a big deal. Not super worried about it. It's nice deny from Mixa into the bear and the hero, and denies the range creep.
Yep, so far things going pretty decently for the side of OG. Again, you want to do, I mean, having Nyx Assassin into also Lone Druid, I think feels kind of okay. As in, a lot of times you don't want to lane into this hero, honestly, anyway. Having those kind of 2 heroes for the Lone Druid is obviously so obnoxious to CS into. So just dragging the waves is kind of a default maybe into this hero. And they managed to get their large camp pull up here. Stoikov so far is doing pretty good in the mid lane as well. Into Puck, which this can be kind of a finicky matchup. Generally, SF is fine, I think, into most mid matchups, but Puck is one of the ones where you're never going to really have kill threat onto the hero, which does detract from this hero's very, very strong early laning phase. Still playing it pretty nicely on Stoikov, just get decent trades here. You got a little bit of a CS lead.
Yeah, and now with 20 points in Necromastery as well, the damage the damage lead that you have as Stoikov over Sumail is significant. So Sumail, he's just playing for spells, making sure, or he can, not quite getting the CS on that one, but just, dragging the crease back as much as possible, because realistically, the Shadow Fiend is 20 damage on him. You're not out denying that. You're not out CSing that. So it just really is all about making sure that you can just get whatever you can, make these rotations happen. But the problem with this Puck hero, Rojo, right now is like, where are you rotating? You're not going to kill this Underlord easily. You're not going to go kill the Bristleback easily. There are not obvious rotations, not obvious places for this Puck to go.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not obvious at all, I think, for anything that Enigma Galaxy is going to want to do, as they are pretty confidently losing all of their lanes, at least in terms of CS for the time being. Mixa is very comfortable, not really pressured at all in the top lane. He'll get into his Vanguard eventually. And we do see the 1x bet odds there on screen. They're favoring Enigma Galaxy quite a bit, as we would kind of expect, but so far the way the game is going, I mean, it looks pretty good for OG. Again, we praise their draft very heavily. And now, of course, we're looking at a laning phase that is going quite nicely for them. They do rotate 3 heroes at 4 minutes to kill the Nyx Assassin mid. And Sumail doesn't even actually get the kill. It gets split. And meanwhile, bot side, Noob ends up dying to Shad while his wave is stacked up. It's kind of brutal for Enigma Galaxy here.
Yeah, I got to assume that when those bets were being made, when those odds were being set, it was very much pre-draft, because this draft is a massive, we're talking about significant ego draft for Enigma. Now, if they get the Dream Coil down and you start to see Mortimer's Kisses go in and they can get these lockdowns, and the Noob runs at the back line, takes down the Hoodwink, takes down the Nyx, and all of these things, yeah, I can see worlds where it works, but the execution cost, very difficult, as Noob is going to have to go get cookied out of there. And Amar's rotation's going to be fine, but now back into the mid lane. Couple heroes are going to try to show up on top of Sumail, but
barely.
Instead, they take Stoikov down. And this is the problem with Nyx, right? He's level 2. He's got at one point, he's got Spike Carapace. He's level 3 now, but he's got Mind Flare. And yeah, Mind Flare being able to steal Sumail's mana is nice, but you rotate in to try to keep your mid laner safe, and you have an impale. That's not a lot.
Kind of annoying as well for Stoikov. I mean, being SF into Disruptor is quite annoying for a good portion of the early game. Even Mixa, really nicely done by Enigma Galaxy.
Exactly.
Moving around the map with the supports.
Yeah, those are the rotations you need to find. Very nicely done there. And this is kind of before the bristleback timing. He doesn't quite have his Vanguard yet. He's 200 gold away, so killing him before he becomes much more difficult to kill is very nice. Although, do you like this invade from Stoikov? He's looking for some stacks. Unfortunately, there really are no stacks to find. No one's been making that happen. And, you know, in fairness, it's not like Nigma has... there isn't really a stack clearing hero on the side of Nigma to warrant stacking.
Yeah, they definitely are not good at clearing stacks there, which could be pretty obnoxious for them as well if OG start building some of those up for themselves. Thankfully, Nick's Assassin, again, also not necessarily renowned for being the best hero at stacking. Mind Flayer, I guess, can help.
Oh.
Thorkov.
Requiem,
They
level
do
6.
They did have the sentry, yeah, so Stoikov will know just about where that sentry is. Should be fine. He's doing his best at being annoying, but he could actually get punished for this. Again, no Spike Carapace yet.
There's going to be the glimpse back. A little bit more damage. And Sumail, over. He's going to be fine. We'll be able to get the kill there. Over jaunted maybe just a little bit, but all good. The kill off this Nyx is we will see Lelis claims the shrine on the right side. Mix against the shrine on the left side. The power of this Underlord. You can just gate anywhere. And it's kind of like the Prophet approach where you have to be very on top of these 7, 14, 21, 28-minute Wisdom Shrine timings, or they're just gonna get jumped on. And you're just, by the time you rotate over, hey, there's an Underlord showed up, and good luck.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't know if they really could have done anything. Just really nice play by Shad to use that early Fiend's Gate. A lot of times, I think even the support or the carry Underlords don't care to level the Fiend's Gate early if you don't have any good reason to, but getting into that 6 early enough meant that you could steal that Wisdom Shrine away. Get over to Mixa, who now does have his Vanguard. Not actually ahead of Ghost by any means. Ghost has been out farming Mixa for the time being, and Omar.
Yeah, Sumail tries to get on top of Stoikov on the backside. There's gonna be the Waning Rift. Glimpse to break the Dream Coil.
Breaks it.
Stoikov is just dead. Sumail will get Carapace just slightly, but that's fine. Doesn't really have to worry about too much. And second time, this Stoikov mid lane Shadow Fiend gets taken down in a matchup that Sumail was briefly struggling in, but you know, recovery is certainly there now. He's 1,000 gold, just a little less over his mid lane counterpart.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, by Nigma Galaxy, certainly using the kind of early game support advantage they have to actually eke something out, and that means that Lycan is now being given time in the jungle to recover. So despite that very early laning phase going quite poorly for Nigma Galaxy, they've been eking out a lot of value with the supports. Now the levels do hurt, but they've been kind of supplementing them by getting some of these early kills. Just about matching up to where the enemy supports are, and yeah, I love how active Toby has been on this Disruptor.
Shad, he's now the one in a little bit of a pickle here as 3 heroes rotate in. And with no defensive items just yet, Shad will die. Noob does pop the Shapeshift for it, but now that should be a tier 1 tower going down bottom side. And this Ego Draft does seem to be working out. You know, Rojo, I asked the question at the start of this game, or like early on in this game, like, okay, where does the puck rotate? Because rotating into the sidelines doesn't feel very good. You're not going to kill anyone super easily. And the answer appears to have been, well, the puck doesn't rotate. Everyone just rotates to the puck. And that has done a very nice job of bringing Sumail pretty much where he wants to be in this early game.
Yeah, again, not very threatened by Stoikov. Stoikov, I mean, really hates playing into that kind of early Disruptor. Hates playing into the full bore from Omar. It's just an annoying game to be the Shadow Fiend before you get that BKB blink. So, again, I think this is to be expected. Definitely the expected outcome of potentially what Nigma Galaxy should be doing across the map, but it's going a little bit better for them than it should on average. There'll be a Diffusal coming out soon for Ghost. That'll be really obnoxious for Mixa, losing all of his mana. Even if he doesn't necessarily die, just having no mana can sometimes render this hero to be a little bit useless. And Shad, dying where he did, that was a very difficult kill for him to give away. Just using that mask at the wrong time. He was at, I believe, about -5 armor. It's -12 coming out after the Howl and the mask was down. So showing that he still has to play careful. Mid lane, they can play super aggressive because Toby the threat of him being on the map is potentially very scary for Stoikov. So he's had to completely remove himself from the mid lane. Noob is rotating over. And the early map presence is going to be very strong from Enigma Galaxy, and if they can't get into Days of 6, if they can't manage to find anything off the back of these support levels, then could be difficult to get back in the game. Toby running straight at Lelis.
Yep, they're just going to find him with that diffusal blade. There's the roar. He's dead. And now maybe this bristleback. Not a lot of mana. He keeps popping the viscous nasal goo as Stoikov right side gets on top of Ghost. True Form will get popped.
no.
But this was the problem. That hero without True Form ready to go is so squishy. And Stoikov rotating right side will be able to get the kill. Second kill as well on top of Omar. Ghost thought he was safe. He thought he knew where everyone was, but now Noob's gonna run in. Sumail's here as well. Stoikov, no Requiem, no way to get Noob off of him. And that's gonna be a dead mid laner for OG. I don't know that they're gonna be able to get that much more. In fact, yeah, Sumail just TP's out. But man, Ghost thought he was safe. He knew where the bristleback was. They'd killed off the hoodwink, so no need to pop True Form. And then that Requiem from out of nowhere stuns him up, chains him down.
Yeah, nicely played by Stoikov. It was just barely a half second, and Ghost definitely would have lived there. Could have been a disaster otherwise. For Stoikov, it does kind of suck that he ended up dying there at the end, but he'll certainly take any injection to the gold that he can get. We'll see Mixa pick up a soul ring there, pretty much necessary. And yeah, really, really nicely played by Stoikov there, just perfectly on the edge. Daze does, of course, in real time get caught by the static storm, which sucks for him. It's a cooldown that they use. Won't have it for another about 90 seconds or so. Keep smoked up on Sumail and Omar. There's no Nyx Assassin to counter this Mortimer Kiss, as maybe now it's a good time to utilize it.
Chad, though, hiding under tower. They got a rough read.
He is tanky.
Where he is. He is tanky. Gonna have to see. Not quite sure if they can go and take him down, but they would like to find him. So there's gonna be the glimpse a little bit more with the kisses. Yeah, he's tanky, but I don't know. He's not tanky enough. Not at all. Of course, as this kill happens, as Nigma continues to wreak havoc upon the map, make sure you go check out the banner down below the stream. Use code RESD2 to get 100% matching, 100% bonus on your first deposit for 1xbet. Many thanks to them for sponsoring this broadcast and allowing us to bring you some fantastic Dota action as Disruptor dies to Mixa and Daze on the bottom side. So that Vendetta's up, and it is now starting to make some things happen.
Yeah, it will be annoying for quite a while, and every Vendetta kill is going to set back Enigma Galaxy quite a bit. Obviously, people kind of think, I think on average, that, oh, it's just a Disruptor kill, you know, oh, it's just this position 5. Things could certainly be worse, but taking Toby off the map is very important. He's been kind of the main catalyst for Enigma Galaxy getting all of these kills. He's setting most of the tempo up around the map. You see where Stoikov is. He'll be getting into this Yasha Kaya at a very respectable time. The 14 minutes that he'll finish it. It is slightly above where Sumail is after he got that double kill top. So looking pretty good for OG. Again, expecting that this early game would go poorly for them, but oh man, Dobie again. That's why you want him off map.
Yep, Static Storm's gonna go, and Stoikov will just die to the very angry bear, and gonna continue to run away. So it's Diffusal into Mjolnir is the play for the Lone Druid, which is not all that crazy. You want the Diffusal Blade. You're a universal hero. You really enjoy the damage there from the Diffusal, and then, well, being able to farm up is nice. We have seen again these quicker and quicker Aghanim Scepters on Lone Druid players. Just the ability to effectively farm 2 places on the map at once with your bear. But for now, that might be a third item, just because the game is not that problem. We don't have to be just crazy split push Lone Druid just yet.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that is even as much the style there for Ghost, but Stoikov, of course, that was the replay there, and now into real-time Daze is dying again. Every time we go down a replay, Daze dies. I'm starting to see a pattern here.
Hey,
I'm really cursing.
Replay operator, please stop. You're killing him. I was going to ask what he did to deserve this, Rojo, but then I realized he's playing Nyx, and he deserves everything that's coming to him.
I would agree, but Nyx Assassin these days is
Radiant are scanning.
not the most attractive garbage. That hero is definitely weaker than it has been for quite some time. But yeah, very annoying. When you walk into 5 heroes, I suppose maybe it could happen that there happens to be a sentry down there. So for the time being, OG pretty
Dire's
passive.
bottom
They
tower
would
is under attack.
still, I think, like to find maybe slightly more kills than they're getting. Of course, the farm is relatively even, so that's not the worst thing, all things considered. What we really need here is Stoikov to get his items. Every item that Stoikov gets is insanely impactful. The Blink Dagger is going to be huge for him when he does get it. Maybe he just has to go straight into BKB. That's probably what I would prefer to see him do, as the game is going to be hard for him in days. Oh, no. Not
That's
again.
Not all that great, but for now, he will be able to get the Carapace as Sumail has to run away. Static Storm, though, controlling this Stoikov Shadow Fiend for now, but not a kinetic field. Even the Dream Coil doesn't quite lock him in place, and they get days, but they only get days. And that's a Dream Coil, that's a Shapeshift, and that's a Static Storm, that's Kisses, although Bristleback has to be very, very careful as the Quills are starting to stack up just a little bit more. Noob runs him down, tries to, and there's the Glimpse, but they will just get the Prowler instead. And Sumail moves in, doesn't get him. I know he will get him with the amp damage variant, but Sumail gives his life for it. Not worth it at all. And now Daze finds his way right back in. Nyx dies once, that's a problem. Nyx dies twice, though, much less likely, and they will be able to go and take down this Snapfire as well. And the bottom side, well, no further aggression. This Underlord continues to farm, so, you know, Enigma understands they got to get active early, but that was a little bit too much there, Rojo.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, a little too active, for sure. You know, maybe overestimating how much time they should spend on the Peloton. A little bit too heavy of a workout in the mid lane there. Just, yeah.
How have the odds gotten worse for OG?
I mean, there's been quite a few kills for the likes of Enigma Galaxy. So definitely the map control is quite good for them, I think, at the moment. But yeah, definitely the farm being even is quite nice for OG. Again, items for Mixo are very, very nice. Items for Stoikov are very, very nice. And they do have the blink from Stoikov. He didn't die, so he's going to go into that item first, and does mean he has the burst potential. With the likes of Lelis, they can find something. Noob he was on Vision earlier, farming this Ancient, but might just slightly miss him. Days again.
Yeah, well,
The break.
Daze is he squish a bug sometimes, but they will find Noob. He's going to try to pop the Shapeshift, but with Requiem,
he's too fast.
Oh no, he gets the Shapeshift off in time, and now that just means he gets to run away at maximum movement speed. Now Stoikov's got to run. Oh no.
Okay, Crimson's here.
Crimson's here. That's all.
It's on cooldown, actually, but maybe that matters if they go on to Mixa.
Chad a little bit.
Chad's even here.
Rune, he does have that BKB, though, looking to just hit into Toby. Static Storm, who cares? He's got the BKB. He chunks him down into it. So now this is a Shad with 157 bonus damage, and he's actually just going to teleport bottom to prevent Ghost from doing the split push thing, which is so very annoying. Although two-thirds damage done on this tower is, they're starting to get it down.
Yeah, and this Mjolnir is going to be really impactful for Ghost. Obviously, talk about the flat mitigation, or the percentage mitigation from Shad on the Atrophy Aura. Definitely taking a lot less damage physically from the bear. That Mjolnir means that the damage will be pretty meaningful. Obviously also goes through the Crimson Guard here. So if Ghost gets on top of a hero he's able to hit, he is going to kill it. He's getting it, should be coming on the Courier right before the Tormentor is coming up. OG is up here, but this position looks really scary. Oh god. Stoikov?
And here comes the bear right through the portal, and Ghost on top of Mixa. There's good fear into the Dream Coil snap, and that's going to be Lelis dead immediately. Stoikov right side has to be very careful. No BKB ready to go. Even with the Crimson mitigating a ton of damage, it does not matter. And now it's 2 dead. And Daze, he just looks to run on out of here. They'd love to get Mixa. They're not going to find it. And now, well, the Shard, they can go back and turn back for that one. Daze would love to be able to get a snipe on either the Tormentor. That'd be impactful. Maybe you get someone who gets low, but very interested in playing around here. And, well, if he plays out of sentry range, looks for the Carapace.
Oh,
way too
Shad's
early
coming.
there. That's not what you're looking for. Toby gets his yard.
Damage.
Daze? Okay,
True Form.
there we go. Here comes Shad on top of Ghost as well. No more True Form. He's going to be able to take him down as well. And now
He's
Toby,
Toby.
nowhere to go.
Great boss.
Triple kill on the side of this Underlord. Daze, you kill him a couple times, and he does die in this fight. But he sets up the vision. He knows what's happening, and he sets it up for a massive cleanup from this Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit awkward by Days. Again, is a little bit early, but once Shad is able to connect, he's incredibly strong. And I mean, that propelled him insanely too. The XP that he got off of that fight alone funneled him all the way up to level 19. That's absolutely ridiculous, since all of those were essentially solo kills.
3,600
massive.
XP.
So, let's see here. Can they actually catch anything?
No Vendetta ready. Oh no, Vendetta is going to go once again. They're going to find Noob in the corner. There's going to be the strike off ultimate. And again, the shapeshift. It's just too late. You got to open with the stun, or he just gets the shapeshift off. Now Lilith has to run. No Requiem ready to go. And Stoikov just jumped on top of Crit down. It's odd. There's no BKB. You'd think you could go on top of this Lycan. But they are not chaining their abilities together, and he's just getting the shapeshift off, and in this case, the cookie as well to get him over the cliff, and then you Requiem, you fear him, and he's running away at 550 movement speed, and that's great. That's exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, the execution has honestly even, I think, been kind of okay by OG. Just, Noob has been exceptionally fast on his reactions here. So, I mean, really just playing to his ends here. And yeah, I'm a little bit confused as well. I don't know why they're so pressured to feel the need to make moves without Shad, but Shad's going to come in anyway.
Oh, no. Doesn't get his BKB off in time, though. He gets glimpsed back, and
he can come back.
He's going to try to go through the portal once again. BKB still available. He's going to get on top of Ghost here. Gets the True Form off in time, and that's going to buy some level of space. Now Shad's just getting guided out. It's a problem. Another pit's going to go down. You don't want to target Ghost, though. Not in True Form. Not with the Aegis. This bear's going to go, and there's the Dream Coil. Goodbye. Nyx is dead, and Bear doesn't even have to join the fray. So Shad, no cleanups there. He's got 200 damage, which is nice, or 200 bonus damage, which is nice, but really does seem to be lacking ways to stick on top of targets right now.
Yeah, they have a lot of ways to kite him, but yeah, just OG, I'm not loving how antsy they've been about this game. I don't think that they've needed to go so aggressively. Now, granted, again, I think Noob, just his reaction time has been honestly kind of ridiculous. So that certainly stops them from getting a pretty decent gold injection. Definitely turned some of those fights sideways for them, but just the concepts of them, they're so high risk, high reward, and I don't think they need that. Shad is level 20. Like, he's having the game of his life on this Underlord. If they can just wait for him to be able to connect, then, I think he will be perfectly happy to do so every time. But they've been going when he doesn't have gate. They've been going, smoking just a little bit before he can actually meaningfully connect. And it's been biting them really bad. Still, it's only 4K for Enigma Galaxy, but this Aegis is going to be really, really nice for Ghost again. Now he doesn't have to worry about this burst coming out. He can go very comfortably into the Aghanims for himself, or for his bear, that is. And it just feels very, very nice for Enigma Galaxy. This Aegis really cements the capability for them to cover this map and get a couple of tier 2s, really make their presence known here. And it sets Stoikov's BKB back quite a bit. Thankfully, he's close to it, so I think if he can get to this, there's some merit potentially to their next fight. But this BKB has certainly been a lot more delayed than I think it had any reason to be.
Oh, yeah. Very. A little bit more, I think they got than they probably should have. Is makes it just trying to, even if they can get the bear, that's going to be nice, but Savage Roar just pushes you back. And, it's funny, we're seeing a lot of these interactions where these heroes that are very fast have that movement speed either work very much for them in a way that you wouldn't expect, like with the Requiem and the Roar, or a bunch of Warpath stacks means that Savage Roar pushes you away that much faster. The BKB is done, Rojo, on the side of this Shadow Fiend, and While the Aegis is still there, certainly that only protects Ghost. Maybe this is a timing where they can make something happen?
Yeah, ideally you'd like to get Stoikov's neutral item and his level 18. That'll be a pretty big power spike for him. But you can execute onto somebody pretty quick with Daze if you think you ought to. Ghost, he has the Agnums finally for his bear, which feels very nice. I mean, already he has this Aegis, but now you have to physically kill the bear before being able to run this. And
they're going to
that's
try.
what they're going to try to go for.
Unfortunately, Savage Roar
Stoikov
exists.
could have gotten it, but he was scared.
Well, Nixa tries
Actually,
to go. No.
really think he should have just committed. He had the B. Honestly, I think committing BKB to kill the bear with the Ags is worth it. I think certainly worth it. You need to put this on a timer because that's the real Aegis, is having to summon Spirit Bear onto Ghost. But Noob,
Finally.
not this time.
Finally, they take Noob down, and it really does. You do have to bring this. Oh, never mind. That's a dead Nyx once again. But as we've seen, Nyx dies. Sometimes the fight goes pretty well anyways. As Mixa now pops the Crimson Guard. Very tanky indeed. But Static Storm on top. Stat continues to try to hit. Has to pop the BKB, and it's a dead Bristleback. Sumail on the back lines. Amp damage. Absolutely unfettered here. He's just doing so much. Now Shad gets glimpsed back in. He's dead. And they're right outside the tier 3 where you don't have a Lycan. Don't even know if there's the Helm of the Overlord creep. No, it's pushing mid. But you got 2 bears. And both of them have that ability to just annihilate towers with the not with the Entangling Claws, with Demolish. So this tower destined to fall, mid lane getting pushed in, and just these fights are not working out the way that OG would. Even though you got Noob at the start of this, just not finding those avenues onto the backline that you really need to find.
Yeah, I mean, probably should have TP'd out even on Daze again. There's a gem. This time he's walking away, but they are going to get the Berber anyway. Dust onto Sumail. Who, by the way, Sumail, he did not have to go for that early defensive item that we sometimes see the puck have to. Went straight into that Parasma. Whoa. Ooh, actually, the glimpses there. Daze having pretty bad stinker of a Nyx Assassin game. Just sometimes this is how the hero feels. No longer do you have that ability to one-shot the creep Speo, so that farming potential for Nyx Assassin is not really there. He's relying on getting any kind of kill.
Yep, he's been
to supplement his net worth, and they're not getting those.
Yep, he's been working on that blink for the last 28 minutes, and he is still just about 250 gold away. So, yeah, not all that great.
No, it's this hero can be quite tough. There's a reason we don't see a lot of Nyx Assassin, and this hero can be rather difficult. And as we said, just really all about getting those kind of kills. And if you can't do it, then you have basically no way of meaningfully gaining net worth. Especially as well, Daze. He went for max Mind Flare, max Spike Carapace. Very brawling build. Stoikov, surprisingly, honestly, I think that noob kill did propel him a decent bit of net worth. So he's getting close to level 20. He's getting close to the Aghanims. That's a pretty big timing, all things considered. Mixa is even messing with the bear a little bit here. Does finally have the shard for Ghost. That's a pretty big one. The shard on a Ghost means that you are no longer getting that Viscous Nasal Goo stacked up against you. You can go ahead and use the Dispel. Makes it a little bit stronger as well, the attack speed that you get there. It's a very nice pickup for Ghost. He's very comfortable.
We've entered full Halloween jump scare mode on this bear. He's just going to be everywhere. He's going to find everything, and they're going to try to kill him, but he actually, Savage Roar's going to get popped once again. Looks like
Harpoon, ow.
Yeah, okay. 300 gold in the coffers. I'm not actually sure who got the last hit, but 300 gold to OG. That's a cooldown now available on Ghost, and he's going to go Silver Edge next. It's just going to be continuing to amp the bear up. There's a world where, given the lead that you have, it might just be worth getting a refresher. But Silver Edge, fantastic into this Bristleback, of course, and the Underlord, and it makes it just that much harder to kill the bears. I can't begrudge the decision, certainly.
Yeah, I like the Silver Edge quite a bit. Does make it possible to kill off these supports really easily with all the damage he's built into. And notably as well, Ghost, he gets very heavily rewarded. He's got a vast, unleashed, serrated Shiv. So that's a Dormant Curio held up until the tier 3. Gets that onto, notably, of course, Lone Druid gets 2 copies of whatever neutral item he chooses, one on the bear, one for himself.
Although, it appears that the bear copy is not unleashed.
I see. I wonder if that's intentional or not.
wonder if that's actually. I wonder if it actually works like that too. It might just be a display bug. I'm not sure.
You don't know. I don't know if the bear actually. Probably it like just copies the item that Lone Druid gets. So maybe it doesn't. It like rather than upgrading from Curio, it just gives him the Shiv. Maybe my best guess. So then at that chance, I guess that is a little bit unfortunate. But regardless, a vast rated Shiv is still very, very strong. Smoke up from Nigma Galaxy. Octarine finished on Samael, so fully aggressive on the side of Samael. No need really to go into silly defensive items as he's not been too punished this game. But Stoikov, level 20 with the Aghanim Scepter. This is definitely his potential unleashed in this game. About the strongest he'll be probably the entire game, barring the next, 2 huge items he'll get. But for the time being, this is the timing that they've been waiting for.
If you can go and get a pit on the puck, pit into Requiem seems really, really strong. It's going to be a dead puck, but
I mean, yeah, you have to get the stun though to get the phase shift coming out from Samael. So that's why he's been so confident to itemize this aggressively.
By the way, can we talk about this Tormentor? Of all the heroes, I guess it's fine. It's not all that crazy. It gives the shard to the bear.
Yeah.
So now the bear can go and drag runes back to the hero. That's the this Lone Druid shard's a little funny, man. Fetch is weird.
Yeah, it is weird. I mean, it is much better, I think, to grab heroes, and it does go, or it doesn't go through BKB, of course, because that would be broken. I believe they actually might have taken that away in the past, but yeah, it's a weird spell. It doesn't necessarily do too much, and get the nice stun onto Samael.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh no! Daces his blink.
Okay, now they're going to be able to find Toby as well. Static Storm on everyone, but no kinetic field. He gets just 2 hit. And now Daze tries to go find Omar. Damage is there as Daze gets very low. He just has to run. Lilith on the backside, the very angry bear running at him, but he's going to be able to play around the trees. Bear should fall to be a vision. We do. Bear will fall. Seems like Nyx gets out of here, and now Noob. He's running away. Not a lot of time left on this shapeshift. But he did get himself a blink, so he's going to get out of here. But man, this is Roche.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it certainly should be. Shadow has an extra 156 damage, working towards that Daedalus. Incredibly strong still. Onto the Underlord, only 1 bear is super meaningful. We've seen that the bear is kind of easy to bring down with all the minus armor they have, and no way to really answer that for Ghosts. In the time being, really quick Roche. Aegis in the hands of Shad, and that's how you kind of get bit if you're playing the way Samael is playing. He is going to itemize into that Aeon Disc next. Definitely necessary this game.
Rojo, you get bit if Noob buys an Aghanim Scepter. That's actually how you get bit.
A wolf puck would be pretty scary, actually.
Would it be?
To think of it, I wonder.
Well,
no, not really.
Well, no.
I wonder if your phase shifts actually.
No, you wolf puck, and then puck gets an axe as well. Does it?
I see the vision.
Does it work like that? Like, would you get would your Dream Coil right clicks count in terms of would it get the crit bonus?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
I mean, it should. It very much should. Although it does mess with obviously turns you melee, so I think it would mess with your phase shift shard. Obviously messes with your attack bonus, but Ghost
Stoikov
doesn't need to be a wolf. Ooh,
yeah, a bunch of heroes on top. It has to pop the BKB. Requiem as well. Should be a good heal. It's going to not bring it back up to full. Gets crit down by Noob. And he just has the BKB to get him on out of here. Now Shad getting chunked down by this ghost bear. That's going to be the Aegis down. 4 seconds until they can maybe do something. Is he going to look for the respawn? BKB on the second life. Bear will die. Can we get anything more? There's going to be the Glib Static Storm on this angry bug, and he's going to get taken down. But now Nyx onto the backside, trying to take Toby down. Certainly Shapeshift is gone. Secondary Bear is going to be there for now, but now fears him away just a little bit more. Samael backside. There's the Dream Coil. Get anything more here? Good auras are just doing a fantastic job of keeping that Underlord alive, but there's going to be the break. It's going to be death on the side of Shab, and now Nyxa. Can he clean this up here? He's going to continue to run it. These supports, he's getting kited out, but with the Shivas, should be able to take down Omar, even though the cookie lands. And now Samael, a little bit more. There's the kinetic fields. They try to put this man in a box, and They're going to try, but Kinetic Field doesn't last forever, and Mixa continues to run. Glimpse is ready and waiting. Eventually, though, that's what he's going to try to find. Instead, he's like, maybe I can kill Toby. Maybe that's going to happen, but he's nullified. He's kited, and if he's ever able to stay on top of one of these targets, he'd do a lot of damage. But he is kited so hard in those last couple minutes. He just never actually could bring his damage to bear.
Yeah, he really, I mean, he really needs this BKB, but they did bring the damage to the bear. Managed to take out both of the Spirit Bears, but just unfortunately fell out of, or kind of ran out of steam there at the very end. So
wait, how does
fight eventually going to Enigma Galaxy?
How does Ghost have all of the bear items in his inventory?
I'm not actually sure.
He did this in TI as well, and I'm still not sure how it works because, like, theoretically, whenever I played Lone Druid, maybe something changed very recently, but the items die with the bear. They're stuck on the bear. You can't take items off a dead hero. Maybe it's something to do with the courier. I wasn't actually watching, but I would maybe there's some weird thing you can do with the courier. Well, I mean, maybe there's like a trick you can do with the courier to take items off of it. I'm not sure, but I guess Ghost doesn't know the tech, so actually managed to kind of secure farm for himself. Now does spawn the second bear, another 2 minutes before he'll have a second one. And we can see the efficacy of this Silver Edge. Obviously, Silver Edge is great into Bristleback for many of the known reasons for a very long time, but it's quite good into Shad as well. Getting rid of Atrophy Aura. It doesn't, of course, get rid of the stacks that he's already built, but it prevents him from gaining them, it prevents him from cleaving, and it does remove that kind of damage mitigation that he has built in. So Shad has to be careful if he doesn't have that BKB. Almost, I mean, he is going into Satanic, and I can't blame Shad at all for that, as he has now as well hit the 25. So extra Pit of Malice route, but I almost wonder if he just needs a refresher, because, man, this is playing the game without his BKB has looked really, really miserable. Just, yeah. Yeah, it's a problem. Now, I guess the upside of everything that's happening is that, with the Lone Druid's only level 22. You don't get a lot of levels because your bear is doing, especially with this Ags bear, your bear is doing most of the farming. You're doing a little bit on the sides, but you're not getting significant XP injections, especially if you're not, like, in the fights, which he's not. So, Lone Druid, pretty low level, all things considered. He's not going to be able to get into that bonus attack speed very quickly, or tree form cooldown, whichever it is that he wants to go. But now we're going to see the Static Storm go down, and he stuns? No. Lelis, Bushwhack on cooldown for another 4 seconds, so they're not going to be able to go and take Toby down. And now Toby, interesting thing though, as we take a look at where this Disruptor is, Toby's not really going for that Ags. He's got himself a bunch of other, he's got himself a Ghost Scepter, Force Staff, a Solar Crest, but not a lot of focus on the Ags. This game is Requiem committed, but the bear is the hero roars, so the bear roars too, gets the bonus movement speed, fears everyone away, and gets a right on out of there.
Yeah, Toby not going for the Ags is a little bit interesting. I can't necessarily blame him this game, but it would be really, really nice to have that kind of insurance here, because now the BKBs are going to be full stop, extremely relevant. Smail, though, he is really strong on this puck. Yeah, Dazed, man.
Dazed?
Can't catch a break.
Yeah, he's evolved from Dazed into Confused, Rojo. That's what's happening. As Toby, not often you see a Disruptor just run at multiple heroes, but Toby feels strong enough this game with his Ghost Scepter, Force Staff, Solar Crest to just run straight at heroes. And there's the glimpse on top of Lelis. Static Storm might be a bit of an overcommitment, but they do kill off this Hoodwink once again. And
on to Shad.
They're going to try to force some buyback probably. There's going to be the break on top of Shad as well. Stoikov, Requiem is ready, not ready to go just yet. As damage being done onto the Ghost Bear a little bit, trying to dive on top of Nuve on the backside. Bear should fall, but Samael
killed Shad.
Dives into the backline, takes Shad down, and now the Eon Disc buys all the separation that he needs.
Oh no.
And that was a buyback from Daze too, so the buyback, you cannot keep Shad alive in this. You got a wolf running free, you got a bear running free, you got a fairy dragon running free, as that stun is not gonna quite land on the secondary one, and he's just dead again. What are you supposed to do? The crit damage way too strong here. I guess Mix a run at people, but a Ghost Scepter causing problems. There's going to be the break, and this Bristleback is not nearly as tanky as he would like to be. Gets blitzed back in. Requiem does nothing because they have BKBs popped, and this game feels like it's just about ending. You do have buybacks on the cores, but no buybacks on this on this Nyx, and certainly one set of racks are going to go down. They're maybe going to try to prevent the second one falling, but already damage has been done.
Bear would be, I mean, better than a hero kill.
It's on
to be
cooldown.
honest, and Lelis dies anyway to Smail. Smail is just playing crazy in this game. They managed to get Toby, so that's a nice little pickup. Does have the gem, but Smail is running absolutely wild. So farmed on this puck. Now level 25, Bayo. I mean, the game was hard before. Really hard before. Now Smail has an amplified damage bottled with the Dream Coil Pierce's debuff immunity. So that is the big talent. I mean, we don't necessarily have this Ags Static Storm coming out that's going to be this late game monster, but Smail, he's going to do it all his own.
Okay.
And they do have Noob's Ags.
Noob has the Ags. Sumail is buying, he's buying a Demon Edge. I'm sure, yeah, it's just for a Daedalus. Yeah. So, the dream of the Fairy Dragon Wolf. It seems, I don't know if they just decide to wolf form the Lone Druid Bear, and maybe that's good, but the dream of the Fairy Dragon Wolf, Rojo. We talked about it. It's Chekhov's Ags.
Oh, why is he so far up?
Why is he dead? Oh, that's actually easy answer right there. You got a level 27 puck, but I don't know why he's so far up. It's not necessary.
No, I mean, punish greatly. They have another bear, so basically, when you play this Lone Druid kind of style, the ghost is you have an Aegis every 2 minutes for your hero. And the reason that this is so strong, and yeah, I mean, there's no real fight to put together without Stoikov. Shad, he isn't even coming back to the base, granted, at the moment. He really wants the Satanic. So he thinks it's the only way he can survive this kind of Ags coil, and he's probably correct. It probably isn't worth trying to mount a defense to the Megas. You're just gonna have to play into them.
Look at Omar, by the way.
There's the bear.
Such a deep, oh man, they're giving the break and the fear and the nullifier. And it looks like, oh, that's a great cookie on top of him. I'm like, oh, he might get out of here. Absolutely not. That's not a thing, and that's gonna be game. 110 seconds on the deck, Noob into the fountain just to make sure that everyone dies, and that'll do it. So the game number one will go the way of Enigma Gaming, Enigma Galaxy, despite what we thought was a bit of a questionable draft from them, and a very vulnerable draft from them. It still works out. They still play their comfort heroes, and man, this Ghost Lone Druid, it doesn't matter how good or bad a game it is, he just always seems to look so good on the hero.
Yeah, and this new Ags build as well is quite nice against the kind of, typical issue of Lone Druid getting bursted. Because now you just have an Aegis on your bear, essentially, whenever the hero is away from the fight, which Ghost always was. And I mean, really, too, I think Toby made a lot of moves in the early game that put them into that position, but some of those moves by OG as well, I think particularly when they fought that first Tormentor, was just out of place, and they weren't synced up with Shad, which I think really did kind of cost them a lot in the mid game, which meant that getting into that later game was just a really difficult kind of style to play for them. So I think that their drafting was nice in this game, but a few decisions that they made, and granted some really nice play from Enigma Galaxy, just meant that this game did not particularly feel that close, outside of maybe a few moments with Shad.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, that is only one game in our best of three. So we're going to have to see if OG can strike back, send us to game 3, or whether Enigma Galaxy are the team that are going to move on in this upper bracket. For now, we're going to have a break. And when we're back, more Dota, more OG, more Enigma.
break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back to Aria's Unchained Europe 2025, where we get to see who's going to qualify eventually into Blast 5 in Chengdu later on. For now, this is Nigma, this is OG, and Rojo in a mashup, in a draft that looked very difficult for Nigma to pull off. They do it with flying colors. Sumail goes 22 and a lot of assists, whatever that number was. 22 and 18. Ghost looks fantastic. Toby he's got 31 assists. He sets all the tempo required. And even in a draft that looked pretty good for OG, Nigma eventually just find a way to snowball the hell out of game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely, we were kind of talking about, or at least I was at the beginning of, I think that an OG that really has it together versus a little bit of a disheveled Nigma Galaxy could stand a pretty fair chance, especially in a draft like this, but that was not the case. Nigma Galaxy, they did not look disheveled at all. I think they played that game very, very comfortably. Noob's reactions were incredible. I think there was 2 times that he should have rightfully died if he wasn't paying incredible attention, if he wasn't extremely fast. Sumail, of course, only dying 2 times on the puck into a Nyx assassin. OG, likewise. I'm not exactly maybe at their entire peak, as there was kind of a couple of questionable plays, some made without Shad. That original Tormentor go from them at the 20-minute mark really ended up costing them a lot. Toby was really on top of Stoikov and Daze. I'm just finding so many kills on top of them. And so they were just able to really just eke out everything possible on the map for Nigma Galaxy. And then at that point, the kind of counters that you have didn't really exist. Ghost got to itemize perfectly for them. He has that Ags, so you can find his main hero, doesn't matter, because his main hero is not his main hero. You kill his bear, he ends up, I think, abusing kind of this courier trick to get all of his items onto his main hero anyway. Just really well played by Ghost, and I'm potentially thinking, heading into the second game, maybe you just get rid of it in the second phase. Just like, who cares? Who cares if you have a good lineup against Lone Druid? Just don't let this man have it, because he looks really, really gross on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there is a great lineup versus this Ghost Lone Druid. He's too good at the hero. It's one of those things. It's like he either plays straight up, but I haven't actually seen him play it fully straight up. He just goes the Axe build, and it's for a similar reason why. There we go. For a similar reason as to why Vengeful Spirit was very strong. It's been nerfed a little bit, but Vengeful Spirit Ags was very popular at high-level pubs, even if not professional play. Undying, very strong for a while. Wraith King, very strong for a while. It had the ability to just, Abaddon, same idea. The ability to have a second life for free. Have a bunch of stuff dumped on your primary life and then still be able to come back and fight is fundamentally incredibly strong.
Yeah, I almost feel like there's like something you can do in game to give yourself that kind of power, but that'd probably be too broken, so I don't think they'd ever let
buy an
anything like that
Ags
in.
on the Wraith King.
Yes, that is, I think, what we're looking at. But yeah, no, I mean, it just having this kind of crazy 2-minute, cooldown Aegis essentially for what is your main hero feels pretty good. So Lone Druid, I'm thinking potentially after watching these games that we're going to start seeing this hero a lot more outside of Ghost, but particularly if you are managing to run into Enigma Galaxy, unfortunately, into any kind of qualifier, then I think it's probably something that's going to be on your mind. I think as well, this Disruptor too, Toby, he played that he just played the early game very, very well. He was kind of everywhere he had to be. And it felt like everywhere for OG. He was just constantly on Stoikov, causing him to kind of fall behind early. He got a few nice kills to put him back in the game, but yeah, Toby was a huge thorn in their side. It's just really, really well played by Enigma Galaxy again. So for anyone wondering, it does seem like they still got it. Is the short and sweet to it.
Yeah, no, certainly there. And it's kind of cool as well because I think when Ghost was starting to kind of get some aplomb as this actually seems like a really good miracle replacement for Enigma. They're getting great results. Ghost looks fantastic. It was the Morphling, it was the PA, it was these late game hyperscaling hyper carries that eventually Enigma would say, you know what, Ghost, win the game for us. We're going to support you as much as possible. And now, while he is still playing a very farm-heavy lone druid, of course, and we're seeing this, and he's getting the ags that allows him to not even have to play with the team necessarily. He's playing more active heroes, and he is playing more tempo-setting heroes. That's allowing him to play with the team a little bit more, even if he's not technically playing with the team. But good enough. The primary damage of his hero is. And I think that's pretty encouraging if you're an Enigma Galaxy fan as well, because we've seen him go and kind of expand his horizons a little bit, have a more flexible, add more flexibility to the drafting stage. And yeah, I'm with you. Ban this bear out, man. It just looks. This was supposed to be good. You got a Nyx on top of him. He's squishy. You stun him. You can blink Requiem, and he should die like every time. But he just never let himself get found.
Yeah, it was just well played. Ghost has definitely shown why he deserves a spot on this team. He's definitely shown why he deserves a spot in the main kind of stage across the world. Just a very, very proficient player. He has a very unique hero pool, but he is incredibly good at the heroes he does play. Even, we don't really see much of it, but his Marcy is incredible. Typically, that's just banned out. His Troll Warlord looks really great. He's just a carry player. He's just a Dota player. He loves the heroes that he plays. He's very, very good at them. He always brings out some kind of interesting flair to the team. And I've been really happy to kind of follow his journey on the squad. And this is kind of, the best that they've looked in a pretty long time. They look actually semi-consistent. Obviously, after their TI performance, I think a lot of people were surprised by that. But now you're kind of wondering coming out, getting Toby, is that going to be something that actually improves them? Is that something that is going to dishevel them? But yeah, as we're seeing in this series they're playing against OG, they are doing quite well for themselves.
They are. It's also, I guess, worth pointing out that with GH on his, I think he's called his gameplay absence, his break, whatever you want to call it, the last member of the original Enigma Galaxy is now not on the playing roster. Sure, Kuro is still coaching, but of that original Enigma Galaxy squad, they've all been replaced. They've all updated at this point. So a little bit of an end of an era there, maybe. But Toby looks great. I am so happy if they do decide to, because Toby's in trial right now. He's not a stand-in. He's listed as a trial member of the team. If he finds a good home, I'm going to be so happy for him because he's been looking, you mentioned this, like every single Western European team or every single team realistically that he slots into, he really looks good. And if anything, he often seems to elevate these teams that he's slotting into. So if he can find a permanent home, that's going to be very well deserved.
Yeah, no, Toby absolutely deserves the success because, again, just every team that he shows up on just seems to kind of magically improve, at least in some aspect. So I'm sure he's bringing something at least to draft, to communication, probably to all the above. It just seems like a very easy player to work with, very easy player to play with. So definitely deserving of at least this trial phase here. Obviously, of course, OG is not, I think, the ultimate test for Enigma Galaxy at the moment or going to be into this qualifier. But of course, you every game you want to play it to your fullest. And that last game, Enigma Galaxy, they certainly did. I think this game they're looking, of course, to recreate it. And it is kind of annoying that this Enigma Galaxy draft, one thing that I do think Toby and GH kind of both did, that is nice that Toby still has, is he forces out bans. This is a player where you can't let him get Chen. Yeah, you absolutely can't let him have that hero. Most players don't like to let him have the Ench either, or the likes. So just kind of a 5 player that kind of soaks up some bans and then still plays something that he's relatively quite good at, which is very nice to have.
That is very nice indeed. As we're going to see Timbersaw removed by Enigma, Jakiro removed. There's the Storm. Like, we're not going to let Stoikov go and get his first pick mid laner. So he's going to be forced to maybe something he's a little bit less comfortable in. Notably, again, I think that we're seeing this first phase Muerta ban. Again, we talked about it. It's Omar hero. Toby can play it. It's male hero. But still interesting that we're seeing it first banned, because that means that they, or first phase banned, because that means they think that Nigma would first phase pick it, which I don't know is totally wrong, but that would put Nigma as like the only hero, only team that puts that level of priority on the hero.
I think they already have actually done it. I think they've already picked a 9 Muerta. Maybe in this qualifier, actually. I believe against Call Me Chota. Previously, they did 9 pick the Muerta. But it did not go well. Short and sweet of it. So maybe it's not worth it, but I think probably Omar, honestly, I mean, obviously Smail's doing his kind of Helm Dom thing, his shenanigans with the Muerta mid, which is fun, but it's always been one of Omar's best heroes. So I think it's probably worth a shout out ban. You do ban the Lycan and pick up the Beastmaster for themselves, which is interesting. Obviously, they could have done the otherwise, or maybe even banned out potentially something and then gone into the Lycan. Because now Enigma Galaxy, they have the Naga Siren open, and you know, obviously we think this hero, you know, and previously when we were casting a lot of games before the patch came out, we said this is probably just the most broken hero in competitive, period. It provides you basically everything you could possibly want, and Song is the most broken spell in Dota, you know, in competitive Dota. But it was nerfed very slightly. I believe it was damage on Deluge. I believe the HP the healing coming out from the ulti as well. Plus, I think one other small thing.
Yeah.
Which means that this hero is still very good. It's just slightly worse from where it was, which means that now maybe Bayo, instead of being incredibly, ridiculously broken, it's just pretty broken. Just pretty broken.
Yes, going down from 49% max HP healing if a full like level 18 Song to 42% is a significant 8%, 7%, excuse me. You do have that. It's not the reason that this hero is broken. It is a reason the hero is broken, but realistically, just this ability to break engages is the thing. This ability to just go and make a fantastic setup, but B, you just break engagements, and it's just at the high level. You could, okay, there was a level where the numbers on the other spells would be horrible. Okay, here we go with the Invoker. Cataclysm Song sounds fun, but yeah, there you could get the numbers low enough, but it's going to be difficult because fundamentally, in such a heavily big spell meta, the ability to just ruin those spells is it's too valuable, Rojo.
5 seconds.
Yeah, and that's not to mention the vision and the lockdown and everything else that goes hand in hand with Naga Siren. Just a great hero overall, and probably the Deluge damage almost matters more, just to kind of stop this hero from getting so many items as a support. The Silencer I think is nice for OG, but so far this Enigma Galaxy draft is giving me kind of the shivers. I think Naga Siren Invoker for them is very bread and butter. I think these are 2 very, very, very strong heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
They're happy to have. And I mean, Silencer is fine. I think Beastmaster is whatever so far in this draft. We'll have to see what their next pick is, but it's hard to imagine that Enigma Galaxy is not going to be able to properly round out their draft here on the 17-18 or the 16-17. And I'm just, it's not too far in the draft, Bayo. I mean, there are still some decent heroes. Maybe Stoikov go into some kind of mid laner. Maybe they'll go into the Tiny 4, which I believe this is very likely to be the Tiny 4. Not opting for Hoodwink this game. But this Enigma Galaxy draft, it's scaring me a little. And there still is the likes of Gyro for Enigma Galaxy. So I wonder if they'll just bust that out. I mean, it's great pairing with Naga Siren. It's perfectly good into Silencer Tiny. You don't really care what either of those heroes do. It's great into Beastmaster and Lane. I don't necessarily see why they couldn't, but again, Ghost is a very talented player, so I'm sure there's 50 heroes he could pick and be very comfortable on in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I was gonna say a little surprised. I think I'm very surprised that they didn't pick up Snapfire here on the side of OG. It's seen as one of these heroes that is pretty good into Naga because you can apply damage even through the song, so you don't have the save. Naga can cancel, but it's a lot more difficult as there's going to be the Hoodwink and the Nature's Prophet. So
Oh.
interesting, because I feel like generally we see this Prophet as the Samael hero. Obviously, it's going to be Ghost here, but a bit of a 10-degree difference from what we've normally been seeing.
Yeah, it's a little interesting. I'm a tiny bit surprised. I don't maybe love the natures too much coming out here, but granted how the first game went, I think having this kind of potential to be around the map is really obnoxious. Their damage is kind of low on OG for the time being, so once you get a BKB, you're not significantly threatened. Definitely want to see them fix that on OG here. The question is, how do you fix that? You do want something that can kind of get away from the Sprout, so I mean, any hero can buy Quelling Blade, but maybe something that buys Battle Fury is nice. It's an okay jug game if you want to head that direction. Probably okay to go with Ursa, Dragonite, Gyro. I think all of these speak fine to me. I don't know if you need to pick up a mid laner for Stoikov. Maybe he feels his hero pool is pinched, but I feel like you want to get Shad a hero that he's comfortable on here.
Yeah, I'm with you there, but they're certainly spending a lot of reserve time on this one, so they're going to go and pick a sniper. Okay. In outright, you're not, very rarely are you going to get sprouted. The Prophet has to teleport on top of you, and they have Beastmaster and Tiny as coverage for that. It outranges some level of the Naga Siren Sleep, unless this Siren like blinks on top of the sniper. I don't love it, but I can see the logic behind it.
Yeah, and this is also kind of nice for OG in the sense of it is actually a flex for them. So they won't have any more information on Enigma Galaxy's pick since they do have the last pick, but they'll get to see what they ban. They'll have a little bit more information. Because Shad does love his sniper. I'm sure that Stoikov can play it. I think I probably like the premise of a mid sniper maybe slightly more, but we'll certainly have to see, because again, I think based on what I know from OG, this is probably Shad's sniper. I think he does just kind of enjoy this hero, and it makes sense. I mean, it is a hero that builds Hurricane Pike. It's a very good game to have a Force Staff. I think in general, Force Staff honestly stops most of the damage from Enigma Galaxy at the moment, which maybe could be a small issue for them. We'll have to see what they do for their last pick. And Enigma Galaxy thinks that they are picking a carry for this last pick on OG. Certainly possible. I don't know if there is something that Stoikov really wants that he's been playing a ton of. He could just pick up the top if he feels like it. I think that's pretty serviceable. Maybe that's the best pick for him. Maybe that's too hard into the Helm Dom Invo. I'm not exactly sure. Quite a few options. I mean, technically, they could even throw this Beastmaster mid, but it doesn't really seem necessary to me.
No, I don't think so. You want something that gets on top of the Prophet. You want something that ideally kills this.
All right.
Oh, okay. So, I mid sniper, Shad carry Underlord, offlane Beastmaster. Is that's what I'm reading this as?
Yeah, very likely.
10 seconds.
I doubt they're doing like mid beast and offlane Underlord, Shad sniper. That's a little bit too messy. I mean, Shad looked great on the Underlord, so there's no reason I think to doubt it, but it doesn't scream to me as nearly as good of an Underlord game. I think there is probably less merit overall to this pick. I also think Underlord seems like a hero that generally hates playing against Naga Siren. Obviously, if you're like the offlane version, you don't care that much, but being slept as the carry Underlord is really annoying. Being forced to BKB and being the only person to put damage into song is kind of difficult.
You also don't really...
It could be annoying.
Yeah, you're also not a Battle Fury buyer. So you're going to have this...
You do buy Harpoon, but...
Yeah, it doesn't... like. It feels like you're going to have a wasted slot for a lot of the game. It feels like you will feel like you need that Quelling Blade in your inventory for a while, which is... when you're a hero that farms as fast as... It's kind of the Sven problem, right? Where Sven versus Prophet often is just a horrible matchup because you just get sprouted, and what are you gonna you're gonna flash farm and hold a Quelling Blade in your inventory? That doesn't feel good.
Yeah, very often that's the solution, but we'll see. Enigma Galaxy, they're just very likely picking up a noob hero, and Sluggar, I think, makes perfect sense. These are pretty low armor heroes across the board for OG. So I like that one quite a bit. It is going to be mix of Beastmaster, Stoichkov Sniper, and Shad Underlord. Overall, I mean, I'm a little skeptical that this is. I think the Invoker, the Naga Siren, I think this is a very nice last pick for the Slardar. I'm going to go ahead. I mean, seeing the first game, I think obviously we're in kind of agreement that Enigma Galaxy probably has the upper hand, just period. Probably no matter how much the draft favors them, considering OG did have a draft that we liked quite a bit. But this game, I think Enigma Galaxy, I'd probably give the favor just 50 or, just no bias at all seeing that previous game. I'd probably give the draft to them. And with the context of that previous game, this one does seem a little bit more difficult for OG to execute, which could potentially pose a threat. Maybe Toby is slightly less obnoxious across the map early on in the game, but his impact later in the game is going to be absolutely detrimental to OG.
Yeah, I can see a world where this is scary. You activate the Beastmaster early, you work with Underlord, you dive deep and find this Prophet and make life difficult. But I feel like I always fall into that trap of, they have answers. They can catch this Nature's Prophet on the map before he's at, 1,000, 2,000 gold ahead of the next closest hero and just off to the races. And it never happens because you play so deeply and so defensively. And it's just, I can see a world where OG makes it happen, but it feels like that is something that has to happen. Or Enigma Galaxy, they're going to farm the map. They have fantastic engage with the Naga, with the Slardar. The interesting thing, actually, is I very much expected this to be an Exhort Facet Invoker with the Naga, and it's not. Yeah, there he's going to lock it in. It's going to be Mind of Tornaris. It's going to be Wex Invoker. Which is, I think probably the most controversial of the facets with the Ags.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I honestly think, as the resident Invoker player, I think it is kind of the best overall. But Exort is a very, very close, I think, secondary one. They're all much closer than they were at a time for sure. So we'll have to see how this actually does pan out for Samael. Very often, I think, with this Wex facet, you do end up just going the Exort anyway, just because it's so much easier to lane with. So that's it's gonna be kind of like plays out the same way. But the notable thing is what does change for this facet is how many points you can put into the orb that you choose. But primarily it's the Ags and it's the Shard, which the Wex Shard is inarguably the best one by far. EMP having this pull as it was the previous Invoker Shard, just all around, is incredibly strong. It gives the extra burn damage as well. And the Tornado is very obnoxious once you do get into it later in the game. So I'm expecting Samael to have pretty significant impact with this facet.
Here's my question. How long until we get, I guess they're not 5, they're 4, and until we have Kyle, Spirit, Invoker, Enigma on the same team, right? You get Black Hole, the White Hole, the Blue Hole, and the Purple Hole.
That's a little too much hole talk for me, I think. A little too early in the day to be starting with that, but
that's a holy day, bro.
Maybe one day we'll see the little intrigue there. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of an annoying draft for OG to be getting pulled around by any kind of hole, especially that EMP here. It's a good EMP game, granted. That's another reason that I often think of taking the Wex facet, is if it's a good game to have EMP, then it's a perfectly good game to be the Wex facet. Just pretty low mana heroes across the board. Curious to see. I'm sure Samael will go into the Helm Dom, but he actually doesn't have a start that's built up for it, at least at the moment. So I'm actually curious if he is going to skip the Helm Dom this game, just based on his starting items.
I'm assuming that he just feels like he needs a lot of stats because he's laning into Sniper. And there are very few heroes that will lead a Sniper in a lane just with headshot procs and the attack animation and how fast the projectile moves. But yeah, for now, we're going to see that pressure in the mid lane getting started already. Sniper's getting pretty much every last hit in the first wave. Samael only got a couple. So maybe it's also one of these things where you just feel like the Helm Dom is this accelerating item, and with Sniper as it is and how he's probably going to lose the lane anyways, you just get into the Helm. I don't know. I I can see logic for it, even if you do decide to totally skip the Helm Dom.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, I mean, Midas is totally still fine as well on Invoker, but the Dom has been a kind of a staple of why this hero has looked so good. So, I mean, probably he'll get into it at some point. And in the bot lane, Ghost gets into Mixa at some point here, and he's down by Days.
Like to the boards on the slow, Days will be able to kill there. So, first blood onto his Beastmaster, and Ghost will trade out his life. The really nice thing, of course, go there. I guess did too, but the Beastmaster is going to come back level 1. Ghost is going to come back. He gets a full bot. Obviously, you don't want this buff to die, but kind of scenario if that.
Yeah, it's, I mean, kind of lost a decent bit of CS in the first wave, unfortunately for Ghost, but regardless, Mixa is definitely the character that you want levels on. Want to be getting into very likely what are these Wild Access points, because Mixa has actually gone for the Beast mode fast and not going for Wild Hunt, which means potentially we could see a Beastmaster that even skips entirely the Helm Dom. So maybe we'll have these kind of typical Helm Dom heroes, but no Helm Dom this game. Toby takes a lot of damage in the bot side. But could be the Ags build for the Beastmaster. Obviously, we did see Helm Dom nerfed in the most recent patch. Still a very good item, but maybe that has pushed Mixa into wanting to go the Ags build. Pretty good this game. Granted, much better at laning into the Natures and the Naga Siren, because you can go into those full points of axes. Don't have to worry too much about the creeps there.
And the other really nice thing about this, Rojo, you know, we were talking at the draft about how do you answer this Underlord just getting sprouted over and over again? Is Days will be able to go and get Toby's Courier, Blood Grenade, and a stick. Is going to be very nice to deny from him for a while. But, you know, how do you deal with the sprout? And the answer is, well, you don't. But Mix is going to have Wild Axes. He's going to have them leveled up pretty highly because he is going for this Inner Beast facet. Or this Wild Hunt facet. And then, well, it's just the Beastmaster's job to kill off the sprout. As we're going to see the Silencer go down in the top side, and Shad has to run. Do we have a Bushwhack ready to go to set up this stun? Looks like yes, but Shad still playing around. A lot of CS being lost in the wave right now. Is you got to figure that Shad's going to die eventually.
Oh, no.
Omar trying to take the inside pass.
Is this even worth it for Shad?
Well, no. The question is whether it's even worth it for Noob. And yeah, probably, but that's a lot of CS lost.
Yeah, but it was as well for Shad. So, I mean, kind of annoying for Noob, but definitely will trade that. You can see XP, giving a kill to Samael is obviously very good. You want to very much
annihilated in this mid lane.
The CS is horrible, but I believe the net worth is actually probably closer than it should be by a pretty good bit, because he has managed to get 2 kills and an assist. So despite his CS being just absolutely miserable in the mid lane, his kills at least are supplementing enough to where he's not probably feeling horrible. But yeah, granted, this is a pretty awful deficit here in terms of CS. Stoikov is taking it to him.
Yeah, Rojo, as your average mid lane hero, so we're not talking about a massive counter pick. Would you rather lane into a... We're not talking about game. We're not talking about how the overall game is going to go. Would you rather lane into a Huskar, or would you rather lane into a Sniper?
Probably Sniper, but not by very much. Huskar is probably my most hated hero to play against in lane in Dota, so I just... Yeah, it's very miserable, but Sniper is very close up there in the worst heroes to lane against as a mid laner. Particularly, it's just so annoying that sometimes you just lose CS and you know that it was a 40% chance proc that went ahead and got it. And sometimes you just lose trades because of that 40% proc. And Toby, he was quite low in the bot lane. I'm surprised that he didn't go back and kind of heal himself earlier. Does end up actually dying with that regen in his inventory. Maybe we just picked it up when he got to base. Full inventory of regen.
I think a decent amount of that inventory, I think it was his courier had only just barely respawned, so no way to really get access to all the regen that he had bought. Is a decent bushwhack, as they're going to continue to fight over this. But with Firestorm, that's a lot of damage over time, and Shad with the Demon's Reach is starting to accrue some level of damage. Omar, though, doing a pretty nice job with the harass, and okay, they're just gonna be able to find their way under tower. But talk to me about this Slardar a little bit, Rojo. It really seems to be this hero that has become much more popular in recent weeks, as we're going to see a go on top of Lilith, which doesn't feel all that possible. Ooh. But Sunstrike, all of a sudden, no points in sprints though. He's 0-2-1, so very hard to go and chase this silencer down.
Is fast.
Yeah, Lilith is pretty fast. He's got those early boots, and Omar looks for those. Not going to get it, so Lilith under tower, benefiting tier 2 regen. He's going to be fine. But yeah, so this Slardar has become, I feel like post-TI has become a lot more popular. What's with the rise of Slardar?
I think it's just easy to play with. It lanes perfectly fine. It farms perfectly fine. It can itemize for whatever it wants in the game. If you want to go Helm Dom, you're comfortable too. And particularly just Corrosive Haze in the right game is very strong, right? OG have very little armor across all their heroes. It's very nice for setting up objectives. It works well in conjunction with a lot of heroes. Even, you know, the Hoodwink, even with, you know, Forge Spirits minus armor. It's just a hero that is just kind of nice to play with. As long as its lane doesn't go horribly, which Noob's lane is perfectly fine. Then it does usually get to a point where it's just kind of nice to play around. It fills a lot of kind of boxes that you would want from an offlaner. And that being said, so far the lanes for OG going even better than they were in the beginning of that first game. Just about a 2k lead. It kind of takes slowly, but makes it having a great time in the bot lane. He's going to go into that Helm Dom, at least that's what he has queued up for the time being. Just across the lanes, a CS lead, and particularly that mid lane is just brutal.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't know what Sumail was supposed to do. The fact that he has a couple kills, that he's 2-0-1 is mitigating factors. Now trying to get on top of Shad. Toss, though, keeps the Hoodwink in place, and now you're going to get locked up once again in this Pit of Malice. Now, good stun to make sure that Omar gets separation. Decent bushwhack as well, but they're not going to kill Daze, and they did almost get Shad, though. A surprising amount of damage early on as now Silencer comes in the mid lane here, tries to take down Sumail, but it's a big 3-man rotation. Ghost gets the kill on this sniper. Unfortunately, Toby not quite able to turn the corner fast enough and get the net on top of this TPing Silencer. But that's a Sumail getting that kill on top of the sniper is doing a lot to bring him back into this.
Yeah, although Daze he is hunting. Can't actually kill Sumail if he gets this avalanche toss into. Yep. There it is.
Yep, assassinate as well, so
nicely done.
Gonna deliver it right on over to Stoikov, and even though Sumail's been having a rough lane, doesn't have a lot of CS, he still has that killing spree, so bonus gold into the coffers of Stoikov.
Yeah, as if he needed it. Greedy little goblin sniper there, even stacking for himself. His greed sickens me. Stoikov, yeah, having a very, very good game so far. Toby does do a good job of controlling the mid runes, but as sniper, sometimes you don't get the mid rune and you don't really care. You're just, you're just this little sniper. It did mean that Sumail did get those earn charges, which was quite nice for him off that kill, and he does now kind of pose a form of threat to Stoikov with that earn charge with the meteor. If he ever has an additional hero, he can kill the sniper, even if Stoikov kind of walks with the meatball at all. He will take some very significant damage.
Diving behind Sunstrike, another kill for Sumail. He wanted to see where Ghost was. He found Ghost. He found the Naga. He knows they're there, Rojo. They have been found. I can promise you. I don't know exactly what that was, but it's fine.
Just a checkup, See, make sure everything's okay back here, and
Tilt your head left, cough once, check up. It's good.
Nixa, he has Roar ready to skill whenever he does want it.
Big rotation coming in. There's the Roar Daze here as well, and with Shad bottom side, Lilith back as well. Turns out finding Ghost was useful because now that just queues up the 4-man rotation. They know there's only the Naga plan behind him, and not only do they go and take Ghost down, that's very nice. They're going to get this tier 1 tower 9.5 minutes in, start to close off some of these areas that the Prophet would like to be able to go and farm into. But for now, smoking the mid lane a little bit. It doesn't know. I don't know really what Omar's gonna find. Level 4 Hoodwink. Sniper's playing very defensively.
Yeah, he knows that there's a timer that Samael could potentially punish him here, and that a support could be around, especially with the 10-minute runes coming up. So Stoikov making sure to be careful. And Samael, of course, when we do check up on him, he is deciding to skip the Helm Dom. Shooter in for Stoikov is nice. And straight into a Spirit Vessel, which is rather interesting. It's a good Spirit Vessel game in the sense of there's no real way for them to dispel it on the side of OG. So every time you use the Spirit Vessel, you are going to be getting full value out of it. There's some kind of high HP heroes relatively. But that being said, there's not very much healing on the side of OG, so not getting much value out of the item in that sense.
Well, they're finding a lot of value out of this shield rune, although Noob will still find this
Ghost is
sniper.
coming.
There we go, push back a little bit more. Stoikov, despite the shield rune, is going to go down. They will trade the Slardar for it, but they're going to get Chad as well as this deep rotation into the jungle. And Daze looking for a little bit of an edge to find, but he's not going to get Ghost. And the last word, Arcane Burst, not going to be enough to kill off Ghost. So Daze is going to eat a meatball to the face, as we're going to see the Ice Path as well, but he's going to get out of here a little bit more with the... Yeah, there we go. Okay. We'll be able to go, and with the Cold Snap, we'll be able to get taken down. And now Ghost, he's got his Palace of Trees that's healing him right back up. He's going to be able to go take the mid 1 tier 1. Mid lane tier 1. Mid 1 is not on OG.
Yeah. Mid 1 on your mind.
Well, you know, he played for OG at one point.
Yeah, that he did. Like quite good when he did. A little bit of a bygone era, but nice move by Enigma Galaxy. Finding Stoikov is the best hero you could possibly find on the map. Every time Sniper dies, it sets him back a very significant amount. And this is one of those heroes that's kind of contingent on getting a decent lead and holding it. That being said, it's still good for OG that they're up in this way, but they've lost a good amount of map control off the back of that, and if they can find Mixa, it would be really, really good.
There we go. Tornado, EMP to suck all the mana away. Cold Snap as well, and with this urn, this Vessel, he's got a wand, but it doesn't matter because the Vessel just prevents any sort of healing. And they're going to be able to go take Mixa down, punish him for playing just a little too aggressively on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe if this Helm Dom change with the mana wasn't there, he would have had enough to get the roar off, but unfortunately did not. So getting punished here across the map on Enigma Galaxy, smoking up again. I mean, they've been so aggressive. I don't know if I trust this one as much, but the damage.
Yeah, there's gonna be Sunstrike looking for a couple more bashes here, and this is not... Tiny is tanky, but level 1 Grow does not give you the armor that it used to, and even though he does have the Soul Ring as well, just one point in Corrosive Haze is enough with minus 10 armor, enough to reduce the tankiness of this Tiny by quite a bit. And you know, hey, look, Sunstrike's pure damage, so OG's starting to find what they need, or Enigma's starting to find what they need. Excuse me.
Yeah, Samael, I mean, he's doing so much on this Invoker. He's been a part of all 10 kills, mind you, mostly throughout the Sunstrike, but now getting on top of Lelis as well, who's not going to be able to meaningfully do anything, will take out eventually.
There we go.
This armor's nice. Toby.
A Roar and an Assassinate onto this Naga Siren, but they're going to trade Daze for it immediately. Now, this is an awkward situation for Ghost to be in, and this is why that Sniper pick can be so good, because he just outranges the hell out of Ghost, and once he TPs in, he has no maneuverability. Sovereign just jumps on top of him, and they take this Prophet down. And even though they're getting these kills on top of Samael, Ghost, not top net worth. He's number 3 on the net worth charts right now. And, 14 minutes in, you want to see him, yeah, sure, taking part of fights, but power farming the entire map, building that 1,800, 1,500 net worth lead, and starting to effectively use net worth to make up for every issue that the hero has from like a design perspective.
And on to Stoikov again. Samael is just an absolute monster, but did not have... Okay, should still get this kill. Fancy feet, Stoikov? No. Didn't have the meatball right away, so almost missed that kill there, but thankfully Omar had that sharpshooter, and they want to get these stacks.
Oh
no.
That would be massive if they could find it. So Noob is here. Meatball is, I assume, off cooldown. Always hard to check, but didn't cast it in the fight, so we'd assume Meatball is ready to go. It doesn't really matter. Slaughter's just going to be able to clear it up, and now Dave's going to get dove under the tier 2. Ghost
so
is
deep.
here. It is very deep, but you got a free Sunstrike setup with the Sprout, and they're going to be able to go take Daze down once again. This Tiny is a little bit tankier than, say, a Nyx was in game number 1, but Daze still having a pretty rough game of it.
Yeah, Smail, again, he's a part of all 14 kills on this Invoker. Just absolutely ridiculous what he's managed to accomplish in this game, punishing OG very significantly for every kind of misstep, and they're getting into their item timings very, very comfortably. Smail opts to skip the Dominator, definitely seeming like the correct choice in this game. The way he's been able to set tempo, he's now got a Midas for himself. Will give him more XP than the Dominator ever would, and
he's got 56 CS. 15 minutes into this game. He's still top 3 net worth because he's just killing everyone. But man, that just goes to show you the type of game that he thinks they need to play. He's like, yeah, I'm never gonna hit creeps. My CS is gonna be horrible from the lane. But if I can just go farm heroes, that is more than enough. As we take a look at the odds right now, 13-1. Any sort of hope, any dream, any sort of faith that existed in OG in game number 1 has been trounced. And yeah, 13-1. Those are some long odds there from on 1xBet, Rojo.
Yeah, that's that's one of the worst that I've seen. I don't think that this game is quite that dire, but certainly, of course, everyone, and after seeing that first game, just is having that faith restored into Enigma Galaxy, and very reasonable. They're playing this game quite nicely as well. I mean, having the lineup that they do, I think having 14 kills at this point in the game is very impressive, and they've just been leveraging Smail. They've been leveraging the Sunstrike, everything in their power to eke out just that little bit of damage that you don't expect, and it's punished them quite fruitfully here. Although OG, again, the game isn't completely dire if you were to just look at this from the game standpoint. Maybe take away the name tags, take away what teams are playing. It's a very playable game state. Mixa, he does have the Ags finish for himself. If they get a singular good fight, they could get into the Roche. They could sneak the Roche potentially. Daze, he's quite far from his BKB, but at least does have that kind of Soul Ring, Max Toss to farm away.
Lelis, hello. That's going to be a dead silencer very deep. Does get the global off, and now here comes the Fiend's Gate. Is actually, we didn't see the Hoodwink kind of click on it a little bit, which messed things up just a little bit and allowed that to happen. But now with the song on the disconnect,
EMP.
That's going to make sure that they can't get back through the portal easily. 5 seconds remaining. Is Shrapnel closing a lot of this space off. But I don't know how much more they're gonna find. New Ghost is here. He does have the Mjolnir, but that's it. No sort of no Dragonlance, which would be really nice to be able to like actually take these fights. So they trade Song for Pit or for Fiend's Gate. They kill off a support each, and really the game goes on.
So I've been thinking of a hero concept, Bayo, and it's kind of like Nature's, except your whole team can take the teleport.
Oh.
And also you cleave, and also Stoikov, he dies. So in this scenario...
Is that part of the hero concept? Your mid laner dies every time the rest of your team teleports in?
You don't even have to teleport, actually. Red laner just dies.
Okay, okay.
The whole concept of the hero. It actually just kills your mid laner when you take it.
You know what?
That's full stop, that's the hero. But... Shad, he can keep up in tempo with what Ghost has been able to do, and he's kind of been doing it, but it is a far cry from the first game that he had on this Underlord, as he's about 1,000 gold behind where Ghost is, and not quite in that top network spot that he was in last game, and that means that this potential whatever defensive item that's coming out from him, currently it's the Manta that he has queued, but it was the BKB previously, means that it is going to be coming out decently late. So Smail's going to pose a significant threat across the map for a pretty long time to come here.
That he is. He does have the shard ready to go as well. So we're talking about that EMP pull is just very annoying. Shad's going to show on the wave. Sumail is here. Amp damage. And it's just immediate explosion. Shad's dead. And Sure, there's a silence. There's a global silence. In fact, there is no song available, but this tornado is making so much space. Roar onto the Slardar. Should be able to kill him off with the Assassinate. But even still, they've gotten a lot.
Good
bushwhack as well. And now Ghost tries to get on top of this Beast Bear. Taking a lot of damage. The Sniper just has to TP on out of here. Will be able to do so. And Mixa looks like he's actually, Sunstrike's not going to land. Looks like he's out of here for now, healing up a little bit with the drums. Now Omar moves a little bit too far forward. He's going to get assassinated. Not even needed. Mix is going to be able to go and get the kill. And I really thought they were going to trade for offlaners, but Mixa does a very nice job playing on the edge of things. And with this Ags Helm Dom build, he is surprisingly tanky to the damage that Ghost is able to provide.
Yeah, really strong on Mixa. I mean, already having this blink as well. He is doing incredibly well on this Beastmaster for himself. Very confident as well. That movement was really, really beautiful coming out from him to actually live there in the final bit of that engagement. So it does even things up slightly. Again, despite Enigma Galaxy being so favored across the likes of 1xBet as well, of course our sponsors for this tournament, but just in this game, you know, the net worth is even. So despite what the odds are telling you, you know, the net worth is even. The fights maybe not as much now that the Tormentor goes for Enigma Galaxy, you know, goes into Toby's hands, which was nerfed very slightly, but was nerfed.
1%.
Yeah, one whole percent matters potentially maybe. You know, the game is still relatively close here, and I think particularly Mixa is the one that is doing so much of that. This Beastmaster is such a significant threat.
Yeah, so for now, smoke from OG into the bottom side. Roar ready to go global off cooldown just now. They got all ultimates. They can find someone that'd be really nice, but a smoke from Nigma as well. Everyone but the Prophet who's not here, but can teleport in. They find Stoikov on the back line. That is so nice to be able to take him out of the fight at the very beginning. And now it looks like it's just a straight backup from, well, maybe not actually. OG still playing around here, looking to see if maybe they can find a straggler. I'm not sure.
They're losing their Wisdom Shrine for it. Oh, I kind of like the idea of that, but really nice read by Enigma Galaxy to just move forward.
Yeah.
Best way to dodge the gank, just walk into the enemy base. How could they ever expect that?
Just go deeper into enemy territory and cause all level of problems. Yeah, you know, another reason we talked about this Slardar, the Corrosive Haze is nice. You just assassinate supports. It's the long and short of it. Most supports, Corrosive Haze on top of them, 4 points in 4 points in Slitherine Crush, Bash as well, and you just evaporate. And that is, I don't know there are heroes that is more true of than a Silencer. Even Disruptor has like electromagnetic repulsion, but Silencer's got nothing.
That 5 times fast. Yeah, no, Silencer. I mean, especially 2 Lelis has been in some very interesting positions in this game. Sometimes as a Silencer, you do end up just kind of giving away your life for the cause more often than not. But there's definitely been a few times where I do feel that Lelis was a little bit out of his natural habitat and setting up onto Shad again. No BKB, no Manta.
No mana either. Is that he's gonna burn down? Yeah, certainly with Ghost here. He's gonna go get taken down. We are seeing some of this awkwardness where we have full 5-on-5s where the sniper is able to just from very long range poke Ghost down, but whenever there's a fight and the sniper's not there to go just kind of deal with Ghost, he's just doing everything.
They see this.
Oh, Nuke goes in, snaps the egg. Is fantastic there. He's going to go try to kill off Daze. Daze very low, but here comes Ghost. No. There's the vessel. Sure, the egg is spent immediately, but you are so happy to make that happen. Is now you're going to try and Stoikov. There's going to be the blink in. There's the stun. And with the boomerang, the bonus damage, he falls as well. 5,000 net worth lead now for Enigma Galaxy, 23 minutes into this game. And that was, I'm like, yeah, it's going to be a Roche. It's fine. Beastmasters are going to take this fairly quickly. No issues. Yeah, Nu had something to say about that one.
Yeah, that he did. I mean, it was also really nice from Omar. He got that max range acorn shot bushwhack. So just really well played by the side of Enigma Galaxy. But that is gut-wrenching for OG. They were so close to having this timing where Mixa was going to get into BKB. Setting up as well again onto Shad. He does have Manta. Doesn't dodge. Oh no.
He's dead. That's, you know, Days. Oh, very nice Avatos combo, but the song causing so many issues, allowing for really nice spacing away from Mixa. So Days should die immediately. Roar will go down on top of this Nature's Prophet, but there's so much separation now with the tornado that it's just not going to work out. BKB is popped on Ghost. Mixa will fall. And can we get Stoikov at the very end? Omar with the scurry trying to chase him down. Ghost is going to be there. There's a fantastic bushwhack. And even though the creeps try to cause problems, the Sunstrike is more than enough to take everything down. That's going to be a tier 2 as well. And again, this draft that maybe not, yeah, I think this one we liked a little bit more for Nigma than the last one, but these games that are relatively even, Nigma finding fantastic ways to break them open.
Yeah, seeing in these replays, just barely eking out all these kills across the map. The global presence, so obnoxious. Obviously, these two supports in conjunction accomplishing a lot, and even in real time on 2 days. Noob does commit the BKB, but gets a kill still onto the Tiny. Days boasting a pretty high amount of deaths in this series so far. They've just really had his number. And yeah, I mean, I think that all hope kind of went out the window as soon as that Aegis got snatched. Potentially a kind of maybe a more risky play than OG needed to make, but and they were so close to finishing off that Roche and getting that snatch from Noob. Just really well played. Probably one of, I mean, Noob, we've seen, you know, especially in TI, had some very, very good series, but this is one of the better series that I've seen from him. He's just looked world class in the series. Just doing everything that he needs to on the Slardar. Obviously, I don't think we need to mention that Smail has been a part of 26 kills, but the Slardar has been very impactful around the map. Omar annoying on the squirrel, a little bit of rage bait. Won't be able to get caught down here, and he's onto a ward. Not again.
No. Man, you're playing this initiation support, and goes way on the back line there. He's going to try to go and, well, he was forced to pop the BKB. He does get a Helm Dom creep, but not much more than that. Man, sometimes you're playing these initiation supports. You know, the Tinies. It really is, you know, maybe the Tusks sometimes, where you go in, your team's behind, you make an initiation, your team can't kill the hero you initiate on, you die, it happens again, you get depressed, you go to the doctor says, go see famous clown Pagliacci. Tiny says, I am the famous clown Pagliacci. Cry, you know, as one does. Yeah. It's just, sometimes you're playing an initiator and your team can't really take advantage of it, and it just feels awful.
Oh no. Mixa, no BKB, dead again. Oh no. This is, yeah, it's been falling apart, but Mixa was so farmed. I mean, he was 2,000 above, I think it was about 4 or 5 minutes ago. He's 2,000 above anybody else in the game. Now he is very firmly behind. He was gonna get into that BKB, he's gonna have that Aegis. Just a complete fall from grace. Smail, by the way, max movement speed walking around the map. Could toss him back.
Well, that's a nice talk back, but immediately Slardar goes in and tries to buy some space. Global silence, though, causing lots of problems. They get him here. That is a massive bounty. Almost 2,000 gold onto the side of OG. Now, unfortunately, 1,000 of that gold goes into this silencer, which is maybe not the most optimal target. As now Toby blinks in with the deluge, but he's gonna song. He's gonna be able to get on out of here.
It's a little trolling.
Yeah, you know, we do a little trolling sometimes. It's casual. It's fine. And Ghost is gonna be able to get out, but yeah, maybe that one was just a little bit poorly considered. I don't know if that one was totally necessary. Yeah,
not exactly, but you know, this wouldn't be an Enigma Galaxy game if they didn't give you a little bit of of some heart palpitations. Of course, they got to keep things at least a little bit interesting, as they always tend to. Game is still so firmly in their hands, and once that second Roshan comes up, it's hard to see how anything could go poorly. In Days, just a victim is a victim is a victim. Back here, on Days again. Oh no, Mixa. Couldn't get the roar. Blinks in, can't get it again.
Feels bad. And that was a buyback from Daze as well, trying to make this fight happen. It's just not feeling all that possible. So now Daze, he does have a blink, but he's poverty mode. He can't afford, oh no, he can't afford his tranquils, man.
Yeah, it is a dog-eat-dog world, and I think Daze is certainly the runt of the litter in these two games. Just absolutely brutal what Enigma Galaxy has been doing to him back-to-back. And, you know, granted, he does have a lot of burden in these games. So a lot of times just getting punished for trying to accomplish something across the map. Get a potential pick-off. Mixup will finally have this BKB, but it does feel a little too late. I'm still quite strong on the Beastmaster, all things granted, but not where he wanted to be at all. And
there's Samael. Once again, gonna get found out, Silence dead. So Samael went godlike. Still top 2 net worth, having a fantastic game and has died 2 games in a row to these tossback combos. So, you know, we were talking about Daze and the rough game he's been having, but he has been instrumental in these last couple pickoffs that have given OG, I'm not going to say a good chance to win this game because it's still very, very rough, but kind of a new lease on life. Taking Samael off the map is a lot of pickoff that they don't have to worry about.
Yeah, definitely. Samael, I think, feeling bad for Daze, so giving him a little bit of a solidarity in that. But no, I mean, yeah, great pickoffs, great kind of recognition here. Even the smoke, I think, is really nicely done, recognizing the Tormentor is going to be immediately up. They can go ahead and should be able to do it, although they're pretty low HP across all their heroes. But should be able to get this Tormentor. If they want to, the smoke up, I think, was smart, recognizing that very much Enigma Galaxy would want to do it themselves. Ghost is, he's pump faking the TP. Oh no, if he completes
Stoikov, Stoikov. Oh no, Stoikov, can we find him in time? Damage? Not quite.
Oh no.
Tornado on top of Mixa is very nice indeed. He's gonna pop the roar, but he BKBs, roars, just dies. And now Ghost, okay, so Samael's no longer godlike, and Ghost will assume that mantle. Nice gold transfer where Samael dies twice, puts a lot of money onto the side of Mixa. Mixa dies, transfers the gold to Ghost. It's, you know, it's socialism.
And Ghost goes in.
Is what happening as he's gonna go in once again. Nice Sunstrike takes him down. Lilith, he dies as well, and just, man, 3 dead on the side of OG. And with this Ags on the Slardar, he can absorb a lot of sniper shots before he really has to care, which means this tier 3 tower under reasonably heavy threat. We're not at the point now where, I mean, the fortify's there. Okay, Toby, you've gone very deep in the game, my friend. I don't know that is 100% necessary, but he's not going to get punished for it, so it's fine.
Yeah, definitely annoying to have that evasion if you are Stoikov. Not into that Mjolnir, not yet to deal with even the illusions, so it's just, ugh. And honestly too as well, I mean, I kind of like the move to go up towards the Tormentor, but the more that I look at it, I mean, what's even the point rather than taking it away from Enigma Galaxy, as their shards are horrible on their support Speo. Silence are tiny. I think those are the worst duo support shards that I've seen in the game. They're both useless. Entirely
gold?
Useless.
You know?
Yeah, the gold is nice. I mean, potentially, I guess, but maybe that's just more net worth to get when you do kill off Lelis and the rest of OG. It's kind of what it's felt like. And now you can just go ahead and comfortably wait for the Roshan. Notably, this one, I don't believe, I mean, it won't roar for Enigma Galaxy because OG actually did end up getting the kill first time. It was the snatch that came out from Noob, so they can get this Roshan basically whenever they want. They're going to smoke up first. They're going to be responsible. Of course, they can responsibly go ahead and kill Sniper in a singular jump.
There we go. Sniper's going to get jumped on top of. Nice 4-stab toss back as well. Find some separation here, but Chad is melting. It looks like he's going to be able to get out for now. No song spent just yet. They don't need it now. Here comes this Slardar once again. Good roar on to the Naga, but he's eating so much. There's going to be the song BKB, but he just gets 4-stab on out of here. Now, well, hey, the BKB is over, but this is a very separated Beastmaster. He's dead. Sniper dies, has to buy back into things. Daze backside will be able to go get the Naga. He just buys back. That's fine. 2 buybacks spent on 2 big cores. on the side of OG, but Stoikov is not at the point where he does substantive damage. It really is on Shad and Nixon to make something happen. Sumail blinks on top of the sniper in the backside. My goodness, here comes Ghost as well. Evaporates this died back sniper, and that's just gonna do it. Game 2 does much the same thing as happened in game number 1. Enigma Galaxy, the game's even, then they explode the map. Sumail dumpsters the entire game. And it's a 2-0 game. It's a 2-0 victory for Enigma Galaxy.
That kill participation in the duration of the game that this was, I haven't seen something like that in a very long time. Very ridiculous from Sumail. Just an incredible Invoker performance. But all around, Enigma Galaxy, obviously, you know, we aren't taking OG as the greatest test to their strength, but just the way that they're playing mechanically is really impressive to me. Whatever Toby brings to these stacks, it does seem to be some sort of magic, because even just that save onto him, you know, maybe it seemed kind of simple, but the way that they kind of work together, the Lotus onto Toby, into the Force Staff on the low ground, just really came together just for a very nice little stew here for Enigma Galaxy. And they come away with that 2-0 very confidently, and they just played beautifully these games, Bayo.
Yeah. If you put Sumail's 2 games together, I don't have the assist off the top of the aggregate assists, but 35 and 5. 20 kills in game 1, 2 deaths, 15 kills in game 2, 3 deaths. Yeah, Sumail, I know we talk about Toby, and Toby did a lot this game. He did a lot in game number 1, but Sumail just 35 and 5. Setting so much tempo, rarely dying, even in pretty rough matchups in kind of both games. Dude is, I know the King has been back to mid for a while, but King has his throne in mid. He is looking extremely dominant.
Yeah, he is very, very happy to see Enigma Galaxy be in this kind of form. Just, again, mechanically, they were just absolutely gorgeous this series.
That they were. So now, of course, top half of the upper bracket is done for today. Actually, the entire upper bracket is done, of round 1 is done for today. Na'Vi 2-0'd 1-win team. OG 2-0'd by Enigma Galaxy. Runa team not quite able to make it happen versus Aurora in that series. They fell down 2-1, which is sad for them. They had a significant lead in game number 1, but they'll have a shot. And then bottom side didn't quite get a chance to read how the other one, that final series of Yandex versus Mouse has gone. I don't know if we have a result for that just yet. Let me pull up. There we go. Seems like it's 1-0 for Mouse at the moment. So soon it's going to be Na'Vi versus Enigma Galaxy. And that's going to happen. And also, even sooner, theoretically, is going to be the winner of Yandex versus Aurora Gaming here on the A stream. Now on B, lower bracket's going to get started as some teams start to get eliminated. But for now, Rojo, that is the end of our shift here on the RES Unchained Europe 2025 broadcast. Enigma looking fantastic. Na'Vi just the same. Any final thoughts before we send it to a break?
No, I mean, I think you summed it up very nicely. I think I'm happy to see these teams doing well. Enigma Galaxy, I think everyone is happy to see them in their form they're in. I think, of course, guys should all stick around. As I think you were even messaging me, Bayo, the Mouse versus Yandex game. That one is going to be, I think, a really tight series. So make sure that you stick around for that one after this quick break. But yeah, we got some really good Dota coming up and some really great Dota coming out. Even though the series were kind of one-sided, I still think it was nice to see those teams in that kind of form.
So for now, bit of a break. When we're back, a new crew. It's going to be Aurora versus the winner of Mao's Na'Vi, and then after that, versus the winner of Mao's Yandex. There we go. And then after that, it's going to be Na'Vi versus Enigma. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello and welcome, Dota 2 fans. We got a banger coming up for you today, but we got some intros. First off, it's me, Malibu Jesus, and I'm joined for the first time by Lizard. Hello, sir. How are you today?
I'm fine. Starting a little bit later with the cast than usual, but doing well. Had enough time to, go work out, come in fresh, maybe make some coffee a little bit later if we get some cool festive trees.
Absolutely. Lizard, you and I, kindred spirits in that regard. I cannot wait to get back to the gym. I've been busted up a little bit, but I am raring to go for some hot Dota 2 action today. And folks, let's take a look at our bracket so far. We are well in this action here in the Western European qualifiers. Upper bracket all finished so far for the first round. You see Novice Vincer and Nigma pushing through to the first round of upper bracket semifinals. And we are going to be covering Aurora Gaming versus Mouse. Mouse just now finishing their 2-0 against Team Yandex. And taking a look at the schedule for today, we are operating in the CEST time zone. So Navi, 2-0 win over 1 win. OG fell to Nigma Galaxy, who played an impressive game. Ghost got his signature Lone Druid, winning 2-0. And now you are parked and ready to hear us bark for Aurora Gaming versus Mouse. Coming up now, and then Navi versus Nigma later. What a star-studded day we have today in these qualifiers, Lizard.
Yeah, we do. Like a lot of series already, like 2 of the series that haven't played. I guess a lot of people could have guessed the outcome considering how these teams have been playing, like OG in particular and Nigma on the other side. Like if you give that guy Lone Druid, he just AFKs with the hero and destroys your base with the bear eventually. But can I say, Malibu, I think we've met in person right in Seattle.
We have. Yes, we have.
I remember. This is like the first time I think we talked since then, maybe online at some point. Not sure, but it's been a long time, man. Like your voice is great, by the way. I gotta say, like you're if you weren't doing this, you should be working on radio. 100%.
Well, thank you, Lizard, so much. I've been told that I have a radio face, but the radio voice is always a nice compliment to get. So thank you so much. And before we get into those asides, let's take a look at our rosters. Would love to come back to that later. But Aurora reshuffled, maybe better. Who's to say? They need to find their footing. We got Nightfall, Mikoto, Toronto, Tokyo, Mira, and Ali. Oh man, this has been an interesting shuffle. And also KP, I believe, now on the coaching staff as well. Is that correct, Lizard?
I think so, yeah. Not sure about KP, but when it comes to these 5, like it looks like the CIS region in general is just reaching out, getting a lot of Asian players or Southeast Asians as well, and just making sure that they stay competitive even when they lose some stars on their certain positions, like in this case a 5 and a 2. I really think that overall for Aurora that Mikoto is, of course it's too soon to say. They just started playing with him.
Sure.
But I think nothing to take away from Kiyotaka. I think Mikoto is bringing in something different and maybe a little bit more stability. And this roster on Mouse, by the way, how do you feel about it? It's also kind of fresh and
right. I mean, Secret V3, Secret V2, right? Here with Mouse, but we got Crystallis, Mid-1, Boom, Yamich, and Celery. I mean, this reshuffle season has been nothing short of a delight. Star-studded rosters. It seems like everybody's kind of been scattered, but you see these old bonds kind of coming back with the Crystallis, Boom, Mid-1, Yamich combination. But I like this roster a lot. Seen some of the balance patches play out to their success. I know Razor, Judd both got a little bit of buff. So a little bit of love for Crystallis there. Mid one, coming out of the woodwork, it seems like he's always just been that silent killer in the background grinding pubs. We saw him with a couple stand-in performances at some other tournaments, but now finalized, implemented into a roster. Very excited to see him back onto the scene.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Like he hasn't played like for a team besides standing in, like you said, for quite some time. So it's cool to see him in a stable roster. Let's see how much he can do when he's actually playing all the time. But so far, for Mouse, from all the other qualifiers that they have played, all the other tournaments, like he's been literally the driving force of the team. If he does well, Mouse does well. Like if he is forced to maybe take a break and they need a stand-in, it feels like a completely different team. Not only is he like, he feels like an in-game win condition for them at every given point, but also he is just like a niche picker on the mid lane. So there's a lot of different heroes that he picks. Like you said, he came out of the woodwork. He's playing Nature's Prophet all the time.
Exactly.
Going for that mid lane Prophet is kind of cool.
Yeah, it is. This meta seems like who can poke, who can reach into these fights, who can present kind of a semi-solid front line, but also have that potency to jump and kill at will. And Mid-One's hero pool certainly contributes to that. And folks, we are going to see that pool. Well, we're going to take a dive into it here as we get into our first wave of bans. Nothing out of the ordinary here for me. What about you, Lizard?
Yeah, nothing crazy. Just the Prophet that we mentioned being first phase banned. I think like maybe that's a high value hero here. I think high value for Mouse is also Tusk, so we might see him. Like already, like you mentioned, the Jug that got some love, of course, gets banned out versus Crystallis, and what else? Like a Chen, a Celery staple, right? Like you want to take away this huge pressure that he can bring with these kind of jungling heroes.
Yeah, I think Celery, I think Chin, I think back to that time that we met in Seattle, you know, at the International, seeing the Celery's team play on stage and just like, I mean, he was with Gaiman at the time and they just would stampede down the lanes, 20 minutes, sub 20 minutes with Chin. So
until they go to the finals, right?
Yeah, I mean, who's going to stop 2023 Spirit, right? No one.
Yeah.
But 22 maybe, I don't know. Time all blends together. It's a bit of a river these days.
I think
right?
23, you were correct. 23.
Okay.
22 was Singapore, I think, right?
Yeah.
Seattle.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then Copenhagen.
He's not gonna get his Chan, but he's gonna get Yench. Like very similar approach. A lot of pressure, right?
10 seconds remaining.
You know what they say, you can't spell Enchantress without Chen. So we got Chen Light here. I feel like this hero is in a great spot, hotly contested in the meta. Itemization options are aplenty. Good reach, good lane pressure, good control. You can push towers early, but Aurora skip no beats and they go straight for the puck.
Yeah, this is another hero that gets insta ban. Like even with the latest nerfs, puck is still just stupid. I feel like no matter what you pick on mid lane, you don't really solve the puck issue. And the heroes that would always solve the puck issues were on support positions, like these Lions and Shadow Shamans. Like these heroes solve puck, but they aren't played. And right now, like what do you have? Like you can pick some Dragonite on mid lane, but it just doesn't feel good. Like no matter what you pick, I feel like it doesn't feel that great, and you have to resort to some late game hex pickups on your cores for actually killing him. Most games that I see, Puck just has a free game no matter what.
Right. So if we're looking maybe to counter Puck from the core picks here, maybe a good counter provided to mid one. I know he likes to play the Storm Spirit. The Leshrac can kind of just play into the Puck. You can pump fake the phase shift with your split earth and just keep that edict running. Who do you think is going to be the favorite hex builder? And as you mentioned, Aurora, they predict that DK pick, so they go ahead and ban that out.
Yeah, DK was the standard one. I think your Lesh call out is maybe a bit more meta at the moment. Like DK, I swear I've seen this counter so many times. You go to
Yeah.
counter puck and then you still lose. Like, you have 10 CS more than him in the lane, but he's just running circles around you through the game. I like the
5
Lesh because he
seconds
plays
remaining.
faster tempo and he actually punishes you. Like, he punishes a lot of current mid laners. Like a Storm Spirit that you mentioned might not be great into puck, but he's also like terrible into Lesh. You'd think, okay, Lesh should be not that amazing because Storm has all this mobility that Lesh doesn't. And then every single game that I have seen this matchup play out, Lesh just absolutely stomps and dominates. By the time you come online with some mid laners, this hero just rolls out of control. And
Radiant team
we'll see. Pudge, however, I gotta say, it is a Yamit special. Like he plays a lot of it, but Pudge in general is actually really good into puck.
Yeah.
You have a high damage hook if it connects, of course.
Sure.
But
That's another story. Yeah.
yeah,
10
but you have a
seconds
blink.
remaining.
Like, eventually, you're gonna have a blink.
Right.
You're gonna buy it, and Blink
5
Dismember
seconds
has
remaining.
even back in the Dandy days been the worst thing for Puck because even when he's a core, when Pudge is a core and played 1v1 mid, Pudge can do well. So overall, yeah, I think that this hero could work. We'll see though if the hooks connect.
Right. You got to make that connection. Would love to see the mid one Pudge. Not something I've really been treated to just yet. But yeah, the Blink Dismember, the high damage in lane, certainly a good counter for Puck. And really,
10 seconds
there's not
remaining.
really no projectiles for him to disjoint to benefit from the puckish. So you're going to relate or
5 seconds
respond or
remaining.
rely on range attacks from the creeps, from the towers to dodge. So you limit some of the counterplay and the high play potential there. Troll Warlord picked up.
Mm-hmm.
Mouse want
Yep.
an early answer and protect Crystallis's pick here. And Hoodwink runs a lot of cover in lane, a lot of control, a lot of damage. So Troll kind of able to reach and counteract that.
Yeah, I feel like Doom is always an option. It's interesting. They had a support pick as well that they could go for, but they couldn't afford themselves an ancient apparition into Troll because you're playing into Ench. Like your lane would be absolutely
10
demolished
seconds remaining.
with the
Radiant
first rotations,
team
no matter
pick.
what you have on carry. But they get the axe. Like you get that dunk, right? Like you can always dunk the Troll, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
The problem might arise in the laning stage itself, where Troll is pretty good versus a lot of melee cores, but
10 seconds
this
remaining.
newish axe where you go like 4 rings of protection
5
into the
seconds
lane level
remaining.
1, I feel like he might not care. It's just
Radiant
insane
team
armor, and then if you're going for one man army, you get a lot of strength out of it anyway.
Yeah, I feel like early ring of protection mass, you get a magic stick, maybe not even finish it into a wand. You're gonna have plenty of regen, plenty of EHP to survive
10
this lane.
seconds
Enchantress might be a bit of an X factor, pumping some continued damage
5 seconds
and just being able to outtrade you with the wisps. But I do like this kind of new style of axe to be maxed off the battle hunger and played. Maybe you just kind of pump damage into the Enchantress. And, I don't know.
It's
Not
possible,
invested
right?
in the troll
Because
so much.
when you look at their damage, they have a lot of it, right? Like you have
10 seconds
with the axe
remaining.
once he comes online, which has always been his
Right.
problem. This hero just
5
comes online
seconds
a
remaining.
bit later than most offlaners. He's greedier. He needs time. He needs the blade mill plus blink. It's a lot of gold. But once he does
Yeah.
come online, like you have some hoodwink with the burst, puck with decentish damage, plus the axe. Like this could be enough to kill off anyone on mouse right now, even the troll before he pops his ulti. But Void Spirit, kind of
Absolutely.
cool, right? Like the only cash that they have is the puck. So Void Spirit should
He's gonna
have
have a
a
game.
decentish game. Yeah.
Take a
Do-
look here.
Do you like the mid one,
Not necess-
Void Spirit? Are you a fan?
I've not seen the mid one Void Spirit. I would assume that he can play it quite well. It's not in his top most played this year. I have to go back a fair amount to see his officials. Of course, we can't check his top data. He played one official today and he won. So you know what? There we go.
He played against
times.
Void Spirit, I believe, yesterday. It was Nisha Void Spirit, and he crushed him.
Really?
Yeah, yesterday they played Liquid. I think he was playing
Mhm.
Pop into the Void Spirit. Wasn't good,
10
and I feel like he
seconds remaining.
might have been inspired a little bit in that game. But when it comes to the last picks on Mouse, what do we need? We need an offlane, so something for our boy Boom. Out of the offlaners, we see, Pango kind of can be mid, can be offlane, but he would have been offlane if picked. Banned out the Mars. What else is there? There's Beast is banned out or not?
Beast.
Yeah,
No.
there we go.
Also, I know mid one does play the Beastmaster, so some potential flex. I don't really feel super great about the offlane Void. Usually, maybe like the safe lane Void is somewhat the better flex, but still available on the board if you need. Aurora with the last pick here for their carry, of course.
10 seconds.
Unless they go Hoodwink one. We have seen some squirrely magic out there, but maybe not here in game one.
Maybe not for Nightfall. You know, maybe if it was
Yeah.
pure or someone, but if you're Nightfall, like give me something tanky that doesn't die like an Abaddon, you know, which has been banned out. The next hero that he usually goes for is something like an Ursa, but seeing you're playing into Beast,
Right.
some illusion-based heroes are generally good.
CK, maybe?
Yeah, TB, CK, but not that amazing in Troll in general. If this was some other patch, maybe a PA would have worked, but that hero is just dead.
Yeah.
Is there
It's
something that's
unfortunate.
super meta that's left in the pool? Like a Lifestealer with tags into the Troll, like back in the day was terrible in
Great.
Troll. They just go with the Doom. Like I forgot about this. Like, we mentioned it the moment Troll was picked, right? Like you go for the Doom.
Right.
Not only are you good versus Beast, but you also have a way of just killing the Troll and making sure that he doesn't ult. I think they needed. I mean, it's fine. I guess you're playing on Mikoto, right? Like with this Doom pickup, now what you're saying is basically we are sharing the load of the win condition. It doesn't have to be a position one. Like Nightfall doesn't have to truly carry this game. It's a little bit on everyone.
Yeah, and Lizard, as you mentioned, it seemed in previous games that mid one has been the win condition, especially on his Nature's Prophet for Mouse. But maybe Aurora taking a page out of their book and, you know, turning to the Mouse Esports chapter here, sharing the load between Mikoto and Doom. You know, I think this should be a decent lane. The damage from the Pudge, from the Beastmaster, I mean, if you land a hook, Doom could be in some hot water. But you could afford to get tanky. You got Scorched Earth to help you get out of these prickly situations. I do think I like the supports on both sides. Who do you think rotates better to runes or uses the Twin Gate stronger?
I think Twin Gate in general is just better for Mouse. And just rotations should be better for them. Like they have two heroes, like Yamich is going to start with boots. Enchantress doesn't need anything to rotate. Meanwhile, Jakiro is the slowest hero in the game, almost. I'm not sure if he is the slowest one, but he feels like top 2, top 3.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for him to make moves properly. Meanwhile, it's really easy to make moves on him. And like you mentioned, the hooks on Doom, hooks on Jakiro are much easier. He's big and he's slow, and his turn rate is also abysmal. So probably one of easier heroes to hook. And also the question is like, who can you leave in the lane to start rotating, right? Like I feel like maybe Troll can be left if you secure him enough early on. Not amazing hero to leave into Accent Hoodwink, but you can leave for a minute. So I think Mouse might have a better capabilities of just getting around and rotating, but Aurora have stable lanes in general. They shouldn't be like you can't rotate on the puck that easily, right? He's very difficult to rotate on with an Enchantress or even with the Pudge early on.
Absolutely, yeah. Stable lanes might be the key to a game one win here, but we'll have to wait until we get it underway. But we have a game one, folks. Our first round of upper bracket play in the semifinals. We got Mal's on the Radiant and Aurora on the Dire. And Lizard joining me, Malibu Jesus, here for this action. We've got 2 series coming at you. Both are best of 3s. And we've seen Aurora be able to kind of stretch out across 3 games. Maybe they fell flat yesterday against their matchup against Liquid. But Mal's also going the distance recently.
Was it their first game yesterday with this roster? I think so, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Aurora, yeah.
It's kind of cool. We'll see if even if he gets hooked, he has the orb. It's hard. Like, what do you follow it up with? Like, you literally can't. You have 8 Remnant maybe, and that's it. didn't even want to get it.
Yeah.
So the hook is possible on Puck, but look at this rotation all the way from behind. Budge, hello?
Oh,
You want to
smoke
hook me?
broken. Yeah, Mitch, wake up. Big bushwhack coming in with the damage offer. And that breathe fire burning down Yamich. Pudge will miss the hook. And first blood going to Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, I mean, he missed the hook in between three heroes. I feel like it was harder to miss it than to hit it. But I understand, all jokes aside, I mean, he missed it because there was only one hero that he hooks and it makes a difference. And that's the Hoodwink. So he was aiming for her.
Yeah.
Anyone else that he hooks, it doesn't matter. They lose some HP and that's it. So he was literally only aiming for the Hoodwink, and that was the angle that he needed to take. Unfortunate,
Right,
but
yeah.
what can you do?
What can you do? You know, sometimes you swing, sometimes you miss. And Roar hit it out of the park there, getting that first blood. But yeah, I mean, if you hook an Axe, you hook a Jakiro, it's like they have 700 HP. Nothing's really happening there. All right. Support's going at it. Top side, Lizard comes out on top.
Well, with these early trades, Jakiro should usually come out on top unless he gets hooked super deep. The only question is like, what's Yamchi's plan here? Does he want to creep skip?
Oh, Chase is on. Mira
the
barely
miss.
survives. It's so good.
It's the miss, right? The innate.
Yep.
The three got hit.
Missed Farer, Wayfarer, or something like that. Missed Woods Wayfarer. There we go. Only a 14% chance at level 1. You know, everybody's a fan of that innate until you plant a tree with Acorn Shot and then you get attacked and you break the Bushwhack tree. Then there's some molding that happens, but you know what? It's okay. You got to take the good with the bad.
Those kind of things just make you mad in Dota in general. You feel like Gabe and himself is against you. It makes you feel like sending an email to him. You know? He reads all of them. So.
He does, you know. You gotta stay in contact with Master Gabe, and you know,
It's
Lizard. Go ahead.
It's like 200 emails of when Half-Life 3 and then at Blizzard Dota 2. Bro, fix this shit. What's happening in Dota?
Right.
Some guy QQing about his mechanics.
Yeah, Gabe's secretary. Okay, sir, for your morning brief, Half-Life 3 is finishing, but you have 500 emails from Lizard at Dota 2. Do you wanna respond to these? No, push it to my Wednesday. I'll get to him next week.
Report spam and junk. That's how we go about it. So far, Yamich, by the way, hasn't really been too successful with the top lane. He is level 2, and they didn't manage to get the creep skip going. So I guess that's fine. Like, you're playing Jakiro Doom into a beast lane. No matter what the support is, it's hard to make too much of an impact because the boars are easy to devour. Like, Jakiro can zone you out as well. Hard to hook. So overall, this top lane is difficult
Not
to
much
win.
to be done.
Top lane.
What are our resources looking like? Ooh, yeah, mid one only has 1 bottle charge left here. Still about 40 seconds until the rune spawn. No refill available. Makoto coming out, looking pretty good. Is behind on denies, though. Void Spirit does have 5 more denies than the Puck, so experience in favor of mid one.
And he has a wave under the tower now, right? So he's gonna get some extra last hits, or at least he should. Last hits. He's got some tangos delivered as well.
Oh, yeah, he's fine.
Oh,
I've never. Oh, nice fortification with the orb. Mikoto styling and preventing mid one from getting the banner creep there while he's just eating all of this damage.
He's got no more sticks as well. This is a bit rough for our boy top lane.
It is. Boom. Behind his tier 1 tower. Yamich steps out to get the water rune. And he gets the top rune, but loses his offlaner.
Any hooks? Oh, man, come on.
Oh, you know, it could happen to anyone. Unfortunately, it happened to Yamich.
But when he TP'd in, and when he tossed that blood grenade, like, he had a free hook on anyone. Like, they couldn't literally move. They were so slow. But, I mean, he probably thought if he hooks there, he might even die, because it's 2 of them. I don't know.
Right.
In any case, he got the last. That's what he wants. It's a zoning hook.
Absolutely. And you know what's What's worse, Lizard? If you TP in, you hook them to your death, or you just don't hook at all. You know, which embarrassment is worse? I would think it would be the dying after the TP, right?
Well, he hooks Doom again top lane. And dies.
Okay.
Maybe
A little
this
bit of snap regen going on there. No favorable result here.
Bot
That
lane.
Helmet Iron will. Bot lane, the action does not stop here in game 1. Celery trying to save Crystallis.
Nice little arm of
Will be
deep.
successful. Yeah, the tentacles coming out to play, but a big bushwhack from the little squirrel. And Mira does get the kill from the dot damage after that Battle Hunger came out.
You can see that both lanes are kind of capitalizing on level 3 the moment they got them. The top lane, of course, safe lane is stronger once they get those levels. Bot lane is the off lane that's stronger. Just overwhelming amount of poke and damage from Axe. And he did go for chainmail double ring of protection. So Troll and Edge, they're purely physical at this point. Just no damage.
Yeah.
No impetus level.
Yeah, I feel like you need a heartbeat and just be spamming out the chain lightning, but you know, you're relying on a roll of dice as your Beastmaster dies top to the over-leveled safe lane of Aurora.
Hit one, TP's in with DD, but doesn't really make a play. I thought that he might go on Jakiro, but he decides not to. Yeah, top lane is a disaster. They lost bot. Mid lane is maybe it's honestly even. So far, Aurora coming up out top of all 3 lanes.
Yeah, absolute brilliance. I mean, Lizard, you mentioned it as we were getting into the game, the beginning of the match. Aurora, stable lanes have led to a stable early game performance here as we get into the Wisdom Shrine spawn. You mentioned as well, amplified damage went the way of mid one's Void Spirit. Didn't really accomplish anything, so I feel like anything that could have disrupted that stable laning phase for Aurora is kind of fading by the wayside here as they look to solidify an advantage going into the early game or mid game. But you know, only a 1k net worth advantage. No towers have really fallen yet to crack open the bank of either side. But what kind of path forward do you see for both teams?
I'm just looking. I don't know what path Pudge is gonna take. I'm just looking at him and what he does in this game. He hooks the party. Might be dead.
Oh, yeah, he might be dead indeed. Okay, we just wanted to see you miss that hook, and now we're ready. They say
he did use the meat shield. By the way, I don't think that hook is missed. I don't think he.
Oh, you think it's catapult?
Yeah. I think he wanted the Carti. He killed it. So, I think that was the plan, just stopping this push. Because it's one thing to lose the lane as an offlane beast. It's a completely other thing to lose the tier 1 tower and then your access into the left camps and maybe even the triangle gets contested. So just keeping this tower alive is important. If they continue keeping it alive, because look at Doom, like he went Helm of Dominator. Now this you don't see very often, and I like it. Doom tactic. He truly suffers when it struggles to push, right? Like to take objectives early on. And this Helm of Dominator is going to allow him to do exactly that. So I like the build, actually. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Be able to resell it later at no real lost costs. You know, you are just hedging your bets here with this Devil's Bargain. All right, here we go. Catapult dead from that hook. Will the aggression continue? Nice path on to the Beastmaster. Makoto just ignoring Yamich, going for boom. Big bushwhack with the rotation. Doom trying to close the gap. It'll be Puck that gets the kill. And as you mentioned, Lizard kill the catapult, but the Skeleton Summoner, Dark Soul Summoner, is here, and you're still going to lose your tier 1 tower.
It's still bad. Like, I didn't see the Dominator when I said the hook was good on the party. Now it's kind of irrelevant.
You're a prophet. Yeah.
They're forcing mid now, but they need to be really creative on how they go about this.
Yeah. Okay. Efforts of control are, superior from Aurora. Appreciate the hook from Yamich to get the rune, but just a little too late there. And yeah, taking that tier 1 tower just allows Aurora to kind of pincer around the top side of the map, curling into this tower. Really slows down the push.
Mira?
That Malice had made. Yeah, Mira maybe overstepping his bounds, but a nice ice path from Ollie. And will be
I love the-
an escape.
I love the build on Hoodwink, by the way. 2-2-0, like no Scurry this early on. Sometimes you take it, but when you can greed out into going 2-2, maybe even level 5 without Scurry. Scurry is amazing spell, by the way. You want,
Yes.
but sometimes it feels so good when you can just max out Bushwhack and take one shot without getting it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Lizard, like I mean, obviously, I think the biggest boon of Scurry is the added cast range from Go Nuts, the facet that you've chosen here. But I mean, level 1 Scurry, while that value point is so nice, the recharge time on it can be very prohibitive, and you know, you kind of get in the habit of having multiple charges, just playing through the mid game, the late game. You get caught out with only one charge, could be not so great.
Yeah, that's not so great, but level 10 as well, right? Like you get the asset Go Nuts, plus you have level 10 plus one Scurry charge. Overall, the hero is in a really good spot right now. It has been at TI and post TI as well. Nothing really has changed. She's still super strong. The shard is amazing.
Oh, dude, it's 20-25 extra % spell damage. Like for 1400 gold, come on, man.
Yeah, that's the only thing that got nerfed, right? It went from 25 to 20, I think.
Yeah. All right. Okay, bit of a go here in the mid lane. Enchantress trying to get out. Coil coming down, and Nightfall joining the fray for the 10-minute rune. Will be a dead Celery. Mid one gets a shield rune, so finally a little bit of luck for Mouse. But you gotta imagine that train is coming mid. It's coming quick.
Yeah, like I think that Mouse actually needed in the early game. I think that he needed to do a lot better. Okay, Pudge is gonna hit 6 now. Maybe some Dismember plays. Now with the Dismember, you actually have kill potential. Up to this point, you needed to use Roar. Beastmaster just didn't have a good lane to commit anywhere or go anywhere besides the jungle to farm.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're only presenting like the Doom and the Jakiro to this Beastmaster, even if he does have the Roar target, it's like, really, who are you going to kill? Like, now your Pudge has level 6, so maybe you have a bit more prolonged control, but you've missed your power curve. Like, I wouldn't even consider it a spike. Just like the playability of these small-sided team skirmishes are just it's so easy to punish for Aurora. But, you know, Celery making most of his summon. Get a couple levels in that enchant. The creep gets quite beefy. You take it with a 10-minute catapult.
Really cool from him to pressure mid. I'm surprised Aurora just let this one go that easily, but they did take down the bottom tier 1 tower. Doom is also free farming, so in general, let's see how they recover. It is 0-7, but I feel like Aurora are in a much better spot than a 2k lead, like it looks like now.
Agreed. Let's see if they can capitalize here. Oh, mid one makes the jump. Shield rune active. Mira dodge for now, but eats the hook. And Doom coming out, preventing any more spells from mid one. Mira level 6 now gets the bushwhack off, but it's not enough damage. Does fall. Chase on from Nightfall, looking to continue the aggression onto mid one. Doom is expiring, has a bunch of regen. A couple bottle charges, big wand ready with the vet earn charge as well. Ollie Makoto looking for Yamich. But this is a very, very fast little corpse boy. Oh, has to use, no, does get the coil on him. Dismember is available, but a little bit of Croaker magic and Ice Path to follow the forces of Aurora. Convene, yeah, okay, yeah, boom, wow. Making great use of that short space. Takes the tower, get the roar with the jump from mid one, looking to maximize your gains here. You get a tower, you get a kill. And the creep army slowing down Nightfall. Okay, so, you know, that 2k lead for Aurora cut in half. And maybe the reported strength, not all in favor of Aurora. Mouse showing some life.
I mean, absolutely. The fight were just all wrong for them, right? Like, first and foremost, kudos to Yamich. He finally hits and lands a hook that is valuable. And they managed to kill the sprint with it. Which is, you know, sometimes you just feel bad with Pudge. You start the game, nothing is connecting. But this one was important because it also saved Void Spirit. There was no sharpshooter to follow up the Doom. The Doom rotation was good, but they didn't have control after the Doom. So they wasted a couple of big spells and got punished for it.
Right. Yeah, you know,
Radiant's
Yamich
middle tower
coming
is
through when
under
it counts the
attack.
most. You know, minute 1 bounty rate, that's fine. You don't need first blood. Save your mid 1, 13 minutes in the game. That's what you really value. Poised to fight here in the dire jungle, but just seems to be a bit of posturing. 14-minute rune and wisdom shrines soon to be available.
They are getting some really good items. There's an overlord on Beast in 100, 200 gold. You have a vessel already on mid 1. Might get killed here as well.
Bit of a jump, yeah. Oh, Mira gets caught again. Will die to mid 1. And
Another one,
coming
maybe.
out onto this Jakiro. Yeah, the gap closed. No blink dagger needed. Just walk up, right? For this Beastmaster.
I feel like they are just waiting for the Axe to get the blink. Like, this is what we talked about, right? Like, Axe is a very greedy offlaner at Green Coil.
The odds going in favor of Aurora still, as we see a dismember, but mid 1 does get out. You use. Ooh, okay. Pudge falls to Mikoto, giving up his life to get his mid 1 out.
You can
Do
see
you
that
feel like
Aurora...
Aurora have a. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you.
I was going to say, it seemed to be 2-1 odds here in favor of Aurora. Do you feel like the game state reflects that, Lizard?
Nah, I think at the moment it's really even. I do like what Aurora have got during late game. Like no matter how the lanes go, like Axe is absolutely free farming. You have a Doom for Troll. Like on paper, their draft just scales better, I think, as well. With the Puck getting some mags, Plasma down the line.
Right.
But in the last 2 to 3 minutes, like it doesn't matter how good your draft is if you're being punished constantly by good plays. Last 2-3 minutes were all mouse.
Right. The mice are leveling up. They are becoming the rats running the city here. But, you know, so Lizard, you were speaking on this Axe earlier. Takes a while to come online. You want the Blade Mail, you want the Blink. Now has both of them. About 15 minutes, go into 16 minutes. Given his performance so far in the game, 1-0-1, strong laning performance, hasn't really fed away his lead, which I feel like we see Axes kind of do. You know, you get some levels, you get a little bit of farm, but then you don't have that Blink, you don't have the Blade Mail in like working in unison. But do you think we should have had more stacks from Aurora, trying to get their Axe online a little earlier to push this tempo?
They could have, but I feel like this is still very early for a Blink. This is Blade Mail. This is a good timing. It's I would say it's on Mouse to stop it from happening. It isn't truly on Aurora to accelerate it too hard. It's on Aurora to just play the map so the Axe isn't gone on. Here we go.
They're going to go on the Troll, though. Not protecting their carry, but he might just live through it all. The snap region has the ult, but he will get chopped in twain.
There's a rush pit, though. Beast and Pudge going for rush, so maybe that's...
Can we look top side? Yeah, not a bad top side trade. You know, it used to be either take Tormentor or Roshan. Now it's like, we'll sacrifice our carry, get an Aegis on. You get this to mid 1, do you think? Yeah. Okay.
He's been having a really good game so far. Void Spirit 202, Arcane Rune, and it's really important that he gets closer to Aghanis. Roar.
Oh, I hear a roar in the mid lane. Let's take a look, and it's going to be Mira getting caught out again. Mid 1, the benefactor of this exchange.
You know what? Like, I praised his build when he was 2-2-0, but he's died 4 times now as Hoodwink in a game where only Void Spirits can jump him. Everyone else has to run up to him. So there are no excuses for dying 4 times to like 2 roars as well. Like if he has Scurry, he most certainly doesn't die, and I'm sure that he's contemplating his choices as well. Now he's got it, of course.
Yeah. All right. I heard a dismember on the puck. Got a blink dagger from Yamich coming out, covered by the ice path. Dakota with the soft reset here, looking to re-engage with the coil. Macropire to follow. Doesn't pop the coil just yet. Yamich surviving, but not for long. Makoto cleaning it up, under half HP, but no problem for the Fey Dragon.
Was a bit dangerous from the puck to completely commit. Let's get the kill. And Mikoto is such a good puck player. I'm not surprised that he's risking it when he understands that he can go back top lane. Doom is now eyeing Crystallis.
Oh.
Will he kill him though? Let's see. I think so with Radiance. Yeah, he's just gone. He doesn't know. Cool guys don't look at explosions, you know?
That's right. The old 180 no scope comes out. You'll love to see it. Just the quiet confidence afforded to Mr. Doom there.
I'm not sure about what Mouse sees in the troll. I might be absolutely wrong here. Let's see Beast first. They see a kill maybe in this Beast.
Alright, taking a look. Big blink call coming out with the sharpshooter adding up, and the damage is there.
And 250
Bleeding out
extra for
across.
the Doom.
Poof. Yeah, those big creeps add up quickly. Amira looking for a little bit of revenge, but the blink out from Pudge, mid one in the trees, hiding, nestled away. Do you have an opportunity to go?
With Axe just ran right next to the Pudge. Down in the river. He missed him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yamich with the jukes. That nighttime vision limitation, tough, but you know, this is gonna be moderately open Tormentor, spotting in a few seconds for Aurora. Do you think that Mal's really gonna contest this?
Let's see. Like they are trying to go to the Twin Gate. They have the Aegis. Ice Path got baited.
Yeah, Lizard, you raise a good point. That Aegis still available on the Void Spirit. Could be the deciding factor, and Aurora gonna give up positioning. Do you agree with that move?
Dire are scanning.
They're going through the Twin Gate again. Aurora going back. Maybe this is even Tormy for them. I'm surprised, but they didn't have Doom for another 10 seconds. You know what? Sometimes in Dota you gotta pick your fights, and too many teams before they reach like tier 1 state, they try to take every single fight as long as the heroes are up. Sometimes even if you have all the spells, you don't have to take an engagement. You can find better angles, you know, maybe some pick off. Especially when you don't have Doom. He has a BKB now.
Absolutely. Well, is BKB going to be a boon for the Doom? But yeah, if like, as opposed to taking the fight, you know, you just kick the can down the road. Like the game state for you now is okay. So if you take a risk, introduce that variable that you can't really control all the factors on, it might not be in your favor after that. So as you mentioned, Aurora just kind of kick the can down the road and just coast for a little longer, looking for a better angle here on the game. But Shark did go to Enchantress. Little Sproink action coming your way. Has the Glimmer, has the drums.
Probably better than the one that Pudge would get, honestly, in my opinion. Like Pudge's Shard just makes his hook what it used to be, right? So it's good, but I'd rather have Sproink than Pudge. Both shards are alright at best. It's Sproink having some extra added impact. It's just the mobility. Sometimes all you need is to jump off a cliff to survive. That sounds like Dota.
Yeah, no fall damage. No fall damage here unless you're taking a crash landing from Tiny. Oh, do you think they should introduce fall damage next in Dota?
For a patch or two, why not? We had the elements as well, you know, the fire and stuff.
Right.
There you go.
Oh,
Jumps.
I hear a coil just a little north. Let's take a look where the sharpshooter's going. Find Celery in the river. And Mikoto Nightfall looking to bring down the deer in its open season.
What lane?
The action does not stop there. They do get the trade off on the Axe, the far more valuable target here. Mouse coming out on top of this exchange.
They were setting up for this kill for a really long time on bot lane. They were waiting patiently, so good for them that it paid off. Also, the Sproink didn't really help Enchantress, even though she did manage to almost escape with it. There are some big power spikes on Radiant, right? Like the Axe on Void Spirit is a big one. There's no defensive item right now on Puck, but he's going for a BKB. And until he gets it, he might just die to Void Spirit jump. Gotta be careful how he plays.
Yeah. it's always tough to, as the puck, be like, how do I choose my path here? Do I need this BKB? Like, BKB lets me hit. Yule's is a little cheaper, gives me a little bit of survivability, like Dispel, obviously, but then, you know, I can't kill people when I'm in the air. Why would I pick this item? Nice dodge from mid one.
Their initiation in general on Aurora is difficult. If it's not puck, like Axe also has a swing time, right? So it's kind of hard for him to. The cast time is slow.
Dire are scanning.
If Puck does it, it's great. He needs only 100 gold, and now with the BKB, he should join his teammates probably. If you're going from smoke, of course, you can't catch them off guard. Boom.
Oh, this beautiful wrap here, Lizard, coming from the boys. And Nightfall setting the trap, and now it's sprung. But the nice hook from Yamich, buying a little bit more time, but Doom does come out mid one. Locked down and dead. A double kill for Aurora carry. Oh.
Is there a voice line you really fell for that? But it was a good bait, right? Because they got the same kill on Axe just a couple of minutes earlier. Why wouldn't you expect that Doom might do the same mistake? Because he was hunting alone. Nightfall is that kind of a player. When he's not BKB TPing out, he's hunting heroes on his own, trying to get some solo kills.
Yeah, it's the new and reformed Nightfall. You know, he's season 2, Nightfall season 2 coming at you.
Revenge arc.
Exactly. Now, how do we see Crystallis get his own revenge? He's second in net worth, but you know, second is 5,000 gold away from the king of the game here. Let's take a look at that replay. Yamich hitting that hook there, but it's just not enough. Yeah, beautiful timing from the rest of Aurora.
They are smoking up, kind of a similar move, right? That Aurora just made. It's harder for them to get kills on any of the cores with these three heroes. I truly believe that Beast is necessary. Like maybe you can get the support, but Puck, of course, Puck is kind of squishy.
Right. Yeah, Puck especially has that BKB now, and Aurora hanging him out there as bait. White Spirit going to go to the high ground, but a blink call from Toronto Tokyo. Damage locked down. The damage is adding up. Dead Sproink will not really do too much here. Roar coming out onto Doom as the chase is on Makoto onto the high ground, looking for mid one. Macropire not going to contribute too much after this chase. Great choke point for the spell, but just not enough lockdown to capitalize. And, you know, 1-to-1 trade. All right.
Maybe a bit more used, considering the Dream Coil got popped. Roar will come online a bit sooner.
Oh, the silence going to be followed up from Toronto Tokyo. There it is, locking him down and chopping him to that boot. And the Doom, it's a 2-for-1 special.
Maybe more.
No, maybe more. Boom, going forward, looking for Jakiro. Ollie gets the glimmer off. It's not enough. Now Yamich is the apple of the eye of Aurora and add another chop to the tally. And why not make it 4? Can they get him in range? No. Nightfall going to clean up that 4-for-1.
I swear this is your carry. It's not the Doom or the Puck. It's actually the Axe. And I've seen this so many times recently, like Axe just dominating. You cannot allow this hero to get as much as he did. He's got 19 total blood stacks. That's 10 extra armor, 9.5. It's ridiculously strong. Like, you know what the difference is between these two teams? Once you use Roar, your control is abysmal. Like, you have some...
It's gone.
Yeah, you've got Dismember, you've got Data Remnant, but all of these spells are either interruptible or it's just difficult to land. Meanwhile, Call is just so damn easy for Max.
Absolutely.
And
it is
like, no
the closest you get to point and click.
Yep.
Right. And especially, I mean, we're quite familiar with the itemization on this axe. Like, it's not uncommon to see him get...
He will die, though.
You know what? We've been seeing... It's not uncommon to see him die to creeps and then mid one afterwards. That vision will get pinged out immediately. But a massive bounty going the way of mid one. Also, you know, a little love from Yamich there brings him the rune. And folks, you are seeing it right here. These odds certainly in favor of Aurora. Almost a complete 4-to-1. Mouse haters are in the house, and be a nice ice path to the high ground. Hooks to save. Roar onto Ollie. Get your kill. Get it while you can because Nightfall's coming. Oh no, that's a dead fudge. And Nightfall, what can you do here? Controlled, looking down the barrel of 3 heroes. Mira gets to the low ground, going for a swim in the river. Will it be enough? Trying to get out, but the big fight is going on here on the high ground. Going to be Aegis consumed. Crystallis, quite an arm throwing those axes. Caught in with the BKB, trying to buy some time for a Nightfall. Doom does come out onto the Troll Warlord. Right clicks mounting control out from the ice path, but it's not enough. Doom will fall. Troll joins him. A bit of a Romeo and Juliet situation here. Who's going to come back to life this time? Buybacks may be available. Ollie trying to live in the macro pie, or will it be enough? No. Mid one cleans up another battle. No, the 1v1 not respected at all. You should have killed Mira when you had the chance.
Axe is coming back, or he was running to the fight, so because of that, Ench and Void Spirit needed to bail. This is my problem with the Troll team. Game like this, he's gonna die every single fight. Like, something is gonna kill him. The only question is, will he get doomed or dunked? Or maybe doomed and dunked, but something kills the Troll. This kind of a carry usually, generally, wants to be unkillable in fights. Oh, you got that gold. You're living forever.
Yeah, you left 2 methods of killing you in the draft. Maybe oftentimes I like taking the carry hero in that second round, but with the answers still on the board for Aurora, perhaps the Crystallis hero just came out a little too early.
They do it all the
especially
time.
when it was control.
They obviously have a different level of control than most of us, some of us. They do it all the time. Like, it's not the first time that they are playing Troll into Doom. They, honestly, they did win some games into the Doom. It's also a different caliber of game.
Right. Yeah, the pressure's on. High stakes qualifier here. Ticket to Blast 5. Chengdu on the line. Of course, you do have 2 teams here from Western Europe qualifying. So if you get knocked down to the lower bracket, you still have a direct shot to a qualifying spot, but no one wants to go that low road, the long path around.
Tormentor.
Okay, Shard to Nightfall. Gonna heal up to enemies in Scorched Earth or units in Scorched Earth. Do you feel like this Shard's a bit of an afterthought? Or is there some hidden value to it that a plebeian like me might not see?
I didn't see it as well. So, don't really know. Maybe there is like some crazy interaction that makes it actually valuable, but besides, I don't think so. I think it's just trash, to be honest. It's one of those shards that they don't really know what to give you, so here you go, have something. So it's a placeholder. That's how it feels.
Right. They're like, all right, Doom, we want you to go buy a Holy Locket and eat the Troll Healer. Amp up that heal nice and big, and then press your Scorch Earth on a bunch of units. You'll never die.
And what do you mean Doom is healing units? He's supposed to be killing units. Come on.
Right?
Where's the consistency here? Like,
exactly. My immersion's broken.
Yeah, exactly.
This is playing more to the nurturing side of Lucifer here.
Mommy Doom. Come on.
We need that skin stat. We see so many of the Pudge skins of like the Fib version of the doll, and it's nightmare fuel. I need to see some Mommy Doom nightmare fuel coming at you. But Blizzard, this Doom is 24k net worth here in game 1, level 22. We might just have pure nightmare fuel for mouths.
Yeah, this is the kind of a Doom game that you usually want as a position 1. First, you counter some of their heroes, and of course, nothing really bothers you way too much. But mid lane.
Oh, another jump on Mira. Solo kill. 600 gold going the way.
Keep in mind that Doom net worth is inflated. It's just the nature of the heroes.
Yes.
It's keeping that Midas, selling it, keeping it. It's getting a lot out of that.
No way, it's this hook. Okay. A little bit of vision, but he hit. Oh, no, he's overextended. eating some attacks from Nightfall. Right clicks and the roar.
The dream
But
coil is
Coil on the
massive.
backline onto 3. Beautiful Coil from Makoto with the follow-up. The Ice Path, the fire, it's burning. But everyone able to sidestep, and now you control the puck. Where's your counter initiation? There we go. Doom call onto the troll. He has forced to withdraw. Now Boom on the top side of the fight, trying to get out. Void Spirit in the middle of the fray, eating the harassment from the Dire, and it's turning into more than harassment. Troll goes down. Mid one has to jump out. Oh no, the Infernal Blade will interrupt it. Dies. The Yule's buying a little bit of time. Yeah, 4 dead. It's a disaster for Mouse.
I mean, just trying to initiate under their high ground. Even if the hook connects, lose that fight. Because who cares? Shakiro dies. Like, your Pudge lost 70% of his HP from one Infernal. Could have died
Yeah.
for the Veil Guard. But I have to go back to the Troll.
Let's go back to the Troll.
Yeah, like 1200 damage dealt. He goes in, gets pulled, and then doomed immediately after. Yeah, sure, he used BKB
beautiful
this
call.
time. But there's just no impact from the hero. I don't blame Vitalis for the way that he's playing. Like, I'm not sure what else he could do. Maybe buy a blink and stand on the sidelines. Just wait for
That's
stuff
it.
to happen and then go in.
Right, but Makoto played this fight beautifully. He sees the call, he sees the Doom come off. He knows Troll is going to be forced to withdraw to the sideline. So, he just orbs over there after eating a massive chunk of the assault from Mouse. And he's able to 1v1 the Troll, who's doomed and just has no method of healing back up.
He just made sure that he dies. It was that because he popped BKB, so there was a chance the Troll lives after. Maybe they need some additional save being thrown on the Troll. Like, they need to outplay it. That's it. Like, this game for House, they need to get creative. Like, just normal team fights, if both teams play properly, they will not be winning. They need some good Lotus Orbs, some Lincoln Spheres tossed on the Troll, maybe a hook out of a fight, and then you reset.
Okay.
Gotta get creative.
So yeah, instead of the blink on the Troll that was suggested, you just pull him back out of the danger. I would like to see the Lincoln Sphere spam, but we're gonna see a call onto Celery here, and a hook out on the Doom. Nightfall watching from the sidelines there. After that hook, but Toronto gets another chop.
Straight onto the high ground.
Radiant's middle tower
Double caddy wave with the banner at your back.
Nullifier on Puck.
Oh, okay. Initiation onto Puck, pulling him back in. The roar to cover, looking for a kill on the Jakiro. Will they get an Ice Path down? BKB's pop. Troll low and doomed. You just cannot protect your carry. Oh, Tendrils of the Deep coming out from Boom, but it's not enough to control Aurora. Without their Jakiro, they still have a lot of gas left in the tank. Going up to the high ground, Toronto misses. Swing and a miss. And Boom, about half health, but no tier 3 in the mid lane to protect you now.
Radiant's middle
That's
barracks
25
are
Doom
under
bite
attack.
ways, so he has the Doom applies mute as well. He's Master next in the line.
Yep. Line up, get your ticket to the Doom Show. And Toronto Tokyo gonna give up the ghost here, but you are gonna clean up the rest of Mouse, so it might just be worth it. Buy back onto Pudge. Any tower hooks, any fountain hooks, not gonna really be in play here just yet. Impetus just doing no damage. Okay, starting to chunk through Nightfall there a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Doom.
The Pudge buyback was basically, I'm not even sure what it was, like the buyback, but there's nothing to do. Maybe he can, he can't even catch Puck because of Lincolns. He can't really break his zone. He needs Edge to do it.
Right.
So no more Blink Dismembers on Pudge. By the way, this fight, there was no Doom boots. They still won it easily. Now they have that level 25 talent as well. Game just became even easier.
Yeah. Yeah, you have a lot of questions here on Mouse and not many answers, unfortunately. Roshan Roar gives the positioning away, but mid one stepping right into it. Coil with the path afterwards. Kill the Pudge. He's on dieback. Steps out of the macro. Nightfall killing your backline. You have no support here. It's the mid one show, and it might just be on one channel tonight, folks. Mira with the bushwhack onto Crystallis, the high ground. The cast range from Scurry is immaculate. Now Crystallis on the run, but the Infernal Blade, the Doom. The BKB does get off, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to save you, my friend. Pushing you forward here, Aurora throwing all of their eggs in the chase basket. It's a big success.
Roar in the back.
Onto Axe. Oh, might be enough to buy some time. The bird onto the high ground. I love Nightfall, limiting the escape options of Boom here. To call the Ice Pack follow up and a chop. Get the kill to Nightfall though.
It's
22k lead
time.
for Aurora.
Yeah, it's any time now that they call it. Void Spirit might attempt something on his own, but
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
it is a really difficult call to make
Radiant's
now.
top barracks are under
It
attack.
is. Okay. Void Spirit might get a pick off on the back line here. Let's go a little north and take a look. Oh no. He saw Mira, but then thought better of it.
The supports are low. Like, he might get the kill on one, but if he does, Dream Coil is available. He's gonna die for sure if he goes right now.
All right, let's take a look. He's in, finds the Jakiro, jumps, and Ollie very low, but invisible. The control is out, and it's enough to bring down the Void Spirit.
Oh, the smoke. Nice little smoke.
Play there. Yeah, nice creative smoke play. You know, Lizard, you said you're gonna have to get creative to eke out a win here. You're gonna have to get very creative to make anything happen, and that's just gonna be another chop from Toronto Tokyo.
Hook to the fountain.
Gave
Let's
this
go.
Axe free reign. Yeah, let Yamage play a little bit. You know, it's a new roster. Why not have a little bit of fun? And Bushwhack lands a little late, or a little early after the tree's planted. Neutral's up, but oh no, Doom is in nullified, and it's just so much to deal with for your carry. Ancient being dismantled, and that's going to be a game 1 win going to Aurora. Showing why those 1x bet odds were heavily in favor of the Dire.
Yeah, that was quick and 40-minute game, more or less quick from Aurora. It was decisive. Like it was difficult to play the game as well. I have like the cards that they've been dealt. Like first, I want to address the Pudge a little bit. I feel like they've been playing a lot of Pudge in the last couple of weeks. Versus like lower tier teams, this hero looks like chef's kiss. It's amazing, but it can get a bit problematic at times when you don't hit your hooks and you're playing versus teams that are on your own level or maybe a bit better. Suddenly the Pudge doesn't feel as great of a hero, but it truly wasn't only the Pudge. You literally did not have a carry this game. You picked a troll very early. You got Axe counterpicked and Doom counterpicked. Sometimes countering a hero is bad because you're picking heroes that are out of the meta. Axe is definitely in the meta. So is Doom. And they're in a pretty good shape right now. I mean, 16-1, 18 Doom. I don't know what else you would want from your carry.
Yeah, no, he played an amazing game. Nightfall really putting the pedal to the metal there in game 1. And you need to find an answer to this offlane problem that you had from your support and then answering the threat presented by Toronto Tokyo. But we're going to take a little bit of a break before we see if Mouse has those answers coming up in game 2.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. We got a game 2 coming up very soon for Mouse versus Aurora to see who will advance to the finals of our upper bracket here in our close qualifiers for Blastland 5. And Blizzard, we got a draft. You ready, sir?
10 seconds remaining.
Of course, super ready, super ready to
5
see if
seconds remaining.
Hutch goes through again for Mouse. If Prophet's not gonna go through. Jug is not gonna go through. I feel like Aurora have found their bans and they're sticking with them. Meanwhile, Mouse do ban out the puck
Aurora
themselves. They
Gaming's
don't have
turn
the
to ban.
first pick, so they are worried a little
Smart.
bit that might get snatched from them, right?
10 seconds.
Yeah, they do not want to
remaining.
suffer at the hands of another puck. And you know, I
5
can't say
seconds
that
remaining.
I blame them. That was a hell of a performance from Mikoto
Aurora
on one of his
Gaming's
specialty
turn
heroes,
to
you know.
Yeah, it looked like puck in that first game looked incredible. Chen probably would have solved some of the issues. I feel like Chen and Ench, they work in different ways. Enchantress, Chen brings a bit more utility and a
10
bit more
seconds
stable
remaining.
pressure, I feel like,
Radiant team
early on.
pick.
Meanwhile, Enchantress is kind of, I'm just going to run in, give some info. I'll always be in the buffer zone. Like, I'll always be playing between my cores and the enemy heroes. And if you are good enough or sometimes lucky enough, you will
10
break most of
seconds
the smokes.
remaining.
Meanwhile, Shen kind of just goes all in, right? Like you're going with your team, you have your
5
ulti, you
seconds remaining.
you have divine favor, you're just mauling down towers, and he likes to play with these beasts and stuff. But Aurora, they snatched themselves the hoodwink once again.
They do. Yeah, great hero, mixed damage, a lot of catch, a lot of vision. You know, the squirrel can do it all. Masked, the Cape Crusader there. Do you think we need to see more of a balanced damage approach here for Mouse? You mentioned that Axe, was just able to shrug off all of this physical damage that we saw from the combined Troll and Enchantress, and maybe we have the beginning of our answer here with the Snapfire pickup.
Yeah, maybe we do, right? Like she's already bringing a bit more. Hoodwink, it's kind of
10
hard
seconds.
for Hoodwink to come even close to a little shredder. You literally get shredded. Like,
Right.
you lose 50% of your HP. Morty's kisses down the line are good. But I gotta say, Snapfire in the other tournaments that I have been watching, casting in the last couple of days has been having a really bad time. This hero just doesn't have good win rate.
10
And I'm not sure
seconds
why,
remaining.
because on paper, everything seems good for her. Like, besides the catch, like she has, like you have a stun with a cookie, but that's it. Like your catch is not really reliable or good. But yeah, let's see how Mouse plays around it.
10
Yeah, it's
seconds remaining.
certainly a hero that needs somebody to play with it in
5
unison.
seconds remaining.
You know, you love a Mars, you love like a Clockwork, maybe if it's been played on 5 with a ranged carry, or somebody that wants to stay on top of their target and trade in lane. But this hero is peanut butter. You need your jelly for this sandwich to be complete. Yeah.
You need it. You know, speaking of meals, I want chain meal to be a valuable or doable facet.
Make chain meal viable, please.
Yeah, make it viable. Not again, just once. No, it would be.
Yeah.
I'd just like to see how someone would justify just buying chainmails all the time. No matter what. You know what? There was like a patch. Clockwork had like the most insane item builds, I feel like, out of any heroes, because on paper you can buy anything on him. There were patches
Right.
where you would buy 6 bracers on Clockwork. You go offlane and you buy 6 bracers. That's
Just walk
like
at
literal.
you, hold W.
It's like some Jenkins Herald review, and then you look at the game and it's actually a competitive professional match. What the hell is going on? But
Right.
yeah, I would like to see that.
Radiant team
Yeah, I think
pick.
the battery assault revision, no longer doing bonus damage to creeps, kind of put a big damper on Clockwork in any role. Because I mean, if the game was in a bit of a dullard state, you just hit the jungle, hit a hard camp, battery assault, come out half a level extra. But yeah, no Clockwork here for Mouse. They go with the Tusk instead.
Yeah, a Tusk is absolutely my favorite position for right now. That's melee. Like you have
Really?
Tusk and Tiny; those are your options. Like you don't really have anyone else.
10 seconds.
I mean, you have
remaining.
Pudge,
Yeah.
but Pudge isn't really that hero. Like Pudge is more of
5 seconds remaining.
he's more ranged than any of these because he's always hiding.
Yeah.
He's playing the outskirts. Tusk goes in, he sets up, and they've played a lot of. I'm not sure if Mouse, but I think they did as well. But a lot of teams played Tusk plus Slash, and this combo is deadly. Like you can actually like this, just the snowball save for the Lash can prove to be very
10
valuable.
seconds
And
remaining.
all he needs is a meat up front, so Tusk gives you that. But Jakiro is good, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Into Tusk.
Yeah, I mean, very predictable with the snowball. It's easy ice paths for days, And I mean, with with Icebreaker, you're oftentimes going to be able, if they snowball save from the first one, you're going to be able to catch them on the
Radiant
follow up
team pick.
as well.
Storm Spirit.
I think this is Lash now for Mouse. Now that you see the storm as well, like there's a lot of damage, of course, a lot of burst from Hoodwink and Jakiro, but honestly, you have a Tusk to rotate in. It could be
10
Quap as well.
seconds remaining.
Like there are some other options, of course, that work well against Storm.
5
It's
seconds
just this Lash tech that I'm really enjoying. I'd like to see it.
Radiant
Right.
team pick.
There we go. And yeah, my next question for you, Lizard, was going to be between the Leshrac and the Queen of Pain, who plays better into the support duo of Aurora? Maybe that would be the deciding answer for.
I think Lash actually does better. I think he does.
10
Like,
seconds
because
remaining.
he's really speedy. All he does is he blinks behind the enemy
5
lines and
seconds
runs you
remaining.
down. Sure, Quap brings a lot of burst. I'm not sure. Like they're kind of similar. Like right now, my gut tells me it's Lash. Like playing a Jakiro and trying to aim the ice pad while he's running around me with
Aurora
Edict.
Gaming's
You know,
It's
Like,
tough.
get-
It's tough.
this draft from Mouse looks perfect. They just need a good carry now to round it up. But I really like what they've got. The Tusk plus Lash
Radiant
combo
team
into the
back.
Storm Spirit feels really difficult for Storm to deal with. And I feel like even though Aurora did just now get a very good Ursa pickup, it's going to be hard for them to maybe alleviate the pain that might come from the middle. That's how I'm seeing this game. I'm seeing this game being broken or won on the mid lane.
10
So
seconds
depending on
remaining.
how many rotations Tusk makes and how they hit on the
5
Storm Spirit.
seconds remaining.
Mhm.
Also, if Ursa goes on someone down the line in the game, you probably are going to have Aghanims on Centaur to save that target. So that's
True.
another thing
Radiant
that
team
works
back.
nicely with Lash. So
Yeah, Lizard, I do think that Mouse's success will be built off of these rotations, killing the Storm Spirit pre-6.
Mhm.
I think a way that Aurora might need to counteract that, they might need to get some like deeper river vision to spot out these rotations early and bring numbers to the isolated support who's rotating. If you can get
10
like
seconds remaining.
Storm plus Hoodwink, killing the position 5, rotating early
5
before they can join up with the
seconds
Leshrac, that might be the answer. Get those early
Yep.
galvanized stacks up. But otherwise, Mounts, I think, are very, very poised to make life hell for Mikoto on this storm.
we'll see. We'll see. Like the lane itself for Lash is good. And like, you know what? People don't necessarily mention too many times, like how much resources play a part in these early game rotations. It's easy to rotate if you're owning your lane. You got a kill. You have a mango. You have some tangos. Clarity running. Sage's Mask. 90% mana. You just pulled. Your carry is chilling, smoking something under the tower. I don't know, hitting some creeps. You know, like he's just living life. It's easy to rotate, but when you're dying constantly, when you're forced to use all your spells, it's kind of hard to rotate and make plays. You know, and sidelines do dictate how it's going to be played. And this Undying is a good pick in that sense that it's going to pressure no matter what you pick. They ban out the Troll, the Medusa, two heroes that would be good into both the Ursa and the Undying.
Yeah.
There's
10 seconds
Go ahead.
remaining.
no, I was just gonna continue the rant. Snap into Undying at least
5
brings you something
seconds
nice. You
remaining.
have a little shredder
Yeah.
into the tombstone.
Yeah, that was going to be my next point. Also, Undying, I don't think his starting armor is super high, right? So the Shredder pre-Tombstone as well can also contribute to the harassment. Do you double down and go something with heavy physical damage early in the lane because you know that it's going to be the
Choose
Abba?
your hero.
Yeah, they take the
Alright.
Aurora 101, right? Like that's. I mean, Abaddon right now is played by everyone. It just became like a stable position one, but right now, Crystallis takes it, of course, and I feel like this is much easier for him to play than it was in the game number one with that troll. No matter what goes on you, you die. This time around, I feel like you're actually the stronger one. He just has one thing to be worried about, and that's the hoodwink break. Like you can die before popping your ulti. Just gotta make sure that that doesn't happen, and probably shouldn't in this game. The game number one, I was heavily favoriting Aurora, especially just
10
because of the
seconds
ways the
remaining.
heroes worked into troll. This time around, I think Mouse have,
5 seconds
if
remaining.
not a better draft, it's definitely not weaker.
Yeah.
I'd say 55, maybe even 60 in their favor.
All right. But now, can they execute to capitalize off of that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the
That is,
question.
yeah, I do like this this Mouse draft. If I've seen a death ball draft, like a run at you without a chin in the past, this has been a very close picture of that. You know, great saves as well. The snowball, the stampede, even kisses is I could kind of view kisses as someone as a save. You know, if they go on somebody, you just start pummeling them with those kisses landing. And eventually, you know, if Celery finds enough farm on the map, you just gobble up and spit your buddy out, or throw the Centaur in on top of whoever you want to kill, or the Leshrac even. Oh, Leshrac just lands on top of you, diabolically crashing down. A lot of plays available here for both teams. What do you think the most important timing for Aurora will be?
Their most important timing is, I mean, if they're winning this game, they're probably winning it late. But the early time, the early stages of the game are super important for them to make sure that the storm doesn't get pummeled in the mid lane. I feel like if you find a way to get Mikoto's storm online, this game is going to look way better than we just envisioned. I think he can be the one that just playmakes constantly. When you look at the other side, before they have Blink on Tusk, even with the Blink on Tusk, it's hard to actually catch Storm. The question in this game is like, how strong will Storm be for that to even matter? Because usually, from what I have seen and played, this matchup, how it goes is, yeah, we don't have any catch for Storm, but we don't really care because he's not going to have an item. And eventually, Abaddon or someone is going to buy Orchid or Hex, and that's going to be enough. So,
Yeah.
let's see if Aurora can kind of circumvent that.
All right. And we will see as we get underway here, folks. In game two, we've got Aurora versus Mouse. Aurora up 1-0 in this best of three series. We've got me, Malibu Jesus, joined by Lizard, bringing you the action in the second round of our upper bracket play today.
Where's your nickname from, by the way? Malibu Jesus.
So I'm not from Malibu, as I oftentimes get questioned. This nickname was bestowed upon me during my undergraduate days at college. I was very tan, very blonde from the sun. As we see Nightfall, maybe getting a little bit too much exposure here. Boom, gonna get the first blood. You'll love it. Mal's off to a great start. Maybe putting those early odds in the dirt, 4-1 in favor of Aurora. But yeah, so we were in our first day of freshman music theory, and we had this very eccentric professor, played on Broadway for a long time, very loud, boisterous, just a funny guy. Went down the line calling roll, and when he got to me, he pointed at me, he's like, "You, Malibu Jesus. What's your name?" And I'm like, "Well, I guess it's Malibu Jesus now. Thank you, sir." And it just stuck as the handle ever since. So
All right,
we
that's a good
kept the
story.
moniker.
You have some
Yeah.
cool ass professor there giving you nicknames. You know, you got a cooler story than most of us for our nicknames. Most of us were just dumb kids, and the nicknames sound cool at the time. You know,
Was that Lizard for you?
basically, I was 12.
Yeah. Oh, dude, what a! It's got a patina on it. You know how you cook with a pan over years and years, and you build up that flavor, that layering. That's your handle at this point. You know.
It has some sauce.
There you go. Oh, but sauce here in the bottom lane. Well, no. Let's take a look. Top Jason. Oh my God, Whiplash coming out at you. I'm spilling my sauce here, Lizard. Little Shredder online for Celery at level 1. Do you think this is the de facto skill point? Oh my God, Toronto Tokyo just getting eaten up by that.
Yeah, it
Is
is.
this the go-to? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. Like, it's just so dumb. And it's so like this is one thing that I always feel whenever you play or watch Snap. Like that's one thing that you notice immediately, is just how much ridiculous damage this hero deals early on. And if your courier is running next to her while she's little shreddering, she's gonna kill that too. She's gonna. It's 70 mana. It's literally just spam some angles.
Yeah, and I mean she's got 1.3 base regen on the mana as well, so oftentimes you are going to have plenty to work with. The second skill point's always a bit up in the air though. Takes a little the cookie.
Yeah, sometimes it's Gutter Blast, sometimes it's Cookie. Depends how you feel about the lane.
Yeah, you know you're up against Undying, always going to be in melee range. And the Hoodwink, if she gets into melee range, oftentimes you cookie your ABBA, that's going to be a dead squirrel.
Yeah, definitely.
Not
It's a cool lane down
there.
bottom. I think it's like a kill lane on both sides. A lot of things can happen if someone is out of position, if you get some extra decays out, if you get them down low. But so far, Snap and ABBA have found a solution to the Undying pick for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love their choice to kind of push the wave aggressively there. Get the Lotus, and we see topside a bit of the same story. Aggression from Mouse looking for Ollie, but Yemich gonna have to cut his losses, get over to the Lotus pool.
Dire structures are fortified.
A fortification on the creep wave here. Topside, Nightfall sinks his claws into both heroes of the Radiant, but ultimately concerned with CSing.
Very even lane so far, by the way, with Mikoto even doing a bit better on the mid lane than mid one. He's even pressuring him. I think maybe it's also about the players that I have watched in the past on the side of Storm and Lesh, perhaps. It happens. Sometimes you watch the same matchup where a better player is playing the Lesh and the worst player is playing the Storm, and you think, okay, Lesh should own this.
Right.
So far, Mikoto has done well. He's not going to get any runes, unfortunately.
Unlucky for Mikoto. His supports are busy elsewhere. Mira does take the bounty rune, so we won't see a bounty benefiting the Leshrac later. Gets a courier kill to boot. Now, I want to remind me to ask you about the Sage Mask itemization early on. But,
Yeah, everyone is
you know,
doing
I thought-
it. It's the new fad, you know? It's like...
right. It's the new Null Talisman. It's the new Falcon Blade. Everybody picking up a Sage Mask.
It's value. It's nice little mana region. A lot of heroes, like when you're playing right now, don't really have... Like, if you buy an urn, it doesn't feel enough. And it's kind of... I'm just talking in general about other position 4 heroes in particular. Like, it doesn't feel enough, but... and it's also very expensive. But
Right.
if you buy a Sage's Mask and you have a Raindrop and maybe Magic Wand, bring yourself a clarity, you're kind of always there, even if you're spamming spells, you have the resources to install.
We are seeing the spam here in the bottom lane. Tombstone already eaten up, but Crystallis very low. Nice cookie. Buying some time. Mira on the back foot now, trying to get to the safety of the tower. Scatter Blast will do it. When you're against this Snapfire hero, you're faced with a bit of the Shadow Fiend conundrum. More on that later here as we see a kill onto the Centaur. Snowball landing on Nightfall. One more tower shot. Does not miss it. Lands dead. Ursa, 1 for 1. Crazy trades across the map.
Yeah, there's just a lot of kill lanes, you know. Sometimes you see lanes that are very static, but no, not this. They can make a lot of plays, top and bottom, even mid, as we see some rotations from the supports.
Yeah, oh, Mira buying time with that bushwhack. Saves his life, but does have to give up the rune. Unfortunate. It's a bit of damned if you do, damned if you don't. And yeah, you know, we were talking before the matches began. You prayed for no snooze fests, and Blizzard, I gotta say, the series so far has delivered a display of excellence from Aurora in game 1, but determination of Mouse trying to stick it out. But now a bit of renewed vigor here in game 2 from Mouse. So this series is delivering, I'd say.
Absolutely. One thing that I would maybe have liked better from Aurora is to pay attention to mid lane and securing the runes.
Okay, well, missed bushwhack there. Gives me a bit of pause as we see the answer to this tombstone presented by Celery. Yeah,
He's going to buy a mansion soon with the Snapfire. He's getting so much gold out of these tombstones. There is... Yeah, I don't even know if you will use it in this lane. Like, what's the point? Maybe he should have even went for Soul Rip with that, like, for the lane itself.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Undyings favor that. Yeah. But 2 points, dude. He put 2 points into that. Was he calling the bluff of... how many points does he have in the Little Shredder? Only 1. Yeah, it's like 3-1-1. Exactly.
You don't have to max it. Like, it doesn't really matter. You get 1 point of Little Shredder. It's always the 5 attacks, right? So
right.
just take it once, and you always have a way of killing the tombstone. Like, yeah. In any case, absolute value. So far, this bot lane hasn't been as great as the Axe game. Like with the Axe game, you could see he needed to be greedy on Axe, and he was still winning the lane. Here, he's not really, like, he's doing all right, but I feel like whenever you pick Undying, you don't want to be doing all right. You want to be crushing it.
No.
You want to be really winning.
Exactly. It's one of those heroes that you're going to have your biggest spike early on. Maybe with your first flesh zombie, those early zombies, or the flesh golem, rather. Those early zombies contribute a lot, but it feels almost like a Night Stalker, you know, if you don't hit that first nighttime timing, you're limited for the next, like, 5-10 minutes.
Another kill. They are rotating Leshin and Storm.
Oh, first big battle coming out. Zip in. Mikoto looking for Crystallis. No ultimate available. Gonna have to wait on that borrowed time, and it's gonna be a dead Jakiro, maybe even a dead Undying. Yeah, great response from Mouse, answering the gank of Aurora. Instant respawn on the Undying, but another 150 gold going the way of the Radiant off of that tombstone. Crystallis survives the gank.
Just a very, very simple answer as well, I would say. Like, it was an obvious move that they countered, but they also had Stampede. Even without counter-playing it, Stampede just saves them.
Very true. And now maybe Stampede... Oh, never mind. Sorry. Stampede has been used. I was going to say, maybe you just use it to go on Nightfall here, but...
A bit longer cooldown than 30 seconds, but yeah, cannot use it yet. What he can do is take this dominated creep and take down towers. Another thing that's right. Last game we saw on Doom, this time we see it on Boom. He's gonna get it, raise dead, and take some objectives. I was wondering if Undying is gonna go for it, but it seems like he's queuing up a pipe.
Now, do you think Helmdom got nerfed a little bit? People are talking mostly about the mana cost being the big nerf.
Mid.
Yeah, mid. The Damage getting those claws sunk in him. Snowball will deliver him to the high ground. Kisses to follow. Do you have the shards? I think it's already been cast. Gonna have to settle for Ollie. Killed by mid one. Yamich does fall to the combined forces of Aurora. 1-for-1.
Mira is trying something. Like, he went in with the blood grenade, but yeah, they just couldn't follow through. They didn't have resources. Sorry, what was your question before the fight?
Helmdom nerfs.
Yep.
The changes that have been made. Do you think... I know Undying is a hero that oftentimes is mana starved. We see the Null Talisman, the Soul Ring being picked up to kind of answer those problems. Do you think that 50 mana cost could be a reason why Undying isn't picking it up, or does he just have his eyes set elsewhere?
No, I think he's just afraid of the Lash plus Mortimer's Kisses combo when it comes to damage. He wants to bring utility to the team, and that's it. But I think, in my opinion, I think Helm of Dominator is really good this game because it enables them to take down objectives. If you look at their heroes, they are absolutely horrible at taking objectives. Like, unless you win a fight or no one is defending, like it's happening down bottom.
Right. Oh, off the mark from Yamich there. Yeah, you would love a little bit of help playing around these catapult timings, opening up these early towers. But 3 heroes are bottom, as Mouse answer with aggression mid, trying to capitalize with 3 heroes of their own and this catapult, trading off, taking hits for the catapult, keeping it alive. You love to see it. Cardi's last ride.
Everyone gets hit a little bit.
Right. Spreading the love, and now they're going to get some squirrel meat out of it. Look at that.
Can they get Lash? He's kind of lowish mana here.
Yeah,
they're not going to try.
No. Big regen rune top.
The early game
for mid one.
The early game, I feel like, has been hands down won by Mouse. They're 3k ahead, nothing massive, but 12 minutes in, substantial. You have your Lash now with the Blink Dagger as well that can start things off, and Tusk as well sitting on 1500 gold. So that huge power spike will happen for him as well once he buys the Blink.
Absolutely. I think this last tier 1 combined with the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine fight could be the key to unlocking this Blink Dagger on Yamich.
Let's see if they find anyone around the shrine.
Dude, this is... they've got both towers left in this off lane. So, I mean, Aurora could split their TPs, you know, and have, like, not increased TP channel time to answer for this Mouse incursion.
Can you fight them?
They're going to bring the boys.
Can you fight them, though? That's, like, my problem. The one thing that I see, Hoodwink doesn't have 6 yet. If you go on Lash, there's a Bottom Shield and Regen rule. They're really difficult to kill right now. Maybe just try and... Yeah, you see the lines on the map? They're just splitting. They're like, yeah, we're not taking this fight down bottom.
Yeah, smart movement from Aurora. They give up the tower to, you know, gain some economic advantage elsewhere. Perhaps a rune? Oh my. Ollie, not like that.
Stampede for bottom.
Let's see, does it come out? Grandma locked down, gets the cookie forward, not enough. Makoto picks up the kill. Is that a Witchblade online for the Storm Spirit?
Yeah, it should be. Flying through him. Oh, it's actually Kaya, I bet. Let's see, Tusk and Lash are actually in position to maybe kill Undying.
Oh, here we go. Walrus Punch with the Split Earth afterwards. Tombstone coming out. Toronto Tokyo now looking to reverse the go. Nightfall joining the fray. Snowball buying some time into the ice path. Will be stunned up as he falls. Toronto Tokyo gets a kill. Battle Fury now online for the Ursa Warrior. And
Not a bad timing for him at all, right?
No. Especially considering the start. You know, you lose your tier 1 tower also, but you have a nice recovery. And folks, if you are looking to put some money up on this match, enter in RESD2. Click that link. You will get a return on your first bet. Those odds, I wonder if they've evened out. We see the game. Let's see. Win probability now 68% in favor of Mouse. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with Gabe in here, Lizard?
Yeah, I do. I feel like they're in a pretty good spot. My one, like, mystery card or joker on Aurora is the Ursa and how much he'll be able to do, because this hero can sometimes just pop off. If they can plant the tombstones defensively enough, it's also a problem for Lash. Even if Undying hits you and you get like a couple of zombies, you can't really right-click them. Your spells don't kill them, it's hard to run away, run around the fight. be annoying. But in general, I think that Mouse should have an easier time going forward.
Oh my
I love-
god, it's disgusting. Oh, he's so sad. You look, Lizard, you started talking about Mouse's chances to win this. You made Undying so sad, man. He's just hunched over. Now he's just
It actually looks
completely
good on
taken
him.
a stick.
I mean, for most bugged out heroes, it kind of looks all right for him. He's got the moonwalk anyway, right?
Right. Yeah, this is just an elongated moonwalk, you know, displaying his true stamina here, his true prowess. Is
Radiant are scanning.
Toronto Tokyo dance god, showing his moves.
He just needs to get stunned, right? And it goes away. I'm not really sure. These bugs
Yeah,
happen.
you should clear it up. Anything that kind of moves the model around, I think maybe like even a Yules would do it, but I don't think the Sundying's buying Yules. Don't get me wrong. Blink Dagger now on. Maybe Toronto Tokyo just needs a little nap or a cup of coffee, something like that. Get him reinvigorated. Blink Dagger online here for Tusk now. Flying out on the courier. Don't think it's spotted out. Yeah, that wave died before the vision was granted.
It's pretty big. It opens up the map immediately for. I mean, it was already open between him and bot lane. Break.
Ooh.
Nice attempt.
Yeah. Getting this on cooldown before the Radiance is finished. Pretty nice. And I mean, the great thing about Storm Hoodwink, unlucky.
Still going.
Stampede coming out. Yeah, still going here on the bottom side. And now the TP with the Blink Punch. Oh, that is a dead squirrel. Let's take a look top, folks. Ice Path matching. And that will be the dead centaur.
Storm is in.
On to one. Oh my god, Mikoto gets it with a barrier, the Glimmer Cape, and the kisses. Oh, he's gonna have to zip out of danger. Does he have another chance to go? No, Storm dead. You do clean up the Snapfire, but a great exchange. Maybe the only silver lining there is you're getting your Ursa a little more online, getting him involved in these kills. But
Yeah,
wow.
I don't think that was terrible for Aurora. Look at him making a move on Crystallis immediately after he needs to bail. He has no ult still, right? Yeah. And they see him. If he
Great
goes
call.
up, they see him now.
Oh, he went up. Lizard the Prophet. Big bushwhack with a sharpshooter to land. Nightfall. Involved and dominating.
I mean, this was most of this why he's tipping the Storm, because he made the most as possible on top lane and on bottom. Baiting out the OP first from Abaddon and then going top, finishing off a couple of kills, helping them out. The only reason why Lesh lived on top was because of the base rune that he had. So overall,
Yes.
Aurora, even though I feel like their cards are much weaker, they're playing them a bit better. Let's see mid. I think Storm can die here if Tusk jumps.
Oh, big Blink Punch with the stun after. My god, you don't even need the snowball stun. Ice Path cast out. Kind of gives away the Jakiro's positioning.
This combo is nasty. Okay.
Yeah.
Tusk and Lash, if you get jumped on, you're just gone. Xantropy deals way too much damage. It's not control.
Dude, I play a lot of support, Lizard, and I mean, I'm okay. I'm not amazing at the game, but man, playing into a core Leshrac with Blink Misanthropy is just nightmare fuel.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. That's enough said, right? Pure damage is just overwhelming at times. How do you answer this as a support player? What do you think is your best option?
Just don't die.
All right. Or don't die.
I mean, it's kind
Good
of hard.
advice.
I know. I'm messing with it. It's difficult. Like, you need some Glimmer Capes, Yule Scepter's 4 staffs. You need to keep your distance from him. You know, like,
Radiant are scanning.
even Glimmer is nice, but he can follow you through. A lot of his spells still go through it. Positioning. Most important thing.
Let's take a look at the positioning here. The team fight underway. Nightfall about half health, but a big zip from the Storm Spirit. Makoto pulling him back in. They get a kill on the last track. Let's see, can you break the siege of the kisses? Crystallis on the back foot trying to get out. Does have ultimate still. Sharpshooter cooked up, but boom is what's cooking. Nightfall, you know, Lizard, you mentioned Ursa was the X factor here in game 2, and it looks like this is a capital X. Nightfall popping off.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's his full comfort zone hero, right? Like it's Abaddon and Ursa and maybe a couple of other heroes that he is just amazing on. Gotta say that Mikoto's Storm as well is impressive, considering the game state. They're going on him again. Nice ice path.
The activity high here. Big bushwhack to cover after the ice path. And Mikoto, joined by Nightfall, gets a little bit of revenge against this Tusk.
I think they will not get the Tormi because of that, though. Lash is here now. Maybe they'll contest it. The supports are still sticking around.
Yeah.
Dangerous without Storm. He has no resources to join this fight.
Oh my god. All right. Edict popping. Ice path with bushwhack. Let a cookie out. Okay. Oh, no. That's going to be a dead squirrel. Miragon and now Nightfall looking to get revenge. Glimmer saving Boom. Tombstone out with the ice path onto 2. Great coverage from Ollie. Ollie off the free. The chase is on. Mid one very low. Snowball with the punch up. And no, Ursa dead. You get my last rack. Big zip it. Mikoto recharged, looking for blood. Crystallis, full health. Ultimate now down. And Toronto Tokyo ready to go in for round 2. Yamich has the spells ready to go. What will he do here? You gotta save him, protect, and enable your Abaddon. Bit of a balanced trade, but the gold exchange and XP heavily in favor of Mouse after bringing down Nightfall.
2-1 more or less, right? Like they needed the Storm. That's it. He's doing so much work in these fights as well, and it just wasn't there. I get it. You're trying to protect the Tormentor. It was a much harder fight to play for Aurora, I have to say. Though. They still almost came out on top.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Dude!
On it.
Dude!
Oh no! Whoa! Oh my god. Okay. You know. Oh.
Yikes, that's Roche, right? Like you just go into Roche because of that.
That is
Oh
Roche.
my god, Mouse. What the hell?
You know, Lizard, there are very few times where I have seen, like, because that replay comes up, and that was a great fight to talk, like, to go recap the ongoings. But, oh my god, the action that happened on the tail end of that.
The chat could see,
So good.
right?
Yeah.
The
Chat could see. Chat could see, yeah.
The chat sees.
Oh.
That's all that matters. They witnessed.
Yeah,
Stars
witness me.
went full witness me.
Shiny and Chrome. Who got the shard there?
I think Yamich got it.
Another replay. Oh, I love it. Okay, thank you, admin.
Yeah, Yamich got it. I think this snowball kind of messed him up, right?
It did.
He took all the damage, like it was, and then in the end, Yamich is the only one that lives. He's like, "Yeah, guys, I'm sorry, get good." You know?
They're like, bro, we needed you. What the heck? Oh, yeah. Tough break for Mouse there. No. Suffering from their own success. They get in a spot where they can take the Torn, but then they just can't lock it down without minimizing loss. So, big tour de force here from Aurora, getting the Aegis onto Ursa early.
Yeah, he's gonna
Now
have
it's anybody's
Aegis.
game, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a very even game. It has for quite some time. He's going to have a BKB now as well, flying out him. And he's a problem because not only does he have a BKB, he bought Basher before it. Again, flags. Oh.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
Basher is going to be huge.
Radiant's
He had it
middle
you
before,
already
right?
have-
attack.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
15k net. This is almost the Doom show again, Blizzard, here in game 2 on Ursa.
Feels that way. Doesn't have 0 deaths, but he's still doing quite a lot. And the game is kind of difficult now for Lesh. I feel like at first they didn't stomp Storm enough, and besides that, they just have all of these heroes that kind of do create
Dire's
problems
bottom
for the
tower is
Lashrak.
under
The
attack.
Tombstone wasn't killed, by the way, in the last fight as well. Something that the Toronto Tokyo did really well is you always save Soul Rip for the Tomb.
Dire's top tower
After the little
is under
shredder,
attack.
top lane, Lash, Bash.
Oh, Yamich playing bodyguard. Trying to seal himself off with the shards, but Makoto able to jump and bound over the barriers.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's been nice to see now that Toronto Tokyo has his kit a little more fleshed out. He's able to kind of provide and save Tombstone with the Soul Rip. Control is out, but he gets the TP.
Oh,
Or the blink.
Dire's
No,
bottom
okay.
tower
Blink, blink,
is under
yeah.
attack.
Yeah.
Preventing the damage with the ultimate, of course.
it's kind of stupid how it works, but it still does work that way, so you can just blink out.
Are
That means he
scared.
has no ult to fight, though, for another minute.
Dire's bottom tower is under
True.
attack.
True. Maybe you press the envelope here on Aurora and take the fight to them. Still have two very nice towers you'd like to claim.
Attack.
That's what they're doing exactly now. Opening up top lane. There's a
Dire's
fight
bottom tower
on the
is
right,
under
though.
attack.
Fight on the right is brewing. Mira, Low, and Toronto Tokyo answering in kind. TP's in. Stampede coming out. Celery, can you get out? Big zip from the storm, but now low mana. Chase.
Lesh is in.
Oh, nice bushwhack. Good move. And Lesh joining the fight as well. Storm is no longer involved in this, so it's a bit of a 2v2 until reinforcements arrive.
Is this a
Snap
good
getting the
chase?
TP out. Vision down. Whoa! Ice Path just a little late.
Yeah, without the storm, this looked like a bad chase. Tusk might even counterplay them. Yep.
Oh, yeah, counterplay coming out. Makoto said, you know what, I used way too much mana. This is no longer worthwhile.
This is coming over.
Huh?
With him, it might be.
Why did Boom use Hitch a Ride? Did he just
Really sure.
think more was gonna happen? Okay, Makoto making something happen here. And now Leshrac down as Nightfall joins. Claws sinking into the Lesh, into the Centaur. Boom trying to buy some coverage with the Croaker. Ollie got croaked, but it's just not enough.
Is it spring already?
All right.
So, some extra tips for the Nightfall Ursa. This man is absolutely destroying them. And he has enough control, you know, like there is enough control from the storm. I feel like this hero is doing so much in fights. I mean, when I say so much, all he needs is Electric Vortex. But he gets on top of Lash. If he gives just that one bit of control, Ursa can follow through with the stun lock from Bashes. And Lash is generally a really strong hero. Hard to kill, but
Radiant's bottom
he
tower
needs his
is under
bodyguards.
He does. He does. The snowball, the shield save, so value. Celery trying his best to bring down the Tombstone, but as you mentioned, Lizard, the Soul Rip always in reserve from Toronto Tokyo.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top
Pipe
tower is
Octarine
under
online for the Undying.
attack. Radiant's
This
middle
is,
tower under attack.
This is a juiced up Undying, and he's only 4th net worth.
He's got 2.2k gold. I want to see what he buys next as well.
Do you think it's... Does he go Blink? Is that needed, or do you want to get something to enable your Ursa a little more? It's not like he has any problems, but...
Yeah. Let's see. He's got Doctor. You know what? My favorite would be, of course, would be Ags, right? Just get in there, spam that decay, be nasty. Probably not gonna happen, of course, but be my wish. Blink
Yeah.
Dagger isn't bad as long as you can keep on top of them and hit them with Flash Column, right? Your rotting mitts are really strong as long as you are hitting heroes. I think even just
True.
buying a shard would be good. Like he doesn't have it. Just getting that extra save for someone would be nice in fights. Making sure that heroes aren't dying in one go.
Right. But you know, these core players, Lizard, these core players, they can't be bothered to buy their own shards. Oh, Boom found out. Has his creep in tow. Creep is dead, and the stuns are lining up perfectly. Doesn't really have a chance to play the game.
Yeah, Yamich was there the whole time, but he cannot jump in. Like that's like the problem with Tusk. It's an amazing hero, but they have 2 AoE stuns, right? They have pushback and they have ice bat. You can't jump in because you might just get caught.
Radiant's
Crystallis
bottom
needs to be
tower
careful on
is
top.
under attack.
Oh, Crystallis. Caution is his middle name, but you know, he's looking to have a bit of a name change. And he's getting walked down. Oh my god, the health just evaporating from the bar. Pops the borrowed time and gets the blink out. This is, oh my god. And the TP, you know, Snapfire dies for her carry sins, but Crystallis lives to fight another day.
I'm not sure if Nightfall didn't believe in the kill at all, or he believed that they're gonna get him without
Right.
one or the other. In any case, he didn't go for the ABBA, he went for the snap. He got the kill, but of course the carry does survive. It's just so stupid, man. You pop your ulti, even if you're hit, you blink out eventually. You're gonna get that split second where you aren't controlled.
Right.
Has been killed.
You have to, it's like you have to commit multiple forms of hard control onto this hero that is ulting. It's like, man, I just don't want to deal with this. But they do kill mid one's courier, losing the Shiva's recipe. Or sorry, the Scythe of Ice recipe. Yep.
He's really close. Like,
Push it.
He has enough gold to buy it. If he wants to buy out, of course.
Yeah, so maybe you buy yourself 2 minutes where you can take a fight where you've got Orchid and they don't have Hex. Maybe that net worth like fluctuation is enough to make something happen in your favor.
Yeah, their team fight is still spooky.
Oh, but how about their pickoff potential? It's even better.
It's just beautiful. Their pickoff between the Lash and Tusk is just beautiful, as long as they're in the right position, because that was Storm going a bit too deep. He felt secured because if you look at dire wards, they're really deep and all in that area. So they thought, yeah, sure, this is fine.
Whoa. Ursa. Or Mira. Oh, but Ursa is punched up and brought back down to earth, dead for 90. Chases on, looking for Mira, looking for Ollie. And Mouse find a block of cheese. I'm not talking about the item, I'm talking about a nice little treat. That's 4 dead for Aurora.
How quickly things change in this game. You know, you're out of position for a second and that's it. Like, there's just so much firepower on both sides. It's all about who gets jumped first, it feels like.
Yeah. I think Aurora may be getting a little too comfortable after that Storm kill. They said, you know what, we don't expect him to make another move, right? Well, wrong. Okay, Blizzard is this critical damage. Like, I mean, obviously, lose a tower, lose a ranged Rax. Is this a problem for Aurora, now down 9k?
It's definitely worse position that they were in just a moment ago when they were actually ahead. It's not the end of the world. Like, it all depends again on who initiates first, what angles you find in these fights. But it is getting worse. Bloodthorn as well, being picked up by a bad soon. He almost has enough gold. The question is who takes the next rush fight? Who actually wins it? That one might make or break the game for Aurora. You have Storm, you have Ursa. You might want to get your heroes to the pit, but I'm not sure they can make it on time now that Ursa TP top.
Oh my.
That TP top
yep.
rush.
This game has been the story of free Roshan so far. Blizzard.
Absolutely. I mean, he stopped to defend the tier 2 tower because of that Helm of Dawn creep. And they insta-lose Rosh because of it. They had everything. Like, they have all their resources to take that fight. And fighting around the pit is actually really good with Undying. You can plant the tombstone on one of the sides or even in the pit. And it's really hard to get rid of. And the problem with Undying himself is you just ignore him and you run away from the tombstone and you fight somewhere else. But in the pit, you don't have that luxury. You need to commit.
Right.
Unfortunate for Aurora. What can you do?
What can you do? Buy an Abyssal on your Ursa. Hope for the best. And Agadam's finished on mid 1 now. Oh, Oh my, hero dead. Kisses committed a little bit after the fact. And let's see if they have better luck with the Tormentor here in round 2.
No more snowball.
No snowball.
Yeah.
All right. No snowball, no problem. All right, 13k advantage for Mouse. Lizard, this looks to be, you know what? We've seen games turn on a dime previously, and in this this match, I don't want to say that it's over.
Far from it, I would say.
Good. Yeah.
Depending on the fight, really. It's not far from it. Like, we're getting closer and closer to the end, one way or another. But
right.
the high ground push, let's see. Adam is in, and he can't truly commit.
Oh. Yeah, that was a quick blink. Very quick blink. And you can get a quick 100% bonus on your first deposit, folks. Click that link, punch in that promo code, and, you know, take a chance on us, Lizard and I. What will we do next? That's right. I mean, you got ABBA in your ears, you got ABBA on your screen. Thanks, Crystallis. Yep.
And like you said, this game could end really quickly. There is just so much burst coming from Mouse. In the blood pool and the lash.
See if the Mouse catches the cat this time, but oh, big blink from Ursa. Ice Path, Undying, get that tombstone down. Oh no, Aegis already gone. Crystallis, how are you gonna get this one? BKB used, they're gonna hitch a ride. Get that Leshrac out of there, baby. Crystallis trying to get out with the cookie now, and who's caught? Nightfall, caught by the cusp. Another Ice Path is coming out, covering, but they jump the Lesh. Oh my god, dead. Big Hex on Ursa, he's dead. Undying, joining his partner in the grave, and now Mira also falls. Instant respawn on the Undying, and this game cracked wide open for Mouse. A full 5 are alive, and
That's
they look threatened. The tier 4s, yes sir. No buyback on any of the Dire heroes. Aurora.
Mr. Malibu, Jesus, you were very correct.
Thank you, thank you. And we try to call him as we see him here on the main stream. And we just happen to be right. But mid one, trying his best, is hexed up immediately. Didn't have that TP channeled, and GG called. Mouse shape up and return to form in game 2, forcing us to a game 3. And Lizard, you know, this 35-40 minutes seems to be the sweet spot for the game timing in this patch. They're taking 37 minutes.
Yeah, specifically in qualifiers and stuff, where teams aren't as how to put it, they still make some mistakes here and there.
Sure.
Be diplomatic. Not too many, but here and there, and then the end. Like, if you look at TI, this kind of scenario probably wouldn't happen because team wouldn't leave their high ground. They would literally just wait until Mouse goes up. But instead, they take the bait, they go on the low ground, they go on a Lash with Nihilism. They do manage to kill him once, but the secondary time just wasn't there. Ursa wasn't that careful. He gets hexed. It was really close, though. Like, Ursa was really damn close to killing off Lash. And maybe even if he dies, he has the buyback gold after that kill. In any case, kind of a cool game, I have to say, from both. Aurora almost demonstrated how to win against this deadly Lash plus Tusk combo when you're playing Storm, because I have seen exactly this combo defeat so many storms in the last week that, yeah, the moment they picked Storm into Lash Tusk, I called it, right? It looked really rough.
Right. Yeah, you got to break up the power couple if you want to see some success on this Storm Spirit. But folks, both teams get a second chance at keeping their upper bracket hopes alive here as we take a little bit of a break before we get into game 3. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. break through an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. I hope you are ready for some more action as we bundle up on this brisk little fall day over here in Cleveland, Ohio, where I'm coming to you from. Lizard joining us from across the pond. Hello, sir. Welcome back.
Hello.
How you doing? You ready to go?
Yeah, absolutely ready to go. Like game number 1 and game number 2 gave us some good Dota. Ready for the conclusion of the series one way or another. I hope the game will be as even as it can be. You know, give us some good team fights. Give us some good storylines.
Absolutely. Would love to see either of those birthed today in our game 3. I want to see some new heroes. You know, I mean, the current meta heroes that get their respect bans, yeah, whatever. And then the leftovers that we see in the first wave, the Pucks, the Snapfires, the Hoodwinks, yada yada. What are some sleeper picks, Lizard, that you think maybe were benefactors of the recent balance patch that are just, kind of waiting in the wings for us?
Looking at our boys on Mouse, they actually had. I mean, they're a team that isn't too shy when it comes to experimenting lately. And they have picked some Huskar, for better or worse, but they've played it on safe lane. So it's Crystallis Huskar back to his old ways, and so far it has looked pretty damn good. Most of the games, like they are experimenting with the Pudge as well. When it comes to some other sleeper heroes, not necessarily. He puts you to sleep. Let's put it that way. There's Elder Titan. I feel like that hero is actually good. He's in a decent spot because of some other heroes and how he works. Like a lot of teams find it hard to form a composition in which you always have the damage necessary to blow up targets with pickoffs, unless you have Lash or something. And ET with his maxed out aura kind of helps with that. One of the reasons why Hoodwink is picked, by the way, her shard just enables kills.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you see it offered up. You know, I think obviously the go-to combination is Hoodwink Sand King, right? But that raises another question. We haven't really seen any Sand King. I know in the most recent patch, his facet no longer blinds towers on attack in the Sandstorm. Do you think that nerf was enough to take him out of the spotlight?
It does hurt him because suddenly you cannot play recklessly mid lane in front of the enemy tier 1 tower. A couple of your supports rotate. As long as the tower is hitting you, you're going to take it. It's definitely like it was definitely a crazy thing that he had. I don't think it generally changes the way that Sand King is played. I think it's one of those nerfs where players are going to go like, oh my god, this hero is unplayable for a month or two, and someone is going to start picking it again and owning with it. Like next time Malrine plays it, he probably plays Sand King and wins anyways. So people will come back to it eventually.
Right. Yeah. I think it'll be one of those very similar, like falls out of fashion, and then people are like, oh yeah, this still fits. It still feels good. I'm gonna put it back on. Yeah. Okay. But bans coming out, looking very much the same for Aurora. No mid 1 Nature's Prophet. You know, we hyped it up, but unfortunately just not going to come out onto the board. Mouse, take the first pick Tusk.
Yeah, they snatch it once again. They get themselves the Tusk. I told you in the last game, I feel the same way after the last game. I think this is probably one of better, if not the best 4 at the moment. Like you just cannot find a good 4. Like when it comes to these melee position 4s, like there just isn't anything. Like everything is like every game that I'm watching a position 4 is like another game of Hoodwink, maybe some Ench, then some more Hoodwink, some more Ench. You know, it's
right.
becoming a bit stale. Tusk is
We need a
shaking
hero.
things up a little bit. Yep.
Radiant team ban.
Now, I'm gonna raise you a little bit of craziness here. South American coach of Heroic Calves, big advocate of the position 4 Spirit Breaker. What do you think?
Okay. Doable, I would say.
10
Okay.
seconds
Especially
remaining.
in conjunction with some heroes like a Quap on mid. You have a lot of, like,
5
because
seconds
the
remaining.
lane isn't played necessarily for most heroes, right? On offlane, you're kind of creep skipping and pulling the wave, and then you
Radiant
have some free
team
time
ban.
anyway to do whatever you want to. Some heroes stack, some heroes go back to lane to bully the carry. Position 4 Spirit Breaker could just charge mid, get maybe a pick off there, get some ganks going. I don't mind the hero. I just haven't seen him in a really long time. I have played
10
it
seconds
maybe
remaining.
a week or two ago and seemed all right. Still
5
nothing wrong
seconds
with him
remaining.
as long as you're skilled enough
Right.
to bash.
True. You gotta slide a little extra cash to Mr. Gabe in there and be like, okay, I'll buy another treasure. I'll try to go for that Earthshaker Arcana again. I promise. Just give me one more bash, please.
Aurora Gaming's
But
turn to ban.
new hats in the game. You've been voting on any of the community sets that have been made.
I did. I did. I can't remember. I know I saw a lot of silly ones that I truly
Yeah.
didn't like. I skip those. I don't downvote them. Like, someone put in the effort. I feel
10
bad. I'm like,
seconds
maybe I
remaining.
don't like it. Maybe someone else is gonna like it. I don't want to put it down. But
5
Right.
seconds remaining.
no, I'm lying. I'm just
Aurora Gaming's
thumbs down
turn
to it.
radiant team pick.
So if you are a community artist there, let's see your Reddit post. Trash Lizard. Go after
find-
it. Sink your teeth
I-
in.
I find the 5 heroes that I play or 10. I upvote all of their sets. Everything else goes down in the dumpster.
Aurora Gaming.
Screw you guys. I want more sets for Meepo, But
Right.
yeah, there
We need-
were some.
Nice. We need another chicken set from Meepo, please. Oh,
There were
okay.
some sets. I like them.
Yeah, I think the most controversial one was the Centaur, the wizard set for Centaur, where he's like the stitched courier up. Have you seen that one?
I don't think I got to that one. I only went through like maybe 40 sets. I didn't go through. There's like 150 or 250, something like that.
283. 283.
There's a lot of sets. Yeah. I didn't go through all of them.
Aurora Gaming's
I go
turn
through them
to
between
faceless
queues,
void.
and I mean while I'm queuing for the game. So. But
Yeah.
we queued into a
Speaking of
draft
queues.
here as well.
Right. Yeah. All cosmetics discussions aside, we wanted some new picks, and Lizard, we got
10
them.
seconds
We got a
remaining.
Pango, we got a Void, we got a Mars, all new heroes to this series.
5 seconds
thankfully.
remaining.
Heroes making their second or third appearance. Tusk, the Snapfire, the Enchantress. I feel like both sides kind of have a good draw so far. I do like the synergy presented by Mouse.
Yeah, their synergy is straightforward and obvious, right? Like the synergy from Aurora, I don't know where it is or what it is right now.
Radiant
Like you
team
have some
pick.
impetus with Chronosphere. If it even is a Chronosphere, maybe it's the time zone. Could be.
Could be.
You never know.
Yeah, could be.
I mean,
Could be.
possible.
You do have some early zoo potential here coming out from Aurora. I do feel like Faceless Void is still
Remaining.
one of the advocates for Helmdom.
Oh yeah,
5
absolutely.
seconds remaining.
You can
Yeah.
you can buy Helm of Dom on him. Like Helm of Dom into Mjolnir, I think it's a decent build still. Works out nicely for him. You get the farm, you get the damage. I want to see some extra oomph in the Chronosphere though. Like right now, there isn't anything. I'd really like to see it. Some extra damage just to, because I mean the Chronosphere kind of works badly with Pango. You have to keep that in mind. It's hard to.
Yes.
You have to plant the chrono and then you have to roll behind it, catch all the strugglers, or you have to time your
Radiant
spells.
team
Like
back.
first you use the chrono, then down the line you use the rolling thunder.
Yeah, it seems more of a step 1, step 2 instead of 1A, 1B kind of inclusion here from Aurora, which maybe,
10 seconds remaining.
staggering of the team fight ultimates can, kind of draw
5
out
seconds
this.
remaining.
When you have the battle trance, if you're not getting that troll locked down immediately, drawing out those fights, kiting them around could be the key to success. We saw that work out with Aurora in game 1. The 1-2 punch of the Doom and the Axe. And of course, the Axe gets banned out here. A little bit of flex potential still open on Aurora's draft. I'm thinking of, are you expecting a Makoto Pengo, or are we going to see some ranged damage dealer from Makoto? I mean, his most played stand out to me. Storm Spirit is available. The Lina. Lina's pretty out of meta right now, but I mean, she can pump into this chrono.
They have the ultimate last pick, right? You could get Cataclysm as well at this point, right?
Yeah.
Invoker isn't banned out. Like you could go for that. You could go for Invoker even with Mind of Tornadoes.
Tornaris,
I can't remember.
Yeah.
You can go for one of those as well. Like you don't even have to go for Cataclysm. So yeah, overall, I feel like maybe that's an option. It always was an option with Faceless Void, and it's kind of in the meta still. Out of other heroes, maybe a co-op, something like that. They have the ultimate last pick, so they can see what's picked on mouse and adjust to it. There is Doom still that's left in the pool, by the way, that is available. If you want to put the Pango mid Doom, like Doom offlane into a troll might not be that amazing, but you can swap up your lanes a little bit, make it happen. As long as you get Doom, eventually troll is going to suffer. Another option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of potential available here. I saw the tear on my background behind me. I'm like, what is something sneaking up behind me? But no, it's just the daylight creeping in. It's too bright outside. We gotta build the dungeon up, folks. We have to hunker down. But yeah, a little bit of flex potential here. As you mentioned the Doom, an answer to the troll. I mean, another benefit. You get the Invoker, get a Helm Dom. All of a sudden, you've got 3 enchanted or dominated creeps. Otherwise, barreling down, limiting the space of Mouse on the map. And I mean, this is a hero. I see a couple picks that can deathball and fight early pre-items, but you still want your 6. But I don't know. Draft is a little more straightforward for me here for Mouse than Aurora at this point.
Yeah, they banned the co-op. Go with their Lash. Yeah. Right now, I don't think Storm is an option for you. Even Invoker might be a problem, like Tusk and Lash can dominate him. So maybe you just stick with Pango mid, you buy some diffusal for him, you pick a different offlaner. I'm not really sure, because look at Mouse, they also banned out. They banned out Axe and they banned out Co-op. They banned out 2 heroes that are kind of good on safe lane and off lane for Aurora. I still like the Invoker, kind of, even if you're going for EMP, maybe it isn't that terrible. You mentioned the Lina for Mikoto, like a hero that back in the day was picked quite a lot into Lash, but Lash plus Tusk might be a problem.
I was kind of afraid of this. Ember Spirit, a hero I've seen a lot recently. I've only seen Nisha win on it. I believe you casted that game yesterday, right?
Yeah. He did really well. They almost lost that game though, but they somehow clutched it out.
That Age of Steel that he had was insane.
Did he play that game into Lash, or was it the Void Spirit into? Was it Ember into Lash? I can't remember. I feel like it's an interesting pickup, right? Like until you're level 6, you are susceptible to some task rotations, but overall, it's a hero that pokes and prods, and that's, I believe, something that they needed. They needed another hero that just plays without any big cooldowns, because you needed that with the Faceless Void and Pango. Faceless Void is one-trick pony at times in the game, right? Like if he doesn't have Chrono, it does feel like the hero might be a bit dead and useless. But Ember Spirit alleviates that problem.
A question for you: the Flame Guard on Ember Spirit, is that magical damage only, or is it spell damage? The shield
should be spell damage, right? Like he's absolutely gonna max it out. Never mind. It consumes incoming magic.
Okay.
Gotcha. He's gonna max it. The pure goes through.
Okay. Just what I wanted to know there. But yeah, maxing that Flame Guard going to be almost a guarantee here for Makoto in the laning phase. We saw Nisha's build yesterday. He went like 3-3, 3-3-0-0, right?
Yeah,
Level
yeah, yeah.
6. Very, very interesting flexibility on the hero is, a path always open for this Ember, even though I don't feel super strong about it in the meta. I haven't seen it win a lot. But you know what? Maybe Makoto has something up his sleeve for us here as we get into game 3. Lizard, you got predictions?
I think he's a really good Ember Spirit. Like on paper, this mouse draft looks so simple to play, much easier once again. My prediction is that they should probably take it, but I'm not sure how crazy Makoto is gonna be on the Ember. They have a lot of control on the other side. The lane, this lane as well, is kind of spooky in the Ringmaster and the Pangolier. And I want to see the build from Ember as well. Like, do you even go for yesterday, I think, or day before, I was casting and some dude went no chains, slight and flame guard into the Lash.
That's crazy. I'm excited to see what Makoto has cooked up for us here. But yeah, folks, we have a game 3 now underway. You got your 1xBet odds on the table. 2.6 to 1.6. Aurora certainly favored, but Mal's proved that they can fight back and take a game off of the Giants here. Both teams fighting for their spot in the upper bracket finals. And you've got myself, Malibu, Jesus, and Lizard bringing you the action. We got one more series coming to you after this, so be sure to stick around for the entire day. Lizard, it's going to be a story of volatility in the off lane, sustainability in the safe lane for Aurora versus what do Mouse have going for them here?
I've got Faceless Void, right? Like, generally, this hero is hard to kill, and then on top of that, you've got Bench.
Oh!
Well, you've got
Tango.
Tokyo as well. And the good luck after.
Oh my. That poor guy. Was that had to be like a little shredder into shards or maybe tag team damage?
Tag team
damage. My God. Yeah. If you get that on your little shredder, it is dangerous, I'm sure, as Toronto Tokyo found out there.
Mm-hmm. Even with the troll, right? Like a lot of physical damage, a lot of right clicks coming out from him. So little shredder will help out quite a bit in this lane. And this was one of those lanes that I wasn't really sure how it's gonna go. Like, there's some potential between the Ringmaster and Pango to play in it, but right now, Ringmaster is really suffering. Not trading well at all.
Almost as much as the Hoodwink kind of suffering.
Yeah, the hero was dead for a bit, right? Like, Ringmaster, no one picked it, and then I guess Mira picks it once in a blue moon, but the last couple of days I have seen it. Like a small resurgence of Ring.
I think maybe they want a soft answer to the Mars arena. You know, he pops up the arena. He does have Victory Feast, so you will have vision in it. So you're just not always committed to throw the ultimate in there from the Ringmaster, the Wheel of Wonder.
I think it's also about just the low hero pool on position 4s right now.
True.
It's like there aren't many heroes that just feel great, you know, that you feel like, okay, if I pick this, I'm gonna dominate.
Yeah.
Ringmaster
maybe it's just better to jack of all trades. I mean, the Escape Act, certainly a main attraction of this Ringmaster, but I mean, you've got Dispels. If Crystallis needs to get the Ags eventually, a very easy Dispel for that. Oh my God, this top lane is so low. Nightfall, Ollie, I mean, you've got heal, you've got damage wipe on the time walk.
What about mid? Mid one right now, 16-8 versus 5-1.
Oh my.
Keep in mind, you last picked Ember into this, so you knew what was coming your way. Right now, the answer does not feel that great from Makoto. For now, at least. He's a vessel builder. always helps into Lash, into Troll.
It's actually a 1-2-0 build here at level 3 for Makoto. No points into the Flame Guard.
Yeah, he's getting constantly hit by Lightning Storm anyway. Yes, the shield wouldn't do way too much.
Yeah. "12 denies, man. Despair mode. Engaged for the Ember and also for the Enchantress, losing our courier to Yamich. Making that rotation for the 4-minute water rune, or maybe just getting vision up. Spotted out by the Observer Ward. Yamich goes back to the top side.
I love that.
Very
he doesn't
early
even have
boots.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a spell. Just 0-2-0, waiting to see what's needed, a heal or some extra damage. But Yamich,
Right.
he's the boots master now. Like, this guy just buys boots on any fort, whatever he plays. Boots, sometimes no tangos, just a blood grenade, and sometimes a smoke, or branches.
Yeah. Interesting that both they get both of the sentries there. Usually you see one survive with 1 pip of HP left, but the hard camp completely unblocked now. Yeah, but Yamich is the boot boy across our entire series today.
Mhm.
Is this the way to play 4? Just the return of the greedy 4?
I mean, in pro scene, definitely. In your pubs, I think it's still better to just lane and trade hits and get these position 4 bullies. In the pro scene, when you know exactly what the strength of your offlaner is, you understand each other very well, then you get boots, you creep, skip, you roam around a little bit. Make sure that the lane is under the tower, and that's it. You don't need to do a lot of work.
Oh, and we're going to see some action under the tower here. Mid 1 to fall. Evening up that kill count, 1-1. Mira getting involved here in the mid lane. Ollie going to take a point into the Wisps, trying to top off Makoto here. You really needed that on the Ember.
Level 1 Wisps. Not truly healing way too much, but it's nice. We get a bit more HP, and it's nice from Aurora that they recognize this Lash needed to be a bit slower. He's gonna get the kill, it seems like, though.
Oh, yeah. That's not going to be enough. He gets the tonic, healing him up, buying some more time, trying to drag him away from the 6-minute rune, but you still got 10 seconds to scramble on the Radiant.
But they're all on the bot rune, though, so if Ember is lucky, maybe he gets it on top. Let's see? Never lucky.
Oh, it's going to be bottom. Celery spots it out, secures it for mid 1.
They're playing literally the way they played around Quinn in GG. Yamich and Celery just making sure that mid 1 has all the space on the mid lane, every single rune. It's, they commit a lot, but honestly, considering how much of impact the Slash has,
it's necessary.
It's definitely necessary, yeah.
Now, Toronto Tokyo, of course, suffered first blood at the hands of Mouse. How would you gauge his game at this point, Lizard? Has he recovered a suitable amount? He's 30-5 to the 40-4 troll. What do you think?
Yeah, completely fine. There are some lanes with Pangolier that are kill lanes. This one maybe is if you're heavily out of position, but besides that, I think Toronto Tokyo is just happy with farming. Closer to the level 6. I don't expect anything crazy from him. Just a normal diffusal build.
Yeah, this hero really comes online with
they might
diffusal.
go on him though.
Bottom side, Crystal's very low. Mira stepping 2. Bodying out the opposition, and a little bit of damage here with the Whirlwind, pulling Celery back, maybe to his doom. Will be a dead snap fire. Toronto Tokyo steps up, and we'll have it. Oh no, Salve is canceled. Nice shards from Yamich. Doesn't look like he put himself out of position too far to get that cast off either. But you know what? The benefit of that, you're not going to have shards for the 8-minute rune. Oh, dagger lands on mid one. Early damage, and Yamage trying to body Mira out of the spawn, but the whoopee cushion. Hello. Rune spawns top, and it's a big fight. There we go. Nice shards! Blocking off Toronto Tokyo. Has to use the crash to get up on the high ground. Gonna be a Rune 4 mid one, but the kill does go to Mouse, bringing Snapfire off the map. That's 2 deaths back to back for Grandma.
No one took the rune. Like Ember didn't go for it because he was rotating the fight, and now Lash has shield rune. Probably in haste and shield feel amazing in Lash because you can just run in there. It's not that easy, by the way, for Tusk this game to kill off targets with ice shards. Like, there are so many little mini moves that you can make with almost all heroes, right? Like everyone can get out.
Yeah. Even Enchantress, when she gets her shard, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Just Broink Gable. All right, let's see how much damage. My God, this shield rune Lash taking down 1. It's a 1-for-1. Makoto sticks around, gets the sleight of fist kill. And you know what? You have to give up your Enchantress to get rid of the shield rune on mid one. That might be a trade that you're kind of okay with, given the state of the game and how Makoto suffered early on. About 600 gold behind the Lash.
How low do you value the lives of supports, Malibu? Just tell me.
I'm a support player myself. I get it. I get it.
It's fine, Ench. You dispelled something. You can die now.
Right.
Rest easy.
But I could have dispelled and lived. No. That's okay.
That's too much. You don't push it.
Right. We don't want to make you think too hard. Don't worry about it. But you know, Lizard, I think maybe the big story so far is the net worth discrepancy between the carries. It's Faceless Void 3.3, the Troll 4.1, Helmdom online for Nightfall now, so it should accelerate a little bit. But another battle. No rest for the Wicked as Mira living up to that mantra. And now Makoto under half health, looking to go back in for Yamage. Sweat of Fist doesn't really do too much in terms of threatening him, but Toronto Tokyo arriving has Rolling Thunder available.
Gets him.
Looking to oh my God, the reach from this draft.
This is what's so cool about Ember. He just can constantly poke, and this long distance catch sets up for everything else that they've got. Even on Lesh, who does have a blink now. If they make this move top, I'm sure he's gonna respond to it. He doesn't have a blink though. Sorry, the TP for top. Run.
Oh, all right. Mars, do we see an arena come out? Reinforcements arriving from Mal's. Ember pulls out. Oh, you may have... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, you're void. Oh no, the damage is there. The control too. Yeah. You set your void up to fall. And Ollie as well. Gonna save the wand. Gonna save the fairy fire.
And the tip after immediately. Because everyone else bailed that could, right? Like they got out,
right.
Or left. They knew what was gonna happen. Faceless Void probably as well knew, but he counted on Time Walk being good enough for him to get out. Unfortunately, maybe he didn't see the Lash blink, because that just absolutely obliterated him. Matter of seconds.
Yeah, great timing for this Lesh blink, and now Lesh no longer king of the castle when it comes to net worth. Mars, 5.7k net worth. You know, I thought he would be a little more challenged by this Enchantress Faceless Void duo, but he's gonna be TPing mid here, building up to that Yules, and haste rune for Yamage. No Walrus Punch yet, but no problem.
He wasn't challenged at all. Like, they rotated a lot. They didn't really pressure him. They couldn't pressure him realistically. Like Faceless Void and Ench are two very defensive heroes in the lane.
Oh,
again,
the mid one playing the map so nicely, joining up with Boom after that beautiful spear from the high ground.
I'm telling you, man, out of all the heroes, bot lane Troll, and they get
Troll feared up, stunned up. He gets the battle trance off. He's very low. Does have the spirit vessel on him, I believe, or at least the urn. But the sleight of fist will do it.
No
How
mana.
can you capitalize here? You got to get away from this Lesh rack, and now Toronto Tokyo back in. Mid one low and dead. Walrus Punch lands just a little too late to control them. Now Yamage may just give up the Snowy Ghost in return for his aggression. Makoto looking for celery, knows his kit is a little expired with that cookie gone. Not really going to suffer the full bore damage. Kisses are not a threat. Grandma back down, out of town, and Tusk finds a little bit of love. No, I thought he had the deny, but no.
He tried.
Ollie getting the kill. Yeah.
Still though, I feel like big win for Aurora. Like Mouse could have just given this one away. Like they could say, "Okay, Troll, you died. There's too many heroes there." Lash TP in with no mana. All he had running was Diabolic Beating. He was running out as well. So that wasn't a Lash that you're afraid of. Lash actually needs resources to fight. That was a blunder for Mouse. They had this game. They made a couple of really nice plays. Now it's more or less back to even.
Yeah, now Pangolier off the back of that big win, got a Diffusal Blade. You know, Leshrac, not a hero that can win on hopes and dreams alone. You need a little bit of gas in the tank. A little bit of that blue juice, that mana. But, you know, blue juice and a blue rune. This amp damage might just be the trick to get another kill on the map here. But the rest of your team is bottom, smoked up, and Mars eating a lot of damage, a lot of harassment, stuck to his own wall with the main attraction. As a snowball coming in onto Mira, kisses from the back line. Mars goes down, sleight of hand. Answering some aggression, but it's already too dead for Aurora. Nightfall joining. Does he pop the Chronosphere? That's the big question. Yes is the answer. But Mikoto, no! Your team! Oh, a little bit of grief, a little bit of glory for the Void. Oh, my.
Yeah, he's making sure he overtakes Ember's net worth, you know, in every way possible.
Right. It's like, you ever see The Lion King, Lizard?
Yep.
A little bit of Scar and Mufasa action going on there. Same.
Just very unfortunate. He didn't have to walk into it, of course. He just right-clicked as the Chronosphere was spawning, and then he was caught by the edge.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens. Unfortunate. Load the sphere.
Yeah. You know, you live by the chrono, you die by the chrono, and unfortunately, you're not on your own time when that's cast. But taking a look, odds have switched to favor Mouse quite heavily, 1.45 to 2.71. You know, I think this is the first time that we've seen the odds favor Mouse that heavily. Do you feel like they are firmly in the driver's seat here, Lizard? I know they had a bit of a blip after mid one died bottom on like not the last fight, but the fight before that. But has the course corrected for Mouse?
I think this is a really even game right now. Yeah. With definitely them driving and controlling the wheel, but comes late game, you have a Faceless Void that you're playing, and this is like the ultimate carry for me, no matter what meta we're in. If you're chronoed, you're probably gonna die. And when you look at the saves, you have Snowball, but that doesn't save you in the Chronosphere. They have nothing. Sure, Wind Waker down the line can help, but I think this is way more even than the odds suggest.
Gotcha. The BKB now available for Tusk. I think it might be flying out to match the Kaya on Lesh. Yeah, once that Void gets a BKB, he is going to be almost invulnerable in that chrono.
Wait, BKB for who?
Void? No, not online yet, but once he does get the BKB.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Arena?
Oh, and they are locking down Makoto in the arena. They're going to follow up with Ollie as well. Wheel Water comes out just a little too late here, and Mira not going to get the TP out. Oh, my.
They're just controlling the pace of the game, and their initiation looks very simple. Like the combination, you called it out beautifully during the draft. It's just so easy for them to start things off. You have multiple ways and so much damage to pump into either the arena or like some snowball kick or sponge that is. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have Chrono, but it's just a Void dealing damage.
All right. Well, let's take a look at that other side, the Chronosphere. Void dealing the damage, and now Snowball save on to the Leshrac, but Impetus will land, and Leshrac does go down. Toronto Tokyo rolling through, trying to get that diffusal blade working.
Nice shards.
Oh, beautiful shards once again, but it is not enough to save him. Battle Trance coming out. It will be the Pango to fall. Can Crystallis get onto another target? Looking at the Enchantress, but withdrawing. Trying to fight back towards the tier 2. Nightfall goes forward, getting a little bit of health and a little bit of love off of that time dilation, and the Troll goes down, dead for 45. Ollie setting his sights, narrowing his vision, looking at Boom, but the Master of Combat Mars under his tier 2 tower, quite healthy. Oh my god, no he's not. Impetus, this damage from Ollie, only a level 10 Enchantress, but playing a big role in these fights.
And just so many little dots as well, right? Like you have the Impalement Arts from Ringmaster, the Vessel as well from Ember Spirit. If you lose your Dispel in the Yules, you're probably dead after. Mouse take another fight where they are a hero down from the get-go. This is the second fight. It happened to bottom when they lost control. Now they fight without Lash. Truth be told, Chrono was used, committed for Lash, so you can fight after, but they need some sort of a solid fight. Like they need an arena to be planted. And then Morty's Kisses or Lash. These kind of crazy fights where they're spread out thinly do not work for Mouse.
Yeah, and I think we are starting to see that kind of solidify for Aurora. If they don't get punished now while Chronosphere is down, I think they're going to have another opportunity to punch back and maybe even contest the Tormentor after spawn. There'll be about like a 10 to 15 second window without Chrono. But I think Rolling Thunder could probably buy you that time. We spoke in the draft about Aurora's draft being the 1-2 punch when it comes to team fight ultimates, rather than the perfectly layered cake.
Well, Mouse are that cake, right? They want to perfectly layer everything.
They've been doing their squats. They got the cake up here top side. Yeah.
They have the axe.
One
well,
low. What? They have an axe on who?
Troll.
On Troll. Oh my. Nice first item. Or did he go Battle Fury axe? What we got here? Yep.
It's not the
All right,
worst.
so let's recap. You take off the shield crash, the escape act, flame guard. What else? Anything?
It's also about dispelling yourself, right?
Yeah, the defensive dispels. You mentioned the small damage over time, right? The impalement arts, the vessel. It all adds up.
Time dilation as well, I believe. So a lot of small little things that are very nasty to deal with. So
right.
Control does come in handy.
Yeah, getting rid of all those little bugs, those little mosquito bites that get you over time. But we got a big bite here on mid one as the cores of Aurora looking to bring him down. Centaur stomp, and the damage follow-up will be enough.
They just had a glimpse of
Yep.
him with the vision that was earlier planted. They saw him, and such a cheap pick-off, I have to call it that way. You know, just a mid laner dying in a really risky position. They didn't even commit anything for it. Like Chrono is still up, Rolling Thunder is still up, so they can still search for another fight. He scored Spasm. Okay.
Yeah. Discord spazzing. You love it. All right. Saw some of the itemization there. Anything stick out to you? Win probability now, half and half. A lot of searing signets. Whoa. Do you see the 2 blink daggers picked up? Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira.
They will fight
Wanting
this,
to make
even
sure that-
without the Lash.
Oh, yeah. Crystallis wants blood. He wants revenge, looking to lead the charge. But Kiss is coming in, acted with the Mars Arena, but Chronosphere right on top. Gonna get the Roshan Nightfall, gets the Aegis, but dies right away. Oh, Battle Trance is expiring, and Troll is controlled. Gets a little bit of a heal, snowball save. They're trying to get on top of Toronto, Tokyo, and those right clicks are mounting the Glimmer. Buys them enough time to heal up a little bit, and now
Kodo?
2 dead on the Dire. Everybody there. Boom, finds Nightfall, locking him down, trying to get some revenge damage, but it's not going to be enough. You gotta get out here. Makoto very low.
Mules.
Oh no, you lose that. You only surviving member is Nightfall here.
I've seen this story many times before on Aurora, but
Middle tower is under attack.
they forced the pit because they killed the Lesh and they had everything, right? Like they still have their rolling thunder, they still had the chrono.
Dire's
But what
bottom
did we say about Mouse? As long as the fight is being played in one place, like here in the pit, they're really damn strong. And you have Arena, perfect Arena with the Mortimer's Kisses and the chrono as well helped out, honestly. Helped out Mouse, I mean.
Right.
Everything to hit.
Yeah, Lizard, I feel like if I'm Pangolier here, I need to be finding that backline. I need to be interrupting the kisses. I need to make sure these snowball saves aren't really happening. But I don't know, maybe the threat of the Battle Trance Troll and the split backline is just a difficult answer or a difficult problem to solve for Aurora.
It was really cool the way they started the fight. Even though they're
Dire
4v5,
are scanning.
Troll just literally ran in. You don't see that too often. But he runs in with whirling axes. And when you look at Aurora, where's the damage coming? You cannot
Right.
really easily
Dire's
kill the
middle
Troll
tower is under
if he
attack.
just starts on you like that. So you don't have some crazy magic burst. You don't have Axe or Doom like you had in game
Dire's
number
middle
1.
tower has
And the
fallen.
Void, he needed to dodge the axes, so he needed to stay all the way back. Now, not only does he have the axe, he's got the BKB on Troll too. I love the build because it's very selfless. Like, he's not going to necessarily carry the game on his own, but he'll make enough space for Lesh to dish out the damage.
Right. Yeah, it's very cohesive with the idea of the team. You know, you've touched on fighting in one space, one centralized, controlled area. A couple times here for Mouse, and if you lock down that area and you're able to purge buffs, purge debuffs, keep it neutral or in your favor for Mouse,
Dire's middle
it's a recipe for
tower is
success.
under attack.
And Aurora, they're not going to have that huge burst damage until maybe you get like an Ags on the Pango, more items on your Void, and then, I mean, this Enchantress can pump, but it's still a little early for her to be the main contributor from afar.
He recognizes it, right? That like Oli went for the pike. Sometimes you see Ench go full in on utility. I like the guy for a pike. Like Ench plus Faceless Void is age-old combo. Can be very nasty. But right now they need to find a way to
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
maybe bait out a couple of these VKBs and fight without the chrono. That's it. I don't think Faceless Void has hit his critical mass as well.
No, that critical mass is maybe like another 15 to 20 minutes down the line. And I mean, this hero just keeps getting better and better. I mean, you get a refresher eventually, double BKB, double Chronosphere, pumping some crazy amount of damage. I think down the line. Good.
Radiant's top tower
No, no,
is
no.
under attack.
Down the line,
Yeah, down the line, I think we saw it in game 2. The Aghanims on the Leshrac can also pay dividends here in game 3, again against the Void.
Dire's bottom tower
Absolutely.
is under attack.
but the item he has queued up, the item that won them the last, right? He's queued it up. He's going for Hex. And I believe Mars as well is going for it. And Mars is maybe even closer to it. They're going to get the double Hex because this is truly all they need. They need constant
Dire's
good
bottom
control,
tower is under attack.
like an initiation. You're playing versus a Void and Ember. You jump them and Hex them. They're probably dead. These are
Right.
probably the biggest items we're going to see.
Oh. One spell. Well, one cast of each spell. You know, I always love to see the spear into the wall as it's rising up. That's the mark of a true Mars player.
Yep, it was
Dire's courier
nice thing
has
when
been
it just got discovered. You know, everyone was like, "Damn, okay, that's a cool combo." But it's a bit
But
of a
now everybody's
staple now, right?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
If you aren't doing it, you're probably doing it wrong.
Oh, I'm doing it wrong, Lizard. I'm not that good. I'm trying.
Don't
These
worry,
old man hands, bro. These old man hands. They're not as fast as they used to be.
I still use Bushwhack without sending it first and then Acorn. So we're the same.
It's good to know that we're in good company here. But yeah, it's always so risky, man. That bushwhack cooldown is long, you know? You don't want to risk it, right?
I just don't use quick cast. It's even worse. But yeah.
True. All right. So take a second to reflect on the game state. We do have a smoke, so got to be ready for this play. 28-minute Wisdom Shrine is active.
Radiant are
Got a nice spread of heroes here. Aurora more concentrated than Mouse.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Does Leshrac have travels yet? It was saving up for that Ags, so no, or the Scythe, so no. Okay.
It's going to have level 18. So this smoke, let's see if it connects on anyone. They did see Mars, so they know exactly where he is.
Middle tower is
I'm not sure if they can kill him, but they can force the BKB maybe.
Oh,
Bam.
that blink, it's so fast. Oh.
He blinked while he was getting Sleight of Fist, right? Like in the Sleight of Fist, he actually gets out.
Right. Makes you wonder, was that a double tap of the blink, or was that the click on the mini map, you know? It's like, am I blinking towards my fountain? Where am I going here?
It was extremely big. Anyway, and they want to fight because they have the BKB on Faceless Void, right? Like you have a BKB on Faceless Void, you can maybe force something out, Chronosphere.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You would love some kind of steroid here for your Void.
Dire's structures.
Do we have anything? Do we have a Solar Crest
Dire's top tower
on the inch, or what do we got built up?
It's just the
Yeah,
Solar
okay.
Crest for now. That's it.
Then you're working with that, and you're working with maybe the passive of Pangolier. You get a minus armor on your target. You'd really love that, but not always going to be not always going to have that luxury in these fights.
If you're really lucky, you're going to work with the passive tank, right? Especially if you're using your chrono to kill a target. The game is really slow, but I feel like it's slow because Mouse wants it that way. They don't necessarily have to force anything. They realize that they scale much better once these two hexes are up. Mars has it, has one already, and I believe it's flying out to Lesh as well. I really think they're going to smoke after these two items are up.
Yeah, I mean, why would you not? You know, Roshan maybe spawning in about a minute.
Radiant's bottom
You get a kill before this Roshan pops. It's going to be an easy Aegis and banner for you. All right, here we go. As he called, Lizard. Double Scythe smoke coming out. Do they do the Crystallis bait and just walk him down a lane?
are scanning.
No, they get him in the smoke. Okay. But smoke from Aurora as well. They want to scout out this Roche.
Scanning.
But almost think you just throw a creep in the pit from either the Enchantress or the Void.
Tusk is in a good position.
But,
like he's
smoke
broken.
breaks. Interrupt the Rolling Thunder. The Hex instantly into the arena, but he puts him in the box. The escape act, saving him for now. But Duran took it very low. Goes down even through the roll-up. And Mikoto now gets hit with a snowball on the punch coming on to Nightfall. That's
Chrono's
the,
good.
oh my god, the Chrono's Spear. There we go. But he has to get out immediately. Mikoto is trapped. And he will fall to the combined forces of Mouse. Now Ollie looking to be next up on the chopping block. Second time.
I said Chrono is good. It was good for Mouse. That's what I meant. And I love the adaptation from Nightfall. You know, back in the day, people were joking about BKB, TP. Now it's Chrono, and Void walk away TP.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just lost the Pango
Season
here
2.
too quickly. Yeah, season 2, exactly. They lost the Pango too quickly because of the pure damage from Lash, right? Like it deals too much damage even if you manage to roll up, it's still not good enough, and this should be free rush for Mouse. Aurora are respawning, but probably won't be here in time.
No. Certainly not. Already half health here on the Roshan. Terribly unlucky break here, and a little interesting. Notice that Void skipped his 10 talent, but went for the 15 and the 20. Oh, and even more interesting, Yamich controlling the Void. Nightfall here gets punched up. Do you think that is kind of a normal course here for the Faceless Void? Skipping the level 10 talent, just getting all of your points fleshed out and your skills, and then going for the 15 and the 20?
There's so many trashy level 10 talents. Don't get me started on this. Faceless Void is definitely one of them, but there are some really bad level 10 talents that you just don't want. You'd rather have stat points even.
Yeah.
There are some good ones, of course, as well, but most of them are pretty bad.
What do you think is the most value? I would say for me, it's between Hoodwink, Scurry Charge, and Techies with the Proximity Mine cooldown. Even though we don't see a lot of Techies these days.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, those are pretty good.
Oh,
I
Shark
can't
goes to...
remember the hero, but I know there's one that
Radiant's
where level
middle
10
tower is under
actually
attack.
activates the hero. If I remember out there are some nice ones. There are some nice ones. Usually they're trash. Some of them are.
Whoa! He throws the axes, trying to anticipate Dorado Tokyo, but he does get the Rolling Thunder, and sights are locked in. My God, Pangolier, where's he going, bro? The arena is huge with a punch up afterwards, locking down Nightfall. Gets the BKB off in position for a nice Chronosphere, looking for Tusk first, but he's kind of fight on the backside of the fight, gets stunned up. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The tower will go down. Split Earth behind the tower, trying to prevent the advance of Aurora. Fortification used. They will get another one after the first melee barracks fall. And now Stahl is confident. Yeah, he does. Battle Trance, the Aegis available. Confidence exuding from this Troll Warlord emerged from his subterranean domicile. You know that most trolls live at home with their mothers? That's
They
the lore.
hate everyone
Blizzard.
in their village, right? Something like that.
Dire's
Yeah,
top barracks
yeah.
has fallen.
Yeah, yes,
I
sir.
love the troll lore is pretty good.
It's so good. So well written, man. You love a little on the nose humor from Valve. But nothing on the nose here for Mouse. They take the top lane. And I was gonna say they get out, but Crystallis feels unchallenged. Takes that next wave too.
Really long cooldown on the Chronosphere enables him to do exactly this. And that Chrono is kind of hard to play against now. The Shard and Flash making it even harder. You saw that Splitter, it's just popping up and up again. So as Void, you can't even stand in spot in your own Chronosphere. You can't stand in it.
Right.
Gotta run out.
Yeah, BKB is like you can only really hit when you have BKB in your chrono. Otherwise, there's no guarantee. And boom, looking to end it here. Jumps in. Big Arena supports our lockdown. One falls, making it 2. And we are going to get a second lane of Rax for Mouse. Makoto trying to buy some time. Mules purging on Boom.
Dire's middle
And
barracks
that's lane number 2. As we see Faceless Void farming up that Scotty. Is it going to be enough?
I feel like
I think
it's
Tusk,
nice.
maybe? Okay. They're such a weird split here, Blizzard.
Void
On the back line, trying to break up the fight. Void does get found, and
So-
Hex, the kisses are landing. That's gotta be game. Dead for 80. Trying to find Yamage here. Dorado Tokyo getting a little bit of revenge, but the Yules buying time and a buyback onto who? Tusk? Yes. With the TP into the outpost, they find the Ember Spirit. Makoto not like this. The snowball, sleight of fist matching. And oh no, the hexes are everywhere.
he's gone as well. And they have a buyback on Pango, but no Rolling Thunder. This game is pretty much over. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Walrus Punch a little bit delayed there, thanks to the Untouchable. Oh, and Wheel of Wonder coming out, but an arena to match. This is how the supports died last time, and it's how they will die again. Another Hex coming out onto the Enchantress. She is able to get back to her fountain, but is it enough? Buyback onto Dorado Tokyo. Aghanim Scepter dishing out some damage. Mid one falls. little bit of life left here in Aurora, but you're gasping for air, stuck to your own Ancient. Buyback on the Lesh, and just no answers for Aurora as Mouse take game 3 and the series, punching their ticket to the upper bracket final.
Yeah, very nicely done by them. I feel like they're finding their strats, and they're working with them, not really straying way too much away from a couple of heroes that mid one is dominating with. Like now the Lesh, we saw the Prophet being banned against him many times. I really like this Tusk idea from them way more than the Pudge. I think it's just more stable, easier to execute. But in general, this lineup also did kind of showcase the Troll potential. Most of the games that I watched them play Troll didn't look great, but this one was much better. On Aurora, I think their biggest issue was the Chronosphere. That's the only. They had other teamfight controlling spells, but they just didn't have that damage to pump into it, right? Like at some point you were asking even, is Zench going to be the one? And if you're asking if the Enchantress position 5 is going to be the one hero that dishes out the necessary damage in the Chronosphere, you're probably in a really bad spot.
Yeah, you are at the bottom of the barrel for your answers at that point in the game. Tough break here for Aurora as they are trying to find their footing here with their new roster. But Mouse, they've been grinding all of these qualifiers, Lizard, and it looks like they are really starting to fire on all cylinders here, finding their footing, gelling as a unit. Game 1, shaky, of course, with that loss, but they really, really showed that they got the stuff to go far here in Game 2 and 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taking a look at our schedule. Lizard, we got one more series coming at you today, and is that in 13 minutes, I believe?
Mm-hmm.
Or
13. It should be 13 at least if it's correct, and it is correct. I hear in my ear from our dear producers. Yeah.
Yep.
So in about 13 minutes, we're going to have Navi versus Nigma Galaxy. That's when it's going to be hype.
Oh man, I cannot wait. Zayak, my hero. Oh, it's so good to see his resurgence, and of course, Nigma, always a crowd favorite. One of my favorites too. Being an NA boy, I always got to root for Sumail, But folks, we are going to throw it to a brief intermission. Stay tuned because Lizard and I are going to be back to bring you through that action between Nigma and Navi very soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello, and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. You know, cat attacks, dog attacks pending. Lizard and I are here, and we are ready to bring you our next series of Nigma versus Navi. What a star-studded day we have, Lizard. You ready for this?
Absolutely. Like, our last series was good, don't get me wrong, but I feel like Mouse and Aurora at the moment perhaps don't bring as much hype as our next series.
Yeah, absolutely. Navi with their signature banner and Nigma Galaxy, where stars align. Yeah, big hype coming in. Navi, haven't really seen too much of them recently. I don't think they shuffled any of their members, but we do have the full roster here. Got the juice. Niku, PMA, Zayak, and Ridis. Ridis? How would you...
Ridis.
What's the pronunciation
Yeah.
of that? Ridis? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's not.
Right.
It's nothing. It's not a Slav-specific nickname. You know, something like that. There's
Sure.
whatever way you pronounce it, I'm down to pronounce it as well. But Navi, like these guys are looking like the team to look out for in the upcoming season. Like, yeah, sure. Like you said, we haven't really seen a lot from them since DI, but I don't know. They are so easy to like. Like they play.
Oh, yeah.
In a very cool fashion for players that are, I think, the youngest average squad in Dota right
Really?
now. Most likely, yeah. Some of them, like one of them is like 16 or something at this TI he was. So
Holy.
pretty damn cool. Yeah, they're very young, but very skilled. And they managed to snatch that. They were Navi Navi Junior, right? And they managed to snatch that spot, get into the OG roster, and they had some really, really good games. Like even at Riyadh, I think they had like a really rough group into a really rough opponents going in the like they played I believe something like Spirit into Falcons, so they had some really they had some unluck. Let's put it that way.
Right, the grand finalists.
Yeah. In general, I think they're in a really good spot. And these guys on the other side, they did suffer a change.
They did.
Quote unquote
They did,
suffer, right?
Right. Yeah, quote unquote suffer for sure. But you do have Ghost, Sumail, Noob, and Omar returning. However, GH is out, taking a bit of a break from competitive play. And we do have Toby, the wandering swordsman, the superior stand-in. Toby finding himself on a roster finally. You love to see it. And, you know,
look at that picture, by the way. Toby in the shade, but he's looking jacked as hell.
Right. Tall, dark, and handsome.
Yeah. Looks like that. I don't know. Like some sports guy from the US, actually. You'd probably know, but I can't remember the name. Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, you know, Tom Brady is not the most muscular of the sports guys here from the US, you know. And if you look at his like sorry, we're talking behind the curtain. We're talking ball here, folks. If you look at his like rookie pictures, he is a string bean and just like skinny, just a skinny average guy. Crazy to see his
on
fat,
steroids
but,
then. Him but on roids. There you go.
There you go. There you go. And yeah, folks, we have our roster set. We've got our casting desk ready to go. We've got a wonderful production staff here bringing you a great show today. And we do finally have a draft. And we are joined by a co-caster, a star guest co-caster here today. Let's see if we can get you a little exciting. Oh, we got a dog attack! An Ursa Warrior!
Dude, he's cute as hell. Yeah, he's cute as hell.
Yeah. My little Monkey King right here. But Monkey King gets banned out by Nigma Galaxy. They don't want to suffer.
You allow your dog to roam around the house as well while you're casting, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dude, the dog actually hates the office here. I put up,
Uh,
we're peeling back the curtain, the production magic. We are on green screens. I don't have a dungeon with these awesome chains hanging around. But I put up the green screen earlier, and my dog just ran out the room. Just too new.
they get scared by many things. Like my two dogs as well. They actually hate this the room where I cast. It's the room where he screams a lot, I guess. So
Right.
the cat loves it though. The cat goes in and just walks on my table all the time whenever I work. But yeah, all these animals aside, so far the beasts aside, Beastmaster and Lycan, so wolves and beasts are going to be banned out. But what we do see is a Marcy picked up immediately by Navi. This is a hero that a lot of teams are first phase banning still. A hero that you kind of have to think about first phasing versus Nigma, though, banning or picking besides Puck, I think is the Lone Druid. Yeah. That hero, Ghost is on a different level when he's playing Lone Druid. I feel like that hero just wins them games sometimes on his lonesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just the X factor. You get a 6 hero on the map for free. Expanded inventory, the shard is value. It's just, it opens up the game to a completely other dimension. Dota is a game of how can I break this? The foundation is laid out, everybody kind of familiar with basic strategy, but what are the X factors? What are the variables that you can introduce to just break the rhythm of the game? Lone Druid is certain one that functions on another level. Sumail Puck, also quite up there.
Yeah, definitely another level. Most teams are banning out, like we mentioned Lone Druid, but also Puck. The Marcy actually in the first phase, but Puck is really hard to counter, really hard to find the right heroes to deal with him in the mid lane. Like in the mid lane, maybe you can find something that does all right, but does it really fit the meta? Like you have these Dragonites and snipers that kind of destroy Puck, but I feel like out of all of these heroes, maybe DK is the most stable one. Everything else feels a bit wonky. I have seen some Void Spirits as well where you rush the Ags. This matchup has always been kind of 50-50 with Puck just being in a better spot right now. Just the numbers are better for him.
Yeah, certainly. DK probably the most stable. I have not seen the sniper answer in many moons. I mean, I would like to see maybe a team visit it for one game in the best of 3 series. I do feel like the way the meta is kind of shaken out, though, with like the presence of the Shaker, the Centaur, there's a lot of gap close. There's a lot of reach in these drafts, so that could be maybe the reason why teams are sticking away from it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Sniper is that kind of a hero. Like if the meta does not allow him to be picked, he will not be picked. Just because of, like you said, reach is the main thing that you need into him, and most of the time you have it. They do get snap. Like still no real catch for the Puck. Sometimes teams just ignore the class, like what I've noticed, the repeating pattern. You're not going for insta hero that deals well with Puck. Instead, you get heroes and eventually normal heroes for your own draft, and then you hope for a Orchid Hex pickup down the line. They do get DK. This is like we said DK and Sniper, right? DK probably is the most meta hero that you're gonna win the lane into Puck. Like you'll have 10, 15 CS maybe on him. But the question is like how much, how do you convert that into game-winning moves? And can you play as fast as a Puck? That's how I usually see it.
Right. Yeah, I would like to see, the Chin's banned out. I was going to say maybe you get a hero that can push tower early. You can flex the Marcy if you pick up an Enchantress. I'm not sure. Do Navi enjoy running the Enchantress? I mean, I see the Nigma with the Chen ban, so I would also assume that they could run the Inch.
Yep.
Maybe.
I think so. There isn't. I mean, long gone are the days where you had position 4s and 5s that couldn't play Ench or Chen. I think it's just such a necessity that you need to know how to play them. Warlock, they're setting up for some defensive safe lane, maybe. We'll see. I have seen some Warlocks, Spectres, by the way. But anything works, right? Like Warlock. With the Warlock, you can make sure that the lane is stable.
Yeah, Warlock Ursa is going to be the match here for Nigma. Ursa gives you a answer into the DK, can lane into the offlane Marcy pretty well.
Yeah, you get some nice things, right? Like he's a tank killer. Always has been, always probably will be, as long as the Furious pipes work the same way that they do right now. But interesting with a Warlock, like usually when you pick an Ursa, you want something a bit more oomph, you know, maybe an extra slow, something that can fight around you. But I guess you truly don't care that much. As long as you have a free farming Ursa, you'll be happy in this game. Also, a hero that buys a Basher, by the way, which is really good into Marcy. Eventually, if this is a core Marcy, she buys a BKB, she jumps you. She just blows up 90% of edgy carries, but not Ursa, because he has ulti and he can turn on you with the bashes. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Now, the real question, do we see Nigma go Amar mode? Do they go the offlane Ursa and bait it out?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, it could be cool, but I think this hero is in a pretty good spot as a position 1. Why ruin it? You know, just and you can see a clear path for this Ursa to scale through the game. So maybe it would be a bit unnecessary. They get themselves the TA and the DK, by the way, on the other side. So if you want to, you can put one or the other on mid lane. And just respond to the just respond to the pick from Nigma in a way that you're not going to see the pick, of course, and they have the ultimate last pick, but you can decide where to put the TA or the DK.
Right.
I like the DK on mid board, of course.
Gotcha. Just the matchup into the puck is a little more favored. Gotcha. And
It's
then, of course, I mean, a lot of the attention will be focused on like the rune timings of the puck. The Hoodwink going to be out of lane a lot for that, and then TA really enjoys that solo XP and can pretty much 1v1 any offlaner left in the meta or in the pool.
Yeah, that's why this hero is also contested quite a lot, right? Like you can leave her in many situations. But like when it comes to DK, you just wait level 6 and then you rotate with supports. Sure, you can play around the runes as well, but it's not as necessary as in some other matchups because he will be pushing out the wave anyway, and he doesn't truly need like a water rune or something. He'll be topped out. As long as you can take them from puck or maybe even deny them, that's good. But both of these teams right now, if I'm seeing this right, from Na'Vi, we can't really say for sure, but need an offlaner, right?
Yeah.
On one side and the other. But it looks like Nigma are expecting Marcy to be the core. They're expecting Marcy, DK, and TA to be the 3-2-1.
Okay, so if you are afraid of a 5, what kind of 5 here would give you the best reach, the best insurance for Na'Vi?
They have a couple of things that they need to address. And both of these things are kind of well addressed with the silences, both the puck and the Ursa. So silencer is banned out and the snap is banned out. Sorry, silencer and disruptor. By the way, 2 heroes that are all the rage in all the other qualifiers, but in our last 2 series, we haven't really seen them.
Right.
If this was some other team, even like a Skyrat, you know, with some silences, it's a dead hero though. You're not gonna see it. It's usually a 4 as well. It's like played with Antares, right? Like he plays it and that's it.
Right. And there's a lot of talk around the shard change, you know, you'll be able to clear waves, you'll be able to farm a lot. It's like, well, you have to have 1,400 gold on your Skyrath at 15 minutes if you want that. And I got bad news because it's not really happening a lot of the time, but it's going to be the Chikiro.
I mean, why not? It's just a meta pick, right? Like his buff is around 50%, I think, on the Ice Breath, Frost Breath, whatever it's called. I think it went from 10 to 15 damage, which is quite significant.
Yes.
But I feel like the hero was, if that's all it took, I think the hero was playable before as well. His laning stage was never truly the issue. And that's where that buff hits hardest, in the laning stage. So
Yes. Well, also, so in addition to the damage on the impact, there was an extra second of duration too. Yeah. So really, really opens up your trade potential. And I mean, Hoodwink, hero that typically loves to trade in these lanes, 5v4, the positions, of course. All right. Big bad.
Doesn't like trading into
Mr. Underlord.
Jakiro for sure, right? Like into Jakiro, you get dual breath and one right click.
Mhm.
It's rough for Omar in that lane. But I gotta commend Nigma, by the way, for one thing. Like, I feel like their hero pool in general on Omar and Noob has widened quite a bit. And every series I see something new, and I think that they're very far away from where they have been maybe a year ago when you could predict their heroes. If they're good or bad for the game, you know they're picking. So that's kind of nice to see. And overall, I would say this is a really good Sumail Puck game, even though he's playing into like some massive counters, like you're thinking about DK, you're thinking about TA.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just see. I feel like Puck is still pretty damn good. They have no reliable catch besides DK with the stun and maybe an Orchid that he buys down the line.
Think perhaps it's going to be a very value shard for Templar Assassin coming out as well.
Absolutely.
But you know, that's also down the line. And with supports like Omar and Toby, you're always going to have some good vision scouting out these crucial choke points, these objective areas where you're most likely to fight. So Sumail going to be well protected. Do you think that there's enough on the side of Nigma to enable this Puck?
I think so. Yeah, there's some utility that will be shared, of course, by Noob's Underlord. With Underlords, what do you buy? You buy all utility and maybe an axe, and that's it. So you should be able to create enough space for the Puck. And what's also really good is that you have a position 1 Ursa, which makes sure that you have another hero that jumps in first, creates chaos. So you have Underlord and Ursa creating all this chaos for the other outskirt heroes to actually do their stuff as well. Usually when I see a Hoodwink and the Warlock as supports, I cringe a little bit, unless you have good cores to complement them. That's a nice spray as well in mid lane, but they do have the cores that can make these supports work.
Yeah, making the supports work gonna be crucial to the success here. And that's a cheeky spray. This is Sumail the King. Yeah, and one moment, folks, we got our game 1 of Nigma Galaxy versus Navi, starting off your second upper bracket semifinal match of the day. Of course, Aurora falling earlier to Mouse. And you got Lizard and myself, Malibu, bringing you the action here. Lizard, I have just finished switching out my headset battery, so I do apologize if I've spoken over you. But you know, we just simply we have too good of a time here with Relog on our qualifier for Blast Slam 5 in Unchained.
Don't worry,
I too much.
I was carefully listening to all your words. I was interrupting you this time, at least.
Yeah, it feels good to be heard, right?
Preach, man.
But folks, you can make your voice known. Let's see we got some Nigma fans out there. We got some Navi fans out there. Who do you want to see win? Let's rep your team in chat. You know, you can't put any sprays out there, but maybe some good copy pastas, maybe some good emotes. Let's see what you got. But off lane matchup, Snap Marcy versus Ursa Warlock. Seems like burst and repositioning versus like long damage paired with sustain.
Yeah, don't sleep on Warlock's aggressive potential though as well. Like some Fatal Bones and Blood Grenade might be enough to even just dive and kill off the Marcy, so she needs to be careful with the positioning as well. Nice little creep skip attempt. Might get broken by the Warlock, or at least the range creep will die.
Oh, he still gets it. What a play.
Secure.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Showing the value, you know, of the level 1 scatter blast. Sometimes you want the shredder. Sometimes you got a CS.
Yeah, he's not even trying to trade. That's why he went for the scatter blast, right? Like, what's Little Shredder going to do to a Shadow Word Warlock, right? He doesn't know that Fatal Bonds are still the force.
True. Yeah. Toby doing a good job of waiting for that first opportunity to cast bonds. I mean, camp plus wave going to be very nice here. As PMA, only hero snatched up in it.
Still taking a lot of damage. Nice little double kill on creeps by Ghost.
Oh, but
yeah,
Noob is going to get the first blood. Oh my. Now level 2 power spike. Didn't even have pit.
Yeah. This top lane is really rough, and bot lane now Ursa as well. Yikes.
What the hell? Okay, the damage summary. I was like, Ursa took 962 damage from Jakiro. What? No, not the story there. Kill recap, unfortunately, gets a little confused. Yeah,
that was for the TA on top. There's just so much damage on top lane between these two. Between the Hoodwink and the Underlord, you have to be careful, even as a TA with refractions. Like, they can burn through those very easily. It's just 2 kill lanes, so stuff is gonna surprise us and happen.
right. I mean, that's what you want to see. You know, you don't want any sleeper lanes, especially in your side lanes. On mid lane, it's a DK. You know, you're gonna eat some right clicks. You're gonna eat some breathe fires. DK 20-7 to 15-0 on Sumail's puck, but PMA offlane Marcy quite low due to the continued use of fatal bonds. Bodyguard and the Tango. Dude, it just doesn't stop. You know, I'm so thankful for our production staff.
Yeah.
But I would not want to be an observer in this game. Yeah.
I love he didn't get bait to top, you know, when Jakiro was dying.
Right.
Sometimes you go there and you just look at his grave, you know, no. This time I'm sticking with Ursa. It's rough because the lanes are truly, there is just so much potential on all sides. Like even PMA plus Snap, they have this Ursa rolls. Little Shredder brings him 50% HP.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, rebound Scatterblast is like unreal. And then a cookie stun, like if they go in and you're low, you're not getting out. Luckily, Shadow Word would like to see the skill point distribution for our Warlock. Did he go 2 into Word? Yeah, nice. Thank you very much.
This is kind of good. He has to be careful though, because if they're not pressuring them early on, he's fine this time. I'm watching. Well, he's fine.
See, that's the trick, Lizard. We have to be watching, and then they won't die.
And then nothing.
If we're off camp. Yeah, exactly. It's like the when you're in class, your behavior starts to waver a little bit when the teacher's not looking, right? They turn the board, you throw the paper ball at your classmate, you know. You reach over, like slap the back of the head of your friend, and the teacher turns around, and you're like, what? All right.
I was gonna be
when ready.
nerdier with the electrons, observing them.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, so far top lane again a fight. Noob, I think kind of low.
Oh yeah, very low.
That
but
wand,
nice
though.
wand. Yeah. Gets him out. The damage reduction from the atrophy aura helping out just enough. Does he pop the salve too? Yeah. Okay, so you cancel 100 gold and you do lose your Jakiro. Omar looking for a kill, but thanks to Marcy, that courier is leveled up. So delivers the tread safely.
Hoodwink
looks like
and Jakiro are the complete opposites when it comes to supports and how they play, right? Like Hoodwink is extra speedy, very elusive. Is this squishy support. Meanwhile, Jakiro is the fattest, slowest support that you can imagine. And right now, Hoodwink is coming out on top, at least in top lane.
Yeah. Yeah. Hoodwink be nimble, Hoodwink be quick. Hoodwink jumped over Jakiro's ice path, we'll say. But Niku, first to level 6 in the mid lane. Pop that dragon form immediately. Gets the amp damage rune as well, much to the chagrin of Sumail, I'm sure. But now Coil online. Does he use it to get a quick and easy kill? Oh, yes, might be the answer. Buying some time, not popping the coil, but the blood grenade coming out from the fog.
Dire's middle tower.
Toby gets it.
Into Ursa, though. They have this DD, right? Like, if they can get on top of him. Phase boots, though.
Yeah.
DMA went a bit too late, couldn't catch him.
Radiant structures.
Very convenient phase boot timing. Suspicious even.
Dire's middle tower.
No,
I gotta say, this
Niku
is... He's got the DD and they're taking down this tower with the Carty, right? But this is a nice approach from him because usually a DK stays mid until he takes the tower. You know? Most of the games, you want to pressure that one. Nice adaptation.
Yeah, I do like the adaptation, and Lizard, I'm just laughing because both of the cores were pump faking their auto attacks, and it seems like they couldn't decide on who would get the last hit on the tower, and then the catapult's like, don't worry, boys, I got this. But yeah, good dedication and variation from the DK. Still has his own tier 1 tower up too, so he didn't really get punished by that move either.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for Puck to do the same thing that he does. Puck is more about killing heroes right now than about taking objectives. He has Dream Coil available again. We'll see maybe a minute 8 rune for rotation if he gets it. Very low mana for now.
Yeah, Sumail quite mana starved here. No, he does have the Null Talisman, but no cheeky Sobi Mask pick up. We'll get a clarity. Oh, whoa, it dodges the cookie. But Niku gets the shield rune. And gonna put that to use immediately, looking to kill Omar. Underlord coming in. Mr. Noob, what can you get accomplished here? This is a very healthy DK. Trying to get under your tier 1 tower, get vision from the trap, and the coil coming out onto 2, limiting the aggression. But everyone's still very healthy on Navi.
Coil was great, but the Underlord ulti as well, if he didn't have the shield. But with that shield rune, you're just not killing him. And unfortunately, Noob, he couldn't make any other play because he didn't have Pit of Malice. So he couldn't go for Jakiro. He needed to go for the hero that's deep.
Right. Oh, yeah, no Pit of Malice is a big bummer here for the Enigma Galaxy fans out there in chat.
Big Ancient stack.
And
Both of them.
Yeah, that's massive. Oh, okay. I was worried that Navi had maybe spotted out that Ancient stack with that fight in the area. But Enigma putting their heads together, joining forces, taking down this Ancient camp.
Yep. Very rarely do you see teams now even contest. Maybe sometimes with an Enchantress, you take a creep or 2. You snatch it with the hook or something. Very rarely do you full on walk into a triangle. You block it. I see these blocks very often, and they did block the hard camp. The Ancients are still left for Noob. He's going to go into the Crimson. Pretty good. I feel like even Crimson Pipe is absolutely fine this game. Then maybe down the line some Shivas.
Yeah. Yeah, the itemization path leaning towards the auras here for the Underlord. And it's crazy with a stack that size, just how much plus damage you pick up on the Atrophy aura as well. Big smoke move. Do they find the TA? What do you think, Lizard?
No one's
Yes or
showing
no?
the path.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be hard, yeah. They're not even going to the Ancient area.
You know, one of the only Crimsons I've ever won was the Templar Assassin one, and I don't really even play TA. Sad. So sad.
It's bad, man. Just sell it immediately,
bad.
buy something else. That's the play.
Yeah, but it was my
Some
first
other
one that I got. I couldn't let it go,
Yeah,
you know.
I get it.
You got that
I get it.
sentimental.
Mid lane, Jakiro. It's been going a bit.
Oh.
Did they get him?
Oh, big bushwhack coming out from Omar. Golem to match, and they're getting that buddy out on the map. Kisses are flying. PMA looking for one. They will get a return kill. Niku finally escapes the coil. And Zayak dodges big plays, but he will go down to the right click of Sumail. And no, Sumail found out like this, but he gets a phase shift off. It's not enough. And Omar now on the run, one of the last members here from Nigma. Will he
Blink on
get out?
DK.
Radiant's top
Niku with the blink, gets it up to breathe fire. Great timing on this top net worth DK.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Making its presence known and got the juice, takes a tower uninterrupted on the top side.
Yeah, they have like these three, I would call them semi-cores more or less, between the Marcy, DK, and TA. And all of them are finding farm, all of them are finding use of the map. With the TA taking down the tier 1 on top lane, of course. It's something that you often see. Ursa.
Oh my god, you don't often see this. Ghost getting run down.
Tower is under
Poor guy. He doesn't even have a tier 1 tower for his team to TP to.
Yeah, they're just playing a bit faster and they're taking all the objectives. The Underlord ulti can't help forward.
Did someone say faster?
Yep.
Oh man, Lizard, call it like you see it, man. This one, you mentioned this earlier, a 2K net worth lead that feels like way more. Just the net worth being put to use immediately. This blink dagger, this, I mean, it feels like a bit of a cop out to say the Dragonlance Blightstone is like crucial net worth implementation for the TA, but it opens up that tier 1 tower top, you know.
It's nothing massive on TA. Like, she's the one. She's like the hard carry of Navi. We'll go D-Lance. Dazo, maybe perhaps Blink afterwards. We'll see. But on the other side, Ursa definitely needs his farming accelerant, right? He doesn't have it yet. He doesn't have the Battle Fury. He's not too far away from it, but if they catch him out of position one extra time, this game could become really difficult for Ghost.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, does he get the camp respawn? I think not. Poor guy. Oh, those damn skellies.
Underlord, he's gonna get going on. He's pretty tanky.
Yeah. 2.2k HP. Let's see if it's enough. Kisses with Niku. The pit coming out. Does he get out? Oh, big bushwhack, but the cookie out. Dodges the golem and the coil onto 2 on the back line, but Sumail maybe bit off more than he can chew. Gets a face full of fire and ice. Oh boy, Lizard.
The initiation, that was... Oh man, he even hoodwink now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Solid hoodwink there.
They're crushing this early game. The go on Underlord was kinda meh. They're almost unkillable.
Radiant's top tower
But
is falling.
the puck isn't if he's out of position, and he went a bit too deep. I love the cookie, by the way, as well, into hoodwink. Like, I love the cookie in general. Like, the spell is just a small little repositioning can matter so much, so many different situations.
Yeah, absolutely. When these players are pushing the heroes to their limit, every pixel of spell radius, of cast range, of attack range matters. And I mean, you can cookie a stun target, you know, it's a bit of a micro save, and we saw it play out there. But yeah, Sumail overstepped on the puck. It's a rare mistake that we see from the king. But maybe trying to get a little bit of action here with the smoke play.
One thing that I need to say is that these guys are a bit tanky for puck right now. Like, even with the Witchblade. They need the Ursa, and he's joining the fight.
Oh, bushwhack. Gonna have to be a little delayed, and that might be enough time for a response from the Dire. Omar low, gets the sharpshooter out, but now you baited your ghost into a fight. Commits the ult. Marcy very low, coiled up, goes down. Sayak on the high ground, gets the cookie for Niku onto the relocation, and now he's going to be able to turn and hit Noob, walking forward towards the dragon. Sumail finally Unchained, able to play the fights out a little bit more. And got the juice, looking for Noob. Does bring down the Underlord. Orb forward, Meld Strike in a... Oh my god, the carries both go down. Dodges the cookie again. Sumail popping off. Enduring, persisting, and outlasting Na'Vi here as 4 fall.
That's
the fight
indeed.
Nigma needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see that extra oomph that your Ursa brings to the table, right? Like he dishes out just the amount of damage necessary to clean them up. Of course, Underlord as well in clutch positions like that one on the stairs is a wonderful hero. Like he goes in, gives you the Crimson, the Pit of Malice, the Firestorm, everything was there. At first, it looked like Na'Vi were going to easily win that fight, but the Crimson Guard just changes everything.
Uh-oh. Oh my god. The Fleeting Fury facet is so brutal. But yeah, Crimson, the gifts from this Underlord really open up that fight for your Ursa. Let's take another look at it. The Battle Fury from Ghost, getting that chip damage on the DK as well. PMA tries to push him back into the fight. Yeah. Blizzard, tough break for Na'Vi there. They were in such a commanding spot in that game from our replay, but Ghost claiming a triple kill before he dies. Sumail getting another one. Oh, now Sumail starting to feel himself here. Mechanism on Zayak. Enough to get him out.
Yeah, not something that you see like in a lot of games. I feel like Mech has kind of even died as an item, but why not? Gives you some extra sustain. On Snap, it's one of those heroes where you can truly buy anything as long as you get the shard.
Yeah.
Ridis dies again.
Yeah, poor guy. You know, that's the problem with this Jakiro hero. If you don't have anyone around to play with or like bounce your spells off of, it's a problem. And DK running into more problems. BKB is active. We'll have to pop it to get the coil, and PMA joining the fight, looking for Sumail, get the dispose back, but the orb out. Now Warlock down, Fiend's Gate coming in, and TA locked down. Silence trying to get any bit of space. Will get out of the pit, but is it enough? The kiss is coming in from Zai. Be enough to save your carry. No. Toby low. Marcy looking to bring him down with a bushwhack, controlling the Marcy. Your Underlord, your Ursa are dead. 2 for 1 at this point, and it's going to continue to go in your favor. 4 dead on Nigma. What can Sumail clean up? Well, there's 1. Can he get 2? Good read from Na'Vi. They change their attention to the west side of this fight, looking for Sumail, but a Scatterblast dodge. It's a big chunk of damage. Ridis with the Dragon Tail. Ice Path follow-up, and it is complete. Na'Vi reversing the fight from their triangle earlier, stretching it out, claiming a big win.
He could have gotten out, by the way. I feel like Compact, he wanted to play with them a little bit longer, maybe try to get kill and snap. But in the end, he got punished for it. Jakiro, of course, he got there in time. He respawned for dying at the beginning of this whole engagement. It's just a crazy fight. I think that Golem didn't connect on anyone, right? Like it got
no, it didn't.
Kind of planted as they jumped over, which was maybe a small mistake for Nigma. Everything else was kind of all right. Like they were juking and driving, trying to get the right position, trying to get away, but still kill the Marcy. And also they did force out the BKB on DK, which is not
Very
that
big.
bad. However, Niku is getting Orchid next. This Orchid changes the pace of the game for Na'Vi. It just opens up a lot of possibilities for them. You can suddenly kill the Ursa. In one go, you can also do the same to Puck.
Yeah, you're not really going to have a Lotus online soon. You're relying on your auras from your Underlord to kind of help you survive the silence duration, I feel.
Looks like they'll go straight into the pit, by the way. Will they? I was thinking, you have a BKB, you have that Orchid flying out. Maybe it's just time to force a fight, and going into the pit is one of the ways to force it.
Tormentor, also another answer, but I mean, Nigma, they've got the Ursa, so if you take too long on this Torm, might be a possibility for a move onto Roche.
They bring in.
But we're going to see it all unfold here. Snapfire, NDK in the pit, and oh my god, Ice Path with a macro over
Ursa.
top. Ursa low and dead for 40, already off the rip. support for a core, and Nigma seeing if they can get their Toby out, but the answer is no. Gonna have to TP out on your Underlord, and Na'Vi looking very good as their sights are set on Sumail. Oh, Niku with the... No.
Catch him, Sumail.
Scouting with the trap, but it goes in the wrong way.
Ice
Oh,
path.
Sumail, the ice path! No, Na'Vi! Firing on all cylinders as everyone's showing up, and there's that Orchid reveal.
Yeah, he had many different options, many different paths. He chose the cliff.
Dire are scanning.
Live by the cliff.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think the Orchid killed Puck now in the end, but it also killed Ursa. That's the reason why he died. Like, they initiated, very convincing way on top lane, but Ursa jumps in without using Enrage. He instantly gets Orchided, he just gets taken down in a split second. Yeah, unfortunate for Nigma. Now they know they're playing against an Orchid, I guess. Gotta buy those BKBs.
Yep. That's right, boys. Queued up on Ursa. Who else is getting that BKB? Will we see Sumail bend the knee and go BKB? Nope.
Okay.
There is some constant in this universe, Lizard.
Radiant are scanning.
Sumail's one of them. More damage. Oh, my... Hoodwink was TPing out and almost got hit with the old Desolator special from TA with the TK follow-up, but was able to escape.
There's an axe, by the way, on Underlord. Speaking of bigger items that just came online, it's a really good one to get. The additional Book of Malice always comes in handy.
Absolutely, but you can still be punished and kind of time-gated. That ult cooldown is kind of brutal, so you really got to pick and choose. And I mean, Roshan here would have been a great time to use it, but it's going to be an Aegis for free on Got the Juice.
Mm-hmm. And they're all online, right? Like when you look at these scores on Na'Vi, Blink, BKB, Orchid, DK, you have a Basher on Marcy, you have a Warlock as well that you're going to kill.
Oh, rebound off the mark. Toby with the moves, but will get chased down in the end. Holds the Golem, the wise choice.
What's kind of cool, they're taking down bot lane and the mid lane at the same time because TA has an Aegis, right? So maybe you can get her once, but if you commit too hard, they are nearby to get in there and save her. And the smoke as well. Damn.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Smoking immediately. Where do you think they're going with this?
Hunting for anyone on top lane that's pushing out. They did see Puck before. They even have a ward now on him. Do they have the damage is the only question he thinks out. Yeah, the smoke ran out, right? Or it got revealed. It got revealed. Snap is still smoke.
All right, what's our next item? Pike gonna be built up on our DK. Anything else big coming out soon? Basher on Marcy. Oh my god, Blink soon to be as well. This is... I would not want to be playing on the Radiant right now.
The Nullifier as
soon
well.
on TA.
A lot of damage coming in from her. No shard.
Noob
merge
spotted
yet,
out.
by the way.
Yeah, I feel like Nullifier plus Shard is nail in the coffin territory.
I feel like for Nigma right now, split push and try to bait out some BKBs before you have a Basher on Ursa. Like just taking a straight up fight might not
Whoa!
work.
Oh boy! Little overblink there, and now you are exposed, but Golem coming out to match. Gonna pop that BKB soon. They already bring down the Warlock. They can build off overlapping circles coming out from Underlord Ghost, trying to get away from PMA. Slowed in the pit. Will be a reset for the Ursa, but Noob now exposed. Enemy cores on both sides. We'll take him down.
Yeah, they didn't lose anyone. what did they get out of this fight? They got the BKB charge out of DK and the BKB charge out of Marcy. And they didn't lose the Ursa at least, so he can continue farming. Not great, not terrible. Instantly the background push.
Yeah, the 25-minute high ground squeeze coming in. You know, I feel like Nigma not normally used to this amount of pressure this early. Usually making other teams suffer their lone druid. But now the shoe on the other foot. Oh! You know, maybe Zayak learning from his time with Puppy with this pause here.
There is no way. There is nothing that they can do to the TA. They can't even burn through the ages. This is just like some small pokes, nothing more. Nigma, they need to tune themselves to this 16-year-old Dota. You know, these guys are just too fast. They had their chocolate bars, and they're like, the sugar rush is here.
Right. The new episode of whatever came out Saturday morning. They're hyped up. They're ready to go. Cookie out. Sumail coil on a 2. Pit to follow. And a big sharpshooter. Chikiro's still living through it all thanks to the mech and the force staff on Zayak. But Marcy going in. Ghost does get a kill. Sumail the prize. Force staff buying him some more time. And they're going in with the Underlord ult. PMA and Snapfire slowed down. The Venn diagram is looking to be smiles for Nigma as they get one more, but they lose 2. No. A disaster for Nigma. Your ghost is a ghost, and Na'Vi looking for more. This Marcy blink.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Malice, but there are no creeps, so I don't think they can go through Divine. Backdoor protection. Not just now, at least. But man, that Ursa just doesn't feel like a bear. I don't know. It's like he goes in, even with an enrage, he dies to the right foot so quickly. These 3 heroes, like, usually don't work because it's kind of hard to get out of lanes with all 3. But they did very successfully in the laning stage, and now they're all online. You basically have 3 carries on the side of Na'Vi. That's how it feels.
Right. It's, about like 12 minutes in, 15 minutes in, you spoke as like you had 3 semi-carries. They are fully fleshed out here. Niku hit the BKB. Looking to go on Sumail, Force Staff. Essence Ring buying a little bit of time, and it will be enough. Zayak invests the vision. All right.
I jump him again.
Oh.
That was a weird link from DK, but yeah, he doesn't find anyone. Okay, so for Nigma, what you need right now that really buffs up your damage output and control is the Basher on Ursa. It is a must. He's getting closer, like 300-ish gold away. On the other side, though, I gotta say, Abyssal is being purchased by Marcy, and I wouldn't mind the Naganins as well. Both of these items would be pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, the silence is absolutely smothering. You know, you're playing heroes like this Puck. I mean, Ursa can fall victim to the silence trap as well. These BKBs are going to get lower and lower as we go in the game. All right. Lizard, what are we looking for if you are on Nigma? Walls are closing in.
14k deficit at the moment. You still have Puck Ursa. Like these 2 heroes, if they do manage to scale, late game they're as strong as anyone else. And you have a Warlock with the Chaotic Offering to mess with the BKBs on Na'Vi. Like you have ways of dealing with the BKBs. The BKBs that are already 6 seconds on both Marcy and DK. So Puck should be able to dish out a lot of damage if he survives the initial burst. Kite is the name of the game, unfortunately, for them. This isn't necessarily a team that wants to kite. Like you have an Ursa, you just want to jump in and blow someone up. But the state of the game is such that you might have to.
Yeah, not the style of Dota you want to play. but you do have to be flexible. And as you mentioned, you got to play that 16-year-old Dota, if you want to keep up.
This one, Marcy, she's running top. Ursa is under a trap. Warlock is pretty gone. He just doesn't know it yet. Now he does.
And now he does. Yeah. It's like you feel like the hairs on your neck begin to stand up. You're like, wait a second, am I in danger? Yeah.
Mid lane, he's got Basher.
Okay. Ghost finding a little tasty DK snack. And Niku getting out for now, but he does fade to the damage of Sumail. Good kill for Nigma. Let's see if they can capitalize off of this.
Yeah, they need to get more now. No Warlock though for 15.
All right. Oh no. Your Underlord getting cut down. The beefy boy is just a bit of a burger for Na'Vi.
Yay.
And now Ghost gonna pop BKB. They are in on the fight. Got the juice. Is controlled. The bashes are supreme, but he gets a bash of his own. Oh my god. Ursa down like that. PMA sticking true to his carry, helping out. And they are get Sumail here, the king. But the golem finally landing on the targets it needs to, but phase shift isn't enough. Gets the puckish health regen, trying to buy some time off of the Shadow Word as well. But the ice path eventually makes it impossible to last. 4 dead.
Ice.
4.
And it started off so well for them by killing off the DK. It looked like this might be the fight for Nigma to come back in, but Na'Vi played it way too well with the remaining heroes. Gotta commend Redis. Like, he's had a really, like, out of everyone else, so Na'Vi, he's suffered the most. He has 7 deaths, but his ice paths have been crucial, especially in this last fight where he covers where they're hitting Ursa with the ice path, so that Puck's orb is flying over. He can't go in. He can't help. He needs to run in. Some really cool plays.
Dire's bottom tower.
Absolutely. Jakiro is a hero that I feel like 3 to 4 months ago we saw picked up more and more, and then he just fell off the earth. He went unpicked at TI as well. And now he's back. Just that small buff to Liquid Frost and just the style of play that's happening. And
Underlord next. Maybe.
Where the squirrel leads, the Underlord will follow. And got the juice, sinking those side blades into to the big boy. But it's gonna be a reset. So Lizard, my point before I was so rudely interrupted by Nigma and Na'Vi, who we're not here to see them. We're here to talk.
How dare they?
All right. So rude.
Shame.
But when Earthshaker was so popular and just maybe overtuned, I was just thinking, it's like, Fissure Blink Echoes the move. Where's my Jakiro? Like, why am I not seeing ice paths to cover up the initiation of these Shakers? Like, where they want to go. They want to get the Blink Echo on multiple targets. One ice path, and then this guy is just washed. Like, what the hell? But Jakiro, Twin-Headed Dragon, finally making it back to competitive play.
Yeah, I would say it's not even about the patch. Like, the patch did buff him a bit. It's mostly about the heroes that are being played not being as good against him anymore. It's also that Underlord.
Right, Aegis got the juice, the Underlord in, and oh my god, 2 dead just immediately as soon as the sights are narrowed. Make it 3. Warlock falls, and Na'Vi off to the races. They find Ghost in the tree line. PMA, immaculate jump, and even better vision.
Puck as well.
In the pack. Niku.
And the DK piece with the twin gate. With the outpost is going more.
Even PMA pops the BKB to just eliminate any possible interruption. That's a big dragon.
Yeah,
he's looking at your tower.
Too big of a dragon, it looks like, for Nigma. GG is called. The game is over.
Yeah.
Honestly,
all right.
I know that Na'Vi, ex-Na'Vi Junior, now Na'Vi for quite some time are good. I expected this at least to be a much closer game than it was. But it just wasn't. Like, Na'Vi came online with everything. They played so much faster. Their rotations were really cool. Like, from the first rotation on Dragonite, where he leads the way down bottom, takes the tower, then goes mid. Like, not trying to duke it out on mid lane like 3 against 3, and then you're never truly getting the tower. You're just chilling there, waiting for the next dragon form. He rotates bottom. All the rotations from Nico. Like this man, even in games that aren't perfect for DK, he likes to play DK. And now they get it into the puck as well. He played it on a different level. Like, congrats to Navi on taking the game 1. I just want to see what happens in game number 2. But if they play like this again, we might not see game 3.
Right. Yeah, a lights out performance in game 1 from Navi. We'll have to see if the combined experience, the veteran players of Nigma can weather that storm and rebound, or if the young guns with the Sagastic experience and knowledge of Zayak at the helm will be enough to solidify this series as a 2-0 win, or maybe we could push for that game 3. It would be crazy to have both series go the length and the distance here. But friends, we're going to throw it to a bit of a break before we get into that game 2. So we'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts. a new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello, and welcome back, folks. We're ready to bring you some action continued. We've got Navi versus Nigma. Game 2 coming up very soon. But, first we got to get me in the lobby because I was bad during my break and hung out a little too much on the couch. But we're all good to go now. Lizard, any lessons from Game 1?
It's hard, really. Like looking at the Game 1, I feel like Nigma are probably going to resort to what worked for them in the last couple of days, and that might be the lone trade. Usually if they lose Game 1, they go into the lone. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw it here because they attempted the first pick puck, and it kind of got exposed, countered, and it just never felt like the puck was able to kill heroes. That's one thing. I have to say, I love the snap adaptation with the mech. I think that played a massive part in their victory, even though it might have been unnoticed at times. Like whenever they try to get a quick little pick off on a hero or two, that mech comes into play with the cookie shard. It's a lot of heal just from those two, from that one item and one spell. So yeah, I think Puck got exposed in a way that they were all too tanky for him to take down. Even though they couldn't kill him at times, eventually they find a way, but most importantly, he couldn't kill them. He couldn't just jump in, kill off two supports, and then play the fight after.
Right. Yeah, great show of force there from Zayak on the snap. And interesting, the bans get switched up a little bit. Of course, Marcy back to being exiled, but they get rid of the TA.
Yeah, they probably thought the TA was the biggest issue, and it was a part of the issue, of course. Like the TA, the DK, and the Marcy, like all three played a part. All three were difficult to deal with. I feel like TA was the one that kind of felt the easiest when they would go for a kill, but in general, I feel like the whole idea behind Navi and how they played on all three cores, on all three lanes, ready to strike, was kind of nasty for me to deal with.
Yeah, very much so. There was so much pressure around the map. I felt like we were watching a global draft, but with no real global spells. And in fact, Nigma had the Fiend's Gate, but unable to really make too many good moves off of it in Game 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the way the game started, it kind of ran that course the whole time, right? Like there were fights everywhere, like on all lanes.
Mm-hmm.
You saw kills happen, and they just managed to continue rolling that ball.
But it's going to be a Warlock stolen by Navi, taken away from Nigma. They do get the Beastmaster first pick. Sure, it's fine.
Yeah, let's see. For Navi, when you see the Beast, usually you're thinking of heroes such as Gyro, right? Like as your opener. Warlock Gyro is an amazing combo, like a lot of damage between the Fatal Bonds and Flak Cannon. You combo that up with the Mars and you got yourself a draft. That's it. Like you don't need anything else. Whatever else you put in there is just filler pieces. And it works nicely into the Beast. So maybe an option for them. We'll see if they want to take the standard route at least.
Yeah, and I mean, got the juice. He's a player that I have not had a ton of opportunities to watch. Saw him play TI and before that, but man, this guy's farming speed, saw it. It was amazing on the TA. A little gyrocopter, like give him flat cannon, like come on, man. Yeah. Just explosion of net worth.
Probably going to be even faster. I don't have to say I like the ban on the Abaddon. 100% the hero I truly despise playing into as a Beastmaster. It's just like if you go on him, he's got the ulti. If you go on anyone else, he's got the Aphotic Shield. He's a passive farmer that kind of likes to stick around his tier 1 tower. And as a Beast, you want to take that tower as fast as possible to open up the Ancients so you can farm them as well and the lane. It just kind of makes everything more difficult. But give us the Lone Druid thing, please. I just want to see
Come
the
on.
most. Like, he's been...
You know we want it. Yeah.
It's had, like, that gameplay... I just want to see it again because every time I see it, I'm like, this is illegal. Like, he's literally just... He takes his hero and he's just standing in the triangle while the bear is pushing with the axe, right? And he just farms the whole game. Like, he's 24/7 farming in the triangle while the bear is doing all the heavy lifting. It's different playstyle for sure.
It is. How do you punish that? Do you just ignore the bear, kill the druid?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to ignore him when he's destroying your buildings and
your tier
doing
3s.
Yeah, your tier 3s.
10 seconds remaining.
Right.
I don't know.
It almost
So
makes you
far-
wish that Nature's or Treant Protector was a real hero.
Yep. Long gone are those days.
That's the hero you were talking about.
Yep, I'm telling you, ET is not a bad hero anymore. I feel like ET has his spot in the current meta. I think he's in a decent place. Nothing. I don't think he even got touched in the last patch. Maybe he did. I didn't notice. I'll
10
check it
seconds
again.
remaining.
But let's see. Eldar
5
Titan,
seconds remaining.
Elder Titan. Nothing changed. Yeah. So he suffered no changes, no buffs, no nerfs. It just feels good currently. I think he's a good bodyguard from the position 5. Like, plays that very nicely up front, kind of a playstyle. And brings a lot of damage amp in the mid game.
Yeah. And it's a good cheeky protect pick against a Medusa. You sleep her, the damage you do to her, it's 2 mana to the pool. It won't wake her
10
up.
seconds remaining.
But they go with the troll.
Yeah.
For Navi.
It's a pretty good pick into the Medusa, like you said. Into troll as well. Like, if you can manage to stun him post ulti, that's always pretty cool.
Yeah.
Troll versus Beast is pretty good. It's going to most likely be like a Beast plus Bat kind of a lane, right? That he's playing into. Down the line, of course, Aghanim is also good with the dispels. If he goes for Axe, like Crystallis did in the last series.
10
Yeah, I
seconds
mean, Battle Fury Ags, you've got a ton of HP, you got some good other stats
5
to
seconds
play with as well. Oh yeah, big fan. And dispelling the Elder Titan damage that it gets from the spirit as well, a little bit of a bonus.
I feel like right now, if you're ET, you're probably thinking about items like Solar Crest Yules. You're just there for the utility. Probably you don't even go for momentum. You're going for deconstruction facet. Get that spirit, get that minus armor, get that resistance as well down as much as possible.
Yeah. Be the team player. Just you got to facilitate. Someone's got to do it. Somebody's got to pass so somebody else can score, and that's going to be Elder Titan's role here. Do we see a core Bat Rider?
Possible. We see a Medusa though. There you go.
There we go.
You wanted it. On the other side, you wanted it so you could see the ET do well, but with the Medusa, of course, it's also not that bad. Like, your synergy is pretty good. Like, she wants this hero up front in the safe lane, which she gets from the ET. On top of that, you have the Echo Stomp to cover her if she gets gone on.
5 seconds
That
remaining.
usually happens with the troll. He pops his ulti, runs the Medusa. You can counterplay that to an extent. What I'm worried though is they picked Medusa into 2 heroes, out of which both can buy a diffusal, and they have a last pick as well on Navi, something else to pick into the Medusa.
Yeah.
Like, it's not unheard of troll going for diffusal. It's unheard of Pango not going for diffusal into Medusa. So I expect that to happen.
Yeah. And I mean, I could still see an Invoker working out well for Navi as well. Niku, what do you like to play, buddy?
10
Mr.
seconds
Bachker.
remaining.
Tiny
Dragonite.
Puck, Timber, Dragon. Yeah.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
they need a fourth a mana dragon, you know. Burns
Is there
your
something
mana
on
attack
offlane
spells.
that they could put, like if they put Pango mid, is there something on offlane that they could go for? If that is I don't think that's actually an option for them, and just
Axe.
Nigma
Chop the Medusa,
Galaxy's
you know?
turn to pick.
yeah, and then she buys a circlet and a couple of branches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No! All right. Yeah. No, but cheese aside,
Navi's
who gives
turn
control?
to pick.
Oh, okay. Protect pick.
Mhm. I truly believe that they snatched it up for themselves as well to protect the Medusa from a possible Invoker pickup as well. It would have been good on Navi.
Yep.
But for Navi, maybe you can just go some standard hero. You know, you don't have to
10
go
seconds
crazy like
remaining.
Pop, or you know, just something good from the mid lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, yeah, I mean, a mid Pango would mean an early diffusal, an early 6. So if I'm PMA, I mean, you could do you triple down and go Marcy? No, Marcy's banned. So sorry. Darkseer in the pool. I know he plays it from PMA.
I feel like that one is kind of dead right now. I'm not really sure. I haven't seen it in a bit. Wouldn't
Yeah.
mind seeing it, but I'm not seeing it as often any longer.
Okay, I could see. How do we feel? We saw the Undying offlane ran earlier by Aurora. Wasn't super inspiring. They could create easy kill targets for the Pango, for the Troll. But
Let's see, Underlord.
Could be the Underlord.
Your heroes.
So they
All right.
stole 2 heroes away from Nigma. Actually,
Yeah.
Hoodwink as well, right? Was Hoodwink played on? Yeah, Hoodwink was played
Yeah.
by Nigma as well. So 3 heroes they can buy Navi. They want to show them how it's done.
Right. They say, you know, those were some good ideas, boys. We'll take those.
Yeah. I truly wasn't sure what they were going to pick on their last. If it's going to be even mid or offlane, they go with the Underlord.
Mhm.
Interesting idea. You can pressure Medusa a little bit here. I'm just wondering just how much Toby will be able to do. Because for me, Elder Titan is kind of a hero that really likes to run in there, even versus these tanky cores in the lane. Once he gets level 3, he can be a menace, even for an Underlord. You're just not tanky. You feel that you are. You might think that you are, but the moment Elder Titan starts hitting you with like plus 150 damage, you know that you're not. So
Yeah.
Underlord wants to dominate the lane. He wants to push it in, maybe pull the art camp as well at the same time, get a lot of farm. Might not be able to do it there, but of course Zats will be on Hoodwink, so he should alleviate that problem, make it a bit easier.
Right. Yeah, I think like bottom lane is going to be a battle of who can shove more effectively while losing less resources, and whoever wins that is going to come out on top.
Mhm.
I also do think that the rotations through the Twin Gate probably going to be a little better for Nigma. Maybe Omar, probably with the bat, maybe a little more value coming through than the Warlock. But early Fiend's Gate could be strong as well. But then, I mean, PMA, you got to get level 6 for that to happen. So, what do you think? This mid lane matchup, we've got Niku versus Sumail, Pango versus Invoker.
Mhm.
Tornado to interrupt the shield crash, kind of cheeky. What else?
Battle.
He's going, let me just check it's Mind of Tornaris. Okay, so he's doing the meta build, right? Like with Vex on Invoker. All in on
Alright.
his Dusa. Just electrify her up, let her go ham. I don't know, I think these 2 drafts are kind of evenish. I like what both teams have got. It's not like they don't have any answers for Medusa, but on the side of Nigma, it's not only the Medusa, of course. You have a beast that can scale quite well together with the Invoker. We'll see what he goes for. Like, the only one thing that you see from Invoker with this Vex build is that usually he is all in on making a lot of space early on, right? I'm sure that Sumail will be able to do exactly that, but sometimes you
30
do fall
seconds
off.
to battle.
Yeah, these are not couriers. These are supports that are susceptible to the early strength of the Invoker. Would be great to see Sumail get a nice strong start off of this here in game 2. Enigma versus Navi. Brought to you by Lizard, our shining knight, joining me on the cast today, Malibu. And Navi got the juice, very exposed here on the low ground, but his boys are always around. Zayak and Ritis ready to help out at the drop of a hat. Batrider, Beastmaster, this is a nightmare offlane to play into. They have so much damage.
Yeah, they truly do. Even through the Shadow Word, right? Like you should probably be able to deal enough damage to the Warlock and the Troll.
Yeah, and oftentimes, like something that's made this the Warlock kind of a little more playable now is like the area effect of the Shadow Word. You know, you can heal yourself, damage whoever's next to you. These are heroes that can damage you from afar. The Boars, the Batrider, they don't have to be on top of you to trade.
Obi might get a courier down bottom. Yep.
Has been killed.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, Shadow Bird. The bird is the word. Has been improved. It's always nice to have.
Shadow. Yeah, Shadow Bird is a raven, I think. Is there any like crow? There's no real crow-based or like raven-based hero in Dota. I mean, Shadow Fiend with Nevermore off of the Raven, you know, kind of a literary play there. Oh, nice courier snipe for Omar.
That's the only one, right? Nothing else. We should get the Raven Phoenix set where the sun is blacked out.
It's a moon or a black sun. Oh my god. Lizard, you just made $10 off of that idea, brother.
I've seen stupider sets in this cache. Just saying. I've seen worse sets.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there are some sets that if I would have saw them in a game, I would have question marked them in all chat. Be like, what the hell is that even? But what is happening bottom lane? Lizard, walk me through this.
I'm fine with whatever says. Just gonna say, as long as the hero looks like the hero it's supposed to look like, you know, as long as it doesn't look like something else, which does happen at times. But so far on bot lane, it's kind of chill. Elder Titan started off with boots, and he has been able to provide enough cover for the Medusa to absolutely free farm. But at the same time, there's nothing stopping the Underlord from doing the same. Where this lane changes one way or another is level 3. Hoodwink, Underlord, and ET, all 3 of these heroes benefit quite a lot from getting that level 3, like level 2 Bushwhack, level 2 Astral Spirit as well, so we'll see what happens with that. Comes to pass, but Omar is dropping kinda low on top.
He is. That Shadow Word with the Fatal Bonds. If they can do enough damage to the wave, the tower region with the stick might be enough to kind of get him out of trouble. Yeah, he's big chillin'. But, you know, we say that, and unfortunately, Noob starts eating the harassment from Got the Juice. All the while, Warlock getting a cheeky pull to the easy camp. And a nice lane reset here for Navi.
Yeah, they kind of secured the lane.
Yeah, lane is secured for sure.
For
Troll
now.
ahead of the Beastmaster for now. 7 denies the Beastmaster seem like it might be a little inflated with the boar. Oh, beautiful flame break, and gonna go for the TP out, but it's interrupted by the root. And no, Sumail he helps out a little bit. It's shake and bake, and they helped. Omar does get the first blood. Sumail shaking his fist in the air as Got the Juice going toe-to-toe with Noob. Will he come out on top? Juan doing a lot of work for this Beastmaster. And the board trying to help out says, "Pa, get out of there!" But no, sir. Got the Juice going to benefit from both of these kills. Oh, sorry. One of these kills. Of course.
They're diving the Medusa as well.
Oh, no mana left. Another Sunstrike. Push back. Omar with the flame break. Sets up the assist. And
maybe another one.
Might just be another one, Lizard. You are correct. Zayak will burn down. The Bat Rider is the core now. You love to see it.
He just got like 900 gold. He has the same net worth as his Beastmaster that has been farming this whole time. He has
My
one
God.
CS and the same amount of net worth as his own. Who's got 15. So yeah, this is one very happy Bat Rider. It should be an even earlier Blink Dagger than it tends to.
Yeah. Gonna have almost full Tranquils flying out to him.
PMA.
Break back, PMA trying to get out. Warlock with the TP, the old patented 5-minute tri lane. You love to see it. Toby
Tango as well.
to the high ground, and Niku showing up. Boys, the Wisdom Rune doesn't spawn for a minute and a half. But Niku cleaning house. Look at that.
This was such an important rotation from Niku. I mean, even from Warlock. Niku, it was great for him that he got the counter kills, but what was really important is to stop this assassination attempt on Underlord, because he already died once, he did have the TP. If they managed to kill him again, his game could have been in a really bad state. Walker mid.
Yeah. Oh no, Sumail. Beautiful tornado interrupting the Rolling Thunder. Still has the skill available. Was not put on cooldown. Yeah, but gonna be an easy illusion. Bottled up for Niku. Yeah, you had to stop the bleeding for your Underlord. Give him somewhat of a game. They succeeded in that. Also, something we didn't touch on. Does Warlock, did he go Black Grimoire or the...
Yeah, he
Yes.
went black.
Yeah.
Mark. He's got it. He's got like,
More...
what, 5 stacks already?
Yeah, that's 1,000 XP cooked up, ready to go. Uh-oh. Got the juice, and Zayak sitting in a tree, trying to take down a Beastmaster, and it will be enough.
Dire are scanning.
Punishing the offlaner for Enigma Galaxy. No wave cutting for you, good sir.
Yeah, he was kind of deep considering the state of the game and considering that the Beastmaster can usually creepscape without putting himself in danger. Just do it with the boars.
Yeah.
Got a bit greedy, I
bit
think,
of a
by
question
trying
mark.
to farm the dire jungle, Farm the jungle and then also get the wave. He's
Right.
punished by not.
And yet, absolutely. Lizard, they read that move well, and we did see maybe a bit of an answer as to why that happened with production staff catching the boar, stacking the ancients there at the 7-minute mark.
Tower is under attack.
So maybe just biting off more than he can chew on this Beastmaster.
He flipped the script, right? Instead of stacking with the hero, pulling with the boar, he did the other way around. Tango is deep, though. Can he? Does he want to catch anyone here? That's the question.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Golem available on your Warlock. You want to just kind of grip it and rip it here. Go ahead and get that on cooldown. Maybe get a kill, get an objective, but they're going to TP mid. Niku with the Arcane bottled.
He's setting up already. They know Invoker is coming back. He doesn't have vision on them, I believe.
All right, they're going to lead with a rock. Tornado interrupting most of the go, but there we go. Niku rolling through, and those Golem fists are pounding, looking for a +1 immediately. Ritus eats a lot of damage. Spirit on top of him still, but Toby forced to withdraw, might give up his life for it. A little bit of snap region, but the stump interrupted, and Niku with another. Navi surging ahead.
Yeah, I love these fake plays from Navi. They're so slick and so good. It's like the same thing was happening last game with DK. This time around, it happens with Pango, but in an opposite manner. Instead of going to the safe lane, they go back to mid, and they set up a trap, and they just waited for Invoker to show up. It's literally, they were just chilling there, made sure even that he doesn't have vision on them by planting down a sentry. It's like, it doesn't look like much, but it's a pretty cool and sure way of opening up mid lane for themselves.
Absolutely. They're finding creative ways to punish this Invoker, and they know the supports are going to be off trying to get their own game,
They're gonna
Elder
get
Titan
again,
securing. Oh, no way. A beautiful bushwhack from Zayak. Ritus is around a PMA, even taking the Fiend's Gate, and he is gone. You know, at
He's
this point in game, why is he gone?
His four is right here.
Vision?
That Toby might try to D-ward. Yeah, he found it. He's gonna kill it, but it did show some nails. It's a bit too late now.
Right. Yeah. Two invoker kills for one ward. I think that is
Radiant's middle tower
that's a deal
is under
almost
attack.
anybody would take. What about you, Lizard? Would you take that deal?
Oh, absolutely, I would. I wouldn't if I was the invoker, though.
Radiant's top tower
If I was
is under
Navi, I
Right.
would.
Dire's
Bit of buyer's remorse for Sumail here. Yeah, he's got his urn. One urn charge, working on the vessel.
That
Quite
sounds
far away from it.
So sad, by the way. He's got his urn, hey? Like, it ain't much,
Yeah.
but it's honest work, you know?
Oh man, it was sad. Is there? I need a little bit of sunshine here for Nigma. Lizard, give it to me. Where am I
Maybe
going to
they
get my
kill the
smiles?
On top lane, perhaps.
Oh my
Lasso.
God, it's not. Oh,
Radiant's
okay.
bottom tower is under attack.
I smile. They kill the troll. They save the Medusa.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right.
That's something.
Nigma fans raise up.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's bottom tower. is
Tower
falling.
exchange, 1-for-1. Happy to make that trade while you are in Nigma's shoes, I'm sure. Falcon Blade pickup on Medusa. And Omar trying to get away, but the Bushwhack will not allow that. Another kill, 4 got the juice. This guy is active. 3, 1, and 1. Shy of 12 minutes.
Yeah, very rarely it happens. You TP to the tier 2 and you get an insta kill. As a carry, that's a feels good, man.
Yeah.
I was wondering what he's going to go for. It's like a stable normal build, Battle Fury, SNY into BKB. It seems like he's got it all planned out. He knows where he's going to marry as well, what his kids' name are going to be like. This kind of planning, I hope I get it at some point in my life.
Right. I just got to meet the right person. It's all laid out. Right. Just
Exactly.
hope he finds his path. But the question for me was the choice of boots on the troll between phase and treads. What kind of guides your path here, Blizzard? Do you want more armor against this Elder Titan? What do you need?
You want phases in general, I think, right?
I think Crystallis did go treads
Power treads?
last game. Yeah.
Maybe that's a Crystallis thing. I feel like 9 out of 10 times
Could
I've
be.
seen phases. Yeah. In this game, I'm not sure. I think phases are actually better anyway.
All right.
Phase movement is nice. A lot of different things that you get from them. The armor in the lane, the chainmail itself is super value in wars.
True. It's no chain meal, but
Chain
It'll have
meal,
to
yeah.
do,
Right.
yeah. I was workshopping that, brainstorming a bit. What if you could eat all forms of armor items? Like you could, but you get a bigger bonus from the more expensive ones.
Ooh.
So hold that thought. Big roar coming out from Beastmaster, but he does go down. The Golem making sure of that. Lasso bringing Pangolier into the arms of Ghost as Sumail contributes, and that's a dead Pango. Big bounty going the way of Nigma, and they're not done yet. They want to bring down the big butt PMA himself. Can they do it? Sunstrike on the mark, not enough to bring him down. Cut a little hunk of roast off of this big man, but Zayak and Riddick's going to make sure he escapes.
Instantly moving top, by the way. He's still in ghost form. He doesn't have a lot of mana. But never mind, he's not gonna chase anything. I was thinking maybe they'll go for Troll, but they just don't have the firepower. Nicely done by the Medusa, even though she dealt only 600 damage. She made the difference, which allowed all of this to happen. This fight could have been easily lost by Enigma if not for Ghost joining in. And a lot of Medusa players at this point would just be like, yeah, guys, I'm Medusa, chill. I'm gonna farm.
Right.
I'm gonna join.
It's like, yeah, I'll see you in 30 minutes. But no. Ghost always happy to show up when it benefits the team, not just himself.
Omar, bot lane.
Oh, Omar. Little Omar, flame break a little too early. Niku dashes through and gets the kill.
It's Niku actually that waited. Like if he was in range for quite some time to use the swashbuckle. He was just waiting for the bat to trigger it, right? Like you don't want your swashbuckle broken by the flame break.
Radiant are scanning.
I see.
Radiant's
Cool
bottom
play.
tower
Some patience from Niku.
Dire are scanning.
And the odds, as you can see, folks, crowd favorites, maybe. Nigma, not favorited. 5.78 to 1.12. That is maybe the highest we've seen the odds stacked against a team here in our 2 best of 3s today. What do you think, Lizard? Do you think the game state reflects that as we see Elder Titan? Takes out. Niku
I feel like-
claiming another.
In general, Navi, I feel that they're playing better. Like regardless on the draft, like they're just playing a bit faster. And you can see it. Their movements are more crisp, more aligned. At the same time, Nigma, come late game, they have this Medusa ET combo, which is incredibly strong. Alexi as well in the Medusa, even though she's playing into a couple of soft counters with diffusals. I think it's the ultimate late game carry. So, let's just wait for the meta butterfly and maybe a Skadi on her, which will happen 25-minute mark more or less, 30-ish.
Okay. Yeah. Farming up a storm here, working on that butterfly next. They do have tools to kite the troll. The roar, the stone gaze, tornado, lasso, but you got to get to that point where you are viable. Oh my god, contributing the lasso here, going for the golem into the roar. Troll very low. Can he get the battle trance off? No, the croaker, but oh my god, he survives and
Are scanning.
has some buddies to help him through the low points in his life.
They threw everything they had on him. The roar, the lasso, even the croaker, like I said.
Oh, Niku Zayak, PMA joining forces to bring down Sumail in his own triangle. Was there any vision there from the Dire? I don't think so.
No, this word is new. It's fresh now. That's just planted.
Yeah. Just good game sense. You can't teach that.
Yeah, they're on point. Like when you look at these movements, they rarely miss. From Navi, whenever they're making a move, they find a target, they pick it off. And this is like the worst issue with number one issue, I would say, with a mid invoker. You go for a vessel, if you don't get these pickoffs, if you don't get these kills, if you don't find your impact early enough,
Sunstring.
Dire's bottom
you're a Sunstrike, basically.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. This is what we're reduced to. Sunstrike scouting, not even getting the kill.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, man. Looks like Noob does have his Helm of the Overlord online.
Your shrine has fallen to the dire.
So Medusa getting a whopping 40 HP from this aura. It's more like 70, 80 at this point.
Wow.
Dire's bottom
Wow.
tower is under
Double the value. I know. Folks, math. Can you believe it? Oh, but a bit of packet loss here for Navi. You couldn't tell from the way they're playing this game. Absolute display of supremacy here.
They're finding all the right items as well. You're soon going to see a pipe on Underlord. I believe it's only... Is he going for a pipe? I believe he is. He's got the Ring of Terras queued up, so it should be only the ring left remaining, and then Lotus after. One diffusal is already, of course, completed on Pango. He's going for Axe next. Troll all in
Radiant's
on the
top
right
tower
clicks.
is under attack.
This is also a good build from him.
Yeah, I like the Manta pickup.
Dire's structures are
You know,
falling.
it's, this item's been nerfed over time. Increased mana cost, increased cooldown, just to defeat the illusion spammers, the wave shovers. but you know, still worth picking up.
Dire's bottom
Toby,
tower is
down
under
bottom.
attack.
He's very dead.
Obi. Oh no. My elder titan. We hardly knew ye.
Dire are
He did
scanning.
his job, more or less. That's to break any sort of movement coming down south towards the Medusa.
Dire's courier.
Omar,
Oh, Omar. Okay. You know, you stop the pipe acquisition, but you do give up your life. And
I see
also
Medusa
Medusa
now.
had been farming in the area. Yeah, the pings are there, and Underlord cleaving his troll. They're going to go on Ghost here, Rolling Thunder, and Stone Gaze coming out. Ghost not really a big option for a reset. They are surrounding this Medusa. You know, the thing is, you don't fight her head on, you avoid the Stone Gaze, and then you bring the poise, bring her down. 50 seconds,
like-
out your Medusa.
they're like wasps. That's how fast they converge on a target. They didn't even use, like, they used the Underlord ult, right? Rolling Thunder, sure. But the Rock wasn't doing it well, so they can still have that in store. They still have the Aegis. Troll is going to solo the Tormi. Gotta use your ult, of course.
Yes, sir. No threat of a Sunstrike from Sumail either. Yeah. Lizard, this one is
Radiant's middle tower.
looking to be all Na'Vi. You know, you mentioned the Butterfly Scotty timing for the Medusa will be their moment of critical mass on Enigma where it could reverse. But
So-
pending a big misplay. Nice glimmer from Zayak, and he dodges a splitter as well. Now a reversal of fortune here. Na'Vi looking to go in onto Omar. But they clear the vision.
I gotta say, like, I'm not seeing the impact from their star player on Enigma. I mean, all of them are star players, but Sumail from the mid lane on this Invoker just hasn't really found an angle yet. He's been
No.
kind of shut down, lowest net worth as well among all the cores.
Yeah,
Radiant's
it's
structures
been
are fortified.
been a very tough climb for Sumail.
What can he do besides collection at this point, right? Let's see.
Radiant's bottom
He dodged that, right? It looked like
Yeah.
he dodged the MP.
Yeah, I believe so. It's play after play after play. You know, the liquid line, misplay after misplay after misplay. But Na'Vi just making plays.
Is that I saw Beastmaster's courier flying over, and I'm like, is that the blink? Is that an item? Is that something? No, it's just
Radiant's middle
no,
tower
another
is under
TP. That's it. It's kind of rough as well, honestly, because it's minute 22, and the Beast has only Helm of Overlord. The map is bigger, but it feels very tiny for Enigma right now. Elder Titan,
He does have the biggest boglet you've ever seen. Oh, Warlock. That's the golem ripped. Okay, they're getting to play, putting the lasso onto God the Juice and leaving him on the high ground. Anybody have a Force Staff? Well, let's see. PMA with the Fiend's Gate as they find the Medusa. But God the Juice is in timeout.
he's stuck.
They put him in the corner. How long can they keep him up here?
He's truly stuck, like forever. Echo stomps him until the end of the game.
He-
Don't let him down. Make
He's
them
got
buy a
no
force.
TP. All right. Somebody get a Force Staff. This could be the move as they try to find out, but God the Juice might just be a turret on the high ground. Now with the BKB, they're gathered around him. And they get the roar onto the Underlord. They going in here. Stone Gaze with the Rolling Thunder. The Stone Gaze stops the Rolling Thunder as the Splitter coming out, trying to get these right clicks from Ghost. But the fight not splitting as much as they need to get the damage onto God the Juice on the high ground. Pops the BKB and Zayak running by, trying to drag them by his troll on the high ground. The turret warfare is not working out in favor of Na'Vi. Well, you know what? Maybe it is 2 for 1 at this time. Troll still isolated. Buyback onto Zayak. He wants to get reinforce the mountaintop fortress of Na'Vi. And no, Ghost locked down. The sharpshooter hits, and now the pit Running low on mana. Ghost running out of options as the retreat is sounded, but will it be enough? It's a little too late. Nico cleaning up. And can we get a troll cam?
The tip on
Can we get a
the
troll cam,
as well.
please?
He literally did nothing the whole fight. They lost this 4 against 5. Like, they lost without the top network core on the other side. Nigma still couldn't find an angle. They still couldn't fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, I mean, they could have lost the game, but losing it like this is, I don't know, is it depressive or kind of funny, you know? Like, I'm sure they're gonna take it.
That's a keyboard smasher. That's a keyboard smasher if there has been one in this game. Oh man. You know, they cars, they used to be made out of like complete like steel bodies. That way you would resist like you wouldn't crumple up on impact or whatever. But over time they've been made to break on impact to lessen the kinetic energy that's transferred. Keyboards very much the same. They're made for the keys to pop off when you smash them.
That's why
I think we're going to see that. Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, if they were all solid, you'd hurt your hand. But now they bobble up, they pop into the air. It's a little bit more.
Who are the main testers? DOTA streamers, I guess. Like,
yeah. DOTA streamers. Deadlock is one that comes to mind as well. Yeah. I don't think I found my print screen key for like 2 weeks at one point. Just, happens to the best of us. But even Nigma, they kind of get on the ropes at some point. But game state, Lizard, 19k deficit for Nigma. Na'Vi have found themselves in a very good position. What can you do to limit any comeback potential here that Nigma might have?
Maybe you can try, if you're Nigma, I mean, you can try and put in 2 heroes on the cliff, like 3 against 5. That could work.
Okay. I like it.
Honestly, there's always a silver lining. You're always trying to find a way back for the losing team, you know, like be the devil's advocate or whatnot. It's kind of hard after they lost the 4 against 5 fight. Clean 4 against 5. They did waste some spells on the troll, like the Sunstrike, the Meatball was used on him for high grounds. It did soak some damage at least.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah. Oh, Ghost loses the courier with the orb on it. That's an expensive one. Niku continuing his display of dominance. With the pings coming out, they know the hunt is on. Snuffing out 2 Radiant heroes deep in their jungle. But it will be a TP out for 1. Toby also has it. Blocking the camp. Cheeky.
Yeah, I'm just looking at all of these heroes on Na'Vi, and like there's an AC to be completed on Underlord. It's got a Hyperstone getting closer to it. It's like, I'm not sure if this Medusa's Skadi is going to do enough, because you're all in on the Medusa. Like, no one else on the side of Nigma has gotten an impactful item in the last 10 minutes. Like, your Beastmaster still has the same one item that he has before, that he has had for 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Invoker as well. He went Vessel into Midas, like minute 13. What does he have now? He's got the Vessel and the Midas. Nothing more. That Rider with the Blink, he had a really good start, but that's where it kind of ended at the beginning.
Right. Yeah, about 6-7 minutes in the game, we saw dual Tranquils coming out for the supports of Nigma, and it's been downhill since. That reversal, that TP from the Pangolier punishing that early rotation, you know.
MKB flying out for the Troll, so the Butterfly won't be as effective on the Medusa anymore as well. Of course, the despawns, maybe a deny can happen by Boom, yeah.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yes, is it? Nope, sorry.
Nice play from Mr. Noob there, but Niku, always playing the role of spoiler, will eliminate the Ancient Creep and get himself another 250 gold. Lotus, Aghanims, Roshan Roar. Nigma just have to wait and watch this second Aegis be taken.
Aegis and the banner. Luckily for them, they do have some ways of clearing the banner at least. I truly believe that their plan is to defend high ground. That's it. If you have Bat, you have Elder Titan with Echo Stomp. As long as you don't get caught outside of the base, maybe you can hold. You are at 20k behind, but high ground is your best bet.
Yeah, agreed. Did you see the new pickup on Beastmaster? The Qualifier. Okay, lasso play coming out. All right, Troll is controlled very, very low. Aegis likely to be consumed here, but he gets the BKB and Battle Trance off, and that's, oh my god, a Beastmaster was standing there. Rolling Thunder on the back line, contributing, and now Sumail dead. Buyback is available on the Invoker. Medusa stepping up, goes to low mana. Flame Break to push him back. They do not get the Aegis just yet. Pit on the ground, and Omar low and lower gets him with on the swashbuckle. Holy. Nikulo or Splitter contributing a lot, and the aura finally adding up. We see a little bit of magic here for Nigma. Their base is under threat as the tier 3 being demolished. Sunstrike doesn't get the mark. They get the Warlock. Can they get the Underlord? Tier 3 down, Underlord to follow. A lot of gold going the way of Nigma. Off of this exchange, you did use a buyback. Non-hero. What did all the damage to Warlock?
Non-hero.
Non-hero.
Non-hero of Nigma, yeah. Not sure what happened there. Why does it say non-hero?
Maybe tower? I don't know.
Could be. But yeah, in any case, like, they held. What was the buyback status? They used Invoker, right? Is that it? Just the Invoker buyback? Like, okay, the deficit is now 17k. Yeah, the high ground was their best bet, and they, you know what happened there? That was crucial. They forced all the defensive tools from the troll immediate, and even though he did use Battle Trance, he couldn't fight afterwards. He was way too low. He had to go back. He couldn't even finish the racks, and I think that was massive. With the lasso, put him in that. I think that was maybe even better than killing him off immediately, and then he respawns with the Aegis.
Right. Oh, will we have another move? Yes, so Noob gets found out. No Primal Roar yet. Okay, it does come out onto the troll, trying to find a little bit of space, but walls are closing in. Bat found by Niku, Rolling Thunder with the axes. A nice Force Staff from Toby. And the reset is complete. Nigma survive. But yeah, Lizard, I agree with you. Expending the defensive items and capabilities of the troll, especially pre-Satanic, but I believe he's very close to finishing that now.
Yeah, he is. He just needs the Reaver, 800 gold more or less, and then that kind of play is not possible any longer. He just presses that Satanic heals up, dispels most of the things as well. It seems like Nigma are ready to strike. They have the Skadi and a small crit now on Medusa. She hits a little harder. Usually teams smoke out and ward this cliff right here, set up a fight around it. What the Aegis?
Okay. Troll with Aegis. First life gone. Do they just get out? No, they want to go. Sunstrike on the mark. BKB notification applied, but the Battle Trance with the BKB. Oh my god, Stone Gaze to control him. What can they do here? Can they save the troll? Rolling Thunder with the stomp afterwards. Oh my god, the Golem coming out. Roar reflected in the Elder Titan stomp. It's all coming up Millhouse here. Or Navi, 2 dead, but you lose your troll. The damage from Niku and PMA gonna cut down through this. Medusa goes very low. They bring down another one, including the Medusa. Sumail, the last surviving member of Nigma, but will he survive for much longer? Another Rolling Thunder. And a tip for Niku. You sacrifice your troll, but you get a team wipe.
They have buybacks, but not on the important heroes, not on Medusa, not on Invoker. They have to use Echo Stomp might delay it a little bit, but this is almost impossible to defend.
Yeah, 2 lanes gone, certainly, likely a third. beautiful use of the Fiend's Gate to bring your troll in as well.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
They gotta get
Oh,
back,
Lizard.
at least.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
I mean, the tools to delay are here, but this is certainly Mega Creeps coming out for Na'Vi.
I'm not
Ton
sure
of plus
it's,
damage on PMA.
I'm not sure it's drone though.
Radiant's bottom
I think maybe
No.
they can hold for 20.
Radiant's middle tower.
Okay, nice stomp. The banner will help out
Radiant structure.
with the auras from PMA as well. You do have a little bit of wiggle room. 15 seconds until the Medusa's up. Gonna be one tier 4 for certain, maybe 2.
They need another stomp.
Oh my god. Oh
They
my
need it
god.
immediately.
They need a stop. I don't know if they're gonna get it. Lizard.
Get it.
Okay, stop comes out, but it doesn't really land on anybody. Omar with the lasso, but it's instantly canceled. Oh my god. Medusa up with a stone gaze, walking forward into the enemy's lasso, pulling him back here. Hoodwink. Will she get out? No way. You
Rolling
can't get
Thunder.
the Hoodwink. Zayak in and out. Rolling Thunder coming in. Your lines are split. You're distracted. Primal Roar coming out, but it's a little too late. You got to sleep the troll, but you're going to wake him up here soon. And this, your agent, guys, you can't stop your agents. Just dismantled. GG called, and Na'Vi, a 2-0 stomp of Nigma Galaxy.
Very well deserved. Like they played the early game, the late game better. Like the rotations were crisp. I think the air draft was also good. Their draft was solid for Medusa even when she was picked. Usually Medusa is like that, gotcha pick, find a way to deal with me. But
Yeah.
I feel like even just having the Pango with rebuild diffusal, that's usually a hero. Like when I'm picking Medusa, I ban, right? Like you try and ban it out so it doesn't get picked. AM, Pango, these kind of heroes. But yeah, overall, Na'Vi were the better team today. This last fight was kind of cool. Unfortunately for Toby, he was bringing the Spirit back in, but he didn't manage to get that stun on Troll. Because of that, Medusa had to instantly pop ulti and run in because the throne would have fallen. So
Absolutely.
cool play though, and cool 2 games. Even though they were dominant by Na'Vi, I feel like we had some interesting moments, like the cliff on the Troll in game number 2. Game number 1 as well had some sick team fights. So overall, I'm kind of satisfied. And Niku is just a beast. I gotta commend this guy. This Pangolier we were talking about Troll and how important he was. All 3 cores on Na'Vi were, but Niku this time around 18-2, by the way. My absolute MVP. He dealt 30k damage. The next closest one on his team is Ridis, actually on the Warlock. With 50
Fatal Bond supremacy,
Fatal
man.
Bonds. Yeah.
Yeah, enough said, but an absolute display of force from Na'Vi. And let's take a look at our bracket, folks. The upper bracket final is set. It's going to be Na'Vi versus Mouse. And, the bracket busters, I think, are complete. Na'Vi, certainly one of the favorites here in this qualifier, but maybe folks thought Nigma Galaxy were going to play the role of the spoiler. So one of these 2 teams will qualify directly to Chengdu to Blast Slam 5. And the loser will fall down to the lower bracket final. But taking a look at our lower bracket semi-quarterfinals, we got Aurora Gaming versus One Win and Team Yandex versus Nigma Galaxy coming up tomorrow. So this is going to be, oh man, what a great qualifier. Western Europe never disappoints. But Lizard, that's all we got for today. That was our 4th and final series. Anything for the folks at home before we head out?
Yeah, not really. Thanks for watching. I gotta say it was a pleasure casting with you. It's our first cast ever, so
Yeah.
yeah, it was.
We didn't even get into our meet cute story, right?
Yeah, not. We'll leave it for some other time.
For Sunday. Yeah, but folks, as Lizard said, thank you all for watching so much. We've had a blast bringing you these 2 series in the upper bracket today. So shout out chat, shout out production staff. Thank you all for participating, watching, and bringing a great show of the game that we know and love. And Lizard, great first time casting with you, my friend. Looking forward to the future. And chat, we'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.